Chapter 1. Capturing Xiaowu at the outset. In the vast expanse of Douluo continent, outside the Star-Do forest of the Heaven-Do Empire, a desolate scene unfolded. The area was devoid of life, save for a few soul beasts wandering at the fringes of the forest. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the edge of the forest, taking the shape of a radiant golden figure that sparkled with intensity. The soul beasts, terrified, scattered in every direction. The golden light gradually diminished, revealing the handsome visage of a finely crafted young man, approximately 8 years of age, but standing at around 1 meter and 6 centimeters. In that moment, he stood there, his vacant gaze fixed in place, immobile. Undaunted soul beasts approached him, but as they drew near, they were obliterated by an unseen force, turning to ash and sending the others fleeing in terror. Within his mind, he was bombarded with voices and images. Host is currently in a protection period. Any attack will result in annihilation. Congratulations, Host Xiaowu, for arriving in the world of Douluo continent. Your body has been remade, you possess an 80-year-old bone age, and your martial soul is the capturing space, with an innate spirit power of extraordinary level 10. Your physique is robust, allowing for unfettered capture. For specific details, please consult the Martial Soul Capturing Space panel. Wishing you a long life in Douluo continent. Farewell. After some time, Xiaowu came to a staggering realization was but a college student who had unexpectedly succumbed to death and found himself traversing into the world of Douluo continent. While it seemed that he had acquired a system, it appeared to have departed. In his consciousness remained only a solitary Martial Soul Capturing Space panel. Martial Soul Capturing Space panel. Host Xiaowu. Martial Soul Capturing Space. Spirit Power level 10. Soul Rings, none. Soul Bones, none. Captures, none. Explanation. The Martial Soul Capturing Space allows the host to forcibly capture one female for every 10 levels of spirit power. The duration of the host's soul rings is cumulative of all the soul rings possessed by those captured. With each individual captured, the host's martial soul, innate abilities, spirit power, mental strength, and physical attributes will all see significant augmentation. The Martial Soul Capturing Space also includes a treasure appraisal ability, capable of probing the information of items. I quite fancy the idea of capturing. Xiaowu was a man of adaptability. Having accepted the fact of his transmigration, he resolved to adapt to this new world and contemplate how to survive in the law of the jungle that was Douluo continent. To survive, the first step was to attain the power of self-protection. How to achieve that? Solely through cultivating his martial soul, enhancing his spirit power, and growing ever stronger. With his mind returning to the present, Xiaowu surveyed his surroundings for dangers, noting a lack of threats, especially with the 24-hour protection period granting him temporary security. Wow, I've never looked this handsome before. Approaching a nearby pool, he gazed at his own reflection, nearly overwhelmed by his own charm. If only I were taller. I suppose being only 8 years old means I still have room to grow. What a waste it would be if such a handsome face went unnoticed. Just as Xiaowu was lost in admiration of his visage, a delightful little girl clad in pink emerged. What a darling little girl. What on earth is she doing alone in the forest of soul beasts? Could she perhaps be a transformed soul beast? As thoughts of Xiaowu raced through his mind, he observed her closely, and the resemblance to the character from the novel became undeniable. Is it really Xiaowu? Only one way to find out. Xiaowu prepared to activate the Martial Soul Capturing Space, considering that he had now reached spirit power level 10 and was able to make a capture. Xiaowu. Who? He called out her name, and she instinctively responded. In an instant, Xiaowu vanished from her spot. Inside the Martial Soul Capturing Space, a boundless ocean stretched out, with a small island spanning over a dozen square meters. The island was sparsely populated with only a grassy expanse and a towering coconut tree bearing numerous coconuts. Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared on the island. Xiaowu, who had just disappeared. She looked around in panic and confusion. At this moment, Xiaowu noted the changes within the Martial Soul Capturing Space. Success. She is indeed Xiaowu. With the spirit power level meeting the necessary conditions, capturing was possible. The crucial requirement for capture was that Xiaowu must call the individual's name upon response. They would be forcibly transported into the martial soul capturing space. My spirit power has increased by a level, and I can feel considerable enhancements across the board. Her soul ring is white. So she hasn't yet solidified her soul ring? Xiaowu promptly assessed his own transformation. He now possessed a white soul ring, and his spirit power had ascended to level 11. The reason his soul ring was white was due to Xiaowu not yet having gathered her first ring. Once Xiaowu manifested her yellow soul ring, Xiao Des would transform into yellow, and as her soul rings continued to multiply, the duration of Xiao Des' soul ring would also extend, being the cumulative total of all the soul ring durations Xiaowu could produce. This was truly remarkable. The duration of soul rings could continually increase. Moreover, as Xiaowu grew, so too would Xiao Des' spirit power, physical strength, and mental fortitude. In essence, even if Xiaowu himself did not cultivate, his level and power would still perpetually escalate. Impressive. I absolutely adore this ability. From now on, I could recline with beautiful women and effortlessly grow stronger. Every 10 levels of spirit power allows the capture of one person. 100 levels is a distant goal, while 90 levels seem feasible, meaning I must seek out 9 women. Xiaowu is the first. Who shall I choose next? There is no shortage of beautiful supporting characters in Douluo continent. Cute Kitty Zhu Zhuqing, Sundara Ning Rongrong, angelic Qianren Xue, fiery Huowu, captivating Shui Binger, lovely Ayin, the silver dragon King Yuna, the snow empress, the ice empress by Ji, Zg by Bai, Yi Ling Ling, Shui Yu Air, Yi Ling Ling, Bibi Dong, and Pasaishi. Truly, the list is extensive. The 9 positions are hardly sufficient. Am I greedy? Am I fickle? Am I a playboy? Wrong. I simply wish to give him a home. All right. I confess I am indeed tempted by their physical allure. Having arrived in Douluo continent with such a martial soul, should I not offer them a home instead of sending them off to others? Unfulfilled in my previous life, must I continue to be restrained even after transmigrating? What significance does that hold? I have made my decision. I, Xiaowu, shall provide them with a home and ensure their happiness. Xiao Des' determination surged. He resolved to strive for a vibrant existence within the world of Douluo continent, seeking adventure and refusing to be subdued. Having admired himself for some time, he was reminded of Xiaowu, who remained within the martial soul capturing space. Xiaowu had been captured and bound within the martial soul capturing space, allowing Xiao to summon her at will and return her to the space whenever desired. Moreover, Xiaowu now possessed unwavering loyalty and trust towards Xiaowu, who had claimed her heart entirely. She would not develop feelings for any man but him. This meant that even if Xiaowu held no liking for Xiaowu, she would be incapable of loving anyone else. The only choice was Xiao Dihao, exceedingly domineering. Xiaowu relished the thought. He summoned Xiaowu from the martial soul capturing space, where she once again appeared in a state of bewilderment. Xiaowu, who are you? How do you know my name? I am Xiaowu. You may call me Brother Xiao, or simply Xiao. I understand your identity as a transformed soul beast, so fear not, I am here to aid you. How do you know I am peculiar? Why does it feel so familiar, as if you were my kin, though I do not recognize you? Due to her bond with the martial soul capturing space, although Xiaowu did not recognize Xiaowu, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and was willing to trust him, unafraid. Chapter 2. Soul Rings and Soul Abilities. Brother Xiao, you are truly impressive. You can discern that I am soul beast and know my name. Your martial soul is truly extraordinary. Xiaowu explained to Xiaowu that his martial soul was a unique space, capable of binding a female upon reaching spirit power level 10. This allowed him to discern Xiaowu's identity as a soul beast. Xiaowu believed him. Her unwavering trust stemmed not only from their bond, but also from her first-hand experience within that extraordinary space. Xiaowu spoke with a blend of truth and half-truth, enough to convince her. Knowing that Xiaowu was connected to the martial soul capturing space, he felt assured that sharing information about his abilities would bear no detrimental consequences. Xiaowu would never betray him. The warmth in her calling him Brother Xiao echoed with endearment and familiarity. Be at ease. Xiaowu brother will safeguard you. Xiaowu too will protect brother Qiao. In just the span of an hour, a sibling-like bond had blossomed between them, showcasing the formidable effect of the martial soul capturing space. Xiaowu, by binding to my martial soul space, your soul beast presence has been entirely masked. Even a titled Douluo will be unable to sense you. From now on, you may confidently accompany me into human settlements. Thank you, Brother Qiao. I was worried about being discovered by the titled Douluo. Your assurance means the world. We transformed soul beasts must dwell among humans to cultivate and improve. Xiaowu, upon transforming, is your spirit power already at level 10? Not quite, it stands only at level 9. I've only reached level 10 after so many years, as my progress has been hindered by not living amongst humans for cultivation. Understood, dear sister. Now, can you condense your first soul ring? There should be no issues, I will gather it now. Transformed soul beasts could cultivate anew, but unlike human soul masters, their first 6 soul rings were not acquired by defeating soul beasts, but could be directly condensed. Xiaowu sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing intently as she attempted to condense her first soul ring. That a few minutes later, a yellow soul ring appeared on Xiaowu's body. The first soul ring can only reach over 700 years. It cannot surpass 1,000. Xiaowu felt a surge of joy as she remarked, "This is much higher than I anticipated." She was aware of her mother's first soul ring's age, and Xiaowu's first soul ring surpassed her mother's by several hundred years, likely exceeding 99% of soul masters. 700 years. Qiao was taken aback, although he could not recall the precise age of Xiaowu's first soul ring from the original storyline. It was certainly not as high as this. He pondered that perhaps the reason Xiaowu's first soul ring was significantly stronger was due to her binding with a martial soul captivation space. Qiao De's own soul ring manifested, transforming from white to yellow, aligning in age with Xiaowu's over 700 years. Xiaowu, what is your first soul skill? Qiao was curious to see if there would be any changes. Brother Qiao, let's have a friendly duel. Certainly. The two engaged in combat, exchanging blows. After a short while, the yellow soul ring on Xiaowu flashed as she unleashed her first soul skill, leaping into the air and sweeping her leg towards Qiao. First soul skill, waist bow. Just like in the original storyline, it seemed that the first 6 soul skills of Xiaowu would remain unchanged. Qiao braced himself for the impact of waist bow. Brother Qiao is truly formidable. My waist bow cannot defeat you. Xiaowu came to a halt. Waist bow is quite powerful. My physical strength is considerable, and with my soul power reaching level 13, I naturally have the upper hand. You have already reached level 13. My soul power is at level 12, just 1 level below you, but I will catch up soon. If you wish to catch up to me, you must work hard. I will definitely catch up. After Xiaowu formed her first soul ring, Qiao De's soul ring was enhanced, elevating his soul power by 2 levels. Brother Qiao, what is your first soul skill? Why haven't you used it? I feared I might accidentally harm Xiaowu. Watch closely, my first soul skill is Void-Breaking Fist. Before his soul ring could properly manifest, Qiao executed his skill, delivering a punch that stirred a gust of wind and shattered a nearby stone weighing several hundred pounds. The Void-Breaking Fist does not rely on brute force, rather, it compresses a certain space around the fist at high speed, and upon release, rapidly expands that space, resulting in tremendous impact, pressure, and destructive power. How powerful! Xiaowu realized her waist bow could not compare. No wonder you are Xiaowu's brother. Qiao casually blew on his fist, boasting, "If I weren't strong, how could I take care of you? You are so kind, brother." Xiaowu ran over and embraced Qiao. At just over 6 years old, Xiaowu was nearly 2 years younger than Qiao, her height only reaching his chest. "Xiaowu, we should leave this place." Qiao took Xiaowu's hand. Xiaowu turned back, casting a reluctant glance towards the Douluo forest. Her home, filled with her concerns, she wondered if she would ever return after leaving. Snapping back to reality, Xiaowu looked up at Qiao, smiling, and thought, "I am so fortunate to have met Brother Qiao. Are you tired? Would you like me to carry you?" Qiao noticed Xiaowu's gaze. Xiaowu initially intended to say, "I'm not tired," but instead replied, I am a bit tired. "Brother, please carry me." Qiao was more than willing. He squatted down and lifted Xiaowu onto his back. The sensation of being carried by Brother Xiao was delightful, akin to being on her mother's back. Xiaowu nestled against Xiao, thoroughly enjoying it. "Brother, I'm so glad to have met you." "Foolish girl, why be so polite with me?" Though aware it was the influence of the martial soul captivation space, Chowda relished Xiaowu's affection and reliance on him. Without the martial soul captivation space, he might never have had such an opportunity. Thank you, martial soul captivation space, for granting Xiao a little companion. Now, he would nurture their bond from a young age, gradually helping her grow. Before long, Xiaowu fell asleep on Chowda's back. Chowda did not disturb her, continuing to carry her along the path. After more than 3 hours, they spotted a village. He intended to enter the village to inquire about their current location before making further plans. "Excuse me, madam, what village is this, and what is the name of the nearest city? My sister and I are lost." "Lost? Be careful. This is Holy Soul Village, and the nearest city is Nodding City. Where are you from, and how did you get lost?" "What? Holy Soul Village? How do we end up here?" Chowda was astonished. "Hey, who are you?" A small boy emerged from nearby, speaking with an adult-like tone. "Tang-san, they're lost, and just ask for directions," the madam replied to the boy. "Holy Soul Village. Tang-san. Oh my, what a coincidence." "Lost." Tang-san approached, scrutinizing Chowda and the sleeping Xiaowu on his back, concealing a hidden weapon in his hand. "You're not a human trafficker, are you? First, put the little girl down." "A human trafficker? Me? What kind of look is that? How could someone as handsome as I be mistaken for a trafficker?" Chowda was dumbfounded. Chapter 3. Confronting Tang-san. "Is your name Tang-san?" "Little boy, don't meddle." Chowda shot Tang-san a glare. "Don't leave. Put the little girl down. I need to ask her if she knows you. If you're not a trafficker, just do as I say." Tang-san blocked Chowda's path, sensing an inexplicable impression that Chowda was not a virtuous individual. Chowda, bewildered, thought to himself, was it not said that Tang-san was composed and would not instigate trouble? What was happening? This behavior of Tang-san was inconsistent with his character from the original storyline. Could it be that he perceived me, Chowda, as an easy target? "Do not assume that just because you are younger, I would not dare to confront you. Step aside." Chowda is indeed wary of Tang Hao, after all. This is the Holy Soul Village. If he harms the young, the old will undoubtedly come to their defense. If you do not set the little girl down, you shall be deemed a trafficker. I will summon help. Tang-san is convinced that there is something amiss with Chowda. Strangely, he usually refrains from meddling in others' affairs. Yet upon seeing Xiaowu on Chowda's back, an instinctive urge to protect her arises within him. Consequently, he perceives Chowda as a villain from whom he must rescue Xiaowu. Chowda, filled with rage, truly wished to deliver a blow to Tang-san. In the distance, an elderly woman was busy with her work, oblivious to the situation at hand. Upon awakening on Chowda's back, Xiaowu overheard Tang-san accusing her brother of being a human trafficker, which ignited her fury, compounded by her morning irritability. Without hesitation, she leapt from Chowda's back and charged at Tang-san. Taken aback for a moment, Tang-san's spirits lifted, believing that Xiaowu had indeed awakened. Seizing the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the so-called trafficker and rush over to her for protection. "Little sister, do not fear. I shall safeguard you," he declared. However, Xiaowu's approach was met with a swift punch, sending Tang-san sprawling to the ground in a daze, and she continued to rain blows upon him. "You are the real trafficker. Your entire family consists of traffickers. You wicked villain, bullying my brother. I shall teach you a lesson. Little sister? Who do you think you are calling your little sister? Your words are deserving of a beating. Today, I shall make you remember this. Do not presume that you alone are virtuous while others are all villains." After a relentless assault, Tang-san found himself battered and bruised, his face swollen and his senses clouded. "Sister, enough. A lesson is sufficient." Chowda approached and restrained Xiaowu. Yet, Xiaowu seemed unsatisfied as she was pulled away. She remarked, "For the sake of my brother, I shall spare you this time. But beware, should this happen again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Observing Tang-san's disheveled state, Chowda hurriedly led Xiaowu away. Should Tang Hao emerge, they would certainly be unable to escape his wrath. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Hao was accompanying Ain, absent from the village. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Tang-san watched as Xiaowu followed Chowda. The pain coursing through his body felt trivial in comparison to the inexplicable ache in his heart, as though he had lost something profoundly significant. He pressed his hand against his chest, murmuring in confusion, "Why does she evoke such a sense of familiarity? It feels as if she is someone of great importance to me. Could it be that she, too, traversed from the Tang sect world? Perhaps a cherished junior sister whom I once adored?" Given that Tang San himself had crossed over, encountering someone who felt familiar and significant stirred such thoughts within him, and it was entirely natural. As for the misunderstanding regarding Xiaoda, Tang San paid it little heed. His intention had always been to retain Xiaowu, to unravel the mystery behind the inexplicable thrill she ignited within him. Alas, Tang San was still young, without an awakened martial soul or soul power, and his mastery of Xiantian Kung Fu had only just begun. In that moment, he was unable to withstand Xiaowu's strength, rendering him incapable of detaining her and Xiaoda. However, he harbored a strong premonition. He would surely meet Xiaowu again. Xiaoda and Xiaowu swiftly departed from Shenghun village, their pace accelerated by the use of soul power. "Are you two soul masters?" A voice emerged from the roadside. Xiao held on to Xiaowu, vigilantly observing the young man who appeared to be in his 20s. "Do not be alarmed," the man said with a smile as he approached. "My name is Su Yutao, and I hail from the Spirit Hall. I am on my way to Holy Spirit Village to assist a 6-year-old child in awakening their spirit. You both seem quite young yourselves, yet you are already spirit masters. Are you from Holy Spirit Village?" Su Yutao? The name was familiar to Xiao. "We are merely passing through and are unfamiliar with any Holy Spirit Village. Farewell." Xiao said little, hastening away with Xiaowu. Indeed, he exhibited great caution. Observing Xiao's departing figure, Su Yutao displayed an expression of admiration. In this world, it is prudence that ensures longevity. Initially intending to become acquainted with Xiaoda and Xiaowu, Su Yutao now relinquished that desire and continued his journey towards the sacred soul village. Xiaoda and Xiaowu arrived in Notting City before dusk. Let us proceed to the Spirit Hall branch. With empty pockets, Xiaoda planned to take advantage of the Spirit Hall's branch in Notting City. After obtaining a soul ring, one can register at any Spirit Hall branch, thereby receiving a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. While a single gold soul coin may seem modest for a soul master, it can sustain an ordinary person for an entire year. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City had yet to close, allowing Xiaoda and Xiaowu to enter and register together. They merely needed to present their soul rings and provide their names, ages, backgrounds, martial spirits, and soul power levels. Possessing a soul ring signifies one's status as a soul master, thus fulfilling the requirements to receive financial aid. With other stipulations being rather lenient, this grants soul masters a degree of freedom and privacy. To their surprise, their first soul ring was a century-old one. When showcasing their soul rings, Xiaoda and Xiaowu attracted notable attention. In a small place like Notting City, the majority of soul masters possess first soul rings that are below a century old, making those with a century-old soul ring undeniable talents in such a locale. Your innate abilities are remarkable. Continue to strive, and you may one day become formidable soul masters. The elderly registrar, astonished, offered encouragement to Xiaoda and Xiaowu. Thank you. Xiaoda and Xiaowu received 2 gold soul coins before departing. They then found a hotel in Notting City, where they dined and rested. "Brother, I wish to sleep beside you. I fear being alone," Xiaowu said, adopting a pitiful expression. "You mustn't be mischievous." Xiaoda, of course, was willing. One must cherish one's little wife from a young age. The two lay in bed, unable to find sleep. "Brother, where is your home? Is it far away? How far? Can we return? What should we do if we miss home? Do you still have family? I cannot go back." "Brother, do not be sad. I, too, have no home anymore. From now on, you shall be my family, and I will always be by your side. You are truly wonderful. When you grow up, will you marry me and become my husband?" "Brother, I am a soul beast. Can a soul beast be with a human?" "Yes, indeed. Once you reach maturity, you will fully transform into a human, and having children will not be a problem." "Is that true? Then when I grow up, I will become your wife and bear your children. You promised, so you must keep your word. I shall never go back on my word." "Brother, tell me about your hometown." "My hometown is in a distant place, one that is unlike this." As she listened, Xiaowu gradually drifted off to sleep. Xiaoda covered her with a blanket and gazed longingly at the starry sky outside the window, unable to find sleep. Chapter 4. Fishing in the Soul Captivation Space. That night, as Xiaoda lay awake, he pondered the soul captivation space and discovered that he too could enter it. As he beheld the boundless ocean and the authentic sky, he began to suspect that this soul captivation space was a miniature world of its own. Yet, Within this small realm, there existed only the vast sea and a modest island of a little over 10 square meters. The sky was adorned with white clouds, but devoid of any birds. The ocean stretched infinitely deep, with no signs of fish. A fishing platform awaited. Xiaowu unexpectedly discovered a fishing platform on this small island. Scarcely over 10 square meters, capable of accommodating only 2 individuals. Are there indeed fish in the sea? The existence of this fishing platform must hold profound significance. Xiaowu, brimming with excitement, swiftly departed from the spirit capture space and, upon returning to his hotel, procured a fishing rod. Without disturbing the slumbering Xiaowu who lay on the bed, he ventured back into the spirit capture space, equipped with his fishing gear. As Xiaowu had surmised, he was indeed able to bring items from the outside world into this realm. Arriving at the fishing platform, he prepared his bait and cast his line into the water, then settled into a tranquil anticipation. What wonders might he reel in? Xiaowu waited with great anticipation. An hour passed. 3 hours elapsed. 5 hours went by. 9 hours slipped away. Xiaowu was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. The world outside had begun to brighten. At that moment, the fishing rod in Xiaodu's hand twitched. Had he caught something? Xiaodu, in a state of confusion, suddenly lifted the fishing rod with considerable force. Was it a large fish? Xiaodu exerted considerable effort, employing a modicum of skill, until the fishing hook finally emerged from the water. Initially, it was indeed a fish, a vibrant azure creature weighing over 10 pounds. However, at the very moment it broke the surface, the azure fish unexpectedly transformed into a blue elixir. Suspended from the hook, as the wind swept by, it carried with it the enchanting fragrance of the elixir, a scent that was both delightful and refreshing. Is this not too fantastical? Did the elixir metamorphose into a fish, or did the fish transmute into the elixir? Xiaodu gazed blankly at the azure elixir before him. With no instruction manual in sight, he wondered if it had expired. Would consuming it lead to dire consequences? Clutching the miraculous potion, he hesitated to partake. Such inner turmoil. Just as Xiaodu wrestled with his thoughts, an inscription materialized on the once ordinary stone tablet at the fishing platform. Congratulations on your successful catch. You have received a grade 1 Chi Hunt pill. For those below the soul sect realm, consuming it will enhance your soul power by 1 level. A potion capable of augmenting soul power. What a treasure. Given that this was produced by the system, the quality of the soul-capturing space should be reliable. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaodu decided to swallow the Chi Hunt pill. It dissolved upon entry, and a surge of energy coursed through his body. Moments later, his soul power level ascended from 13 to 14. Eager to continue fishing, Xiaodu's desire grew as he savored the taste of success. However, after more than 2 hours of silence, he heard Xiaowu's anxious voice calling for him. Xiaodu directly summoned Xiaowu into the spirit capture space. Brother, you are here. I thought you had abandoned me. Xiaowu exclaimed, nearly in tears. Due to the effects of the spirit capture space, she had become quite dependent on Xiaodu in just one day, fearing abandonment. Don't worry. How could I ever abandon you? You are my dear little wife. I wouldn't even lose myself, let alone you. Moreover, due to this space, it is impossible for you to leave my side, Xiaodu gently reassured her. Xiaowu replied obediently, I was just being overly anxious. Brother would never leave me. Xiaodu nodded, of course. Xiaowu, her emotions settling, inquired, Brother, what brings you here? Xiaodu pointed to the fishing platform and suggested, why not give fishing a try? Fishing? I've never attempted it before, Xiaowu replied. I'm not very skilled at it. Allow me to teach you, he offered. Let us see how fortunate you are. I'll give it a shot. If we catch any fish, we can enjoy a meal together. Xiaodu patiently instructed Xiaowu. As an hour passed without any progress, she pondered whether she was simply too clumsy. However, she reminded herself that fishing required patience, having once spent an entire evening to catch just one fish. Another hour slipped by, yet silence prevailed. Gurgle. Her stomach rumbled, prompting her to suggest, I will go fetch some food. You continue to fish. Indeed, hunger gnawed at them, and she encouraged him, you should go. Perhaps I will have caught something by the time you return. Xiaodu departed from the soul capture space and purchased some food at a hotel, also acquiring a fishing tackle set. Upon re-entering the soul capture space, Xiaowu still had not caught anything. Brother, are there really fish in this vast sea? Xiaowu's patience was wearing thin. There must be, he reassured her. Would I deceive you? Let us take a moment to rest and enjoy some food. I have procured another fishing tackle. Later, we shall fish together. All right, I will heed your words. Xiaodu and Shui Jiaotai have become engaged in a fishing expedition together. After enjoying a meal, the two embarked on their angling venture. Time passed gradually. hour by hour, from morning into afternoon. Now, Xiaowu is accompanying Chowda, mustering her strength to endure the activity. Chowda was rapidly losing his patience. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Xiaowu's hands twitched. Xiaowu, pull it up. With a determined tug, Xiaowu yanked the rod, bringing the fishhook to the surface, revealing a red fish weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. Could it be transformed into a medicinal elixir? Chowda's gaze was fixed intently. Yet the red fish did not transform into a pill. It was, indeed, a mere fish. The stone tablet at the fishing platform displayed a line of text. Congratulations on your successful catch. You have acquired an unranked red spirit fish, renowned for its exquisite taste, consumption of which may slightly enhance one's bloodline strength. Bloodline strength? Is it of any significance in the world of Douluo continent? Brother, I caught a fish, and it's quite substantial. We'll have fish for dinner tonight. Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully as she placed the fish into a bucket. Her hard work finally yielding rewards after a long day. They continued to fish for several more hours, but their efforts bore no fruit. As night fell, they departed with the solitary fish. Subsequently, Chowda utilized tools from the hotel to prepare a grilled fish. It smells divine. Brother, this is the most delectable fish I have ever tasted. Xiaowu joyfully relished the meal. The red spirit fish was indeed delightful, a true delicacy. However, aside from its exquisite flavor, no discernible changes were felt after consumption. The promised slight enhancement of bloodline strength appeared to be negligible, so slight that it was imperceptible. In the following days, Chowda and Xiaowu engaged in fishing within the spirit-soul captivation space. Each person was permitted to catch something only once a day. They gathered experiences over these days. Although they consistently had catches, they were primarily seafood, which had little enhancing effect but provided them with ample enjoyment. Xiaowu became quite addicted to the experience and was now very enthusiastic about fishing. Interestingly, the clear soul pill that Chowda first caught remained the finest item they had acquired thus far. Chowda speculated that perhaps the quality of the catch is related to our strength. The greater our prowess, the better the bounty we reel in. Xiaowu, that makes sense. Chowda, henceforth, we shall cultivate while angling, for we must not neglect the enhancement of our abilities. Xiaowu, I shall heed your words. Thus, the two of them spent their nights in a hotel and their days in the soul capture space, engaging in both cultivation and fishing. It was not until they exhausted their funds over a month later that they paused. With no money left for lodging, they were compelled to devise a means of earning. Chapter 5. The unusual Tang San. For over a month, Chowda and Xiaowu primarily devoted themselves to cultivation within the soul capture space. Within this realm, Xiaowu was able to cultivate normally, indicating that there was no isolation, as she existed in a human-friendly environment. Were there any isolation, her rate of advancement would be significantly hindered, potentially rendering her incapable of progress. Fortunately, the soul capture space was not isolated. Brother, your rate of improvement is astonishing. During this period, Chowda's soul power level ascended by 3 levels, while Xiaowu's increased by 2. You are not lagging behind either, and moreover, you have grown taller and matured somewhat. Chowda gazed upon Xiaowu and noticed that, over the course of a month, she had unknowingly grown taller, her body beginning to develop. He chuckled softly, for she was indeed in the midst of her growth. Brother, you have grown a bit taller as well. Xiaowu, on her part, yearned to mature swiftly and attain a height comparable to Chowda's. It appears that the diverse fish and seafood we catch daily at the fishing platform not only expedite our cultivation, but also contribute significantly to our growth. Perhaps in just a few years, Xiaowu will blossom into adulthood. Chowda lifted Xiaowu, gauging her weight. Indeed, you are growing, and your weight is increasing. In the world of Douluo continent, individuals mature at an accelerated pace, often reaching a physical development equivalent to that of a 17 or 18-year-old earthling by the age of 12. With the aid of the treasures procured from the spirit capture space, both Chowda and Xiaowu would experience even swifter growth, perhaps in 2 or 3 years. They would reach heights of 1.70 meters or 1.80 meters, maturing rapidly. I want to grow up quickly and be as tall as you, brother, Xiaowu said, nestled in Chowda's embrace, relishing the warmth of his hold. However, Chowda soon set her down. Xiaowu, we are out of money. We need to go to the spirit hall to collect our funds. They had yet to receive their allowance for the month. 2 gold spirit coins would suffice to sustain their stay in such a hotel for another month. Yet, Chowda had other plans. Once we receive the money, we shall no longer reside in a hotel. Instead, let us purchase a modest courtyard where we can live and cultivate. That will be our home. In Notting City, ordinary houses were quite affordable, 2 gold spirit coins could secure a small courtyard ample enough for their needs. As for sustenance, they could fish daily in the spirit capture space and purchase some rice. Despite having dined on fish and seafood for over a month, they never grew weary of it. Each meal was a delightful experience. Our home, Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Yes, our home, a place belonging to the two of us. When I grow up, I will marry you, and we shall have many children. It will surely be a lively household. Xiaoda chuckled and said, Indeed, we shall have a litter of little rabbits someday. Xiaowu shook her head and replied, That is mistaken. When I reach maturity, I will become entirely human, and the offspring will not be rabbits, but children. Xiaoda, though that may be true, your gentle-boned rabbit bloodline shall remain unaltered, and the child will carry your lineage. Xiaowu, brother, do you mind? Xiaoda, not at all. I truly enjoy it. Su Xian can marry the white snake. Tang Hao can have children with the blue silver grass, and Tang San can have a rabbit. Why shouldn't I, Xiaoda, be able to do the same? I envision not only the gentle-bone rabbit, Xiaowu, but if fate permits, I shall also transform the Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Silver Dragon King Guyuna, and the Purple Princess into human forms, granting them a blissful home. As a descendant of Mingda, how could I ever bring shame to my ancestors? Xiaoda seeks to remedy all the regrets he harbors from his experiences with novels and anime. Brother, you are truly wonderful, Xiaowu said, leaning closer to plant a gentle kiss on Xiaoda's cheek. Though she had transformed into a youthful human form, she possessed over 100,000 years of cultivation as a soul beast, her existence spanning an unfathomable duration. Coupled with her mother's teachings, she was well-versed in the nuances of life, embodying a mature soul. The cultivation years of soul beasts do not equate to their age. Rather, they signify the duration of their training and enhancement, where a single year could elevate their cultivation by decades or even centuries. With over 100,000 years of cultivation, Xiaowu may have lived for several centuries. Some speculate that during her time as a rabbit, she may have borne many offspring, though those progeny did not survive for long and have since passed. While such a possibility exists, it is likely minimal. Even if it were true, Xiaoda remains unfazed. For the Xiaowu before him, having undergone a profound transformation, is akin to a rebirth, with everything now anew. Xiaoda intends to create a home for Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua, and others, all of whom have had past relationships. He harbors no resentment towards them, and even less so toward Xiaowu. As long as they pledge their loyalty to him alone, that suffices. Mature women possess a distinct allure, while youthful girls embody a unique charm. Both have their merits. They journeyed to the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City to collect 2 gold soul coins, subsequently purchasing a quaint little courtyard that cost just over a gold coin. The residence is quite lovely, featuring a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and garden. 1 bedroom is sufficient. As Xiaoda and Xiaowu have already shared a bed for more than a month and have no intention of parting ways, they furnished their new abode, transforming it into a true home. Brother, from now on this will be our home. Xiaowu expressed her contentment with their modest dwelling. Indeed, this is our home. Xiao Dexin felt a profound connection. This place was his first home upon arriving in the Douluo continent, and Xiaowu was his first family member. In the future, his family would undoubtedly grow larger. What is a small home now will eventually become a grand abode. What is a modest dwelling today will, in time, be replaced by a more spacious residence. He still required certain tools, and in the distance, there lay a blacksmith shop. Let us go and take a look. Xiaoda grasped Xiaowu's hand as they exited the courtyard. He had previously noticed a blacksmith shop nearby, intending to purchase some tools for everyday use. As he arrived and caught sight of the forge, he recognized a familiar figure. Tang San. Indeed, it was none other than Tang San. Xiaoda recollected that in the original narrative, Tang San was a student at Notting Academy and subsequently worked in a blacksmith shop, where he unexpectedly encountered someone. It was indeed him. What a twist of fate. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiaoda was filled with anger, back in Holy Soul Village. Tang San had wrongfully accused Xiaoda of being a human trafficker, prompting her to deliver a sound beating to Tang San, vowing that their next meeting would not end well for him. Little did they know that their paths would cross again so soon. And indeed, they met. Tang San, upon seeing Xiaowu, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and joy. He had sensed that he would see Xiaowu again, and his intuition had proven true. Xiaoda and Xiaowu approached. Tang San emerged from the blacksmith stall, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Xiaowu. Last time was a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize, he said. His immediate apology, coupled with his cheerful demeanor, took both Xiaoda and Xiaowu by surprise. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face, and given that he had already offered his apologies, any further aggression on their part would only reflect poorly on them. Xiaoda, are you finally aware of your mistake? Xiaowu, humph. Only now do you acknowledge your error. It is of no consequence to me. As Xiaowu held Xiaoda's hand, Tang Xin felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Yet he maintained a facade of laughter. Aha, I truly recognize my fault. It is said that one becomes acquainted through conflict. I am Tang Xin, currently studying at Notting Academy. And you? His gaze remained fixed upon Xiaowu. Xiaoda stood before Xiaowu, pondering whether Tang Xin held a unique affection for her. Was it an instinctive feeling, or could it be that the god King Tang Xin had reincarnated and returned to seek out Xiaowu, albeit without any recollection of his past? Regardless, Xiaowu now belonged to him, Xiaoda. It mattered not whether Tang Xin was indeed the reincarnated god king. He would never reclaim Xiaowu. With a disdainful expression, Xiaowu cast a glance at Tang Xin and declared, "Who would want to be acquainted with you? Come on. Brother, let us leave. He is simply irritating." Xiaoda and Xiaowu departed, revealing their bond as siblings. Tang Xin, though initially misled, was compelled by an inner voice that underscored Xiaowu's significance to him, leading him to resolve not to relinquish his pursuit of her. He sought leave from the blacksmith shop and stealthily trailed them, ultimately witnessing Xiaoda and Xiaowu enter a courtyard, thereby uncovering their residence. However, he refrained from entering, opting instead to depart with the intention of seeking a private opportunity to meet Xiaowu in the future. Chapter 6. The Peeping Tang Xin. Xiaowu has matured. Outside the modest courtyard shared by Xiaoda and Xiaowu, Tang Xin lingered furtively. During this period, Tang Xin frequently wandered near the courtyard, yearning to catch a glimpse of Xiaowu, yet his efforts were invariably in vain. Tonight, however, his longing overcame him, and he found himself spying quietly. For reasons unknown even to himself, Tang Xin's thoughts were incessantly occupied by Xiaowu. The ache of a single day without her felt like an eternity. As an inner voice whispered insistently that Xiaowu was profoundly significant to him, he was willing to forsake everything for her. Unable to see her, Tang Xin grew restless, his mind distracted from cultivation. Meanwhile, after purchasing daily necessities, Xiaoda and Xiaowu spent most of their time within the confines of the martial soul captivity space, alternating between cultivation and fishing. They ventured outside only every few days to procure vegetables, which meant that Tang Xin, who attended school, never encountered Xiaowu after classes. Though Tang Xin had lived 2 lifetimes, totaling barely 2 or 3 decades, he was accustomed to the cautious principles of the Tang sect and was not one to behave frivolously or foolishly. Yet, the moment he saw Xiaowu, he transformed into a lovesick fool, willing to do anything for her and longing to see her every day. Tang Xin himself could not comprehend this sudden shift. Perhaps it was the divine King Tang Xin reincarnated, returned to the past but bereft of memories, destined to awaken them someday. Or maybe the overwhelming strength of the future King Tang Xin exerted an influence across time, compelling his past self to harbor an extraordinary attachment to Xiaowu. Such circumstances could explain his current state. A delicious aroma wafted from the courtyard, stirring Tang Xin's hunger as he had yet to eat dinner. Employing his purple extreme demon eye, which he had recently begun to cultivate anew, Tang Xin could see faint silhouettes through the walls. Inside the room, Xiaoda and Xiaowu were preparing a sumptuous seafood hot pot, using the fresh catch from recent fishing excursions. The enticing fragrance filled the air. "Brother, your culinary skills are truly remarkable," Xiaowu exclaimed, her mouth slick with savory juices. The exquisite seafood, paired with Xiaoda's special seasoning, was simply irresistible. "Try this sauce," Xiaoda offered. Xiaoda delicately selected a piece of seafood dipped in condiments and offered it to Xiaowu. Ah, indeed, the flavor was distinct yet delicious. "Brother, you should try some too." Xiaowu reciprocated by feeding Xiaoda with seafood. They took turns feeding each other, engaging in a tender exchange of brotherly affection. In Tang Xin's purple extremity demon eye, he observed 2 silhouettes holding chopsticks, feeding one another with evident intimacy. Their sibling bond appeared truly profound. Tang Xin watched this scene while his mouth watered uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma, enduring a torment that lasted over an hour. Eventually, Tang Xin's purple extremity demon eye captured the moment when the 2 figures entered the bedroom together and laid down upon the bed. He was stunned. Were they not biological siblings? How could this be? Could it be that Xiaowu relied excessively on her brother? Perhaps, after all, Xiaowu was still young, fearful at night, and sleeping with her brother was quite normal. Such comforting rationalizations prevented him from contemplating other possibilities, for to do so would cause him great distress. As the candlelight in the room extinguished, Tang San reluctantly departed. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. That night, Tang San habitually sneaked outside to observe from afar. Over these months, he had little opportunity to encounter Xiaowu outside, and he could only clandestinely watch from time to time, lest his heart be overwhelmed with longing. But tonight, to his dismay, he found the courtyard deserted. Even with his purple extremity demon eye, he saw no sign of Xiaoda or Xiaowu. Were they gone? Tang San sank to the ground, his premonition confirmed. After a long while, he clenched his fists tightly. Xiaowu, once I grow stronger, I will find you. With this unwavering resolve, Tang San resolved to dedicate himself to cultivation, for without such purpose, he could not find peace. At this moment, Xiaoda and Xiaowu had indeed departed from Nodding City, heading toward Tiando City. Over the span of half a year, Xiaoda's soul power had risen to level 22, while Xiaowu reached level 21. Xiaowu had condensed her second soul ring, a nearly 1,000-year-old soul ring, an essence that signifies a soul ring between 100 and 1,000 years of age. The first soul ring of Xiaoda is a magnificent purple hue, nearly 2,000 years in age, as it is derived from the sum of the years of Xiaowu's 2 soul rings. However, due to the absence of a binding second female in the martial spirit's capture space, Xiaoda remains without a second soul ring. His soul power has reached a commendable level of 22, yet, in the eyes of others, his soul power rank appears to be at 20. It is only when he acquires a second soul ring that his true soul power rank will be reflected in the coming year. Xiaoda and Xiaowu departed from Nodding City with the intention of seeking a second female suitable for the soul captivation space. The Douluo continent boasts a plethora of beautiful female characters, most of whom reside in Heavendo City. Thus, Xiaoda resolved to journey to Heavendo City, where he would encounter an array of choices, including Lu Erlong, Huo Wu, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Tang Yuehua, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Du Guyin, among others. As for Zhu Zhiqing, she is currently merely 6 or 7 years old and likely remains in the Star Luo Empire alongside Dai Mubai, yet to make her escape. The pursuit of Zhu Zhiqing alone in the Star Luo Empire would be excessively perilous and laborious. Furthermore, should a third or fourth female be required in the future, another expedition to Heavendo City would be necessary. Therefore, it is far more prudent to bide one's time and first explore the abundant options available in Heavendo City. Xiaoda and Xiaowu purchased 2 horses and have been traveling for several days from Nodding City, following the well-trodden path, where the crowds have ensured a lack of unforeseen events. Giddy up! With her first experience of horseback riding, Xiaowu found it to be an extraordinary sensation. She imagined herself as a rabbit astride a horse, an amusingly peculiar thought, which she thoroughly enjoyed. Though Xiaowu has only assumed human form for less than 7 years, she is already capable of riding. Standing over 1.50 meters and nearing 1.60 meters, she has significantly developed, her figure now resembling that of a typical young girl on Earth. This rapid growth can be attributed to her diet, consisting of fish and seafood caught over the past 6 months. Xiaoda's physical development is commendable. He stands over 1.7 meters tall, approaching 1.8 meters. It is likely that he will not grow much taller. Xiaoda once harbored suspicions that the fish and seafood he caught might contain hormones. Yet he found no adverse effects. If there were any side effects, it would manifest as rapid physical growth. Presently, both Xiaoda and Xiaowu are quite content with their appearances, resembling adults who are no longer perceived as children. Xiaoda is a time traveler, and Xiaowu is a soul beast of 100,000 years. Both possess mature souls, and their current bodies are more suitable, while their childlike appearances seem somewhat awkward. During the day, they travel, and at night, they rest together within the spirit capture space. Gradually, they moved some belongings inside and constructed a small wooden cabin on the island within the spirit capture space, where they sleep together. This arrangement spares them from the discomfort of camping in the wilderness, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Furthermore, there is another matter. After Xiaoda and Xiaowu surpassed the 20th level of soul power, the frequency of their daily fishing in the spirit capture space transformed from once to twice. This change appeared to follow a certain pattern. It seemed that for every 10 levels of soul power, an additional opportunity to fish was granted. The two of them slept together each night, and as their bodies matured, the sensations became increasingly pronounced, inevitably leading to unintentional contact between them. However, the ultimate boundary remained unbroken. Perhaps one day, when the moment is right, everything will fall into place. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Xiaowu, who has not yet fully taken form, would conceive, and if so, would she bear a rabbit? Xiaoda felt a twinge of concern, pondering it best to exercise restraint until Xiaowu reached maturity. Chapter 7. Defeating Lu Erlong Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon arriving in Heavendo City, Xiaoda and Xiaowu secured accommodation before proceeding to Lanba Academy to inquire about Lu Erlong's circumstances. Today, Xiaoda took decisive action, masquerading as a student of Lanba Academy to infiltrate the institution. He subsequently located the residence of Dean Lu Erlong, who resided not in the faculty quarters, but in a quaint little courtyard situated in a secluded area of the academy. It was indeed her. Xiaoda discovered Lu Erlong watering the flowers in the courtyard. Lu Erlong, before him, was merely in her 30s. 6 or 7 years younger than when she first encountered Tang San and his companions in the original narrative. She was in the prime of her youth. A pity that it had been squandered for the sake of Yu Xiaojiang. Now, Xiaoda had arrived to rescue her. Dean Lu Erlong. Xiaoda utilized his soul capture space, calling out loudly from a distance. Upon hearing someone calling his name, Lu Erlong looked up and, spotting Xiaoda, assumed he was a fellow student from the academy. "Is there something you need, classmate?" he inquired. However, no sooner had he spoken than Lu Erlong vanished from sight. The conditions were met, and Lu Erlong was bound to Xiaoda's soul capture space, entering this realm. Before he could comprehend the situation or grasp the essence of the soul capture space, he was summoned back by Xiaoda, reappearing in his original location. The passage of time was scarcely a second. Lu Erlong felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if caught in a reverie. Looking around, he noticed that all traces of life had vanished. How peculiar. Could it be that he had not rested well and was experiencing hallucinations? Were the person and the vast ocean merely figments of his imagination? Rubbing his head, Lu Erlong attributed his disorientation to fatigue and a lack of clarity, dismissing the thoughts without further consideration. Meanwhile, Xiaoda had concealed himself, waiting for Lu Erlong to return to his room before he quietly departed. His objective had been accomplished. Lu Erlong had become the second woman bound to Xiaoda's soul capture space. Yet Xiaoda refrained from introducing himself or revealing the nature of the soul capture space to her, deliberately crafting the encounter to resemble a mere illusion. His sudden appearance and the binding of Lu Erlong to the soul capture space felt too abrupt. Lu Erlong was not as easily swayed as Xiaowu. So Xiaoda recognized the necessity of waiting for a more opportune moment to reveal himself to Lu Erlong. Xiao Deshan successfully departed from Lanba Academy and returned to the nearby residence he shared with Xiaowu, where they reunited. "Brother, have you succeeded?" Xiaowu sensed a significant increase in the soul power emanating from Xiaoda. Xiaoda intended to inform Xiaowu about his plan to capture the space-bound Lu Erlong with his martial soul, and Xiaowu expressed her unwavering support. There was no room for dissent. Xiaoda's martial soul was unique, and without binding a female partner, he could not cultivate and grow stronger. Since it was an unavoidable circumstance, Xiaowu chose to embrace it wholeheartedly, mentally preparing herself for the possibility of Xiaoda eventually forming a relationship with the woman he bound. Indeed, it was a success. Xiaoda's face radiated with joy. Lu Erlong was a soul sage of the 72nd rank. After binding with her, my overall strength has been significantly enhanced, and my soul power has risen by more than 7 levels, precisely reaching level 30. Moreover, the combined age of Lu Erlong's 7 soul rings amounts to over 90,000 years, which perfectly aligns with the age of my second soul ring. As Xiaoda spoke, 2 soul rings manifested upon him, one purple and one black. The 2 soul rings of Xiaowu transformed Xiaoda's first soul ring into a purple one. With an age of nearly 2,000 years, Lu Erlong's 7 soul rings granted Xiaoda's second soul ring an astonishing age of 90,000 years. Due to the peculiarities of the system and the distinctive nature of his martial soul, Xiaoda's method of acquiring soul rings differs entirely from that of other soul masters, rendering any standard measurement of soul ring absorption limits inapplicable to him. Those who possess external enhancements undoubtedly experience a different reality. The greater the soul power level of the individual bound within the capturing space, the more substantial the augmentation for Xiaoda. Not only that, but in the future, the growth of both Xiaowu and Lu Erlong will further amplify Xiaoda's power, including the acquisition of their new soul rings. When Xiaowu condenses her first and second soul rings, both will provide a boost to Xiaoda. Lu Erlong's enhancement to Xiaoda extends beyond mere soul power levels. It has also multiplied his mental prowess several times over and significantly increased his physical strength. "Congratulations, brother," Xiaowu exclaimed, sharing in Xiaoda's elation. With 90,000 years, once Lu Erlong reaches the 80th level and acquires her 8th soul ring, brother will be able to possess a soul ring of 100,000 years. I must strive diligently to transform brother's first soul ring into one of 100,000 years as soon as possible. Xiaoda cradled Xiaowu in his arms, proclaiming, "With your extraordinary talent, paired with my guidance, It will not take 5 years for you to ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor or even Soul Sage. I eagerly await that day. Xiaowu wrapped her arms around Chowda's neck and whispered softly in his ear, "Brother, I wish to be your first woman." "Is that all right?" "Certainly," Chowda assured her. "Once you reach maturity, I shall take you as my wife." As Xiaowu nestled in Chowda's embrace, she inquired, "Brother, now that you have reached level 30, are you preparing to bind yourself to a third woman? Do you have any goals in mind?" Chowda shook his head and said, "There is no need to rush. Let us first enter the Blue Tyrant Academy. The enrollment period is only a few days away." Xiaowu listened to Chowda but felt a tinge of worry. "They will check our bone age, right? Now that I am a Grand Soul Master. Won't that attract too much attention?" "Fear not. Even if we encounter danger, we can retreat into my martial soul space. No one can harm us there. With this trump card, as long as I am not defeated in an instant, I can safely escape into the martial soul capture space. Who could possibly contend with me?" Hee, I nearly overlooked that, Xiaowu suddenly realized. "Just imagine how we will terrify everyone. They will likely perceive us as monsters." Chowda chuckled and remarked, "We are indeed monsters, prodigious monsters. They can only harbor envy and resentment towards us. What can they possibly do?" One stands less than 9 years of age, towering nearly 1 meter 80, with a soul power level reaching 30. Another, not yet 7, stands at a mere 1 meter 60, approaching a soul power level of 22. Anyone would regard them as extraordinary prodigies, a rarity that may not grace the world for centuries. In 5 days, the entrance examination for new students at Lamba Academy will commence. Those who meet the criteria are welcome to register. Passing the examination will grant them admission as students of Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy is a civilian institution with admission requirements far less stringent than those of Shrek Academy. As long as one is under 15 years of age with a soul power level exceeding 20, or under 20 with a soul power level surpassing 25, they may gain entry. Such prerequisites are considered quite lenient among advanced Soul Master academies. Nevertheless, the total number of students at Lamba Academy barely exceeds 100. Few possess exceptional talent, and less than half will graduate with a soul power level exceeding 35 by the age of 25. In advanced Soul Master academies, the general requirement is that students must surpass level 35 before reaching 25 to graduate. Otherwise, upon reaching the designated age without meeting the level, they must leave the academy. Chowda and Xiaowu arrived today to participate in the enrollment assessment for the Blue Tyrant Academy. Chapter 8. Incredible, the Blue Tyrant Academy is not situated in the main urban area of Heaven-Do City. Rather, it lies on the outskirts. Today marks the day of enrollment for the academy's new students. Each year, a limited number of new students, typically only a few dozen, are admitted during a designated month. The entire Blue Tyrant Academy hosts just over 300 students, with several graduating each year, necessitating the admission of a similar number to maintain its enrollment. The relatively small number of students can be attributed primarily to 2 factors. Firstly, the overall population of Soul Masters across the Douluo continent is quite limited, with even fewer qualifying for advanced Soul Master academies. Secondly, the cultivation of Soul Masters demands significant resources, thus restricting the number of students each advanced academy can accommodate. With its 300-plus students, Blue Tyrant Academy ranks as a mid-level advanced Soul Master institution. Due to the enrollment event today, there are designated personnel outside the academy to assist and guide visitors. Brother, this Blue Tyrant Academy is considerably larger than the Nodding Academy in Nodding City. Upon entering, Xiaowu observed her surroundings, drawing comparisons with the Nodding Academy. Although she had never studied at Nodding Academy, she had previously visited it while in Nodding City. Nodding Academy, being a low-level Soul Master institution in a small town, pales in comparison to the advanced Blue Tyrant Academy. Let us proceed. The building ahead is where registration occurs, and it seems some individuals have already arrived. Chowda grasped Xiaowu's hand as they made their way forward. The enrollment was conducted within a designated building. This 3-story edifice featured a lobby on the ground floor. At this moment, the lobby was equipped with 2 registration counters, one on the left and one on the right. Initially, participants were required to undergo a bone age assessment. Only those who passed this evaluation would ascend to the 2nd floor for the subsequent examination. Upon entering the lobby, individuals were first required to register and then proceed to the bone age evaluation. The lobby was already bustling with dozens of individuals, including not only the students registering, but also their accompanying family members or friends. Chowda hailed from Nodding City, as did Xiaowu. During the registration process, only names and places of birth were recorded, Specific details such as bone age and soul power levels would only be documented upon verification during the examination. A bone age of 19 was acceptable, while exceeding 20 was not. This assessment was conducted by specialized instructors from the academy. Thus, the bone age was expected to align closely with the actual age. Although the Blue Tyrant Academy had publicly announced its admission criteria, some hopeful individuals still approached with a sense of false optimism. However, without special connections, those who did not meet the requirements would be refused entry into the academy. As the instructor assessed Chowda's bone age, a slight frown appeared on their brow. This was not due to astonishment at Chowda's bone age of 9, but rather because this 9-year-old boy appeared remarkably tall and robust, resembling someone at least 15 or 16. Although individuals on Douluo continent matured rapidly, with 11 or 12-year-olds akin to 16 or 17-year-olds on Earth, a 9-year-old with the stature of an 18-year-old, standing at 1 meter 80, was indeed a rarity. The instructor, suspecting a potential error in the assessment, conducted the evaluation a second time, only to arrive at the same conclusion. With an odd glance at Xiaowu, the instructor refrained from further inquiries. The bone age was valid, and he was permitted to proceed to the second floor for the soul power examination. Due to the unusual discrepancy between Chowda's bone age and appearance, the instructor chose not to disclose his bone age aloud. Although curiosity lingered, the instructor opted not to ask further questions, as such details were deemed inconsequential for soul masters. After Xiaowu, it was Xiaowu's turn. When the teacher examined Xiaowu's bone age, she was taken aback once again. Xiaowu, with a bone age of 7, appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing at a height of 1 meter 60. The teacher glanced back at Xiaowu, who had yet to leave, and then turned her gaze to Xiaowu once more. It was indeed peculiar to encounter two individuals in succession whose bone age and height exhibited such a striking discrepancy from the norm, though Xiaowu's bone age was consistent. The teacher refrained from publicly disclosing it or probing further. I had anticipated that her bone age would be announced, which would undoubtedly attract attention. However, the teacher chose silence. Asking no questions, Xiaowu was taken aback and whispered softly beside Xiaowu, indicating that the teacher possessed discretion or simply did not concern herself. As long as the bone age aligned appropriately, let us proceed to the second floor, she suggested, and together they ascended the stairs. The second floor housed several offices, one of which was designated for testing soul power. The corridor was bustling with over 10 individuals, all awaiting their turn for the examination. As one person exited the office, another was permitted to enter. To maintain confidentiality, the soul power assessments were conducted individually. Some emerged with expressions of joy, while others appeared despondent. Next, called the attendant. After a brief wait, lasting approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it was finally Chowda's turn. He entered the office, where two teachers awaited him, one responsible for the assessment and the other for documentation. Within the room lay a blue crystal orb. Place your hand upon the crystal ball and channel your soul power with all your might, instructed the teacher to Xiaowu. Xiaowu spared no effort in channeling his soul power into the crystal ball. As the soul energy flowed continuously, the crystal orb began to exhibit transformations, clearly indicating the level of soul power. When the crystal ball revealed a soul power exceeding 10, the two teachers remained unresponsive. However, as it surpassed 20, their expressions began to brighten, for at the age of approximately 16 or 17, a soul power around 20 was commendable, and exceeding 25 would be considered exceptional. Of course, this standard was specific to the Blue Tyrant Academy and should not be compared to that of the Shrek Academy. 30. Excellent. Your soul power assessment has been successfully completed. Congratulations, you are now a student of Blue Tyrant Academy. Ultimately, the soul power registered at 30, eliciting joy from both teachers. Although they had yet to examine Xiaowu's bone age on the registration form, a score of 30 indicated that if his bone age was appropriate, even approaching 20, he would meet the admission criteria. As one teacher recorded Xiaowu's soul power level, he was taken aback. What is the matter? The other teacher inquired with confusion. The teacher responsible for the registration pointed at Xiaowu's form, then looked up in astonishment and asked, "Your bone age is only 9? Initially suspecting that the individual assessing the bone age had made an error, he deemed it unlikely that such a fundamental mistake could occur. A 9-year-old bone age? The other teacher, equally perplexed, happened to glance at Xiaowu's registration form, where the bone age was indeed marked as 9, and he gazed at Xiaowu in disbelief. Xiaowu's expression remained serene as he remarked, "I have indeed grown at a rapid pace. My bone age is merely 9 years. Is this considered fast growth? Only 9 years old. Yet, your soul power level stands at 30. The juxtaposition of a 9-year-old bone age with a 30-level soul power left both teachers utterly astonished. A prodigy. A 9-year-old with 30-level soul power. Come over here, let us examine this further, they exclaimed, their disbelief palpable. The two educators resolved to meticulously reassess Xiaoda's bone age and soul power level, fearful of making an error. If they were not mistaken, the implications were staggering. A 9-year-old at level 30, on the brink of becoming a soul master, can you believe it? Xiaoda was exceedingly cooperative. The bone age was accurate. The soul power was precise. At 9 years old, he had reached the 30th level. This necessitates informing the dean. The two teachers spoke with palpable excitement. The matter was significant, drawing the attention of Dean Liu Erlong. Chapter 9. Dean Liu Erlong takes a disciple. Wait a moment. Just as the teachers were preparing to report Xiaoda's situation to the dean, Xiaoda spoke up. Xiaoda, is it? You are remarkable. Your circumstances are quite exceptional. Please hold on a moment. The teachers treated Xiaoda with utmost courtesy, for he was indeed an extraordinary talent deserving of special consideration. Teachers. Behind me waiting for her test is my sister Xiaowu. Her situation is similar to mine. Would it be possible for you to conduct her test first? Xiaoda sought to avoid trouble, preventing any future upheaval regarding Xiaowu's situation. Your sister? Another sibling akin to you has also come to enroll? The two teachers exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting their surprise. Indeed. Xiaodideo, my sister, Xiaowu, has a bone age of 7, a soul power level of 22, and is slightly shorter than I am. What? A bone age of 7 and a soul power level of 22. What is the situation with these siblings? Very well. Let us bring your sister in immediately for testing. The two teachers were filled with excitement, having encountered two extraordinary students all at once. Xiaoda remained in the office while Xiaowu was summoned to enter. Upon her arrival, Xiaowu wore an expression of perplexity. She had not witnessed Xiaoda's departure. Yet she was called in, which contradicted the usual protocol. Xiaowu, first allow the teacher to conduct your assessment. Xiaoda bestowed a reassuring glance upon Xiaowu. She nodded and turned her gaze towards the two instructors. Xiaowu, come here quickly. Allow the teacher to examine your registration form. And then we shall proceed with the assessment. The instructors approached with great enthusiasm. Upon receiving the registration form from Xiaowu, they discovered that her bone age was indeed recorded as 7 years. However, her height and appearance suggested she appeared to be around 12 or 13. A situation akin to that of Xiaoda. It was perplexing to consider what sustenance these siblings had consumed to grow at such an astonishing rate. The bone age was accurate at 7 years. Now, let us test your soul power. This soul power is at level 22. A prodigy indeed. A talent that appears once in a century, or perhaps even a millennium. The two instructors were utterly exhilarated, their fervent gazes fixed upon Xiaoda and Xiaowu. Xiaoda, Xiaowu, follow me. I shall take you to meet the dean. Your circumstances are quite extraordinary and must be communicated to the dean. The instructor altered his course of action, opting to escort both siblings directly to the dean. Such exceptional talents undoubtedly warranted the dean's attention. One instructor led Xiaoda and Xiaowu away, while the other continued with the assessments. They exited the registration building together. I am He Feng, a teacher at Lamba Academy. You may call me Teacher He. You will also be attending my classes in the future. Did your family not accompany you? Rest assured, our dean is very approachable. Given your remarkable talents, you will surely attract the dean's attention. Both the dean and the entire academy will dedicate themselves to nurturing your potential. Teacher He chattered continuously along the way. Despite Xiaoda and Xiaowu offering little in response, yet he remained undeterred in his discourse. The dean, Liu Erlong, resided in a relatively secluded and tranquil area of the academy, where he spent his days reading and tending to flowers, exuding an air of leisurely elegance. Upon their arrival, Teacher He and the siblings encountered Liu Erlong in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. Teacher He, are you not in charge of admissions? What brings you here? Liu Erlong raised her head at the sound of his voice, her attention shifting to Xiaoda and Xiaowu. Assuming they were there as a result of Teacher He seeking a favor, she regarded them with curiosity. Dean, I present to you two prodigies. Talents that are seldom seen in a millennium. They are the siblings in question. He then introduced them. Xiaoda, Xiaowu, this is the dean of our Lambo Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you again, Dean. Xiaoda and Xiaowu greeted each other warmly. A talent rarely seen in a millennium? Liu Erlong scrutinized the pair, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity upon gazing at Xiaoda. He Feng chuckled. Dean, this brother and sister duo are undoubtedly prodigies, geniuses among geniuses. You may not realize it, but although they appear to be in their teens, Xiaoda's bone age is merely 9, while Xiaowu's is only 7. Most remarkably, Chowda currently possesses a soul power of level 30, and Xiaowu has reached level 22. At this juncture, Yifeng paused, noting the incredulous expression that spread across Lu Erlong's face. Lu Erlong could scarcely believe his ears, bone ages of 9 and 7, with soul powers of 30 and 22? Yifeng affirmed, the dean may verify this for himself. Lu Erlong turned his attention to Chowda, and Xiaowu, though skeptical, felt compelled to ascertain the truth personally. You are Xiaowu, he said, approaching her with a warm smile. May I examine your bone age and soul power? Xiaowu glanced at Chowda, and upon receiving his nod of approval, replied, certainly. Lu Erlong commenced his examination. Bone age 7, soul power level 22. He checked twice, and the results remained consistent. This revelation astonished Lu Erlong. Indeed, it was true. Yifeng, understanding Lu Erlong's astonishment, recalled his own initial reaction. Dean, it is undoubtedly genuine. A 7-year-old with a soul power of 22 is unprecedented. Typically, one undergoes their martial soul awakening at 6, with a bone age of 7. It stands to reason that the awakening would occur in less than a year, and yet, achieving a soul power of 22 in such a brief span is unimaginable. Unseen and unheard of. Lu Erlong was utterly astounded. Chowda's expression was serene, while Xiaowu radiated joy. Subsequently, Lu Erlong assessed Chowda's condition and, as Yifeng had mentioned, found that his bone age was 9 years, with a soul power level of 30. Lu Erlong gazed at Chowda and Xiaowu for an extended period, perceiving them as two extraordinary beings. Should this information come to light, others would undoubtedly vie for these prodigies. Lu Erlong solemnly addressed Yifeng, teacher who else is aware of their circumstances? Yifeng recognized the gravity of the situation and replied earnestly, the bone age was recorded by Teacher 1, who has kept it confidential. The soul power was tested by both myself and Teacher Wu. In truth, only the two teachers and Lu Erlong were privy to the specific details regarding Chowda and Xiaowu. After pondering for a moment, Lu Erlong stated, their circumstances must remain undisclosed to others, and the recorded information requires alteration. Chowda's bone age should be modified to 18 years, and Xiaowu's to 15 years, while their soul power levels will remain unchanged. Confidentiality is paramount. We cannot allow anyone else to know. Yifeng nodded in understanding, fully aware of the implications. Otherwise, he would not have brought Chowda and Xiaowu to meet Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong then commended Yifeng, assuring him that he would not be neglected. He decided to retain Chowda and Xiaowu, while Yifeng returned to his recruitment duties. Chowda, Xiaowu, would you be willing to become my students? Lu Erlong, recognizing their potential, expressed his desire to take them as disciples. We are willing, they replied in unison. Chowda and Xiaowu pay their respects to the teacher. Chowda, without the slightest hesitation, made his decision. Haha, splendid, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her joy palpable as it had been a long time since she felt such elation. Subsequently, Lu Erlong inquired about the circumstances of Chowda and Xiaowu's families. Upon learning of their tragic fate, she felt a deep pang of sympathy. From now on, this place shall be your home. Chapter 10. A True Enigma, the Martial Soul. Softbone Rabbit boasts its first and second soul rings as being of 100 years duration, impressive indeed. The first soul skill, Waist Bow, falls under the category of offensive abilities, while the second soul skill, Enchantment, is equally remarkable. Lu Erlong was meticulously observing Xiaowu's martial soul rings, and soul skills. Chowda, it's your turn now. Lu Erlong remained unaware of the particulars regarding Chowda's martial soul rings, and soul skills. Chowda remarked, teacher, my martial soul and spirit rings are quite extraordinary. Lu Erlong chuckled, with your bone age of 9 and spirit power reaching level 30, that is already remarkable. Can it possibly be even more exceptional? Xiaowu grinned and added, teacher, don't be too startled. Lu Erlong, intrigued, responded, oh, don't keep it hidden. Allow me to see if I can indeed be surprised. Chowdi Deo, my martial soul is quite exceptional. It is neither a beast martial soul nor a weapon martial soul. It is a spatial martial soul, intangible and invisible. A spatial martial soul? Lu Erlong had never heard of such a thing. Upon the release of his martial soul, Chowda sensed a subtle fluctuation in the space around him. However, his martial soul was entirely imperceptible, intangible. A spatial martial soul? Indeed, it was quite extraordinary. He never anticipated such a phenomenon existed. Lu Erlong was astonished, unable to see or feel the presence of Chowda's martial soul. Subsequently, Chowda summoned his soul rings, 2 in total, 1 purple and 1 black. Lu Erlong gasped, blinking in disbelief. How could this be possible? The first soul ring was a 1,000-year purple ring, while the second was a 10,000-year black ring. Such a thing was unimaginable. Yet, it had manifested before her eyes. Lu Erlong was truly taken aback, rendered speechless in her astonishment. "Teacher, are you all right?" Xiaowu remarked, clearly pleased with Lu Erlong's reaction. "I'm fine." Lu Erlong regained her composure, staring at Chowda as if he were a creature from another realm, and after a moment, managed to utter, "What a monster." In the eyes of Lu Erlong, Chowda and Xiaowu were entirely unconventional. Not only do they exhibit rapid physical growth, but their soul ring configurations are also astonishing. Chowda took the initiative to elucidate. "Teacher, perhaps it is due to the unique nature of both my and Xiaowu's physiques, or perhaps our bloodlines, that we differ in various aspects from ordinary individuals. Furthermore, our soul rings are not acquired through the hunting of soul beasts, rather, they materialize naturally at a certain point in time. I want to preemptively inform Lu Erlong to avoid any unnecessary complications arising from the matter of soul rings. With the ability to access the captured space at will, I am unperturbed about revealing certain secrets." "You mean to say that you and Xiaowu have the capacity to condense your own soul rings rather than obtaining them through the hunting of soul beasts?" Lu Erlong had previously harbored doubts regarding how Chowda and Xiaowu, without any familial support, came to possess their soul rings, particularly in Chowda's case, whose rings are of millennial and even 10,000-year caliber, impossible for him to have acquired through the hunting of soul beasts. Initially, she assumed they had powerful allies assisting them. It was truly astonishing to learn that they relied solely on their own abilities to condense their soul rings, rather than through the slaughter of soul beasts. Chowda and Xiaowu have indeed brought an overwhelming sense of astonishment to Lu Erlong. They are both extraordinary beings, surpassing her comprehension. Xiaowu nodded and remarked, "Both my brother and I can independently condense soul rings without the need to hunt soul beasts." Chowda's initiative to bring up the matter allowed Xiaowu to breathe a sigh of relief, as there would be no need to hide or concoct excuses regarding the acquisition of their spirit rings. Lu Erlong found it challenging to articulate the nature of Chowda and Xiaowu. Their circumstances were indeed exceptional. Remember, these matters must not be disclosed to others in the future. The human heart is inscrutable. Chowda understood this implicitly. "We know, because you are our teacher. We trust in your goodness, and thus we confide in you. Our faith in you is unwavering." Lu Erlong was deeply touched by their words. "Rest assured, I shall protect you." Subsequently, Lu Erlong sought to comprehend Chowda's spirit abilities. Although Chowda had reached the 30th level of spirit power, he possessed only 2 spirit rings, corresponding to 2 spirit abilities. The first ability, Void Punch, derived from a Millennium Spirit Ring, is a single-target, close-range assault technique. It rapidly compresses a specific volume of space within his fist, and upon release, the space expands explosively, generating tremendous impact and destructive power. The second ability, Null Space, originates from a 10,000-year spirit ring. This technique extracts oxygen from a designated area, rendering the air within that space thin, potentially leading to a complete lack of oxygen. It also affects atmospheric pressure. However, if the target escapes the controlled zone, the ability becomes ineffective. Nevertheless, in a short span, the depletion of oxygen can induce respiratory distress. If the target remains within the confines of control, they risk fainting or even death. The element of surprise makes it easier to launch an attack on an unsuspecting target. Space-type martial spirits and abilities are inherently unique. Lu Erlong eagerly anticipated the heights to which Chowda might ascend in the future. The Null Space ability, which merely regulates oxygen levels within a confined area, left Chowda uncertain as to whether it could be classified as a spatial ability. Yet, it does touch upon the realm of space, given its manipulation of oxygen within a defined area. In contrast, Xiaowu's capabilities appeared more conventional, given that her martial spirit and spirit rings were rather standard. Nonetheless, with a bone age of 7 and a spirit power level of 22, she could even condense her own spirit rings. Lu Erlong surmised that apart from Chowda, there was likely no one who could rival Xiaowu's prodigious talent. Once the enrollment concludes, you will follow the Academy's curriculum. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me, Lu Erlong advised. Though you are exceptional and gifted, do not grow complacent. Dedicate yourselves to learning and training, for a brighter future awaits. Thus, Chowda and Xiaowu achieved their aspirations by entering the Blue Ba Academy, becoming disciples of Dean Lu Erlong. Days later, as enrollment at Blue Ba Academy wrapped up, 45 new students were admitted, divided into 3 classes of 15, primarily organized by spirit power levels. Chowda and Xiaowu's class comprises 15 students, each possessing a soul power exceeding level 20, with ages ranging from 12 to 20. Yifeng oversees their class. "Welcome to Lamba Academy, where you shall embark on a new journey of learning and cultivation," he announced. "In our class of 15, every student boasts a soul power surpassing level 20, with the highest reaching level 30. Level 30? Who is it?" The classmates scrutinized one another, without naming names. Yifeng encouraged the students to speculate, continuing, "During the upcoming year, your primary focus will be on acquiring knowledge of cultivation. In addition, there will be other courses, such as competitive matches and training in simulated environments, and you may even have opportunities for external training. Accredited advanced Soul Master Academies possess their own simulated training grounds, which greatly enhance the training efficiency for Soul Masters whose martial spirits align. Such training facilities are vital yet costly to construct. For instance, Shrek Academy lacks the financial resources to build one. Lamba Academy, recognized as an advanced Soul Master institution, benefits from the financial backing of Lu Erlong, who hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, ensuring the Academy's operational stability. It is noteworthy that Lamba Academy primarily enrolls students from commoner backgrounds, aspiring to establish a prestigious institution for commoner Soul Masters. Conversely, most other advanced Soul Master Academies predominantly cater to noble students. Xiaowu and Xiaowu, due to special circumstances, found themselves sharing a dormitory. Although they referred to each other as siblings, they were not blood relatives, a fact known to Lu Erlong. Together, they embarked on a new chapter of their lives at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Chapter 11. Qianren, now do you all submit? Xiaowu declared. "From this day forth, I am the leader of our class, and you shall all address me as Sister Xiaowu," having just defeated the other 13 members of the class. Save for Xiaowu, she stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the crowd. Sister Xiaowu. The others, regardless of their feelings, could only comply, for they were unable to best her in combat. Among the class, 5 individuals possessed a soul power level exceeding Xiaowu's. However, only Xiaowu proved to be a worthy opponent. He had no desire to contend for the title of leader, leaving it to Xiaowu. Xiaowu found the situation amusing and relished the title of leader, enjoying being called Sister Xiaowu. Being youthful and spirited, the group inevitably harbored a competitive nature, eager to establish their superiority. As a soul beast in human form, Xiaowu possessed greater physical strength than most soul masters of the same rank, coupled with formidable soul skills, making her a formidable presence at Blue Tyrant Academy. "From now on, Sister Xiaowu will protect you all. If anyone dares to bully you, come to me," she proclaimed. "Also, Xiaowu is my brother, and from now on, he shall be your brother too," making him the elder brother of the leader. Xiaowu truly exuded the charisma of a formidable older sister. Xiaowu has reached the 30th level of soul power, and in recent days, this has become known to others. He is on the verge of attaining the rank of Soul Master, a status that commands more respect than that of Xiaowu. Thus, should he aspire to be the leader, others are unlikely to voice any objections. As newcomers, their initial focus is primarily on acquiring theoretical knowledge about Soul Masters. Some of the new students have previously attended basic or intermediate Soul Master Academies and possess some understanding, unlike Xiaowu and Xiaowu, who are both encountering this knowledge for the first time, particularly Xiaowu. Xiaowu has likely perused the majority of both the original texts and animated adaptations, acquiring a modicum of knowledge regarding Soul Masters. Perhaps influenced by Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong has applied some theoretical concepts gleaned from him in the teaching at Lamba Academy. Albeit sparingly, the prevailing knowledge remains rooted in the foundational principles of Soul Masters from Douluo continent. Soul Masters, martial spirits, soul rings, soul skills, soul bones, and battle experience, among others. Furthermore, there exists an expanse of information concerning Soul Masters, including the distribution and classification of soul beasts, as well as insights into the soul rings and soul bones. The introduction to various Soul Master factions within Douluo continent, such as the Haotian sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, alongside discussions of the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire, reveals a wealth of knowledge that is quite intriguing. Initially, upon encountering Xiaowu, curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, Xiaoda's primary focus lies in the realms of elixirs, herbs, and resources that aid in cultivation. He has examined numerous materials concerning herbs, yet none provide insights into celestial-grade herbs. The recorded herbs and elixirs are rather commonplace. The documentation and research on herbs and elixirs within Douluo continent are somewhat scant, predominantly centering on healing, detoxification, and nourishment. Rarely do elixirs exist that assist in the restoration of mental and soul power, and even those that do are of limited efficacy. As for the herbs and ingredients that aid in cultivation, They merely offer auxiliary effects, often overshadowed by the benefits derived from seafood caught in the spatial depths. Xiaoda and Xiaowu's dormitory allows them to cook for themselves. Thus, they continue to catch seafood within the confines of their abode to prepare meals, complementing their daily cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. Xiaoda's soul power has reached level 32. Yet he has not yet acquired his third soul ring. Xiaowu, on the other hand, has attained a soul power of level 24. Although her rate of cultivation advancement lags behind that of Xiaoda. After all, both Xiaowu and Lu Erlong have consistently contributed to Xiaoda's growth, undoubtedly accelerating his progress. Xiaoda must capture a third woman to obtain his third soul ring, and he has set his sights on Qian Rinxue. At present, Qian Rinxue is disguised as Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Qian Rinxue possesses the six-winged angel martial soul and an innate soul power of level 20, showcasing extraordinary talent. Although he has chosen Qian Rinxue as his target, encountering her proves to be a formidable challenge, for she is a prince, not someone one can simply meet at will. Xiaoda has been diligently gathering intelligence on Xue Qinghe's whereabouts, yet he has not encountered him thus far. Once he manages to meet Xue Qinghe and close the distance, he could forcibly draw him into the space of capture for binding. However, accomplishing this discreetly, without attracting the attention of others, proves to be exceedingly challenging. Qian Wanxue, disguised as the crown prince Xue Qinghe, is surrounded by numerous guards. Even if they were to cross paths, proximity would be unattainable. Furthermore, binding her in plain sight would be impossible. Capturing Qian Wanxue is indeed a formidable task. Nevertheless, Xiaoda eventually discovered an opportunity. Xiaoda learned that the crown prince, Xue Qinghe, was studying the noble arts of etiquette and music at the Yuexian in Tiando City. The Yuexian, an academy for the noble arts, was established by Tang Yuehua, the younger sister of Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua possesses a rare variant martial spirit, with a soul power of level 9, which, like Yu Xiaojiang, is constrained from further enhancement. However, she possesses a unique noble circle talent, allowing her to cultivate tranquility and suppress negative emotions, rendering her demeanor more refined and elegant, much admired by the aristocracy. Most of the imperial offspring of the Tiando Empire study at Yuexian to cultivate their noble bearing, and Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, is no exception. At the age of 15 or 16, he is at a prime age for learning the noble arts. Upon discovering this information, Xiaoda seized the opportunity to frequent Yuexian. Soon, he spotted Qian Rinxue disguised as Xue Qinghe, but with others nearby, he could not act and had to wait for another opportunity. Time passed, and over a month elapsed with Xiaoda regularly observing Yuexian, sometimes for consecutive days. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent, as he found a fortuitous moment. Today, Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, arrived at Yuexian alone, with no one around. The opportunity had finally presented itself. Xiaoda concealed himself behind a nearby wall and called out to Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, from behind. Qian Rinxue. The utterance of that name startled Xue Qinghe, prompting her to hastily scan her surroundings, only to find no one there. "Who is it?" she called out, taken aback. Having disguised herself as Xue Qinghe for over a decade, she could hardly suppress her astonishment at someone invoking her true name. In that instant, as Qian Rinxue spoke, she vanished, only to reappear in the same spot, a mere blink later. Even if someone had been present to witness it, they would likely have thought they were seeing things. As it was, she was utterly alone. A wave of disorientation washed over Qian Rinxue Xue Qinghe. It felt as though she had momentarily entered a peculiar realm, one where the vast ocean lay before her. Could this be a mere figment of her imagination born from fatigue? She began to doubt whether she had indeed heard the name Qian Rinxue, pondering if it had merely been an auditory hallucination. Cautiously scanning her surroundings and finding nothing amiss, she shook her head and proceeded towards Yuxian. Dismissing the incident as a fleeting moment of mental disarray, Xiaoda quietly departed, having accomplished his objectives. Qian Rinxue, at the tender age of 15, had unexpectedly ascended to the rank of Soul King. Upon capturing and binding Qian Rinxue within the spatial confines, certain information about her was revealed. She was 15 years old and possessed a soul power level of 53. Xiaoda has now acquired his third soul ring, with a duration surpassing 30,000 years, a cumulative value that exceeds the combined ages of the 5 soul rings belonging to Qian Rinxue. His soul power level has reached 35. An increase of over 2 levels, a boost attributed to his bond with Qian Rinxue. Additionally, his physical strength and mental fortitude have also seen a notable enhancement. Chapter 12. Intoxicated. In the Douluo continent, within the Tiando Empire, lies Tiando City, home to Lamba Academy. The meal is ready. Let us dine. In the residence of Lu Erlong. She and Xiaowu have just completed preparing the meal, with Xiaowu assisting in the kitchen. Today's feast is particularly sumptuous, held in honor of Chao Da's attainment of his third soul ring. This soul ring was obtained through the capture of the spatial bond with Qian Rangshu. Although Lu Erlong has been informed that it was conjured by Chao Da himself, despite not witnessing it firsthand, Lu Erlong has come to believe in Chao Da's ability to manifest his own soul rings. The extraordinary qualities of Chao Da and Xiaowu have gradually become a norm for Lu Erlong. Bound by Chao Da's captivating aura, she harbors an inexplicable affection and trust towards him, thus refraining from any actions that might harm him. Consequently, she also keeps the matters concerning Chao Da and Xiaowu confidential from others. After spending nearly half a year together, Lu Erlong frequently assists Chao Da and Xiaowu with their studies, training, and daily lives, often inviting them to her home for meals. Xiaowu's lively and endearing personality is charming, while Chao Da's maturity instills a sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Erlong has come to regard Xiaowu as a daughter. Although she initially wished to consider Chao Da as a son, she soon realized that her feelings for him were uniquely profound, making it impossible to view him merely as a child. There exists an inexplicable allure about him that captivates her. Nevertheless, given that Chao Da is merely 9 years old in bone age, despite his towering height of 1.80 meters, he remains a child, leaving Lu Erlong unable to entertain thoughts beyond that of a minor. After much contemplation, she concludes that maintaining their relationship in the capacity of a teacher is the most suitable path forward. Having spent nearly half a year at Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong inquires about their experiences while serving food to Chao Da and Xiaowu. "Thank you, teacher. You should eat as well," Xiaowu replies, adding, "This place is wonderful. The academy is vast, and the atmosphere is lively with teachers and classmates. Most importantly, with you and brother here, anywhere you are is the best." Xiaowu has flourished at Lamba Academy, her reputation soaring to great heights. As the disciple of Dean Lu Erlong, her status is particularly distinguished, further solidifying her role as a prominent figure. Students at the Soul Master level, who are over 30, are wary of Xiaowu's unique position and avoid conflicts with her. Some even seek to curry her favor. Chao Difu echoed, "With the teacher present, we are thriving here." "Indeed, that is good," Lu Erlong replied with a smile. "Your constitution is quite unique, yet you are still quite young. I was initially concerned that you might struggle to acclimate to this unfamiliar environment. However, it is evident that your adaptability is remarkable. Rest assured, you can live here comfortably. This place is your home. As your teacher, I am like family to you. If you encounter any difficulties or have anything to express, do not hesitate to share it with me. Keep nothing bottled up inside. Do you understand?" Chao Da and Xiaowu nodded in agreement. They were deeply touched by Lu Erlong's meticulous care, particularly Xiaowu, who had already sensed a maternal affection emanating from Lu Erlong. Naturally, Chao Da was more than willing to foster a closer relationship with Lu Erlong. Ever since he had captured and bound her within his realm, he had regarded Lu Erlong as his own. Chao Da, despite being only 9 years old, has already attained a state of physical maturity. Lu Erlong, at this moment, is in the prime of her youth, radiating charm and allure. "Teacher, I raise a glass to you, in gratitude for your unwavering care and support." Chao Da raised his wine cup. "I shall partake as well." Xiaowu entered with a serving. "Very well," Lu Erlong graciously accepted. Despite their youth, Chao Da and Xiaowu, having matured rapidly, found no issue in indulging in alcoholic beverages. Perhaps buoyed by the joyous atmosphere of the day, the trio consumed copious amounts of alcohol, resulting in their inebriation that lasted from dusk until the late hours of the night. Awakening early the next morning, Lu Erlong was astonished to discover himself lying in the same bed as Chao Da and Xiaowu, relieved to see that all three were still fully clothed. He quietly rose, intending to carry Xiaowu away, only to find her tightly embracing Chao Da, making it impossible to separate them. Lu Erlong, recognizing the potential awkwardness should they awaken to find him present, decided to discreetly exit the room. He sighed, reflecting on the consequences of excess drinking. Splashing water on his face, he admonished himself never to allow such inebriation again, pondering the dire implications of any unforeseen events. Initially, he had reservations about Chao Da and Xiaowu cohabiting, given their tender age. However, acknowledging their physical maturity and the depth of their affection, an implicit lifelong commitment, he reconsidered. Their mindset was more aligned with that of adults than children, leading him to refrain from intervening, though he did remind them to respect boundaries until they reached a more appropriate age. Lu Erlong could not treat them as mere children, particularly Xiaoda, who often exhibited a cunning intellect beyond his years. He had noticed the way Xiaodu occasionally regarded him, not with the innocence of youth, but with the appreciative gaze of a man towards a woman. Once breakfast was prepared, Lu Erlong ventured to awaken the still slumbering Xiaoda and Xiaowu. Is it already dawn? Xiaowu murmured groggily as she stirred. Teacher, did we all get drunk last night? Last night, Xiaoda was indeed quite intoxicated, oblivious to the events that transpired. I advise you all to indulge in alcoholic beverages less frequently. Had it not been for my intervention, he would have succumbed to slumber in the living room. Lu Erlong deliberately stated this, emphasizing her own sobriety. Thus, she could not possibly share their bed, lest they entertain inappropriate thoughts. Come on, rise and dine, she urged. Xiaowu, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, it is my first time consuming such a quantity of alcohol, and my head still feels a bit light. I shall massage your temples, Xiaoda offered, leaning in to gently apply pressure to the acupoints on her head. Xiaowu's expression radiated satisfaction as she sighed. That feels wonderful. Observing this, Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging the evident bond between Xiaoda and Xiaowu. Nevertheless, a twinge of inexplicable jealousy stirred within her. In the back of her mind, the fleeting thought of Yu Xiaojiang crossed her mind, though it lasted but a moment. In the past, such reflections would have plunged her into prolonged sorrow, but now, her sentiments had shifted, for her heart was captivated by Xiaoda. Stop dawdling. Rise quickly, Lu Erlong urged again. Under her insistence, both Xiaoda and Xiaowu had no choice but to get up. Xiaowu yearned for a longer massage from Xiaoda, but had to relinquish that desire. During breakfast, Lu Erlong announced, you have no classes today. It is the perfect opportunity for me to take you both out for a stroll. Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. That sounds wonderful. It has been ages since I last went shopping. Typically, their days were consumed by study and training, leaving little time for excursions beyond the confines of the academy. Xiaoda remarked, I wish to visit the Grand Spirit Arena. The Grand Spirit Arena holds considerable renown across the Douluo continent, with establishments in every major city. Soul Masters can register to participate in the battles held there. You wish to go to the Grand Spirit Arena? Lu Erlong expressed her surprise, initially perceiving Xiaoda and Xiaowu as still quite young. Yet, she quickly realized that she could not regard them as mere children. Very well. Since you are interested, I shall take you to witness it. Chapter 13. Ning Rongrong in the blink of an eye. 5 years have passed. Xiaoda is now 14 years old, while Xiaowu is 12. In terms of soul power, Xiaoda currently stands at level 49, yet he has not acquired his 4th soul ring as he has yet to encounter a suitable target. Xiaowu has reached level 41 and possesses 4 soul rings, truly embodying the status of a soul sect, thanks to the seafood obtained from fishing in the captured space. Both Xiaoda and Xiaowu's cultivation progresses at a commendable pace. Notably, Xiaowu has surpassed her original narrative by nearly 20 levels in soul power. Her 4 soul skills remain unchanged from the original storyline: bow and arrow, enchantment, teleportation, and invincible golden body. Xiaoda possesses 3 soul abilities: the void-breaking fist, the forbidden air, and the spatial leap. Among these, the spatial leap is akin to Xiaowu's instantaneous movement. However, Xiaoda's ability can reach a distance of 100 meters, whereas Xiaowu's can only extend to 5 meters. As Xiaoda and Xiaowu prepare to venture forth, it is imperative that they proceed with utmost caution and return safely. Today, Lu Erlong, with great reluctance, bids farewell to Xiaoda and Xiaowu as they set out from the Lanba Academy for their training journey. Initially, Lu Erlong had hoped they would wait until they achieved the rank of Soul King before embarking on such an endeavor. But Xiaoda and Xiaowu remained resolute in their decision. Given their strength, which allows them to contend with Soul Kings, they possess a degree of self-preservation capability, ultimately convincing Lu Erlong to permit their expedition. After more than 5 years of companionship, Lu Erlong has come to regard Xiaowu as his own daughter, while Xiaoda holds a uniquely special place in his heart, evoking a tender sentiment. Xiaoda often seizes opportunities to tease Lu Erlong, which causes him to occupy an increasingly special place in Lu Erlong's heart. However, Lu Erlong is reluctant to entertain such thoughts and dares not confront them. Experience is indispensable for the growth of a soul master, and Lu Erlong cannot remain perpetually by Xiaoda and Xiaowu's side. Xiaoda chose this moment to venture out for the purpose of seeking Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, intending to bind them with the captured space. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school is located within the vicinity of Heaven Do City, Xiaoda has not encountered Ning Rongrong during these past 5 years. With no other recourse, he opted to stake out at Shrek Academy in Soto City. Given the exceptional talents of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, there lies a promising opportunity for them to ascend to divinity in the future. Thus, binding them to provide soul rings for Chowda is a prudent strategy. Lu Erlong prepared 2 fine steeds for Chowda and Xiaowu, and the pair rode southward, departing from Heavendo City. Days later, Xiaowu remarked, "The sun is about to set. Let us take shelter at this inn for the night and continue our journey at dawn." Chowda and Xiaowu halted their horses before an inn situated beside the official road. They entered the establishment. Within the inn's lobby, over a dozen patrons were dining. And upon noticing the newcomers, their gazes turned, intrigued by the arrival. Chowda and Xiaowu found an empty seat and ordered some dishes. Before long, more patrons arrived. And soon every table was occupied. Just as Chowda and his companions were halfway through their meal, a young girl appeared at the door, a maiden clad in blue, exuding an air of innocence. Upon entering, she glanced around, noting the absence of vacant tables, and slightly furrowed her brow before making her way towards Chowda and Xiaowu. Approaching them, she sat down without uttering a word, directly placing her order. Observing the girl in blue, Xiaowu took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, I am Xiaowu," as in the dance. "What is your name?" Perhaps due to their similar ages, the girl responded to Xiaowu. "My name is Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong. Chowda suddenly lifted his head and scrutinized the individual before him. By assessing her demeanor, appearance, and age, he deduced that she was Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter her here, realizing that she had yet to arrive in Soto City. Xiaowu, unfamiliar with Ning Rongrong, initiated a conversation. "This is my brother, Chowda." Ning Rongrong. "What a lovely name. Are you traveling alone?" Ning Rongrong paused momentarily before responding. "No." Then, glancing around, she inquired softly, "Xiaowu, are you both soul masters?" It was evident that Ning Rongrong sensed the soul power emanating from Chowda and Xiaowu. Likewise, they could perceive the soul power coursing through her as well. Xiaowu smiled and replied, "Indeed, we are all the same. My brother and I are out training. Are you here for the same purpose?" "Training?" Ning Rongrong examined Chowda and Xiaowu more closely, surmising that they were likely a few years her senior and possessed a higher cultivation level, for otherwise they would not venture out for training. In truth, she was not out for training. She had secretly escaped from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was an act of rebellion. She yearned to explore the world and experience a life different from the one she had grown tired of at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Since her departure was a personal escape, she could not disclose it to others. After pondering, Ning Rongrong said, "I am merely wandering about, enjoying various sights." After a brief pause, she asked, "Where do you hail from? Where are you headed?" Xiaowu responded, "We came from Heavendo City, traveling southward. We are about to enter the Barak Kingdom, hoping to visit Soto City. We are also training while exploring." She continued, "What about you? Do you have a destination? Would you like to join us?" Xiaowu's enthusiasm caught Ning Rongrong off guard. "You are heading to Soto City?" "I do not have a specific destination in mind. Soto City, being the capital of the Barak Kingdom, is a place I have yet to visit. I would be glad to accompany you." Chowda remained largely silent, observing the increasingly harmonious conversation between Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. That evening, they all settled down at the inn. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, they set off. Ning Rongrong had rented a carriage, driven by an ordinary coachman. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong sat comfortably in the carriage while Chowda rode a horse, leading another steed alongside him. Chowda discerned that someone seemed to be trailing them from a distance, and he surmised it was likely an arrangement by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to discreetly safeguard Ning Rongrong. Unbeknownst to her, who believed she had successfully sneaked away from her family, she had already been discovered. Instead of being intercepted, individuals had been discreetly assigned to follow her. Days later, they arrived at Suatua City. "You should return," Ning Rongrong instructed as she dismissed the hired carriage and driver, choosing to accompany Chowda and the others. After spending several days together, Ning Rongrong had lowered her defenses and grown to perceive both Chowda and Xiaowu as trustworthy individuals. Upon reaching Suatua City, they first sought refuge in a local inn to rest, planning to explore the city together the following day. One evening, after indulging in some wine, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu succumbed to inebriation. Ning Rongrong. Chowda attempted to call Ning Rongrong, who drowsily replied, "Do not disturb. I wish to sleep." In her hazy state, Ning Rongrong was entirely unaware of what she had just uttered. Chowda sensed that the moment had arrived, and thus prepared to bind Ning Rongrong within his captured space. Ning Rongrong, responding promptly, vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later. The binding was successful. Ning Rongrong became the fourth woman bound to Xiaowu. Following this binding, he acquired a nearly 1,000-year-old yellow soul ring, while his soul power reached level 50. Though it did not elevate him by a full level, it was understandable, as Ning Rongrong's soul power was merely in the 20s, limiting the enhancement. Next, he considered Zhu Zhiqing. With her soul power also reaching level 50, he could bind her as well, although he was uncertain whether she had arrived in Suodo City yet. Chapter 14. Confession and Secrets. Ouch. Upon waking in the morning, Ning Rongrong felt a throbbing headache, an expected consequence of excessive drinking the night before. She had rarely indulged in alcohol, having only ever sampled a little. Yesterday marked her first experience consuming such a substantial amount, resulting in her intoxication. Apart from her buoyant spirits that encouraged her to drink more, she was also captivated by the delectable dishes prepared by Xiaowu, who had deliberately encouraged her to indulge, rendering it impossible not to succumb to inebriation. As Ning Rongrong turned to rise, she was startled to discover another person beside her. However, upon realizing it was Xiaowu, she breathed a sigh of relief. That rascal Xiaowu actually let Xiaowu sleep beside me. Since their acquaintance, Xiaowu had always shared her slumber with Xiaowu, making Ning Rongrong feel a bit peculiar upon seeing her there. Rongrong? Xiaowu, roused by Ning Rongrong's voice, stirred from her slumber, still somewhat dazed. Ning Rongrong remarked, Xiaowu, we got drunk last night. I have no idea how we ended up sleeping together. Thankfully, Xiaowu isn't here. If he were in bed with us, I would surely scream. Xiaowu chuckled. My brother has a commendable tolerance for alcohol and does not act recklessly. Although we have slept together, nothing inappropriate has occurred. Ning Rongrong blushed, softly inquiring, You two merely slept together, and nothing else happened? She was somewhat aware of matters between men and women. We are still young. So it is certainly not appropriate, Xiaowu replied naturally. We should at least wait a few more years. She spoke without any embarrassment. Listening to her, Ning Rongrong did not find Xiaowu's lack of modesty off-putting. Rather, she felt a twinge of envy. You two share such a strong bond. You will undoubtedly find happiness in the future. Thank you, Xiaowu agreed, expressing that being with Xiaowu brought her immense joy. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. Xiaowu, Rongrong, it's time to wake up for breakfast. Xiaowu borrowed the kitchen of the inn to personally prepare breakfast, primarily utilizing seafood caught from the captured space. Currently, Xiaowu finds it effortless to fish for seafood at the fishing platform within the captured space. These seafood are still akin to spiritual entities, and consuming them daily greatly benefits his cultivation. Brother, we are coming right away, Xiaowu replied, then turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, let us hurry up. My brother has made a delicious breakfast that you will surely enjoy. Indeed, Xiaodu's culinary creations are exquisite. Having already savored them the previous night, Ning Rongrong now eagerly anticipates what breakfast will entail. For breakfast, they are served noodles, seafood noodles made from freshly kneaded seafood dough. Xiaowu exclaimed, So delicious, it smells wonderful. Brother, you have worked hard. Ning Rongrong added, This is the first time I have tasted such delightful noodles. Xiao Di Dao, I enjoy eating, so I shall often provide you with delicacies in the future. Very well. Ning Rongrong inadvertently locked eyes with Xiaowu, and for reasons unknown, she experienced a fluttering sensation akin to an electric shock, causing her cheeks to flush. She hastily turned her head, unable to maintain her gaze upon Xiaowu. The significance of the captured space lies in its ability to forge an unwavering trust and loyalty within Ning Rongrong towards Xiaowu, once bound to it. Furthermore, aside from her affection for Xiaowu, she finds herself incapable of harboring feelings for any other man. Women ensnared by the captured space either cherish Xiaowu or remain indifferent to all men. Unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong, who is lost in her own musings, she begins to contemplate her burgeoning feelings for Xiaowu, only to be troubled by his existing relationship with Xiaowu. She fervently wishes to dispel such thoughts, resolving to address them later. After breakfast, they departed the inn together, taking a leisurely stroll, engaging in light conversation. Ning Rongrong took the initiative to express, Xiaowu, I believe we have become good friends. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are now close sisters. Rongrong, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in us. We will undoubtedly assist you. Her sincerity touched Ning Rongrong, who revealed, in truth, I hail from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and have secretly escaped. Xiaowu feigned surprise. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the very one from the Douluo continent? Rongrong, you hail from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It makes sense, considering your martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower and your surname is Ning. Surely, you must be the daughter of the school's master? Xiaowu was genuinely astonished. She had indeed heard of the seven-treasure glazed tile school and was aware of the title Douluo that existed within it, recognizing it as one of the top 3 powers on the Douluo continent. Rong, do you truly come from that illustrious seven-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rong nodded. The master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is my father. I did not intend to conceal this from you. Xiaowu expressed his understanding, acknowledging the importance of discretion regarding their identities, as disclosing them could lead to complications. Ning Rong nodded in agreement, stating, I understand. I consider you all as friends, which is why I confided in you. You must keep this a secret. Xiaowu grasped Ning Rong's hand and said, Rong, now that you've shared your secret, we shall reveal one to you as well. My brother and I are actually students of the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven-Do City, and our principal, Lu Erlong, is our teacher. I am currently 12 years old, and my brother is 14. As for the matter of being a soul beast, Xiaowu contemplated but ultimately chose to withhold that information, fearing it might trouble Ning Rong. Ning Rong was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Xiaowu, you are only 12. And Xiaowu is 14, yet your soul power has reached levels 41 and 49. How is this possible? This is astonishing. I believed myself to be a prodigy, surpassing most, yet in comparison, you both are extraordinary. Xiaowu elucidated, our physique is quite extraordinary. By the age of 7 or 8, we have already attained your current height. This is our secret. Rong, you must keep it confidential. To possess the physique of a 12 or 13-year-old at such a tender age, Ning Rong was once again astonished. Indeed, your physical constitution is remarkably unique. Is this why your cultivation progresses so swiftly? Xiaowu nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The matter concerning the captured space and its ingredients need not be disclosed to Ning Rong for now. Xiaowu understood that their physical transformations were primarily a result of their long-term consumption of the ingredients from the captured space. Ning Rong marveled. Do you realize how extraordinary you are? If the major factions were to discover this, they would undoubtedly vie for your presence, leading to conflict. However, it is prudent to keep this knowledge from others, for what may seem beneficial could easily turn detrimental. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your secret and divulge it to no one. With the shared knowledge of their secret, their bond deepened significantly. Subsequently, the trio exchanged anecdotes from their pasts. Ning Rong recounted her experiences at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, while Xiaowu and Xiaowu shared tales from their days at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Suddenly, a portly figure approached from behind, exclaiming, I am Ma Hongjun, a soul master just like you. Xiaowu was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Ma Hongjun. Ning Rong, witnessing Ma Hongjun's lewd demeanor, wore a stern expression and retorted, Who would wish to be acquainted with you? Leave us be and stop bothering us. Xiaowu, with a frosty countenance, added, Fatty, you are quite lascivious. It's evident that you are no good. Xiaowu stood before them, gazing at Ma Hongjun. If you prefer a cooler place, then go there. Chapter 15. The unsavory fatty Ma Hongjun, the charming Dai Mubai. How can one judge by appearances alone? I am undoubtedly a good person. Ma Hongjun grinned, completely unperturbed by the awkwardness. It's just a brief introduction. Having more friends opens up more opportunities. No need to resort to hurtful words. His gaze wandered over Xiaowu and Ning Rong. Xiaowu had matured, standing tall and graceful, with an alluring figure and beauty that captivated attention. Ning Rong, though still developing, radiated a pure charm. The two of them were undeniably attractive to Ma Hongjun, who felt emboldened to approach them, hoping for a favorable response. Or perhaps even more. Even if he were to come away empty-handed, simply gazing upon them was a pleasure. However, Ma Hongjun's lascivious stare only deepened Xiaowu and Ning Rong's disdain. Xiaowu exclaimed, Fatty, we have no interest in getting to know you. Hurry up and leave. If you keep staring, I might just poke your eyes out. Ning Rong added with contempt, how utterly revolting. Xiaowu spoke coldly. A toad aspires to feast upon swan meat. Such delusions are utterly absurd. Let us proceed. Should he dare to follow, we need not extend him any courtesy. The trio advanced forward. Ma Hongjun, feeling quite displeased, paused for a moment before sulkingly trailing behind them, maintaining a deliberate distance. It seemed he wished to catch a glimpse of the two beauties, Xiaowu and Ning Rong, while simultaneously conveying his indifference to the perceived threat. Xiaowu glanced back at Ma Hongjun and remarked, That plump fellow is persistently shadowing us. Ning Rong added, What a detestable fatso. Xiaowu turned around and declared, I shall teach him a lesson. With that, Xiaodu's figure vanished, only to reappear 6 or 7 meters behind Ma Hongjun, delivering a powerful blow to his eyes, sending him crashing to the ground. The sudden assault caught Ma Hongjun completely off guard, and he suffered the full force of the punch, resulting in immediate bruising around his eyes. The emergence of dark circles was imminent. "How dare you ambush me?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he regained his footing. Preparing to retaliate by summoning his martial spirit, the Fire Phoenix, which manifested as a plump red chicken. Almost instantly, 2 soul rings appeared around him, both of a yellow hue. "I am not afraid of a fight. Come, let us engage in a fair battle." Ma Hongjun assessed that Xiaowu was of a similar stature and believed their soul power levels were comparable, making it a worthy confrontation. A fight? Huh. Utilizing soul power and techniques would merely be an act of bullying you. Xiaowu sneered. "Enough with the pleasantries. Do you dare to engage?" Ma Hongjun took action. "Having ambushed me, a confrontation is unavoidable." Pausing momentarily, he immediately unleashed his soul skill, and a yellow soul ring materialized around him. When executing a soul skill, if one cannot achieve instant activation, the corresponding soul ring will manifest. Xiaodu's soul abilities can now be unleashed instantaneously, with the soul rings remaining concealed. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun exhaled flames, directing a stream of fire towards Xiaodu. Xiaodu remained silent, unleashing a powerful strike with his fist. The soul technique, Void-Shattering Fist, instantaneously intercepted the Phoenix Fire Line. This technique manipulates the space surrounding the fist, creating a spatial barrier that renders the flames unable to penetrate. Xiaodu exerted his strength, causing the space to tremble, flames erupting in all directions as he gradually approached Ma Hongjun. "What soul skill is this?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback. The second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. He had no choice but to muster all his strength, for this skill could amplify his attack by 30%. Then, Ma Hongjun unleashed the Phoenix Fire Line once more, its power enhanced by 30%. Yet, it proved futile, as it was instantly shattered by Xiaodu's Void Punch. Xiaodu approached Ma Hongjun with a leisurely demeanor, stating, "The disparity between us is far too great. Remember, in the future, keep your distance when you see us." With that, Xiaodu did not even resort to his soul skills. He simply delivered a kick that sent Ma Hongjun flying. He then turned away gracefully, departing alongside Xiaowu and Ningrongrong. Xiaowu remarked, "Having received a beating, the chubby one should learn a lesson." However, considering that his first soul ring is a century-old one, he is likely of a similar age to us and is already a formidable soul master, a true prodigy. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's soul rings, Ningrongrong expressed her astonishment, noting that exceptional talent can also be quite repugnant. Xiaodu remarked, "That rotund individual likely possesses a mutated martial spirit, endowing him with exceptional talent and cultivation speed." Ningrongrong chuckled. "He cannot possibly compare to the two of you. Especially you, Xiaodu. You are a true anomaly. You just unleashed a soul skill, yet I did not observe a soul ring. It must be an instantaneous soul skill. Truly impressive. Few can achieve such rapid execution." Xiaowu nodded. "At present, I cannot achieve instantaneous activation with any of my 4 soul skills. My brother has always been formidable." After teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson, the trio felt relieved. Their spirits lifted as they engaged in light-hearted banter along the way. Meanwhile, the chastened Ma Hongjun trudged along, his face a picture of disarray, sporting dark circles under his eyes and limping slightly. As they passed the Rose Grand Hotel, they fortuitously encountered Daimubai. Daimubai exuded charisma, casually draping an arm around a beautiful woman. Although the two ladies were ordinary, they radiated charm. "Ma Hongjun, is that you? Why are you avoiding me?" Daimubai recognized the disheveled Ma Hongjun, who was attempting to feign ignorance. "Ah, Dai, my apologies for interrupting your revelry." Ma Hongjun mumbled, lowering his head in embarrassment, unwilling for Daimubai to witness his disheveled state, which he found utterly humiliating. However, Daimubai saw through his disguise. "Ma Hongjun, have you been beaten? Did you get into trouble while flirting with the ladies?" Daimubai was well aware of Ma Hongjun's tendencies. He often approached attractive girls despite his limited finances, which occasionally led to unfortunate encounters. Ma Hongjun, attempting to evade the truth, insisted, "I simply tripped and fell." "Dai, please continue your festivities. I must return." Yet, Daimubai detained him, inquiring, "Who did this to you? To inflict such a beating upon you is unacceptable. Speak up, and I shall assist you." Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun recounted the events. As anticipated, Daimubai found the circumstances familiar, though he was taken aback by Xiaodu's formidable prowess. Though he appears to be of similar age, his strength suggests he may be a soul master. Alas, he has already departed. You were merely an unfortunate bystander, and finding him again will not be easy. I can only assist you should you encounter him once more. Daimubai surmised that tracking down Xiaodu and his companions would be problematic at present. Ma Hongjun replied, "There is no need for your assistance. I shall avenge myself when the opportunity arises. But for now, I must return to seek treatment from the dean. I hope there will be no scars left to mar my handsome visage." Dai Mubai laughed. "Very well. You may leave now. I shall not be returning tonight." Ma Hongjun glanced at the two women, enviously remarking, "You certainly know how to enjoy life, Dai. I hope you do not overexert yourself." While Ma Hongjun would typically seek out a single companion in such establishments, it was perfectly normal for the affluent Dai Mubai to entertain several at once. "Mind your own business, off you go, and ensure you treat your injuries properly," Dai Mubai said, leading the two women toward the Rose Grand Hotel. Eager to engage with them in delightful conversation. Unbeknownst to them, a figure nearby observed their interaction closely, particularly focusing on Dai Mubai. She was Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's nominal fiancée. Chapter 16, Release That Girl. In the inn's dining area, Chowda, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong were enjoying a meal together. Ning Rongrong turned to Chowda and inquired, "Have you heard of Shrek Academy? While Xiaowu and I were out shopping today, I overheard some people discussing it. It seems that the Shrek Academy is quite unique, claiming to only admit students who are considered monsters." "It sounds rather impressive," Xiaowu chimed in. "Only admitting monster students? What kind of students are deemed as monsters? Is it due to a mutation in their martial souls?" Although they had heard some tidbits about Shrek Academy, the specifics remained unclear to them. Chowda remarked, "I have recently heard much about Shrek Academy and have even seen their enrollment information. It explicitly states that only those with a bone age not exceeding 12 years and a soul power level exceeding 25 can become students of Shrek Academy. 12 years of age and a soul power exceeding 25. Do you comprehend the significance of such criteria? Do you realize how few can meet these requirements? 12 years old with a soul power beyond 25. Xiaowu exclaimed in realization, "Both Rong and I fulfill these conditions. Does that mean we are both extraordinary?" In this regard, Ning Rongrong was more astute. "Xiaowu, do you understand? To reach a soul power of 25 at the age of 12 is exceedingly rare. A true genius among geniuses. Shrek Academy boasts an audacious claim by setting such stringent enrollment standards. Even the Tiando Royal Academy does not impose such conditions. I now question whether Shrek Academy has successfully recruited any students. If they have, it is likely only one or two." Chowda nodded, acknowledging the difficulty in attracting students under such conditions. Moreover, students of extraordinary talent are highly sought after, coveted by prestigious soul master academies that strive to nurture even a single prodigy. It is evident that Shrek Academy's circumstances must be rather dire, relying solely on luck to enroll these exceptional students in hopes of cultivating them into outstanding individuals. However, one must ponder whether such prodigies even require their guidance. What incentive would a genius have to choose Shrek Academy? Unless, of course, there exists an unavoidable circumstance or perhaps deception involved. Ning Rongrong contemplated her own situation, realizing it indeed fell under the category of special circumstances. It was no wonder she felt a twinge of excitement upon hearing about Shrek Academy, prompting her to consider giving it a chance. After listening, Xiaowu seemed to grasp the implications. In essence, Shrek Academy lacked the capacity to nurture ordinary students, let alone typical geniuses. They could only rely on serendipity to enroll prodigious talents, thus sparing themselves from expending substantial training resources. Once these students achieve fame, the academy would bask in the glory alongside them. "Ah, what a clever calculation indeed," Chowdidea remarked. "Indeed. The Shrek Academy is not a formally recognized soul master institution by the Balak Kingdom. The actual circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy reflect this reality. Chowda has not slandered it. Lacking resources to cultivate students, they can only rely on extraordinary conditions to serendipitously recruit prodigious talents, which is truly a lamentable situation. What rational genius would opt for Shrek Academy? Individuals such as Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar only entered the academy under exceptional circumstances. And the same holds true for Tang San, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing thereafter. A collective of prodigious talents, if not deliberately suppressed, will undoubtedly flourish. Yet, how much influence can Shrek Academy truly exert in this regard? Just as they were deliberating on the academy, a newcomer approached their table. It has been said that several young women have recently fallen victim to flower thieves during the night, although they have not succumbed to death. They have been left in a state worse than death. Yes, I have heard that as well. It is quite frightening to listen to. One should avoid venturing out at night, and if one must go, it is prudent not to do so alone. Chowda and the others listened with curiosity. After finishing, Xiaowu appeared eager and exclaimed, Rong, brother, there's a flower thief. Let us go catch the flower thief tonight. Ning Rongrong chuckled and replied, Xiaowu, you truly possess a chivalrous heart. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and every day, there are those who are oppressed and cannot be aided. Unfazed, Xiaowu retorted. If we come across them, we cannot turn a blind eye. She then turned to Chowda, asking, Brother, what do you think? Chowda smiled and nodded. I will certainly support doing good deeds. I will accompany you, as long as there is a place to hide. We can take Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong to safety in case of danger. Therefore, we need not worry too much about safety. Ning Rongrong, somewhat helpless, replied, Since you all are going, I will join you. Having more people will surely be safer. Xiaowu exclaimed happily, I knew Rongrong had a kind heart. Thus, they decided to take action that very night to find the notorious flower thief and ensure he would face consequences for his actions. From that evening onward, the three ventured into the city each night in search of the flower thief. However, after 5 or 6 days of fruitless searching, Ning Rongrong began to lose hope, saying, Xiaowu, perhaps the flower thief has already left. Xiaowu was reluctant to give up and insisted they persevere for a few more days. On the night 2 days later, with the moon shining brightly and the night still, a girl stood by the bridge, gazing at the moon in solitude. Nearby, 3 figures stealthily approached. The girl sensed their presence, turned around, and saw the 3 men drawing closer, instantly becoming alert. Haha. I've been cooped up for days and just stepped out to encounter one. What luck. One of the men remarked, This woman has a fine figure. We should have some fun with her. Don't be afraid, little sister. Uncle will take good care of you, he leered. The 3 men were utterly lewd, their words dripping with vulgarity. Are you the flower thieves? The girl inquired, clearly having heard of them. Hee, knowing who we are and still daring to come out alone. Don't resist, or it will hurt, one of the men with buck teeth warned. The girl frowned, as she could sense the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the 3 men. As a soul master herself, she had no choice but to fight. She immediately unleashed her martial spirit, revealing a spectral feline spirit, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared, indicating she was a great soul master. Ah, another soul master. A great soul master, haha. She must be even more delectable. One of the men exclaimed. What good fortune. It's been ages since I tasted a soul master. The 3 men then displayed their martial spirits and soul rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, white, yellow, yellow, purple. 2 were soul kings, and 1 was a soul sect master. The girl found herself in a predicament, though she possessed excellent martial spirit and talent. Her soul power was no match for the trio. Without hesitation, she decided to use her soul power and turned to flee with all her might. Isn't it too late to run now? The 3 men quickly cornered her from 3 directions. The girl remained silent. If escape was impossible, she would have to fight fiercely. Spectral claws of the netherworld. Spectral puncture. She continuously unleashed her soul techniques. However, despite her valiant efforts, the disparity in their soul power rendered her powerless against them. Before long, she was injured and captured by the 3 men. We told you that resisting would lead to injury. Why didn't you listen? Clearly, you need some discipline. One of them jeered. Perfect, we can teach her a lesson, they said, taking the girl to their temporary hideout to relish their prey. At that moment, a female voice rang out. Let go of that girl. The 3 men turned to see a captivating figure appear on the opposite side of the bridge, each step revealing a soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. For steps, for soul rings. It was none other than Xiaowu. Behind her, Ning Rongrong appeared, holding the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, with 2 yellow soul rings glowing around her. A soul sect master accompanied by a great soul master. The 3 flower thieves sighed in relief. A mere soul sect master and great soul master were easy to handle. Their names were Old Goose, Tianya, and Douluo. Douluo licked his lips and said, Brother, it seems 2 meddlesome beauties have arrived. Perfect, we can each enjoy one. Tianya grinned. Indeed. I will subdue these 2 lovely ladies. Old Goose cautioned, do not underestimate them. They possess optimal soul rings. Their soul techniques could be formidable. Test the waters first. If things go awry, we will intervene. Tianya was unconcerned. Even with good soul rings, they are merely soul sect masters while I am a soul king. Tianya's martial spirit was a kitchen knife, with soul rings of white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. You vile thieves, I have sought you for long. Tonight, I will rid the world of your evil. Xiaowu declared, unafraid and eager to confront them. Initially thinking she might not encounter the flower thieves again, she had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, finally seizing the opportunity. With the brilliance of the 7 treasures, Ning Rongrong's soul ring shimmered as she unleashed supportive soul techniques to enhance Xiaowu's strength and speed. Xiaowu's power surged, especially as she was already a strength-type soul master. The enhancements were like wings to a tiger. Ah, so it's you, little sister, and quite beautiful too. Why not surrender now to avoid injury? Tianya sneered, his diminutive stature and comical appearance with a kitchen knife making him look ridiculous. Who is afraid of whom? Xiaowu charged forward, undeterred. Let me teach you a lesson. She activated her second soul technique, quick blade cuts. A yellow soul ring appeared around Tianya as he wielded his kitchen knife with rapid strikes. Just as Xiaowu entered a 5-meter range, she used a sudden teleportation to appear behind Tianya, executing her technique with a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Ah! Tianya screamed as he fell. Not good. Old Goose and Douluo gasped, rushing to intervene, but it was too late. Xiaowu teleported into the air, following up with another kick, and unleashed a series of attacks, executing the 8 technique. By the time Old Goose and Douluo arrived, Tianya had already crashed violently to the ground, creating cracks in the earth, his bones surely broken in numerous places. Tianya! Tianya! Old Goose and Douluo hurried to assist their injured companion. Am I going to die? Tianya muttered before losing consciousness. Tianya! Douluo cried out in alarm. Old Goose shook his head. He has fainted. He is gravely injured. We underestimated her. Douluo, let us strike together. Understood. They finally took Xiaowu seriously. Come at us. All of you. Xiaowu taunted, eager for more action. Dare to harm Tianya, and I shall make you pay. Douluo, with his controlling spirit, embodied the essence of a sinister soul master, while Old Goose possessed a speed-type spirit. They unleashed their soul techniques to attack Xiaowu. Teleportation. Xiaowu targeted Douluo, appearing beside him and executing her kick, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Old Goose seemed prepared. As his goose claw lunged toward Xiaowu, invincible golden body. Xiaowu, possessing an invincible golden body, disregarded the assaults of the Old Goose and relentlessly pursued Douluo. In a flash, she teleported into the air, executing the previous technique of the 8-section throw, severely injuring Douluo and rendering him incapable of further combat. Only the Old Goose remained. How infuriating. Glancing at the ground where Douluo lay, though not unconscious, he had clearly lost his combat effectiveness. The Old Goose felt a twinge of fear. Xiaowu's soul skills, particularly her teleportation, were exceedingly difficult to counter, compounded by her formidable strength, leaving him at a disadvantage. Just as he hesitated on whether to flee, Xiaowu's assault commenced. Teleport. Waist bow. The Old Goose, somewhat prepared and equipped with flight soul skills, managed to prevent Xiaowu from employing the 8-section throw against him. Utilizing his flight abilities, he engaged in a tactical dance with Xiaowu, seemingly attempting to exhaust her soul power. Ning Rongrong had been closely monitoring Xiaowu's battle. Unbeknownst to anyone, the girl who had been subdued by Douluo and his companions had vanished. She had been rescued by Chowda and brought behind a wall. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude to Chowda for saving her. Chowda nodded and then spoke. Are you all right? Is your injury serious? The girl shook her head and replied, It's nothing. To her astonishment, Chowda suddenly struck her, rendering her unconscious. In the instant the girl lost consciousness, her figure vanished, only to reappear in the blink of an eye. Chowda utilized his ability to capture space to establish a binding. As long as he engaged in conversation with the other party and received a response, the binding condition would be triggered. Crucially, Chowda had already deduced the identity of the girl before binding her. She is none other than Zhu Zhuqing. After binding Zhu Zhuqing, Chowda acquired his 5th soul ring. Although it is merely a 1,000-year purple soul ring for the time being, its potential is immense. Chowda's soul power has reached level 51, officially elevating him to the rank of Soul King. In conjunction with binding Zhu Zhuqing, his physical strength and spiritual power have also experienced a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiaowu and the Old Goose rages on. Despite the Old Goose possessing an aerial advantage and speed due to his flying soul skills, Xiaowu, equipped with her teleportation ability, poses a considerable threat. Do you only know how to flee? Xiaowu, slightly vexed, remarked, I wonder how long you can endure. The Old Goose intended to outlast Xiaowu in this contest. Yet he overlooked the presence of Ning Rongrong. Renowned for the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, its first boon enhances strength, while the second augments speed. The previous assistance granted to Xiaowu had expired, but Ning Rongrong was ready to assist once more. How could I forget about another support soul master? The Old Goose nearly coughed up blood in frustration. You thought you could exhaust me, but you forgot that I do not fight alone. Xiaowu declared triumphantly. First, let us eliminate the support soul master. The old goose suddenly pivoted, charging towards Ning Rongrong. However, Xiaowu did not intervene, and Ning Rongrong exhibited no fear whatsoever. I've got you. The old goose was elated, believing he would soon overpower Ning Rongrong. Just as he was about to strike, a figure appeared before Ning Rongrong. With a single punch, this individual sent the old goose crashing to the ground, grievously injured and coughing up blood. As another Soul King, Xiaowu had not utilized any soul skills. He had merely relied on the augmentation of his soul power to vanquish his opponent. How could there be another person? The old goose, filled with resentment, succumbed into unconsciousness. Xiaowu approached and inquired, Brother, what shall we do with them? Should we kill them? They have committed numerous heinous acts and harmed countless girls. Their deaths would be no loss. Xiao Didao proclaimed, to kill them outright would be too merciful. Instead, we shall sever their martial souls, forcing them to endure anguish so profound that life becomes a torment worse than death. Consequently, the trio's martial souls were nullified, rendering them weaker than ordinary mortals. The destruction of their martial souls inflicted a backlash upon their bodies, leaving them grievously debilitated. Xiaowu searched and discovered that the trio possessed a storage soul guide, which he confiscated. He also took all their belongings, including their clothing. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were engaged in a game of 5 in a row on the table, passing the time. You're awake? Ning Rongrong turned her head to see Zhu Xing rising. It's good to see you awake. Xiaowu glanced over. Was it you who saved me? Zhu Xing fixed her gaze on the three, recognizing them vaguely. Xiaowu replied, Indeed. Had we not encountered you last night, you would have been in dire straits. Zhu Xing swiftly surveyed her surroundings, realizing they were likely in an inn, and she felt a slight sense of relief. Thank you, she said. Xiaowu chuckled. No need for thanks. We were already in search of the flower thief and happened upon you by chance. By the way, I still don't know your name. With that, Xiaowu introduced herself. I am Xiaowu, as in the dance. This is Ning Rongrong, and my brother, Xiaowu. Like you, we are all soul masters. Zhu Xing examined the trio once more and said, I am Zhu Xing. Thank you for your rescue. She then turned to Xiaowu and asked, Why did you knock me out earlier? If you were to save me, why incapacitate me as well? Xiaowu remarked nonchalantly, It simplifies matters. Zhu Xing fell silent, reluctant to say anything further. Having been rescued, she felt gratitude and deemed it unnecessary to dwell on trivialities. Ning Rongrong gazed at Xiaowu in astonishment. So it was you who rendered her unconscious? I had assumed it was those three. Xiaowu smiled, offering no explanation. Xiaowu paid it no mind and continued her conversation with Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing, what a lovely name. May I inquire about your age and place of origin? The three of us hail from Heavendo City. My brother is 14, while Rongrong and I are 12. You seem to be around our age. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Xing replied, I come from the Douluo Empire, and I am also 12 this year. Ning Rongrong chimed in. 12 years old and possessing a soul power of level 27, which surpasses my own at level 26. I never expected to encounter another prodigious talent. She found herself pondering whether her fortune was indeed favorable or not, having first met the extraordinary Xiaowu and Xiaowu, and now encountering Zhu Xing, who boasted even greater innate abilities. Were there truly so many prodigious talents in this era? Zhu Xing was astonished to discover that Ning Rongrong was of similar age, and her curiosity was piqued regarding Xiaowu and Xiaodu's soul power levels. She inquired, What levels are you both? Ning Rongrong responded playfully, prepared to be shocked. Zhu Xing looked at the trio with confusion. After a glance at Xiaowu, and upon receiving a nod from him, Xiaowu declared, I am currently at level 41, while my brother is at level 51. One is a soul ancestor and the other a soul king. Our bodies are rather unique, allowing us to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Xiaowu has already informed Xiaowu about the binding with Zhu Xing, including the details of their soul power levels. After the binding, Zhu Xing will not engage in any actions that could harm Xiaowu, so these matters can be shared with her. Zhu Xing was left dumbfounded. A 12-year-old soul master, a 14-year-old soul king. Who would believe such claims? Zhu Xing's reaction brought satisfaction to Ning Rongrong. See? Astonishing, isn't it? I was equally stunned at first. Xiaowu and Xiaowu are true anomalies. We are merely lesser beings, unable to compare. After a while, Zhu Xing regained her composure and stared at Xiaowu and shouted in disbelief, How can there be such existences like you? If others were to find out, they would undoubtedly vie for you. Xiaowu smiled and replied, That's why we won't disclose this to ordinary people. Zhu Xing, you must keep this a secret. Zhu Qing nodded. I won't breathe a word. Otherwise, I might face divine retribution. At that moment, Xiaowu stood up. You all continue your conversation. I will prepare some snacks. Xiaowu cheerfully exclaimed. Brother, you are the best. Ning Rongrong, feeling more at ease now, added, I am indeed a bit hungry. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaowu. Once Xiaowu left, the three girls found it easier to converse. Xiaowu inquired, Zhu Qing. Having come from the Douluo Empire, do you have relatives or friends here? Zhu Qing shook her head. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Qing curiously and asked, You aren't running away from home, are you? The term was quite apartment. Zhu Qing immediately reacted and retorted, Are you two running away from home? Xiaowu laughed. Neither my brother nor I are. We are out here for training. But Rongrong slipped away from her home. Zhu Qing, no, I shall call you Zhu Qing. You are not truly running away from home, are you? Zhu Qing replied, In a sense, yes. Her mood suddenly darkened. While running away from home could allow a return, she, Zhu Qing, had a home she could not return to, and her family even sought to kill her. Noticing Zhu Qing's despondency, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong chose not to pursue the topic further. The three then spoke of other matters that brought them displeasure. Xiaowu said, initially, I intended to kill them, but my brother insisted we should not grant them such an easy end. Instead, we should cripple their martial souls so they could experience a fate worse than death. Ning Rongrong added, with Xiaowu contemplated for a moment and remarked, Let us temporarily remain in Soto City and practice together. I intend to engage in practical training at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. And you are welcome to join me. Xiaowu eagerly agreed. That sounds wonderful. I have visited the Great Spirit Arena in Heaven-Do City, but have never participated in the spirit battles. It always seemed quite intriguing. And now is the perfect opportunity to experience it. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were certainly aware of the existence of the Great Spirit Arena, as there was one in the Douluo Empire as well. However, neither had ever partaken in the spirit battles there. Ning Rongrong expressed, I am merely a support spirit master. How can I participate? Xiaowu, a duo can participate in the two-person mode of the Soul Arena. Engaging in the Soul Arena primarily serves to acquire combat experience. After some deliberation, the four of them agreed to give it a try. Chapter 19. The Spring of Oscar and Dai Mubai outside the Soul Arena of Soto City. Although I have visited the Soul Arena in Tiando City several times, I have never partaken in its battles. Now, outside the Grand Arena, Ning Rongrong remarked, there are three types of battles in the Soul Arena: the competitive duel, the gambling duel, and the life and death duel. The competitive duel is akin to a friendly spar, typically resulting in no fatalities. The gambling duel often leads to injuries or even death, while the life and death duel is far more brutal, frequently determining life or death. I possess a considerable understanding of the Grand Arena. Xiao Dideo, for the time being, we shall primarily engage in competitive battles to accumulate combat experience. Regardless of how high one's soul power level may be, without the formation of effective combat capabilities, it remains merely ornamental and of no practical use. In the Great Soul Arena, the modes of combat consist of life and death duels, betting contests, and competitive sparring. The rank badges are categorized as iron, copper, silver, and gold. The registration fee is 10 gold coins. The forms of combat include solo, duo, and team battles, 7 participants. Each individual may participate in only one of each type of combat per day, though they may engage in multiple forms simultaneously. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiaowu did not don masks or employ aliases. They simply used their names. They conducted a brief examination of their soul power at the Grand Soul Arena, assessing their rank, martial spirits, the number of soul rings, badge levels, and other relevant information, without the necessity of disclosing their ages or backgrounds. Nor did they need to exhibit their martial spirits or soul rings. The four registered for the competition, with the exception of Ning Rongrong, as the other three intended to participate in individual soul battles. Xiaowu and Xiaowu, as well as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, participated in the duo soul battles. While it was also possible for Xiaowu to team up with either Ning Rongrong or Zhu Qing, the significant disparity in their levels would lead them to face opponents of the Soul King rank, which would not provide any substantial training for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. It is far more beneficial to engage in combat with opponents of comparable strength. Regardless of whether it was a solo or duo battle, the risks of death were exceedingly rare, injuries were common, but severe disabilities were infrequent. The four of them possessed limited combat experience, with Zhu Qing having encountered more life and death battles than the others. Most of Xiaodu's regular battles were against familiar foes, lacking a sense of authenticity. In the Grand Soul Arena, Fighting against strangers was crucial, as opponents would not hold back, thus providing the best opportunity to acquire combat experience. On that day, they registered and awaited the arena's assignment of opponents. Zhu Zhuqing's solo battle was scheduled first. Ning Rongrong went to spectate, while Chao and Xiaowu awaited their results. Aware that their battles could commence at any moment, each match attracted an audience, and the Grand Seoul Arena generated substantial revenue from ticket sales. Most spectators were ordinary people. Ning Rongrong found a seat in the spectator area, and just as she settled in, someone approached her. "Hey there, are you here to watch the soul battles? Is this your first time? Alone?" "Haha, I'm Oscar, a soul master." Oscar, sporting a beard, sat behind Ning Rongrong, grinning in an unseemly manner, reminiscent of a lecherous uncle. "Uncle, please don't disturb me," Ning Rongrong replied with evident disdain. "Not a fan of the older type?" Oscar said, feeling dejected. He had grown his beard because many girls liked mature men, but today he faced rejection. However, he persisted, "Don't judge me by my looks. I'm only 14. The beard is just a whim. 14 with a full beard. You must be growing up too fast," Ning Rongrong retorted. It was true that Xiaowu and Chao grew quickly, but Chao was not sporting a beard. "Stop bothering me, or I won't be nice." Ning Rongrong stood up and moved to a different seat, distancing herself from Oscar. Oscar had no choice but to concede. Before long, Dai Mubai arrived with a beautiful woman. "Dai, I found a stunning girl. I think I'm in love," Oscar whispered to Dai Mubai, gesturing towards Ning Rongrong's location. Dai Mubai glanced over and, from the back, found her quite appealing. "Go after her. What are you waiting for?" Oscar sighed, "But my beard is a turn-off." Dai Mubai chuckled. "I told you to shave that thing off ages ago. Now you know it's making you look sleazy." The woman beside him couldn't help but laugh at Oscar, who indeed appeared quite unseemly compared to Dai Mubai. "Some girls still like the older type," Oscar said, stroking his beard. "I need to shave this off. Seems like you're serious. Go for it. I support you," Dai Mubai encouraged. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong's back, determined to head to the lounge to shave. Dai Mubai's companion smiled. "Mubai, your friend is quite amusing." "Indeed. He had potential but insists on keeping that beard," Dai Mubai replied, pulling the woman onto his lap. Resuming his earlier actions, when Oscar returned, the battle had commenced, making it awkward for him to approach Ning Rongrong until after the fight concluded. The match featured a level 28 Soul Master, Tiango, against Zhu Zhuqing, who was level 27. Both had entered the arena, and the battle commenced with the release of their soul rings and skills, as announced by the referee. "Zhu Zhuqing? That name sounds familiar." Dai Mubai halted his movements, causing his companion to express her annoyance. "Why did you stop? What's wrong?" She felt inferior as an ordinary person before the Soul Master, striving to please him. Dai Mubai remained silent, his attention fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, who was releasing her soul. Suddenly, he was taken aback, recalling that he had a childhood betrothed from the Luo Empire. They had only met a few times, knowing merely each other's names and soul abilities. The Zhu Zhuqing in the arena matched both her name and her soul, confirming his long-lost fiancée. How could she be here? Was she searching for him? To his surprise, she had grown into such a beautiful woman. Dai Mubai's heart raced. Zhu Zhuqing's beauty captivated him, and had she been unattractive, he would not have cared about her status as his betrothed. "Mubai, do you know someone in the arena?" the woman inquired. Dai Mubai nodded but refrained from explaining. His thoughts were consumed with how to approach Zhu Zhuqing and win her affection. As for the woman on his lap, she was merely a fleeting distraction. He could easily find another like her. Zhu Zhuqing was a talented soul master, beautiful and his betrothed. Her soul was likely to harmonize with his, unlike any ordinary woman. To escape the power struggles among his peers, Dai Mubai had fled the Luo Empire and sought refuge in Soto City. He never anticipated encountering his stunning betrothed here, which thrilled him immensely. "You should leave. We won't meet again," he declared coldly, dismissing the woman from his lap. He was determined to pursue Zhu Zhuqing, ensuring she did not witness him with another woman. The woman, unable to resist, left sadly. Chapter 20. Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, from now on. May we each find our peace. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent, Tiango, wielded an ordinary mud as his soul, with one white and one yellow soul ring. In terms of soul abilities, skills, and experience, he was no match for Zhu Zhuqing. Consequently, victory was assured for her. With each win, soul battle points were awarded. And as these points increased, so did the rank of the Grand Soul Arena badge. A higher badge level indicated greater combat prowess. "Zhuqing, you were truly impressive." Ning Rongrong felt more confident about her partnership with Zhu Zhuqing. Just as Ning Rongrong was reveling in the moment, An annoying voice interrupted. Hey there, beautiful. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Oscar from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, now irritated, turned to see a clean-shaven Oscar, appearing remarkably handsome, as if transformed. Are you serious? She exclaimed, taken aback. Do you prefer this handsome version of me? The beard made me look like an uncle, Oscar boasted, despite his improved appearance. His sleazy demeanor remained hard to mask. Ning Rongrong regained her composure and retorted, You're delusional. With that, she turned and walked away. Handsome men were not hard to find. There were plenty at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and even more in the city of Tiando. Ning Rongrong was not the type to be infatuated easily. Initially, Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Oscar's transformation, rather than being captivated by his charm. She is no naive girl. Her experiences have bestowed upon her considerable wisdom. Xiaowu exudes a playful spirit, while Zhu Qing embodies an aloof elegance. Ning Rongrong, in contrast, represents a blend of purity and pride. Hey, don't leave, Oscar insisted, stubbornly following her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai awaited Zhu Qing's emergence from the soul-fighting path. Upon encountering him, Zhu Qing paused, her gaze fixed on Dai Mubai. Yet she remained silent. Previously, she had yearned to draw closer to him, but that sentiment had waned over time. The Dai Mubai before her stirred little emotion within her. Qing, it's been a long time, he began. I hardly recognized you. You've grown so much. What a coincidence it is that we meet here. It seems fated. After a moment of silence, Zhu Qing responded, Dai Mubai, I originally came to find you, but upon seeing you, I realized my mistake. With so many women around you, your charm is undeniable, and I feel unworthy of your attention. Let us part ways and live our lives in peace. With that, she walked past him without a hint of hesitation. Dai Mubai stood there, struck by her words. Realizing that Zhu Qing had been observing him all along and was aware of his connections with numerous women. She must be feeling jealous. Truly, he mused. A seasoned man understands the complexities of a woman's heart. A smile crept across his face. If Zhu Qing felt jealousy, there remained a glimmer of hope. He turned to pursue her. As he caught up, he noticed Ning Rongrong approaching Zhu Qing. It was she. Wasn't she the woman Oscar fancied? Did she know Zhu Qing? How fortuitous. Before long, Oscar appeared, spotting Zhu Qing with Ning Rongrong and then Dai Mubai. A knowing smile spread across his face, recognizing that his good friend had found a new interest. Dai, it seems the woman you've set your sights on knows my princess. Isn't that serendipity? Oscar remarked with a sly grin. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Dai Mubai replied, choosing not to clarify his relationship with Zhu Qing. Ahead, Ning Rongrong noticed Dai Mubai and Oscar. Zhu Qing, is someone bothering you? Zhu Qing countered. Do you know the other person? Ning Rongrong replied with irritation. That man is Oscar, claiming to be from Shrek Academy. He is quite the lecher, utterly detestable. A lecher? Zhu Qing glanced at the handsome Oscar, finding him somewhat inappropriate, yet hardly a lecher. Despite her confusion, she refrained from questioning further. After all, birds of a feather flocked together, and they were both from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are clearly not of good character. That man has been rather forward, showing off his affection in public without a shred of shame. I once thought Shrek Academy might be a remarkable institution, but with students like them, I am relieved I've decided not to attend. Oscar and Dai Mubai had significantly tarnished Ning Rongrong's impression of Shrek Academy. The two made their way toward the resting room they had agreed upon, where only Xiaowu awaited them. The individual soul duel of Xiaowu commenced, yet Xiaowu refrained from attending, as her own duel would commence in approximately half an hour. Zhu Qing, your duel concluded rather swiftly, she remarked. As the door opened, she noticed Dai Mubai and Oscar trailing behind her. Entangled, are we? Ning Rongrong nodded. Those two are quite bothersome. Best to ignore them. Zhu Qing concurred. Xiaowu, addressing Dai Mubai and Oscar, exclaimed, You two, listen well, vacate the premises at once. If you persist in following us, you'll regret it. She shielded Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong as if they were fledglings. Dai Lauda, there's a beautiful lady. Oscar's eyes sparkled. Let us depart for now, Dai Mubai urged, pulling Oscar away. On their way, he advised, we mustn't be too pressing. First, we shall discreetly ascertain their residence and then proceed gradually. Oscar nodded in understanding, haha. As expected of you, Dai Lauda. The duo lingered, attempting to gather information about Xiaowu and her companions through the Grand Soul Arena, while also seeking someone to keep watch over their whereabouts. Before long, Dai Mubai and Oscar learned of the soul duel between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, and hastened to the observation platform. So her name is Ning Rongrong. What a lovely name. And you, Dai Lauda, have Zhu Zhuqing another exquisite name, he remarked. Given that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing registered under their names, it was not difficult for them to uncover this information. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit could not belong to Ning Rongrong, leading Dai Mubai to ponder about the 7 treasure glazed sect, still bearing the surname Ning. At her age, and with such talent, it must be nearly certain. Contemplating this, he silently mourned for Oscar. Realizing that Ning Rongrong was likely the daughter of the sect leader and the heir to the 7 treasure glazed sect, while Oscar, being a food system soul master devoid of combat prowess, would find it challenging to be with her. In contrast, his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing faced considerably fewer obstacles, promising him greater hope. Oscar remained lost in his fantasies. Rongrong is a support soul master, and so am I. We are truly a match made in heaven. It is already destined, wouldn't you agree? Dai Mubai feigned enthusiasm. Indeed, a pair of talents, perfectly matched. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong faced opponents who were also great soul masters, albeit with slightly lower soul power levels, their first soul rings being mere white 10-year rings. With Ning Rongrong's support, Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly dispatched the two, claiming victory. Zhuqing, you were magnificent, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. It was due to your assistance, otherwise it would not have been so effortless, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Ultimately, it was your prowess that prevailed. Uncertain if Xiaowu and Xiaoda's paired duel had begun, they decided to inquire further. After a brief investigation, they discovered that Xiaowu and Xiaoda's paired duel was about to commence, and they could still enter. Dai Mubai and Oscar stealthily followed suit. Was it her duel, and was her partner the man beside her? They took note of Xiaoda, who was teamed with Xiaowu. Chapter 21. Shock and Awe. Xiaoda and Xiaowu's opponents were 2 middle-aged men. One possessed the soul of the wild boar, boasting a soul power of level 52, while the other wielded the wild cat, with a soul power of level 51. Both men had soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and purple. Oscar remarked, although the soul rings of the boar-cat duo may not be the optimal configuration, they are indeed formidable soul kings. Xiaowu and Xiaoda formed a duo, with one being a soul master at level 41 and the other a soul king at level 51. Xiaowu's soul rings were ideally configured, yet she was merely a soul master, falling short of a significant realm. Why doesn't Xiaoda unleash his martial soul or display his soul rings? Is he afraid of being scrutinized? Asked Dai Mubai. Oscar replied, the records indicate that Xiaoda possesses a spatial martial soul. Have you ever heard of such a martial soul? Dai Mubai shook his head. I am only familiar with beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Would this spatial martial soul be classified as a weapon martial soul? I shall inquire with Dean Flander upon our return. The concept of a spatial martial soul left them perplexed. Others, too, expressed their confusion upon hearing of it. Even Zhu Zhuqing appeared puzzled, for Xiaoda's spatial martial soul was invisible, and she had never witnessed him in action. She had missed his solo soul battles. Isn't a spatial martial soul quite remarkable? Ning Rongrong asserted, indeed, it is. I have observed Xiaoda employing several soul techniques, and found his spatial soul techniques to be exceptionally powerful. The contest in the soul arena commenced. Brother, I'll handle that cat. You deal with the wild boar. Just hold it off while I have some fun. Let's not end this too quickly, or it would be quite dull. Xiaowu declared, directing her gaze toward the slender middle-aged man with the wild cat martial soul. Your opponent is me, she announced. The wild cat martial soul man chuckled. Little sister, while your soul rings are impressive, the disparity in our soul power is far too great. You are no match for me. How would you know without trying? Do not underestimate me, Xiaowu retorted playfully. Xiaoda faced off against the man wielding the wild boar spirit, neither of them displaying any haste to engage in combat. It was Xiaowu who initiated the attack first. In an instant, she teleported beside the man with the wild cat spirit, catching him off guard. Not good, he thought, realizing too late that Xiaowu possessed the ability to teleport. His momentary lapse allowed her to strike unexpectedly, with a powerful kick. She sent him hurtling into the arena's surrounding wall. The revelation of her instantaneous movement soul skill astonished the wild boar spirit man, prompting him to rush over to the wild cat spirit man to assess his condition. In the viewing area, Oscar remarked, this Xiaowu possesses a teleportation soul skill, and her soft-boned charming rabbit is a strength-type spirit. Utilizing her teleportation to catch the opponent off guard has resulted in a significant setback for him. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the opponent was careless. Xiaowu's soul skills are commendable. Her strength is not to be underestimated. Oscar inquired, Dai, do you think you could defeat her? After a moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai responded, She has just employed 2 soul skills, one from a 100-year soul ring and another from a 1,000-year soul ring. If we were to fight, overcoming her would not be an easy feat. Although I am 4 levels lower in soul power than Xiaowu, I still have confidence in my abilities. Oscar then added. Looking at Xiaowu and Chowda, they seem to be just a few years older than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, perhaps around your age. Dai. They are both soul sovereigns and soul kings, truly prodigious talents. Dai Mubai replied. They do appear to be of a similar age, perhaps just 1 or 2 years older. Their innate talent is no less than mine. Considering the difference of merely a year or 2, I believe that in a year or 2, I will at least match Xiaowu and might even reach Chowda's level of soul power. The competition in the arena continued. Although the Wildcat Spirit Man was injured, it was not severe. He was significantly stronger than the previous opponent Xiaowu had faced. The battle resumed between Xiaowu and the Wildcat Spirit Man, who was no slouch in speed and was an agile attacker, utilizing his quickness and the disparity in soul power to engage Xiaowu. Meanwhile, the Wild Boar Spirit Man also sprang into action, directing his first strike towards Chowda. Both were soul kings, and the opponent was cautious. He first cast a soul skill to amplify his defense before unleashing a collision skill, charging directly at Chowda. Chowda did not invoke his martial soul, nor did he employ any soul skills. Instead, he simply enhanced his strength with soul power and met the brute force of his opponent's soul skill with a single punch. This soul skill was, after all, derived from a millennium-old soul ring. Yet, astonishingly, Chowda managed to withstand it. How could this be possible? The boar martial soul wielder was taken aback. For he was a being of formidable strength. You did not summon your martial soul or utilize any soul skills. How could you possibly resist my soul skill attack? This is utterly absurd. Chowda spoke calmly. Where is the excitement in revealing one's full strength from the outset? My fists are rather formidable, wouldn't you agree? With that, he clenched his fist, causing an astonishing force that pushed his opponent back several steps. It was truly unbelievable. Oscar was taken aback and exclaimed, Boss Dai. I can't be mistaken, can I? Chowda has indeed refrained from employing his martial soul or soul skills, relying solely on his soul power to counter an attack from a Millennium Soul Ring. His soul power is even 1 level inferior to his opponent's. How is this possible? Dai Mubai speculated. Perhaps his spatial martial soul is unique, making it invisible to the eye, and certain soul masters can unleash soul skills instantaneously without revealing their soul rings? He himself was uncertain. Is that so? Oscar pondered. Instantaneous soul skills and an invisible martial soul? That's rather extraordinary. Zhu Qing, watching from the stands, expressed her astonishment. Is this the essence of a spatial martial soul? Can he truly execute soul skills instantaneously? Ning Rongrong nodded, affirming he can. However, he did not utilize his martial soul or soul skills just now. Zhu Qing was incredulous. No martial soul or soul skills. How on earth did he manage that? Ning Rongrong smiled, explaining, though they are both soul kings with comparable soul power levels, each soul master's power varies among soul masters of the same rank. Some possess immense soul power while others are rather average. Chowda's soul power is undeniably robust. If we were to visualize soul power levels as a line, Chowda's would be distinctly thick. Zhu Qing comprehended, so that is the case. Ning Rongrong added, moreover, Chowda's physical strength is also substantial, allowing him to engage in combat solely with his soul power, rendering his combat prowess remarkably formidable. In the spirit arena, Xiaowu triumphed over a man wielding a wildcat martial soul. Brother, you rest. I'll handle this one. Xiaowu, still eager for battle, seized Chowda's opponent and engaged the man with a wild boar martial soul. Both were power-oriented fighters, faced with a martial soul master of considerable strength. Xiaowu's agility techniques were suppressed. They clashed head-on, forcing Xiaowu to resort to her invincible golden body to cope. After all, with a 10-level difference in soul power, even Xiaowu's strength could not bridge such a gap. Utilizing her teleportation, waist bow, invincible golden body, and 8, Xiaowu engaged fiercely with the wild boar martial soul master, captivating the audience with the intensity of their duel. They were astonished to witness a soul master of the same rank fighting so fiercely against a soul king. Oscar, watching in disbelief, remarked, Boss Dai, do you still think you can defeat Xiaowu? Dai Mubai replied, speechless, in the same realm, it might be possible. But the disparity in levels now leaves me without a chance. Her golden body seems to temporarily disregard any form of attack, combined with her teleportation and fierce close combat. She is truly formidable. Oscar marveled at Xiaowu's overwhelming strength. It's strange. But Chowda hardly engaged. Just how powerful is he? Daimubai suggested. Why not give it a try? Oscar shook his head. I am merely a food-type soul master, ill-equipped for battle. Before long, the fight concluded, with Xiaowu almost single-handedly overcoming two opponents. Naturally, against two at once, her chances of victory would have been slim. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, Xiaowu is incredibly strong. Ning Rongrong wholeheartedly agreed. Sister Xiaowu, your reputation as the big sister is well-deserved. I hear you are the leader of your academy. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. That certainly aligns with Xiaowu's character. However, I have yet to see how Chowda fights. Ning Rongrong replied, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Perhaps you could challenge him yourself. Zhu Zhuqing smiled wryly. Wouldn't that be akin to seeking punishment? Chapter 22. Do not be too surprised, Xiaowu. You truly embody the essence of a big sister. Your presence in the spirit arena was nothing short of majestic. In the lounge, Ning Rongrong praised Xiaowu profusely. Xiaowu, feeling pleased, replied, it wasn't anything extraordinary. It was mainly because my brother was by my side. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt confident against two opponents. Zhu Zhuqing commented, that is still quite impressive. Xiaowu turned her gaze towards Chowda, asserting, my brother is the strongest. Chowda smiled, acknowledging their excellence, remarking that among their peers, few could surpass them. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile, how many can truly surpass you? Chowda? I dare say none. You are the most formidable. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing and I hoped to witness your remarkable skills, but alas, the opportunity eluded us. Xiaowu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected. It's my fault. I stole my brother's thunder. Next time, let me allow my brother to showcase his talents for you all. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned their gazes toward Chowda in unison. Chowda replied nonchalantly, I rise to the occasion when faced with strength. There will be opportunities in the future. Well, today's duel has concluded, and dusk has arrived. It is time to return. Tonight, I shall prepare a delightful meal to replenish the energy expended today. Ning Rongrong expressed her joy. Chef, we eagerly await your culinary creations. Chowda's culinary skills were utterly addictive, and Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of eager anticipation. The four of them departed from the great soul arena, oblivious to Daimubai and Oscar trailing at a distance, who had just discovered the inn where the four were temporarily residing. With the location identified, what was Daimubai's next course of action? Oscar found himself at a loss, particularly in regard to his aversion towards Ning Rongrong. Daimubai, being seasoned and astute, was expected to devise a plan. Numerous strategies emerged in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he conceived a viable approach, since they were aware of their presence. They could arrange for gifts to be delivered, perhaps roses, jewelry, or delectable treats. Furthermore, they could frequent the vicinity in hopes of serendipitous encounters. Additionally, it was likely that the four would often visit the Great Soul Arena, providing an opportunity for them to participate in individual and team soul battles, which might lead to further interactions. Oscar listened intently, recognizing Daimubai's prowess in matters of the heart and acknowledging the multitude of ideas he proposed. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Daimubai. We shall prepare immediately. Tomorrow morning, we will arrange for flowers to be delivered to their rooms as a delightful surprise. Then, we shall feign a chance meeting nearby. With time, we are sure to win their hearts. With a plan in mind, the two began their preparations. Chowda, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were blissfully unaware of the plans devised by the two individuals. The four of them were diligently engaged in the kitchen of the inn, with Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing assisting Chowda. As long as the funds were sufficient, the kitchen could be freely utilized. Ning Rongrong, being affluent, was particularly generous in her expenditures. Chowda presented the fish and other seafood he had caught last night with Xiaowu at the fishing platform in the capture space, and paired them with some local ingredients to create a dish that was visually appealing and fragrant. Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Xiaowu, Chowda, you must come clean. Where did you acquire these fish and seafood? You always seem so secretive. Are we still friends? This question, which had lingered in her mind, was finally voiced today. Chowdeli remarked, why have you waited until now to inquire? Ning Rongrong replied, I didn't want to impose, thinking it might be a secret. From your tone, it seems you've been anticipating my question all along. How intriguing. You've played me. Zhuqing, they are bullying me. Zhuqing expressed her helplessness, as she had only recently joined and found certain matters difficult to articulate. Chowda chuckled and said, since you have inquired, I shall reveal it to you tonight. Along with Zhuqing. Humph. Feigning mystery. Ning Rongrong puffed up in exasperation. I am eager to see what this is all about. Chowda prepared a lavish dinner that they all thoroughly enjoyed. After a brief respite, he announced his intention to guide them into the captured space. Rong, Zhuqing. I shall now show you the origins of those fish and seafood. Let us proceed forthwith. Now, Ning Rong queried, puzzled. It's the middle of the night. Xiaowu spoke mysteriously. Do not be too astonished when the time comes. Ning Rong and Zhuqing exchanged glances, uncertain of what Chowda and Xiaowu were truly up to. Chowda utilized the power of the captured space, bringing Xiaowu, Ning Rong, and Zhuqing into this enchanted realm. In the blink of an eye, the environment underwent a dramatic transformation, and they found themselves upon a small island. Towering above them was a lofty coconut tree, alongside a fishing platform, with the vast ocean stretching endlessly around them. Ning Rong and Zhuqing stood in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing sight before them. Upon hearing this, Chowda elucidated, my martial soul is quite extraordinary. This is a unique realm where my martial soul exists. Although Ning Rong and Zhuqing briefly entered this space when binding and capturing, it was merely for an instant and under unconsciousness. Thus, this place feels entirely unfamiliar to them. After listening to Chowda's explanation, they found it even more astonishing. Struggling to fathom the existence of such a phenomenon, Ning Rong exclaimed, we are within your martial soul? Is this all real? Xiaowu responded, it feels surreal. Yet it is indeed true. The fish and seafood we have are all caught from here. You can also partake, but as you are currently only great soul masters, you each have merely 2 opportunities to successfully catch something each time, whereas I possess 4, and my brother 5. Over there is the fishing platform. That is where we fish. It is truly enchanting, like a dream. After gradually digesting this information, Ning Rong and Zhuqing eventually accepted the reality. Come, let me guide you to the fishing platform. Xiaowu took them towards the platform, instructing them on how to fish. The fishing platform was quite unique, adorned with inscriptions that added an air of mystery to the location. Here, we can fish and also cultivate. My brother and I often fish and cultivate simultaneously at night. And we can even rest here as we have prepared bedding. There were numerous fishing rods available for them to try. Let us see what you can catch on your first attempt. Perhaps there will be delightful surprises in store. Xiaowu and Chowda's first catches were elixirs that elevated their soul power by 1 level. Based on this experience, Ning Rong and Zhuqing anticipated similar outcomes. Such marvels and wonders naturally piqued their interest in trying. However, the waiting period for fishing proved to be quite tedious. Ning Rong, growing impatient, remarked, Xiaowu, it has been nearly 2 hours, yet there has been no sign of activity. Xiaowu replied, I mentioned that you should cultivate while waiting to alleviate the boredom. Ning Rong shook her head. How can one concentrate on cultivation at this moment? Earlier, I was too excited to focus, and now waiting has made me restless. It is impossible to calm my mind for cultivation. Chowda consoled them, saying, you may succeed twice each day, whether early or late. As long as you persist in fishing, you will eventually catch something. Exercise patience and continue to wait. With no other option, Ning Rong and Zhuqing could only endure. After more than an hour had passed, Zhuqing made a catch. Xiaowu remarked, indeed, it is a spirit pill that can elevate your soul power by 1 level. Zhuqing, take it, and your soul power will immediately increase. Upon consuming it, Zhuqing's soul power surged to level 28. Ning Rong glimpsed hope, yearning for the chance to fish for a spirit pill herself. Chapter 23. The Shrek 7 monsters transform into the Shrek 4 monsters. I have reached level 27 in soul power. This spirit pill is truly miraculous. Ning Rong also snagged a spirit pill capable of enhancing her soul power. Standing on the fishing platform, Zhuqing surveyed the tiny island beneath her, a mere speck in the vast ocean. Yet, this place was extraordinary, evoking a sense of both dreamlike wonder and stark reality. After a prolonged moment, she sighed, it is indeed marvelous. Xiaowu chimed in, when I first entered, I felt similarly, as though I were dreaming. But it truly exists. Look, the red fish I just caught is the same as the one we eat outside. The fish and seafood here are diverse and imbued with spiritual qualities, aiding our cultivation. Pausing briefly, Xiaowu glanced at Chowda, who was meditating nearby. Then turned to Ning Rong and Zhuqing, saying, let me tell you, it is because of the long-term consumption of these fish and seafood that my brother and I have grown so quickly, and our cultivation speed has increased significantly. Previously, it was attributed to our physique, but the truth is that it is the consistent intake of these nourishing foods that has led to these changes. This is undoubtedly a good thing. If you eat them regularly, your physique will also improve. Ning Rong and Zhuqing exchanged glances, intrigued. Is that so? Xiaowu nodded. Affirming, indeed. Now that we are friends, I share this with you, but please keep it confidential. Had I not known that you two were also bound to this space and would not betray Chowda, I would not have divulged this information. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt deeply touched, especially by Xiaowu's sincere demeanor. They promised, we will keep the secret. Ning Rongrong pondered aloud. No wonder I've felt my cultivation progressing more swiftly these past few days. It must be the result of consuming the food from this space daily. Zhu Zhuqing shared a similar sentiment, although her experience was less pronounced due to a shorter duration of consumption than Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong no longer felt bored. Instead, she was filled with excitement. Xiaowu, do you think we can catch something else today? The day is drawing to a close. We must seize the time. However, Xiaowu replied, the time each person can fish varies. Although the day is nearly over, it is not certain that you will catch something. Do give it a try. Ning Rongrong reflected, then we should allocate time to determine the approximate time frame for fishing each day. Xiaowu, now experienced, advised. Based on my brother S and my experiences, you typically have 2 opportunities each day, usually in the morning and evening. As your soul power levels increase, the number of opportunities will grow. You may have chances during the morning, afternoon, and evening, perhaps even at dawn. We will need to experiment to find out for sure. Tomorrow, we can remain here to try. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing agreed. Thus, apart from mealtimes, the 4 of them spent nearly every day in the fishing space. This left Dai Mubai and Oscar feeling quite vexed, as they wandered outside the inn where Chowda and the others were staying, hoping to orchestrate serendipitous encounters. Yet, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing remained sequestered within the inn, only venturing out to utilize the kitchen at mealtimes, but never encountering the 2 men. Dai, didn't you say they would continue participating in the Great Soul Arena battles? Why are they still holed up in the inn? Oscar lamented, if Rongrong doesn't come out, all our preparations will be in vain. Dai Mubai sighed, how should I know? Let us just wait a bit longer. Oscar, with a glum expression, added, in a few days, it will be time for the Academy's recruitment. We must return to assist. It seems I may not see my Rongrong for a while. I hope she doesn't leave Soto City during this time. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were captivated by the fishing space and engrossed in reaping the benefits of the space's food, thus forgetting about the Great Soul Arena battles and focusing solely on their cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, more than 10 days slipped by as they primarily occupied the inn. Ning Rongrong's soul power reached level 28, Zhu Zhuqing attained level 29, and Xiaowu reached level 42. As the enrollment period for Shrek Academy concluded, only one student met the criteria, Tang San. Introduced by Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San registered at Shrek Academy, successfully passing the Academy's assessments. Ma Hongjun remarked, isn't blue silver grass a worthless martial soul? It's astonishing that it possesses innate, full soul power. Oscar added, this must be a monster. Teacher Zhao Wujuan personally tested him and even got injured. Have you ever seen a worthless martial soul exhibit such abnormality? Compared to Tang San, we are nothing but mere curiosities. He is the true monster. Dai Mubai welcomed Tang San to Shrek Academy, saying, we will arrange ourselves by age. I am the eldest. Followed by Oscar, you are third, and Ma Hongjun is the youngest. The Shrek 7 monsters had now transformed into the Shrek 4 monsters. Tang San was equally astonished by the talents of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, particularly Oscar, who was one of the rare food-type soul masters and possessed innate full soul power. Shrek Academy did not disappoint Tang San. He felt it was an excellent environment for cultivation. Yu Xiaojiang did not come to Shrek Academy, resulting in a relatively relaxed schedule for Tang San and his companions. Xiao San, come, let me show you around Soto City, Dai Mubai said as he, Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun ventured into the city. Ma Hongjun cheerfully exclaimed, Dai, lend me some money, will you? I want to go find some girls to have a good time. This fellow was heading off to the pleasure district. Dai Mubai sternly admonished, Fatty, how can you lack self-respect? Why go to such frivolous places? Don't you know you should find yourself a girlfriend? Oscar concurred, indeed, Fatty, you're no longer a child. It's time to mature. You must rein in your wild ways and focus on finding a girl you truly like. Hey, what is wrong with you two today? We usually have fun together, but now you've changed? Ma Hongjun fumed. Dai, Oscar, I've misjudged you both. He then turned to Tang San, asking, third brother, do you have any money to lend me? I'll take you to a great place. He winked at Tang San. Tang San gathered from their words what was happening and awkwardly replied, I can lend you money, but I want to be going with you. Fatty, it's best to avoid those kinds of places. Ma Hongjun responded with a grin, at least third brother is understanding. You're much better than some people. Daimubai gently patted Tang San on the shoulder and quietly shared the side effects of Ma Hongjuan's mutated martial soul. After listening, Tang San cast a peculiar glance at Ma Hongjun, expressing both understanding and sympathy, and refrained from advising him against frequenting indulgent establishments. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul had transformed into the evil fire phoenix, and its side effect was the rampant evil fire that required intervention. Chapter 24. A Thorny Encounter for Tang San. In Soto City, at the Grand Seoul Arena, after more than 10 days of relentless training, Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing resumed their soul battles. Today, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Xiaowu's individual matches, as well as the duo battle between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, concluded successfully. Now, only the team battle between Xiaowu and Xiaowu remained, with their opponents already arranged and the match about to commence. Just in time, Oscar exclaimed, "Daigu, look, they are indeed here." Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun arrived at the Grand Seoul Arena, entering the arena just as Xiaowu and Xiaowu were about to begin their match. Upon reaching Soto City from Shrek Academy, they had first inquired at the inn where Xiaowu and the others were staying. Learning that they had left, they speculated that they might have come to the Grand Seoul Arena, and indeed, they encountered them right on time for the final match of the day. At the spectator stand, Oscar eagerly searched for familiar faces and soon spotted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, which thrilled him immensely. A day apart feels like 3 years. After not seeing them for over 10 days, Oscar had missed them dearly, and now, finally reunited, his excitement was palpable. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Daimubai felt a surge of exhilaration as well. Unfortunately, there were no vacant seats near Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, and with the match about to begin, it was inappropriate to approach them for conversation. "That's her," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, recognizing Ning Rongrong, his shock evident. Oscar, puzzled, asked, "Fatty, you don't mean to say you know them, do you?" Ma Hongjun nodded. "I know the girl in the blue dress." He then turned to Dai Mubai and added, "Daigo, the last time I was beaten up, it was related to her. There was a man and a woman involved, and it was that man who struck me. I still remember the grudge." Oscar, unaware of the backstory, remarked, "Well, Fatty, you brought this upon yourself. That girl could hardly endure your incessant pestering. Being beaten was a light consequence. By the way, her name is Ning Rongrong, my princess. The other is Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Ji's. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with." Suddenly, Ma Hongjun comprehended. "Oh, so you all have forsaken your revelries for a new pursuit. How ungracious of you." Tang San shook his head, bemused by the three squabbling over women as the soul battle was about to commence. Please welcome the battling contestants to the arena. The match was set to feature a combination of the Mantis and Bee against the duo of Xiaowu and Xiaowu. The former were both Soul Kings, one wielding a level 55 Mantis martial soul and the other a level 53 Bee martial soul. In contrast, the duo of Xiaowu and Xiaowu comprised a level 51 Space Soul King and a level 42 Softbone Charming Rabbit Soul Master. Oscar noted, "These two Soul Kings seem even stronger than the last ones. Daigo, do you think Xiaowu can defeat two Soul Kings in succession?" Before Daimubai could respond, Ma Hongjun interjected in alarm. "It's them. The man is the one who attacked me. No wonder I couldn't stand a chance against him." His desire for revenge waned upon realizing that Xiaowu was a Soul King. He resolved to avoid confrontation in the future. While Ma Hongjun's agitation was understandable, Tang San's enthusiasm was perplexing. Noticing Tang San's unusual reaction, Daimubai inquired, "Little San, do you know Xiaowu and Xiaowu?" Regaining his composure, Tang San quickly replied, "I met them 6 years ago in Notting City. It's been 6 years since we last saw one another. I never expected to encounter them here." Over the past 6 years, Tang San had hoped to forget Xiaowu, but he found it impossible. Seeing her again ignited a fervor within him that he could not suppress. He simply could not bear to lose her. 6 years? Oscar exclaimed, surprised. "So, you are old acquaintances. Do you know Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing?" Tang San shook his head. "I only know Xiaowu and him." He was reluctant to even mention Xiaodu's name, wishing for his disappearance so that he could have Xiaowu'd himself. He had never experienced love in his previous life, but from the moment he met Xiaowu, it felt like destiny. A voice within him urged him to claim her. The passage of 6 years had initially quelled his emotions, but upon seeing Xiaowu again, the intensity of his feelings erupted stronger than before. Oscar suggested, "Since you know Xiaowu and Xiaodu, why not share their stories with us?" "Let us wait until after the match," Tang San replied. His focus solely on Xiaowu. Oscar found his reasoning sound and agreed to hear the stories after the battle concluded. As the duel commenced, Xiaowu still had not summoned his martial soul or spirit rings. Oscar observed. Ma Hongjun scoffed. He is just putting on an act. The soul battle began. The Mantis and Bee duo appeared to be well prepared for Xiaowu and Xiaowu, particularly wary of Xiaowu's teleportation and close-range attacks. The male was in his 40s, while the female appeared to be in her 30s. Both possessed white, yellow, purple spirit rings and had flight abilities. They immediately activated their flying techniques, leveraging their aerial advantage and speed. The distance between the two teams exceeded 5 meters, rendering Xiaowu unable to reach them with her teleportation. Yet, solutions were not entirely absent. Xiaowu grasped Xiaowu's hand and hurled her into the air. Danger, retreat. The combination of Mantis and Bee assumed that Xiaowu, propelled into the sky, would execute a teleportation attack and quickly distance themselves. However, at the very moment she was thrown upward, Xiaowu vanished without a trace. At this distance, a teleportation would be insufficient to reach her adversaries. This unexpected maneuver left her opponents in a state of bewilderment. In an astonishing turn of events, Xiaowu reappeared behind the Mantis martial spirit man, a full 8 meters away. This was not in alignment with their understanding of her teleportation abilities. How is this possible? The opponents gasped in astonishment. With no time to react, the waist bow technique struck, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. Strange, Oscar pondered. Xiaowu's teleportation range should be within 5 meters. This distance exceeds that by 3. Dai Mu Bai shared his confusion, wondering if perhaps her soul technique had evolved, expanding its range, or if she had previously held back. Tang San, however, held a different perspective, fixating on Xiaowu and suspecting that he might have aided Xiaowu. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, Xiaowu indeed assisted Xiaowu. He employed the spatial leap soul technique, a skill that not only allows for his own instantaneous movement but also permits the manipulation of objects for teleportation, thereby enabling Xiaowu to teleport as well. The spatial leap soul skill of Xiaowu can reach an impressive distance of 100 meters. The Mantis spirit warrior, utilizing a defensive soul technique before landing, sustained only minor injuries. However, his expression grew grave, as he had initially believed he stood a chance of defeating Xiaowu and Xiaowu, a possibility that now seemed exceedingly slim. As Xiaowu descended, Xiaowu assisted her with a charming princess carry. The bond between the couple, Xiaowu and Xiaowu, appeared remarkably strong. How delightful it would be if I could share such a connection with Rong, thought Oscar, filled with envy. Yet, Tang San felt a pang of anguish upon hearing this. Xiaowu belonged to him. Curse that Xiaowu! I shall reclaim Xiaowu, no matter the cost. Chapter 25. Xiaowu. Who is Tang San? I do not recall. 5th soul skill, Mantis Slash. 5th soul skill, Poison Mist. The contest in the soul arena continued, with the Mantis and Bee duo unleashing their most formidable attacks. The Bee spirit warrior released a cloud of poison mist, which swiftly enveloped Xiaowu and Xiaowu. Within the toxic haze, the Mantis spirit warrior executed a series of slashing attacks, augmented by the mist, rendering the strikes even more lethal. Many of these slashes pierced through the poison, striking first at Xiaowu and Xiaowu. 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Xiaowu bravely positioned herself in front of Xiaowu, requiring no assistance from him. The golden body of Xiaowu, for 3 seconds, withstood all the oncoming slashes. Xiaowu was not idle. His 2nd soul skill, Void Control, took effect. The toxic mist enveloping the arena ceased its spread as if halted by a mystical force. Then, astonishingly, it began to retreat towards the Mantis spirit user. How could this be? The Bee spirit woman was taken aback, realizing that the poisonous fog was no longer under her command. In her moment of surprise, Xiaowu was once again propelled by Xiaowu, teleporting to reappear behind the Bee spirit woman. With a swift kick, Xiaowu sent her adversary soaring into the air, followed by a sudden shift, executing another kick that propelled her opponent further. The sequence continued, with each strike delivering a decisive blow until the final kick sent the Bee spirit woman flying out of the arena, thus disqualifying her from the match. Left within the arena was the Mantis spirit user, shrouded in the toxic mist. He remained unperturbed, for he had previously consumed the antidote honey provided by the Bee spirit woman. However, the mist had obscured his vision, preventing him from assisting his teammate in her time of need. As he pondered whether to continue the fight, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Gasping for breath as if his very life was slipping away, his body struggled against the onset of unconsciousness, releasing soul skills in a desperate flurry until he succumbed to the effects of oxygen deprivation. Could it be that he was incapacitated by his ally's toxic mist? This was the prevailing thought among the spectators. Yet, some found this conclusion implausible, believing that the mantis spirit user should be immune to the effects of the fog and would not make such a fundamental error. They speculated that Xiaoda and Xiaowu had intervened, though no evidence emerged to support this theory. Dai Mubai turned to Tang San, inquiring, Xiao San, did you discern what transpired? Tang San conjectured, it likely pertains to Xiaoda's spatial spirit. It may involve some form of invisible spatial soul skill. Dai Mubai found this reasoning compelling, sensing the increasing enigma surrounding spatial spirits. With the mantis spirit user rendered unconscious and the bee spirit woman injured and ejected from the arena, the outcome was clear. The duo of Xiaoda and Xiaowu emerged victorious. Xiaoda's soul skill, the void extraction, not only has the capacity to siphon oxygen from a defined spatial area, but also possesses the ability to withdraw other gases, such as the toxic mist that was previously extracted from one space to another using this very skill. Brother, our cooperation today has been truly splendid. In the arena, after the referee declared their victory, Xiaowu joyfully planted a kiss on Xiaoda's cheek. With so many people around, aren't you afraid? Xiaoda jested, oh dear, I momentarily forgot. Xiaowu's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Oscar, observing from the spectator's platform, expressed envy. Ah, how enviable it is to display affection. Tang San felt a pang in his heart. Ma Hongjun, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, what is there to envy? She's just a woman. It's not as if we haven't experienced that before. Dai Mubai's gaze was fixated on Zhu Qing. Oscar glanced over, inquiring, Dai, should we follow Rongrong and Zhu Qing as they leave? After a moment's contemplation, Dai Mubai shook his head, suggesting, let us wait outside the great soul arena and feign a chance encounter when they emerge. Oscar nodded in agreement, a splendid idea. Ma Hongjun scoffed, is that really necessary? Oscar retorted, Fatty, why don't you go spend your money on women? You know nothing of love. Damn it. Ma Hongjun fumed in embarrassment, Oscar, I challenge you to a duel. Unfortunately, Oscar and Dai Mubai had already set off, prompting Tang San to follow suit. Leaving Ma Hongjun with no choice but to pursue them, the quartet swiftly exited the great soul arena, watching intently for Xiaoda and the others to appear. After a brief wait of several minutes, Oscar exclaimed, they've come out. Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing emerged from the grand soul arena, their laughter and chatter resonating in the air. Dai Mubai and his companions feigned their arrival at the arena just in time. Yu Qing, Rongrong, is it you? Have you come to participate in the soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena once more? Dai Mubai initiated the conversation. Oscar, with a smile, addressed Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, has your soul battle concluded for today? Xiaoda and the others remained oblivious to the fact that Dai Mubai and his companions were well prepared. Ning Rongrong spoke coldly, what a nuisance to see you again. Zhu Qing remained silent. Xiaowu interjected, have some decency, will you? Do not harass Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai chuckled, we are not harassing anyone. We merely happened upon each other and exchanged pleasantries. Oscar chimed in with a grin, indeed, it is simply a coincidence that we met. There is no need for such harsh words. Acquaintances are not unwelcome. It is always good to have more friends. Zhu Qing cast a dismissive glance at Dai Mubai, unimpressed. Ning Rongrong declared, let us go. We need not pay them any mind. At that moment, Tang San approached from behind and stood before Xiaowu. Xiaowu, it has been a long time, he said. As they faced each other, Tang San found it difficult to contain his emotions, his gaze fixed intently upon Xiaowu. Yet, Xiaowu appeared puzzled. Who are you? Do we know each other? She did not recognize the present Tang San, for he was entirely different from the boy she remembered 6 years ago. And she had no recollection of him from that time. Tang San explained, I am Tang San. We met in Noting City 6 years ago. Xiaoda suddenly recalled the past, recognizing the drastic change in Tang San over the years. However, he had no desire to reconnect. Tang San, Noting City? Xiaowu pondered for a moment, sensing a faint memory but unable to grasp it. I do not remember. There are many things from 6 years ago that have faded from my mind. Tang San felt a pang of heartache. Xiaowu had completely forgotten him. It matters not if you do not remember. Let us consider this a fresh introduction. My name is Tang San, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Xiaowu. His gaze was sincere. Xiaowu, however, remained indifferent, replying, oh, I see. She then linked her arm with Xiaoda's and addressed him, Ning Rongrong. And Zhu Qing, brother, Rongrong, Zhu Qing, let us go. We still need to return and prepare dinner. Xiaoda smiled and glanced at Tang San before departing with Xiaowu and the others. Tang San felt a profound anguish, yearning for Xiaowu to call him brother, to link her arm with his, to cook alongside him, and to share tender moments. Whether it was the depth of his sorrow or the weight of melancholy, tears streamed down Tang San's face. "Are you all right, San?" Dai Mubai and the others noticed his distress. It was apparent that Tang San had harbored feelings for Xiaowu for 6 years, and now, witnessing her as someone else's girlfriend, his heart was undoubtedly shattered. It was indeed impressive that they had begun their romantic pursuits at such a tender age of 6. Influenced by Tang San's plight, Dai Mubai and Oscar also succumbed to a wave of sadness. "Is it really necessary for you three to be this way? She's just a woman. There are plenty more out there." Ma Hongjun attempted to lighten the mood. "Come on, let me take you to find some girls and relieve this pent-up frustration. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." Ma Hongjun was taken aback by their outburst, feeling dejected as he wandered off to seek solace in the company of women. Chapter 26. For they deserve a beating. Xiaowu, what's the matter? I noticed that Tang Sin was gazing at you with such longing. Did he truly harbor deep feelings for you 6 years ago? How devoted he must have been. Ning Rongrong began to gossip on their way back. Xiaowu shook her head. "I have no recollection of ever having met this person 6 years ago." She then turned to Chowda and asked, "Brother, do you remember?" Chowda shook his head. Perhaps he did recognize them. Ning Rongrong teased, "Chowda, are you pretending not to remember out of jealousy?" Xiaowu gazed at Chowda with wide eyes, secretly hoping to witness his envious reaction. Chowda displayed a demeanor of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the fact that it was a mere illusion. Nevertheless, the admiration for Xiaowu signifies her exceptional qualities, and one ought to feel joyous for her. Xiaowu, upon hearing this, responded with delight, "Brother, rest assured, my heart will forever belong to you." Ning Rongrong, filled with envy, remarked, "I truly envy you both." Xiaowu replied, "Rongrong, Zhiqing, you are equally beautiful and have many admirers." Ning Rongrong pouted, "Just because others admire me, does that mean I must acquiesce? If it were someone like Chowda, perhaps I might consider it." She then playfully asked Xiaowu, "Would you be willing to share Chowda with me?" Xiaowu laughed, "Of course. My brother is so remarkable, he will undoubtedly attract many girls. As long as my brother is fond of them, I have no objections." "Huh. I find that hard to believe." Ning Rongrong shook her head in response. Chowda remarked, "You all embody the type I favor. I would not refuse any affectionate advances." Ning Rongrong retorted, "Dream on if you think you can have both sides." Xiaowu scoffed, "Rongrong, why not just yield to my brother? Let us both marry him." Zhu Juqin shook her head, uncertain of who was jesting and who was testing the waters. Stealing a glance at Chowda, she concealed her own thoughts deep within. Nearby, a vendor was selling wontons. "Perhaps we shall indulge in wontons tonight and forego cooking." As they passed a stall, Xiaowu suddenly craved wontons, exclaiming, "Ah, it has been ages since I last had them." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing readily agreed. Chowda need not express his opinions. His role is merely to accompany the meal and place an order. "Boss, bring 4 large bowls of wontons." The boss replied, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment. It will be ready shortly." Ning Rongrong remarked, "Large bowls, I wonder if I can finish them." "Chowda, if you cannot finish your meal, simply give it to me." "That would be perfectly fine." Shortly thereafter, a plate of wontons was brought to them. The aroma was quite delightful. As the 4 were about to partake, suddenly, a figure soared in, crashing onto their table, obliterating both the wontons and the table itself. Chowda and his companions reacted swiftly, evading the situation just in time. The boss was taken aback. On the ground lay a young boy, curled in pain and moaning incessantly. Approaching from a distance were 3 individuals, evidently the ones responsible for hurling the boy. "Everyone disperse." "What are you gawking at?" they declared arrogantly. Those who feared the confrontation hurriedly retreated, while the boss found himself in a quandary, caught between leaving and staying, filled with anxiety. Chowda and his companions remained unfazed, merely observing the scene. With the wontons gone, someone must take responsibility. Xiaowu stepped forward, inquiring, "Did you 3 kick this person over here?" The red-haired man among the trio chuckled, "Indeed. It was us. What's the matter, little sister? Are you here to champion justice?" Xiaowu, displeased, retorted, "You think it's acceptable? You've overturned our wontons. You owe us money. You've broken the boss's dishes and table. You owe us money." The man with a horse-like face scoffed, "Humph. Don't think I won't dare strike a woman. Step aside and mind your own business." Another tall man approached. "These girls are rather charming. If you spend the night with us, we'll compensate you, and even offer more." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chowda struck, landing a punch squarely on the tall man's face. The latter spiraled through the air, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth, before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhu Juqing also joined the fray, delivering a kick that sent the horse-faced man flying. Xiaowu followed suit, sending the red-haired man soaring with a swift kick. Ning Rongrong cheered. Well done. Surrounded by ordinary onlookers, many were left dumbfounded, while some fled in fear. You seek death. The three men scrambled to their feet, unleashing their respective martial souls and spirit rings. They were all soul masters, boasting the rank of soul respect, with optimal configurations of yellow and purple spirit rings. Their innate talent surpassing that of many soul masters. Caught off guard by Chowda's ambush, their anger now boiled over. Very well, none of you will escape tonight. We will kill the men and have our fun with the women. Xiaowu pointed at the trio defiantly. Come on then, let us see who will play with whom. As she spoke, 4 spirit rings appeared around her. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong revealed their spirit rings as well, both adorned in yellow. 1 soul sovereign and 2 great soul masters, all with optimal configurations. The 3 men were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? This is just our luck, they thought. How do we fight now? And there's one who hasn't revealed her spirit ring, seemingly even more formidable. What are we even doing here? Wait, you dare oppose us from Balak Academy? You will meet a grim fate. Just wait, don't you dare run. With their threats left hanging, the trio turned and fled. Don't run. You still owe us money. Xiaowu attempted to chase them down, but was held back by Zhu Zhuqing. Chudideo remarked. After giving them a good beating, we have compensated for our losses. We shall cover the owner's damages. They truly got off lightly. Ning Rongrong interjected. The owner approached and advised. You should leave quickly. There is no need to pay. I will tidy up and prepare to close for a while. Retreating to the countryside to hide. They are from Balak Academy, notoriously wealthy and influential, and I cannot afford to provoke them. Depart swiftly. It would be troublesome if they return with reinforcements. However, Ning Rongrong was unperturbed. What is there to fear? They are merely from Balak Academy. Even if it were the king of Balak, we would not tremble. She produced some soul coins and insisted on giving them to the owner. Do not worry. We are here for you. The owner shook his head, realizing he could not dissuade them, and hastily began to pack up before fleeing. He likely intended to retreat to the countryside for safety. The youth on the ground had yet to rise. Enough of this charade. You are a soul master. Such minor injuries should be easily overcome. Chowda gazed at the young man, who, rising to his feet, wore a look of embarrassment. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, he said. Xiaowu inquired, what is your name, and why were they attacking you? The young man replied, I am Yu Hang, a level 22 soul master and a student of Balak Academy. I inadvertently offended them at school, and they pursued me here this evening. Ning Rongrong expressed her astonishment. Students of Balak Academy are typically of noble birth. It seems you are a person of some standing. Yu Hang responded with a wry smile. My family is not noble. We are merchants. Those of us here are often marginalized by the aristocrats at Balak Academy. Enough. We do not wish to involve ourselves in your affairs. You should leave, Chowda stated, disinterested in the conflict among these individuals. The young man apologized again. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. I shall take my leave immediately. However, do exercise caution. Those individuals are nobles and have more powerful soul masters to defend them. It would be wise for you to steer clear. With that, he departed. Chowda and his companions did not intervene to defend the youth. Rather, it was primarily due to the incessant provocations of the 3 individuals that warranted a reprimand. Ning Rongrong sighed, lamenting, alas, I did not savor the wonton. Yet I find myself embroiled in trouble. Chowda chuckled. Upon returning, I shall prepare wontons for you. This is indeed your promise. The spirits of the 4 lifted. And they chatted and laughed all the way back to the inn. The seafood wontons crafted by Chowda are truly delectable, capturing the essence of the ingredients within space. Chapter 27. Ning Fingji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were all in a state of urgency. Oscar lamented, it has been 4 days, Dai Lauda. Do we still hold any hope? During the night, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun gathered to drown their sorrows and drink. For 4 consecutive days, Dai Mubai and Oscar, along with Tang San, persistently sent flowers to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu, creating chance encounters and cheering for them in the Grand Spirit Arena. Yet, all they received in return was indifference and disregard. Oscar felt the weight of despair settling in and could no longer endure. Ma Hongjun, the onlooker, scoffed, Ha! I told you from the beginning that you had no chance. Now you must believe it. We are soon to return to the academy, and our time in the city will be limited. Your hopes are even more futile. In my opinion, a short pain is better than a prolonged one. There are countless beauties in the world. Surely, better ones await us in the future. The trio ignored Ma Hongjun's mockery. Dai Mubai inquired of Tang San, Xiao San, are you willing to give up? Tang San took a deep swig of his drink and replied, I shall not surrender. However, we should not continue to entangle ourselves in this. Without formidable strength, we cannot earn their acknowledgement. Without their recognition, how can we be with them? If we possess enough power, we can overcome any obstacles. The three understood that Tang San sought to grow stronger and prove himself through might. If all else failed, he would seize what he desired by force. They exchanged knowing glances, finding wisdom in his words. Ma Hongjun patted Tang San's shoulder, exclaiming, Third brother, you are a true man. Though Oscar and Dai Mubai remained silent, they tacitly accepted Tang San's sentiments. After finishing their drinks, the four of them returned to Shrek Academy under the moonlight. With their departure, Chowda and his companions finally found tranquility. Every day, Chowda and his companions follow a routine, traversing a linear path from their residence to the Grand Soul Arena, where they engage in spirited battles that consume nearly half of their daylight hours. The remainder of their time, aside from necessary rest, is dedicated to rigorous training. This period is crucial for their development. Once they surpass the age of 25, achieving significant progress will become increasingly challenging. The Grand Soul Arena not only hones their combat skills but also allows them to accumulate invaluable battle experience. They procure materials through spatial fishing, which aids their cultivation and enhances their physical prowess. Surrounded by prodigious talents, coupled with their relentless training, it is nearly impossible not to accelerate their growth. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days have passed. How swiftly time flies. I have reached level 30. Today, Zhu Zhuqing has achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations, Zhuqing. I exclaim. I still have a way to go before reaching level 30. Ning Rongrong had previously attained a breakthrough, reaching level 29, yet requires additional time to achieve level 30. It seems my brother is also on the verge of a breakthrough, Xiaowu observes. Noting the unusual fluctuations in Chowda's soul power, indicative of an impending advancement. Following Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough, Chowda's soul power has been augmented, hastening his own progress towards a breakthrough. Shortly thereafter, Chowda successfully ascends, elevating his soul power level to 52. Although Xiaowu has not yet advanced, she senses that her own breakthrough is imminent. Chowda gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, Rongrong, Zhuqing, have you too grown taller? Xiaowu, standing nearby, chuckled. Brother, have you only just noticed? They haven't merely grown taller. Their figures have also become more refined, particularly Rongrong, whose transformation is quite evident. Ning Rongrong spun around twice, exclaiming with pride, what do you think? Am I not more beautiful now? She had indeed gained some height, and her figure had matured into a graceful allure, transitioning from a youthful girl into a sophisticated woman. Although Zhu Zhuqing's changes were less pronounced than Ning Rongrong's, owing to her naturally faster growth, her physique had also improved remarkably. Among the trio, Zhu Zhuqing possessed the most enviable figure, followed closely by Xiaowu and then Ning Rongrong. Naturally, their distinct temperaments lent each of them a unique beauty. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, the ingredients we consume in that space certainly accelerate our physical growth. And I can feel a significant enhancement in our constitution. Our cultivation speed has increased tremendously compared to before. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. I hope we won't continue to grow taller. I feel that this height is just about right for me. Chowda reassured, rest assured. Everyone's physical growth has its limits. Both Xiaowu and I have reached a plateau in our height, and there have been no further changes. Chowda stands over 1.8 meters tall, while Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all exceed 1.7 meters. Such heights are perfectly suitable for them. This is just right. I certainly do not wish to become a giant. Ning Rongrong felt reassured. Chowda gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, Zhuqing has reached level 30. It is time to consider the matter of soul rings. However, let us wait for Rongrong. Once she attains level 30, we shall venture to the Stardow Forest together, and I will assist you in acquiring your soul rings. Unlike Chowda and Xiaowu, the two cannot obtain soul rings in the same manner. They must hunt soul beasts instead. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, waiting for Rongrong is prudent. It will not delay us. Without a soul ring, I can continue my training and my soul power will still increase. Once we obtain the rings, my abilities will be fully realized. Thank you both. I shall strive to reach level 30 swiftly. Meeting with her friends, Chowda, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt immense joy. These days were far more exciting than her time at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she cherished their companionship. Wishing it to last indefinitely, they maintained their routine, traveling between points of interest. In the Grand Soul Arena, their reputation soared. Although some sought to win them over, they were met with refusal from Chowda and his companions. There were also those who, having lost in battle, sought to trouble them privately. But they managed to handle these encounters. After all, there was no life-or-death feud, and no dire circumstances had arisen. Nearly a month passed, and Ning Rongrong finally reached level 30. During this time, Xiaowu advanced to level 43, while Zhu Zhiqing approached level 31. "Let us proceed to the Stardow Forest," they declared. The four departed from Soto City toward their destination. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flinder prepared to send Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San to participate in the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, though they missed the opportunity to meet with Chao Da and his friends. In Heavendo City, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingxi, Jian Douluo, and Gu Douluo received news from Ning Rongrong. The individuals who had covertly protected her reported that she had arrived in Soto City, where she had befriended Chao Da and Xiaowu. Periodic updates regarding her well-being were required. Initially, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo intended to bring Ning Rongrong back, but Ning Fingxi intervened. Wishing for his daughter to gain experience in the outside world, fearing she would become spoiled if she remained at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Douluo exclaimed. "Rongrong is participating in the Grand Soul Arena? This is sheer folly. She is merely a support soul master. What if she were to get injured? No, we must bring her back. The outside world is far too perilous." Jian Douluo added, "It is surely Chao Da and his companions leading her astray. If I encounter them, I shall teach them a lesson." Ning Fingxi chuckled, accustomed to their indulgence of Ning Rongrong. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, have you noticed? Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing have fought together in over 30 matches, and they have not lost a single one. They are on the verge of earning their Silver Soul Badge. Furthermore, Rongrong's soul power has increased astonishingly. She reached level 26 only upon her departure, and now, in just around 3 months, she has attained level 29. It's almost a level gained each month, and Zhu Zhiqing is not far behind. Chao Da's soul rank has ascended to a higher level, and Xiaowu's soul sect rank has also been elevated, both progressing at an astonishing pace. Such rapid advancement is indeed unusual." The news was conveyed before Ning Rongrong reached level 30, revealing a discrepancy with the actual circumstances. Is such an occurrence plausible? The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were previously inattentive and did not observe thoroughly. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong participating in the soul battles, they became anxious. Upon closer inspection, it truly aligns with what Ning Fengji had indicated. It is undeniably irregular. I cannot remain passive. I must personally investigate. After deliberation, it was decided that Bone Douluo should make the journey, for their apprehension would not abate otherwise. Chapter 28, Stardow Forest. Black Butterfly. From the Balak Kingdom to the Stardow Forest, there exists an official road that leads to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Chao Da, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing hired a horse-drawn carriage to traverse the official road leading to the Stardow Forest, with inns available for temporary respite along the way. As they approached the Stardow Forest, the proportion of soul masters among the people they encountered steadily increased, until eventually they met predominantly soul masters, albeit in dwindling numbers. Their journey was smooth, free from any unforeseen incidents. The official road culminated in a quaint town, replete with herbal remedies, elixirs, weaponry, minerals, provisions, accommodations, and mercenary groups. The mercenary guilds were a notable feature of this town, each with varying objectives. The majority would assist in hunting soul beasts for a fee to procure soul rings. Some guilds sought to enter the Stardow Forest in search of herbs, minerals, and culinary ingredients. A few engaged in less honorable dealings, hoping for a stroke of luck in slaying soul beasts for soul bones. After resting for half a day, they planned to enter the Stardow Forest the following morning. The quartet settled into an inn, where the lobby buzzed with patrons enjoying drinks and conversation. "Gentlemen, do you require assistance? I am from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, and we can help hunt soul beasts below the 10,000-year mark at reasonable rates." The inn regularly hosted mercenaries to attract business. A black 10,000-year soul ring materialized directly on Chao Da, which was unexpected. To possess such a soul ring, one must at least be a soul king. This individual appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet he had attained the rank of soul king. Upon witnessing Chao Da's 10,000-year soul ring, those who sought to solicit business fell silent and departed in disappointment. "My friend, would you be interested in collaborating? We could assist each other in hunting soul beasts. We have a soul king among us. What do you think?" As the mercenary group's recruiters departed, another came forward, eager to form a team. Chao Da revealed 3 10,000-year soul rings, leaving the onlookers astonished. 3 10,000-year soul rings indicated that he was at least a soul sage. Yet, he appeared remarkably youthful. The observer sighed, feeling that his own faction was too weak to merit a collaboration with Xiaowu and his companions. Now, tranquility enveloped them, free from any intrusions. Xiaowu remarked, "Brother, your soul rings are truly impressive." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing could not help but chuckle. Xiaowu shrugged and remarked, "If all my soul rings were to reveal themselves, it would indeed be far more terrifying." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Indeed. Xiaowu currently possesses 5 soul rings, 3 black and 2 purple. These rings are bestowed upon him by his companions, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, Qianren Xue, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuqing. The accommodations at the inn were rather mediocre. Nonetheless, it was merely for a night, so they managed to endure it. At dawn the following day, the four departed from the inn and journeyed several miles to the Douluo forest. This forest is indeed vast, spanning the territories of the Luo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire. Within the Douluo continent, more than half of the land's soul beasts reside in the Douluo forest. Here, one can find soul beasts of various ages and types, making it easier to locate suitable soul rings. Rongrong, do you have any specific requirements for your 3rd soul ring? It seems your 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit does not have stringent demands, Xiaowu inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, the 7-treasure glazed tile primarily enhances 6 facets: strength, speed, spirit, control, attack, and amplification. Among these, the soul and amplification aspects do not have particular requirements for the acquisition of soul skills. However, for the other 4 facets, it is preferable to obtain soul rings from soul beasts that correspond to those characteristics, as this will enhance the effectiveness of the soul skills. According to my father's guidance, the 3rd soul skill enhancement should focus on spirit, specifically amplifying spiritual power, which has minimal requirements. Yet, this is somewhat limiting as it excludes soul beasts that excel in strength, speed, attack, or defense, lest I inadvertently acquire soul skills in those areas. Is that so? Zhu Xuqing remarked. So, it necessitates a soul beast that is not exceptional in any particular aspect, or rather, one that embodies a balance across all attributes. This requirement appears to be both simple and complex. Xiaowu pondered for a moment. It would be best to seek a soul beast that embodies balance in all aspects. Such a creature would possess formidable soul power, which should enhance the efficacy of Rongrong's soul assistance abilities. He then inquired of Zhu Xuqing, "Xuqing, do you have any particular soul skill effects in mind?" Zhu Xuqing shook her head, replying, "Any agility-based skills will suffice." It appeared she harbored no specific thoughts. Perhaps due to the impending hunt for soul beasts, Xiaowu seemed despondent, speaking little. Xiaowu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet he found himself unable to abstain from the hunt for soul beasts. Rongrong, Xuqing, are you aware of the limitations regarding the absorption of soul rings? Xiaowu inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, I possess some knowledge on the matter. The 7-treasure glazed tile school has conducted certain studies. Generally speaking, the absorption of a 3rd soul ring can exceed a millennium, but it must not surpass 2 millennia. The closer one approaches 2,000 years, the greater the peril becomes. Soul masters of the Douluo continent have conducted their own research on the absorption of soul rings, yet none are as precise as Yu Xiaojiang. Chadideo, generally speaking, the absorption of the 3rd spirit ring should not exceed 1,700 years. Surpassing this threshold can be perilous, even potentially fatal. However, you are different. Your physical condition has significantly improved, allowing you to absorb spirit rings of a higher grade, and as long as it does not exceed 3,000 years, there should be no major issues. Previously, Xiaowu had conducted research based on his own circumstances and those of Xiaowu, and he is confident in his assertions. We believe in you. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing harbored no doubts whatsoever. The effects of the capture space are indeed formidable. As they ventured into the Douluo forest, the deeper they went, the more powerful the spirit beasts became, and the longer their lifespans were. They encountered spirit beasts continuously. Some fled, while others attacked, necessitating caution and thus slowing their progress. Zhu Xuqing was capable of dealing with spirit beasts just over 1,000 years old. Xiaowu could handle those under 10,000 years, and Xiaowu was equipped to confront beasts of 1 to 2 tens of thousands of years. They entered an area frequented by 1,000-year spirit beasts and were able to cope. On the first day, they did not encounter a suitable spirit beast, and the 4 of them spent the night in the forest. Although it was termed as camping out, they had actually entered the capture space, free from the worry of spirit beast attacks, allowing them to rest well. The following day continued. In the afternoon, they encountered something peculiar. A few seemingly innocuous butterflies approached them, landing upon their bodies, only to vanish suddenly. Ning Rongrong felt despondent. I am unworthy of being human. I should be a slave. Zhu Xuqing lamented. I should have died long ago. Living is a sin. I am a calamity. Xiaowu remarked. I am but a rabbit. My flesh is quite delectable. Please, do consume me. Perhaps due to the capture space, or other reasons, Chowder remained unaffected. His mental strength was not weak, it expanded outward, swiftly locating the source of their troubles. Not far away, a black butterfly was fixated upon them. Void the air. Chowder manipulated the oxygen within his designated space, inducing a state of hypoxia. The black butterfly flitted erratically, on the verge of escaping the controlled area. Nevertheless, it could still sustain flight for a brief period despite the lack of oxygen. The space would not transform into a vacuum merely due to the absence of oxygen. A vacuum requires the complete extraction of all gases. The diminished oxygen levels would only alter the air pressure within the confines of the space, not render it a vacuum. Suddenly, he executed a spatial leap. Transitioning to space, he brought the black butterfly before him, then unleashed a devastating punch. The compressed space around his fist expanded rapidly, generating immense destructive force and impact that slammed the black butterfly into the ground. Severely injured, the butterfly struggled with its broken wings. While its offensive capabilities were minimal, it possessed the ability to influence the emotions of others. From the black butterfly's spiritual energy, it was estimated to have around 2,000 years of cultivation. With its dark attribute power and swift speed, although its attack was lacking, its emotional influence was considerable. Once Xiaowu and the others regained their composure, Chowder instructed Zhu Xing to hunt the black butterfly and absorb its soul ring. In Chapter 29, Zhu Qing's unique third soul skill. Zhu Xing was in the process of absorbing the soul ring, while Chowder, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong stood guard around her to prevent any disturbances. The black butterfly's cultivation age was approximately 2,000 years. According to Yu Xiaojiang's theories, she was attempting to absorb a ring beyond her level. However, due to the enhancement of her physique from consuming captured spatial ingredients, Chowder believed she could absorb a soul ring of a higher age. Zhu Xing had faith in Chowder, and ultimately, his judgment proved correct. During the absorption of the soul ring, Zhu Xing exhibited no signs of pain. The process unfolded smoothly and without peril. Upon completion, 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and another yellow, materialized around her. Success. Just as everyone reveled in their joy, a pair of black butterfly wings gradually sprouted from Zhu Xing's back. She herself was taken aback. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Why do butterfly wings appear? Is it a soul skill? Or has there been a mishap in the absorption of the soul ring?" "Zhu Qing, do you feel unwell?" Zhu Xing, somewhat flustered, replied, "It's not a soul skill. I don't know what is happening. They just grew on their own, and I can't control it." Xiaowu, concerned, asked, "Brother, what is going on?" Chowder observed the ebony butterfly wings adorning Zhu Xing's back and pondered for a moment. This was not a soul skill, but rather an external soul bone that Zhu Xing had inadvertently acquired. External soul bones? Ning Rongrong recalled having heard of such artifacts before, though she had never encountered one. "I have heard that external soul bones are far more elusive than other soul bones. Zhu Qing's fortune is indeed remarkable." Xiaowu, still somewhat perplexed, inquired, "If it is an external soul bone, then why is Zhu Qing unable to exert control over it?" Zhu Xing nodded in agreement. "I cannot control it." Not only is control elusive, Chowder elucidated, "Zhu Qing, you must regard the wings as an extension of your own body, akin to your arms and legs, and focus intently on mastering them. Initially, when one acquires such an external soul bone, a period of adjustment is necessary. I shall give it a try." Zhu Qing declared as she seated herself, closed her eyes, and endeavored to perceive, adapt to, and master the wings. Chowder and the others observed from the sidelines. Moments later, the black butterfly wings behind Zhu Xing began to retract, gradually vanishing as if they had never existed, leaving her attire unscathed. The ethereal black wings emerged without damaging her clothing. Zhu Xing continued to adapt and master their control. Subsequently, the black butterfly wings reappeared, fluttering gracefully as she soared into the air. This external soul bone, manifesting as black butterfly wings, may possess additional functions, but at the very least, it granted Zhu Xing the ability to fly, akin to a flight soul skill. How exquisite! At that moment, Zhu Xing resembled a stunning black butterfly. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu gazed at Zhu Xing soaring above, filled with envy. With her third soul skill, ethereal descent, Zhu Xing summoned purple soul rings that illuminated her form as she unleashed this new power. 3 black butterflies emerged, darting towards Chowder, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong. "Oh no, don't come any closer. Stop. The sight of the black butterflies evoked unsettling memories for Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. They attempted to use their soul power to obstruct the butterflies with their hands, only to discover that the black butterflies were incorporeal, passing through their soul energy, their hands, and indeed, their very bodies. Ning Rongrong knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by despair. I wish to be a little piglet, eating and sleeping. Xiaowu echoed her sentiments. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm too ugly. It's my fault that I don't deserve to live. Chowda remains unscathed. Indeed, you remain unaffected. Zhu Zhiqing descends beside Chowda. Chowda gazed at her and remarked, you are exceptionally suited for the power of the dark attribute. This soul skill induces a sense of negativity and decline, affecting one's emotions. Quite remarkable indeed. However, it is imperative to note that its efficacy diminishes against those with steadfast willpower or individuals who are already inclined toward pessimism. He continued, how long does the soul skill last? Zhu Zhiqing took heed of Chowda's words. It varies from person to person, generally lasting between 1 to 3 minutes. Yet, as my own dark attribute power amplifies, both the effectiveness and duration of the soul skill will extend. My wings, apart from enabling flight, can also absorb dark attribute energy. Unfortunately, this energy is not easily encountered. He explained, what this means is that when you come across a concentration of dark attribute energy, be it in objects or locations, you can unleash the black butterfly wings to absorb that energy. Chowda smiled and added, what a delightful surprise, congratulations to you. Zhu Zhiqing beamed in response, expressing her gratitude. I owe you my thanks. Without your guidance, such a pleasant surprise would not have been possible. Chowda, why are you being so polite with me? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you might consider offering yourself in return. Zhu Zhiqing cast him a sidelong glance. Yuqing, we are such good sisters. How could you treat me this way? The negative influence of Xiaowu dissipated. After a short while, Ning Rongrong also regained her composure. Yuqing, don't run away. The two joined forces to seek vengeance on Zhu Zhiqing. I was wrong. I accept my punishment. Zhu Zhiqing pleaded for mercy. The playful scuffle among the three continued for a while before they united in solidarity to warn Chowda. Forget everything we discussed previously. Chowda wore a look of confusion. What did you say? I cannot recall. It is better that way. Such negative and degenerate remarks are utterly shameful. Anyone who utters them must be silenced. Let us proceed and assist Rongrong in finding a suitable spirit beast. The four continued their search through the forest. It is no easy task to locate a spirit beast with a balanced array of abilities. More than a day passed, and at last, there was a discovery, the twin-headed scale serpent. Its attack, speed, defense, strength, and soul power are all relatively balanced. Though it is a serpent, this particular spirit beast possesses no venom, relying instead on its other strengths. The twin-headed scale serpent is a comprehensive type of serpent spirit beast. Chowda, approximately 2,500 years of cultivation, quite suitable for Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, let it be. Zhu Zhiqing's absorbed black butterfly soul ring has a specific cultivation age of over 2,100 years, presenting no issues whatsoever. Hence, Ning Rongrong is confident in absorbing the soul ring of such age. I shall make the first move to observe the extent of the impact of the third soul skill on it. Zhu Zhiqing unleashed her third soul skill, Ethereal Descent. This time, a dozen black butterflies soared towards the two-headed scale snake. The opponent, on high alert, swung its tail in an attempt to sweep away the black butterflies. Yet, the black butterflies effortlessly passed through its form. The two-headed scale snake's demeanor shifted immediately. It lay upon the ground, utterly still. It worked. The four of them approached once more. The two-headed scale snake clearly sensed the impending danger, yet it remained lethargic, showing a passive demeanor, resigned to its fate. What is the point of life? It might as well fulfill the human's desires. Zhiqing's soul skill is astonishingly powerful. This must be one of the easiest methods to hunt soul beasts, as they become too lazy to move and await their demise. Just as Ning Rongrong prepared to hunt the two-headed scale snake, an unexpected interruption occurred. Stop! 6 figures emerged from the forest, 5 men and 1 woman. Xiaowu glanced at them. What, do you wish to steal our soul beast? The opposing party replied, we discovered this two-headed scale snake first. It belongs to us. Indeed. They had found it first but failed to capture it, subsequently searching the vicinity. Rongrong, you should acquire the soul ring while Zhiqing's soul skill effect lasts. Chowda chose to ignore those individuals. With Chowda's presence, Ning Rongrong plunged her blade into the vital point of the two-headed serpent. Dare you? Seeking death. The adversaries were infuriated. Chapter 30. The second battle, complete victory. Xiaowu mused. Are the three spirit masters truly formidable? Among the 6 opponents, 3 revealed their spirit rings, showcasing 2 yellow and 2 purple rings for in total. Xiaowu also displayed 4 spirit rings, comprising 2 yellow and 2 purple. Zhu Shiqing showcased her spirit rings as well, presenting 2 yellow and 1 purple, totaling 3 rings. Chao remained motionless, standing guard by Ning Rongrong's side as she commenced the absorption of her soul ring, an endeavor that demanded undisturbed concentration. A soul master, a soul venerable, and 2 others, presumably another soul master and soul venerable. How audacious to attempt to seize another's soul beast. The opposition, having assessed that Chao and his companions were relatively young and likely possessed lower levels of soul power, felt emboldened to confront them. "We are more than sufficient to deal with you," declared Xiaowu with formidable confidence. "Shall we engage in a duel, or shall we face you together?" "I'm prepared for either." The leader of the opposing group spoke. "Fang Ping, why don't you entertain her?" Having previously released his martial soul and soul rings, Fang Ping stepped forward with a mocking grin, addressing Xiaowu. "Little sister, allow your brother to play with you." "Who are you calling brother?" Xiaowu retorted, vanishing in an instant. She reappeared behind Fang Ping and swiftly executed a kick, sending him flying. "Humph! With such meager skills, you ought not to embarrass yourself." "Ambush! Despicable!" shouted one of the adversaries. Yet their leader frowned, commanding, "You 3, overpower her first. We shall not engage with Xiaowu any longer." "Can't play anymore?" Xiaowu scoffed. She launched into action, utilizing her instantaneous movement to strike again, but the opponents were ready, employing their soul power for defense, as they lacked the time to unleash their soul abilities. However, they still underestimated the potency of Xiaowu's swift transitions and kicks, despite their defensive efforts. One was sent sprawling to the ground. Xiaowu pressed on, dispatching one before instantly targeting another with her kicks. "Mystic armor!" shouted the defender, activating his protective soul technique. Yet he was still pushed back several paces. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, enraged from being kicked away, charged back. "Ghostly claws!" Zhu Shiqing intervened, delivering a powerful blow. Fang Ping, wielding his martial soul, a steel rod countered with his century-old soul technique against Zhu Shiqing. Although both utilized century-old techniques, Zhu Shiqing held the upper hand. "Do not hold back." Their leader barked, angered that one of his subordinates had been bested by a soul master and a soul venerable, bringing shame upon him. Concurrently, he unleashed his martial soul and soul rings, displaying hues of yellow, purple, and black, identifying himself as a soul king, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. The remaining male and female behind him showed no intent to engage and seemed somewhat anxious. They were employers who had hired this mercenary group to assist in hunting soul beasts. The 3 mercenaries, incensed, resolved to exert their full strength to reclaim their dignity. With a flourish of instantaneous movement and powerful kicks, Xiaowu engaged the 2 soul masters with effortless grace, while Zhu Shiqing maintained equilibrium against Fang Ping using only her first and second soul techniques. Chao possesses spatial abilities, allowing him to isolate the sounds of battle from affecting Ning Rongrong. The opposing leader, unable to contain himself, opted to launch a surprise attack on Xiaowu, employing his 4th soul skill, a series of slashing strikes. The other 2 allies coordinated their efforts, collectively assaulting Xiaowu. In a state of invulnerability, Xiaowu remained impervious to their attacks for 3 seconds, during which her attributes were significantly enhanced. In this invincible state, she first deflected the trio's onslaught, then executed a swift teleportation, bending at the waist to strike one of the soul masters, severely wounding him and rendering him unable to continue fighting. Now, it was a 1-against-2 scenario, pitting her against a soul master and a soul king. The opponents were taken aback. This girl's soul skills were exceedingly formidable, and her battle experience was vast. She was indeed a monster. Though Xiaowu exhibited remarkable combat prowess, the toll it took was considerable. "Xiaowu, hold on." Zhu Shiqing ascended into the air, her black butterfly wings unfurling. She then unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Fall into the Underworld. 6 black butterflies emerged, soaring toward the 6 adversaries. Butterflies? The opposing 6 became wary, attempting to attack the butterflies with their soul power and skills to no avail. Even their physical strikes proved ineffective. "Hee, you are in for a misfortune." Xiaowu swiftly evaded, ensuring she did not inadvertently collide with the black butterflies. The 6 butterflies passed through their bodies, causing an immediate transformation in their expressions. They became despondent and degenerate, abandoning the fight while uttering nonsensical words and engaging in bizarre actions. Why is this happening? They were aware of their words and actions, desperate to halt but utterly unable to do so. By the time they regained their composure, they would be left in a state of utter embarrassment. Laughing heartily at their antics, Xiaowu found immense joy in their plight. As Zhu Zhuqing descended, retracting her wings, 6 black butterflies reappeared beside her, poised to unleash another wave upon the 6 adversaries. After nearly a minute, the opposing Soul King was the first to recover. His expression grim as he glared at the black butterflies surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, refraining from further action, realizing the overwhelming nature of such a soul skill. Gradually, the remaining 5 regained their composure, trembling at the sight of the black butterflies. Hey, shall we continue fighting? You can't even contend with a single butterfly. Perhaps it's time to train properly. Xiaowu joked. Moreover, the soul beasts of the Stardow forest are unclaimed. It's not about who spots them first. Most importantly, one must not judge by appearances. There is always a greater force beyond the horizon, and individuals beyond reckoning. They had put on quite a show. Let us depart. With no strategy to counter Zhu Zhuqing's black butterflies, prolonging the confrontation would only lead to further embarrassment, and Xiaowu and her companions had already shown restraint. Although the exertion was substantial, the thrill of the encounter was exhilarating. Xiaowu approached Zhu Zhuqing and exclaimed, "Zhuqing, your black butterfly soul skill is invincible." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, glancing at Xiaoda, who remained unaffected. This cannot be a mere coincidence. There are always counters. As you mentioned, there are realms beyond our own, and individuals surpassing our understanding. Xiaowu replied awkwardly, "I was merely speaking off the cuff." Xiaoda approached Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, remarking, "You both have performed exceptionally well." "Indeed," Xiaowu replied proudly, "it's merely the Soul King. I am not afraid." "You, however." Xiaoda gently ruffled Xiaowu's hair, then addressed Zhu Zhuqing. "The influence of your black butterfly soul skill diminishes significantly against soul masters of higher levels. Be mindful of this. A Soul King might be affected for less than a minute, while a Soul Emperor's influence will be even shorter. And a Soul Sage may hardly feel any impact. Furthermore, individuals with strong willpower, as well as those who are inherently inclined towards negativity, will experience minimal effects." Zhu Zhuqing, now aware of the need to continuously enhance her soul power, currently stood at level 32. Absorbing soul rings from higher levels provided her with a greater boost in soul power. After some time, Ning Rongrong successfully absorbed her soul ring. Lacking soul bones or external soul bones, Zhu Zhuqing's fortune was not easily attained. With a soul ring over 2,400 years old, she had reached level 31 in soul power, nearing level 32. Her soul skill augmented her soul power, currently capable of enhancing a soul master of the same rank by approximately 50% for about half an hour. Ning Rongrong felt quite satisfied with the outcome, as the age of the soul ring exceeded that of the original narrative, resulting in superior skill effectiveness. Chapter 31. The astonishment of the Bone Douluo having emerged from the Stardow forest, Xiaoda and the others spent a night in a small town. The following morning, they boarded a rented carriage for their return journey, with Xiaoda once again assuming the role of the driver. They made a stop at an inn along the way. Xiaoda borrowed the kitchen of the inn to prepare a sumptuous feast. Just as they were indulging in the delectable meal, an unexpected guest arrived. "Grandpa Bone, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than the hurriedly arrived Bone Douluo, whose sudden appearance filled Ning Rongrong with surprise. Concerned for Ning Rongrong's well-being, Bone Douluo had swiftly traveled from the 7-treasure glazed tile school in Heavendo City to Sotoa City, only to learn from the disciples there that she had ventured into the Stardow forest. Thus, he pursued her from Sotoa City. Along the way, he connected with the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school who had been secretly safeguarding Ning Rongrong and was informed of her exact whereabouts. This is why he found himself at this inn tonight. Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was delighted to see Bone Douluo, while he was taken aback by her transformation. In just a few months, she had grown taller and matured into a young lady. What has caused such a swift change? Bone Douluo's concern deepened, fearing that something might be amiss with her health. When the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school reported on her condition, they hesitated to mention her physical changes, uncertain of how to articulate it, and ultimately chose to remain silent. "Grandpa Bone." Ning Rongrong leaped into Bone Douluo's arms, playfully saying, "I've missed you so much. I think of you every day." Bone Douluo, with a doting smile, replied, "If you think of me, why didn't you return? We have been quite worried about you." Ning Rongrong softly responded, "Of course, I intended to go back, but I am out here for training. I cannot always rely on your protection. Isn't it splendid as it is now?" Bone Douluo, unable to scold her, displayed a tender smile filled with helpless affection. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing watched them with envy, both longing for the warmth of familial love, unaware of Douluo's true identity, perceiving him merely as Ning Rongrong's elder relative. Xiaowu, however, was aware that this individual held the esteemed title of Douluo. He surmised that the recent changes in Ning Rongrong had sparked concerns within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, prompting the Douluo to personally investigate the situation. Grandfather Bone, allow me to introduce my friends, Ning Rongrong said as she presented Xiaowu and the others. This is Xiaowu, a soul king. She is Xiaowu, a soul sect member, and she is Zhu Shiqing, who, like me, is a soul master. By the way, Grandfather Bone, you may not know this yet, but I have now reached the rank of a 31st level soul master. Surprised? The Douluo had already learned of this accomplishment from the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet he felt a surge of joy for Ning Rongrong. Surprised indeed. Our Rongrong is a rare talent, he exclaimed. As he held one of Ning Rongrong's hands, he examined her physique and found no abnormalities. On the contrary, he was astonished to discover a significant enhancement in her constitution. Ning Rongrong pouted, remarking, compared to the three of them, I am merely average. After a brief pause, she turned to Xiaowu and the others, saying, Xiaowu, Shiqing, this is my grandfather Bone. He is incredibly powerful, known as the Douluo. And he is family, who cares for me deeply. Douluo. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing gasped in astonishment. Xiaowu instinctively tensed for a moment before regaining her composure. Had it not been for her capturing space, which concealed her identity as a soul beast, the Douluo would have undoubtedly seen through her disguise. Before reaching maturity, a titled Douluo could discern the true form of a transformed soul beast. Fortunately, Xiaowu's capturing space effectively masked her identity, preventing the Douluo from uncovering the truth. Xiaowu remained composed, affirming that since Rongrong was family, so too were her relatives. Senior Douluo, if you do not mind, please join us for dinner. We have yet to eat, and the food will soon grow cold. Rongrong urged Douluo to take a seat. Grandpa Bone, it is fortuitous that you arrived early. This meal has been personally prepared by Xiaowu, and I assure you, it is a culinary delight that you will surely enjoy. Xiaowu had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Senior Douluo, please have a taste. Only then did Douluo notice the sumptuous spread before him, replete with various fish and seafood dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. He chuckled, a feast for the senses. This evening, I shall indulge in your hospitality and savor this bounty. Grandpa Bone, do try this dish, and this one too. Rongrong insisted, continually serving him. Douluo smiled broadly. Enough, enough. My bowl can hardly contain it. You all should eat as well. Do not feel constrained by my presence. The atmosphere was pleasant, and they began to eat and engage in light conversation. Grandpa Bone, did you come specifically to find me? Were you worried about me being alone out here? Rongrong began to piece together the situation, realizing it could not simply be a coincidence. Douluo refrained from mentioning the hidden protection provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's disciples. Indeed, you have been out of touch for months. Your father and your grandpa Jian have been worried sick. They could not leave, so I took it upon myself to come. I inquired about your whereabouts along the way, and I am relieved to find you safe and sound. Douluo had essentially confirmed that Rongrong's health was not only intact but had improved significantly, which was certainly a good sign. However, he was puzzled as to the reason behind her transformation. He speculated that it might be due to Xiaowu and his companions, and he observed them closely during the meal, yet nothing overtly revealed itself. Rongrong, ever charming, reassured him, Grandpa Bone, you have worked hard for us. There is no need for concern. I can take care of myself. Now that I have met Xiaowu and his friends, we will face challenges together and nothing untoward will happen. Douluo replied, what family does not worry for their child venturing into the world? He then added, however, it is true that our Rongrong has matured and made commendable friends, which brings us great comfort. He turned his gaze toward Xiaowu and his companions, expressing his gratitude for their care of Rongrong. Xiaowu, Senior Douluo, Rongrong and I are good friends. It is only natural for us to assist one another. We embark on our journeys together and grow side by side. The Douluo nodded in satisfaction. You both appear to be of a similar age to Rongrong. Do your families feel at ease with your departure? Xiaowu responded, both my family and Xiaowu's family are no longer with us. Previously, we studied and trained at the Blue Ba Academy in Heavendo City under the guidance of Director Lu Erlong. Blue Ba Academy, Lu Erlong, and disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. The Douluo was aware of this, but felt a tinge of disappointment. Initially, he had hoped to recruit Xiaowu and his companions into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but with the emergence of Lu Erlong, that possibility vanished. He then inquired about Zhu Zhuqing, asking, "And what of this young lady?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Senior Douluo, I hail from the Star Luo Empire. I escaped from my home and have no intention of returning." "Nor can I." The Douluo made a conjecture upon hearing the name Zhu. "Could it be that your martial soul is the nether cat?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. No wonder. The Douluo comprehended and sympathized. Being born in the Star Luo Empire and within the Zhu family, was it a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Ning Rongrong interjected, refusing to let the Douluo continue his inquiries. "Grandpa Bone, please refrain from prying. They are my friends, and I care not about their origins, as long as we treat each other with sincerity." The Douluo chuckled. "Very well, I shall cease my questions." After all, he had inquired enough. Nonetheless, he extended an invitation. "Should the three of you wish to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the future, you will always be welcome." Chapter 32. Strength is Paramount. 100,000 years of soul rings. The Douluo, along with Xiaowu and the others, arrived in Soto City. "Grandpa Bone, have you been to Soto City before?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. After entering the city, they returned the rented carriage and strolled along the streets of Soto. "I have been here before, but it has been many years. It appears that not much has changed." The Douluo reminisced about past events. The world of soul masters during his youth was far from the tranquility of today. Conflicts were frequent, and one could lose their life at any moment. Suddenly, a group of individuals approached, and among them were those who recognized Xiaowu and his companions. "Third uncle, it's them. They injured me before, and you must avenge me." The speaker's words were accompanied by a gust of wind, revealing a few missing teeth. "Halt." They obstructed Xiaowu and his companions. "It is him." Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu suddenly recalled the man who had previously confronted them at the wonton stall, one of the three whom Xiaowu had struck, resulting in several of his teeth being dislodged. To their astonishment, they encountered him once more. "Are you the ones who harmed my nephew?" A middle-aged man stepped forward, his expression malevolent, glaring at Xiaowu and the others. "Kneel down and bow your heads until you have earned my nephew's forgiveness, or else." Before he could finish his threat, he was sent flying. The Douluo had swiftly advanced and had just delivered a powerful kick that sent the middle-aged man soaring through the air. "You dare to assault a nobleman!" he thundered. "Guards! Guards!" Just then, a patrol of soldiers happened to be passing by. The guards rushed over, encircling Xiaowu and his companions. "Those who dare to strike a nobleman shall be apprehended." The patrol, undoubtedly aligned with the aristocracy, sought to seize Xiaowu and his friends for punishment. "A bunch of clowns," the Douluo declared, unleashing a surge of soul power that effortlessly toppled several individuals and 20 patrolmen to the ground. "No one dares to demand that I bow." His presence was imposing and formidable. "Anyone who dares to bully Ning Rongrong shall face dire consequences. Go summon your king to meet me, or you shall bear the repercussions." Having spoken, he cast aside a token and departed with Xiaowu and his companions. Upon seeing the token, the captain of the guards was struck with fear, his legs trembling. "Let me see." The middle-aged noble approached and snatched the token from him. Upon recognizing it, he immediately sank to the ground in terror. "It's over. It's over." "What happened, uncle?" inquired the man who had lost a few teeth. "Get lost. This is all your fault." Enraged, the middle-aged man struck his nephew squarely in the face, causing teeth and blood to spray forth. The nephew was left dazed by the blow. The middle-aged man, however, disregarded him, for there were more pressing matters at hand. He feared that if he delayed, his own life would be at stake. Xiaowu and his companions continued to meander, as if nothing had transpired. Approximately an hour later, a multitude of royal guards appeared on the street, clearing the way and dispersing unrelated individuals. Finally, they have arrived. If they had not, I would have taken a trip to the palace myself. Douluo indeed harbored such thoughts. Had the kingdom of Balak truly come? Xiaowu blinked in astonishment. Douluo was remarkably impressive. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Not only is Douluo a titled Douluo, but with the 7 treasures glazed sect backing him, each alone is beyond the capability of the kingdom of Balak to contend with. Such is the nature of this world. Strength reigns supreme. The king of the kingdom of Balak has arrived, accompanied by Soul Douluo for protection." The troublesome count, a middle-aged man, also made his appearance. "Honorable Douluo." The king bowed respectfully, offering apologies and acknowledgement of wrongdoings. The count was swiftly met with a severe punishment, his legs broken, and the man, now missing several teeth, was rendered incapable of using his martial soul. In addition, a substantial compensation in soul coins was rendered. This barely sufficed to smooth over the situation. The kingdom undoubtedly harbored grievances, but what could be done? With grievances, could one confront a titled Douluo or the Seven Treasures glazed sect? Any amount of resentment must be swallowed, not daring to utter a word of protest. Such is the nature of the strong. Such is the plight of the weak. Wrong. Return to the Seven Treasures glazed sect early. Do not indulge too much in play. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhiqin were asked to look after Rongrong. After spending a few days in Soto City, Douluo departed. He could not remain in Soto City indefinitely to accompany Ning Rongrong, as there were matters awaiting him within the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Moreover, Ning Rongrong needed to grow independently. Despite his indulgence, he understood the importance of moderation. Now, Xiaowu and his trio had become notable figures among the nobility of Soto City. The king had issued an order not to provoke them, and the nobles, having received their portraits, would take great care to avoid any encounters. Fortunately, their lives remained unaffected as they continued to frequent the Grand Soul Arena and the inn, maintaining a simple routine. Even if a noble spotted them at the Grand Soul Arena, they dared not make a fuss. Days passed, and Ning Rongrong's soul power reached level 32. On that day, Xiaowu also achieved a breakthrough, reaching level 53. Dai Mubai and Tang Xin had not reappeared in Soto City, as Yu Xiaojing had gone to Shrek Academy to oversee their curriculum. Currently, they were undergoing physical training, which would not conclude for several months. In the city of Tiando, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo Gu Rong returned and detailed the events to Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo. Old Bone, are you certain that Rongrong is unharmed? Sword Douluo expressed his concern regarding Bone Douluo's examination of Ning Rongrong. Bone Douluo replied with a cold snort, if you doubt me, you may see for yourself. Should she be able to move, I would certainly go, Sword Douluo lamented, wishing to check on Ning Rongrong, but regrettably bound by other matters. Ning Fingji, familiar with their bickering, chuckled and said, as long as Rongrong is well, there is no harm in her maturing a bit faster. As long as her health remains intact, the reasons for her growth will become evident in due time. She has made several good friends, and we should be pleased for her. It is evident that she is thriving and growing well. Allowing her to gain experience independently is indeed the right course of action. For now, let her continue her journey. We should look into Xiaowu and Xiaowu's studies at the Blue Tyrant Academy. As for Zhu Zhiqin, she should be from the Zhu family. It is quite normal for individuals from families that forsake emotions for profit to seek escape. The three possessed remarkable talents, comparable to Rongrong's, and if possible, it would be preferable for them to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fingji, with his prudent thought process, ensured that no investigation would be overlooked. Days passed, and within Soto City, Xiaowu experienced a sudden surge in soul power, elevating nearly 2 levels to reach level 55. Qian Rinxue acquired her 7th soul ring and became a soul sage. Through the capture of space, Xiaowu could sense Qian Rinxue's enhancement. Her advancement brought significant augmentation to Xiaowu in various aspects, most notably in the increase of soul power. 100,000-year soul ring. Xiaowu was astonished to discover that one of his spirit rings had transformed into a vibrant red hue. This particular spirit ring was bestowed upon him by Qian Rinxu, who had recently acquired her 7th spirit ring. The cumulative age of her 7 spirit rings exceeded 100,000 years, thus elevating Xiaowu's spirit ring to the status of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Although Lu Erlong also possessed 7 spirit rings, hers fell short in comparison. The total age of her spirit rings was over 90,000 years, failing to surpass the 100,000-year threshold. Chapter 33. The Transformation of the Islands Within the Space Brother. It's a red spirit ring. Has Qian Rinxu become a spirit saint? In the room, only Xiaowu and Xiaowu were present. Xiaowu had ensnared and bound those individuals within the space, and Xiaowu was fully aware of this. She understood that all of Xiaowu's spirit rings were derived from the contributions of those he had bound, with each spirit ring representing the cumulative age of a single bound individual spirit rings. Previously, Lu Erlong had provided the highest cumulative age for spirit rings. Yet she was unlikely to reach the rank of Spirit Douluo in the near future. Therefore, it was not difficult to deduce that Qian Rinxu had achieved a breakthrough. Xiaowu nodded, acknowledging that Qian Rinxue had acquired her 7th soul ring, with the cumulative age of the 7 soul rings surpassing 100,000 years. She possessed an innate full soul power of level 20, and her talents, martial soul, and physique were all superior to those of her teacher, the second dragon. It was entirely reasonable that the soul rings she obtained were of higher quality than those of the second dragon. Xiaowu, understanding this, chuckled and said, "Brother, Are you attempting to capture all the talented girls of Douluo continent? Do you wish to bring them all home? Yes, Chowda replied enigmatically. You were such a flirt. Xiaowu pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet, she was acutely aware that once bound to Chowda's captivating space, she was destined to remain with him. And he could not bear to see the women he had bound with other men. Thus, it was inevitable that those bound would ultimately end up with Chowda, though the nature of their relationships might vary. As the number of bound individuals increased, the assurance of none engaging with Chowda in a romantic capacity became uncertain. Xiaowu found herself unable to resist or detach from him, ultimately resigning to her fate. Fortunately, Chowda had always treated her with kindness, and she hoped that this would continue in the future. Chowda was oblivious to Xiaowu's sentiments, his expression one of astonishment. Xiaowu, there has been a transformation within the space of my spatial martial soul. Come, let us explore it. Before Xiaowu could respond, Chowda had already led her into the captivation space. The captivation space remained an island surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. However, the island beneath their feet had changed. Brother, has the island grown larger? It appears entirely different now. There is even a grand house, an abundance of trees, and a pond. The two landed at the highest point of the island, affording them a panoramic view. Originally, the island had a diameter of less than 10 meters. Now it spanned 100 meters. At the center of the island lay a pond, resembling a small lake, its waters crystal clear, with only a few strands of grass visible. On one side of the island stood a charming villa, facing the serene lake, with the sea behind it and a fishing platform beside it. Scattered around were various trees, presumably fruit-bearing, some adorned with ripening fruits. Additionally, there were plants that also bore fruit. The entire island now radiated beauty. How lovely! It resembles a paradise. Xiaowu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Brother, let us explore the villa. She gleefully tugged at Chowda, leading him along a cobblestone path towards the villa. The island of the captivation space had suddenly undergone a transformation, which Chowda surmised was related to his soul ring evolving to 100,000 years. Though he remained uncertain, merely speculating. As they approached the villa, the gate to the courtyard swung open automatically. The door opened on its own. How marvelous! Xiaowu gazed at the grand entrance for some time. Once inside, the door closed behind them. Xiaowu playfully dashed back, and the door opened again. It closed when she stepped away, repeating this delightful game with unrelenting enthusiasm. The villa's entrance was substantial and exquisitely crafted, exuding an air of nobility. Flanking the entrance were two lifelike stone lions, radiating majesty and power. Open sesame! Xiaowu exclaimed in delight, mimicking what she learned from Chowda. The door opened. Not by magic words, but in response to Xiaowu's approach, much like a smart door with recognition capabilities. The villa comprised 3 stories. The first floor featured a grand hall, several bedrooms, and a kitchen. The furnishings included sofas, tables, chairs, carpets, tea sets, and various other home decor, all of which appeared to be of exceptional quality. The interior was circular, with the second floor housing 10 bedrooms, each equipped with private bathrooms, and each room furnished to perfection. Is this my room? Xiaowu exclaimed, noticing a delightful soft-boned rabbit design on her door. 6 of the 10 rooms bore unique patterns, including the soft-boned rabbit, the nether spirit cat, the 7 treasures glazed tower, the 6-winged angel, the fire dragon, and a design representing space itself. Moreover, only the corresponding individuals could access their designated rooms, meaning Xiaowu could not enter others' rooms, nor could they enter hers, except for Chowda, the master. How fascinating! Xiaowu mused with delight. Wow, it's just as I envisioned. She adored the decor of her room, as well as the furnishings within. Each room's decor was distinct, seemingly tailored to reflect the preferences of its occupant. Xiaowu's room was adorned in shades of pink, while Ning Rongrong's was blue, and surprisingly, Zhu Zhuqing's was red. Could it be that red transforms into black at a certain point? Qian Renshui's room was predominantly white, and Lu Erlong's was green, perfectly aligning with their personalities. Indeed, Teacher Erlong has a penchant for green. Rongrong loves blue. Is Qian Renshui's angelic martial soul represented by white? Zhu Qing's preference for red is unexpected. Why then does she wear black every day? The vibrant color of Zhu Qing's room was indeed the most surprising. Brother, why is your room so flamboyant? Is it because you're a flirt? Truly a charming rogue. Xiaowu teased, flopping onto Chowda's bed. Wow, such a soft mattress. You must try it. Xiaowu discovered yet another delightful feature. The bed was wonderfully soft and springy. Such luxurious comfort was unheard of in the world of Douluo. Yet Chowda had encountered similar beds throughout his time on Earth. His attention shifted to the room's arrangement, which bore a striking resemblance to his earthly abode. momentarily transporting him back in time. "Brother, are you all right?" Xiaowu's voice brought Chowda back to the present. Chowda shook his head, indicating that he was preoccupied with his thoughts. "There's no need to daydream or zone out." Xiaowu gently guided Chowda onto the bed, encouraging him to feel it, the softness, the comfort. Could this become a nightly routine, a bed so inviting and cozy? His eagerness was palpable. "As long as it pleased you, it would be perfect." Chowda smiled gently. "Ah, how delightful, soft and springy." Xiaowu reclined gracefully, quietly savoring the sensation. Chowda turned sideways, resting his hand on his head as he gazed at her, captivated by her beauty, longing to take a bite. "Brother, why are you staring at me?" After a moment, Xiaowu turned around and noticed Chowda. Chowda said nothing, enveloping her in his embrace and silencing her. A few minutes later, Xiaowu spoke. "Brother, let Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing come in to take a look. They will surely be delighted." On that day, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing entered. Their astonishment and joy far exceeded that of Xiaowu. Chapter 34. The Waves, the Beach, and... "Ah, Zhu Qing, so you have a penchant for red. Cold exterior, but warm interior. It truly suits you." Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Zhu Xuqing's room. Zhu Xuqing remained composed, neither confirming nor denying it. She indeed cherished this room. She turned to Chowda and inquired, "May I come to stay here in the future?" Chowda chuckled, saying, "You may consider this place your home. You can stay as long as you wish." Xiaowu interjected, "Rongrong, Zhiqing. There is a kitchen equipped with gas for cooking, along with ample ingredients. We can prepare meals here and reside comfortably. I have made up my mind to stay for a while and indulge in this experience. You should join us." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing were naturally eager. The setting was both novel and heartwarming, a veritable paradise. The villa was equipped with restrooms and facilities for wastewater and waste management. Although the specifics of the process remained a mystery, Chowda and his companions had no cause for concern. Furthermore, the residence boasted electricity, various appliances, and even mobile phones and computers. The only drawback was the absence of internet connectivity, limiting entertainment to offline gaming and music. On the third floor, there was a games room, a music room, a gym, and a reading room. The rooftop featured an open terrace adorned with flowering plants. "This is a mobile phone. Take it and learn to use it with me." Chowda took out several smartphones and taught them how to use them. They assumed that Chowda had swiftly mastered the devices through the manual, pondering whether he was indeed extraordinary. After all, this was his soul realm, where the emergence of novel items was entirely natural. The smartphones? They displayed captivating patterns, dazzling in their luminosity. Xiaowu, Zhu Xuqing, and Ning Rongrong were filled with curiosity and delight as they followed Chowda's lead in learning. Chowda instructed them on how to use their mobile phones for photography, guiding them through some basic operations. The mere act of taking photographs filled them with delight. They were captivated and could hardly put the phone down. They tirelessly snapped pictures, capturing everything in sight, thoroughly enjoying the process. They spent half the day engrossed in their phones, primarily focused on photography, taking pictures of various subjects, indulging in selfies, and experimenting with diverse techniques. Chowda ventured out for a while, bringing back some ingredients and seasonings with a storage soul guide device. Subsequently, she prepared lunch. During the meal, they continued to take photographs of the dishes, creating an impression that they were dining not for the sake of nourishment, but rather solely for the purpose of capturing images. In the afternoon, their photographic endeavors persisted. Chowda emerged from the villa, observing the various plants climbing the walls, none of which he recognized. However, he could utilize his mobile phone to scan them. The device would reveal the names of the plants, the type of flowers they bore, the fruits they produced, whether they were edible, their flavors, and the nutritional benefits or effects they offered. To his astonishment, he discovered that every plant on the island bore fruit, all of which were consumable and possessed a certain spiritual essence, akin to the effects of the fish and seafood one might catch. After scanning all the island's flora, he received intriguing results. Although the effects mirrored those of the marine bounty, the flavors and nutritional profiles were distinct, proving to be quite delightful. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, Zhu Xuqing, and Ning Rongrong had also left the villa, engrossed in photographing the island's diverse vegetation. They had become captivated by the art of photography. As night fell, they continued to capture the enchanting scenery. The three spent the night in Zhu Xuqing's room, remaining awake until dawn, only succumbing to sleep shortly thereafter. It wasn't until noon that Chowda called them for lunch, reminding them gently to avoid staying up late, lest they develop wrinkles. Chowda ominously declared, "We shall not bear any wrinkles." The trio remained unfazed, After their meal, Xiaowu instructed them on the use of computers, simultaneously transferring photographs to each of their devices. The obsession with photography momentarily subsided. Yet, they soon became enamored with music, although the melodies originated from different eras. The shared language of sound allowed them to comprehend and be deeply moved. Xiaowu reclined under the sunshade on the beach with them, savoring the music, basking in the sun and indulging in fruits, relishing the moment. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It soon dawned on him. This was a beach, and they were donned in long skirts and trousers. How could that be? Xiaowu, accompany me back to the villa, he said. Brother, what's the matter? She inquired. You'll find out once we arrive, he replied, shrouded in mystery. Xiaowu was aware that the clothing room on the third floor of the villa housed an array of beachwear, catering to both men and women. Though the latter predominated with a diverse selection, under Xiaowu's guidance, Xiaowu tried on over a dozen beach outfits, ultimately settling on the one that pleased Xiaowu the most. Brother, am I really going out dressed like this? Xiaowu felt a sense of embarrassment. Chadideo remarked. This is precisely how one should dress. It is beach attire, perfect for basking in the sun and enjoying oneself at the shore. You will understand once you experience it for yourself. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaowu decided to acquiesce to Xiaodu's perspective, given the absence of outsiders. Ah, Xiaowu, why are you not wearing any clothes? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing gasped in astonishment. Introduction to Xiaodu. This is beachwear. It is indeed the appropriate attire for frolicking by the shore. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing gazed at Xiaodu with a peculiar expression. Xiaowu initially felt uneasy, yet gradually acclimated and began to appreciate its convenience. Especially while swimming in the ocean and playing on the beach, it proved to be remarkably practical, offering a distinct experience. Xiaowu was adamant about sharing this with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. Under her insistence, the two reluctantly donned the beach attire. How beautiful it is! Xiaowu was filled with delight, feasting his eyes on the scene before him. He donned a relatively modest beach outfit, wary of overwhelming the girls, as he sought to ease them into the experience gradually. Indeed, it proved to be quite convenient. Once accustomed to it, he found the sensation rather pleasant. It was merely a small sacrifice on Xiaodu's part. As the girls grew more comfortable, they began to embrace the essence of beach attire. Given the intimate setting, they were eager to draw closer to Xiaodu, and with no one else around, he relished the visual indulgence. Together, they swam in the ocean, engaged in playful water fights, buried themselves in the sand, lounged under the sun, and enjoyed music while savoring fruit. It was a time filled with joy and bliss. For over 10 consecutive days, they abandoned their training and simply reveled in play, losing themselves in the sheer exhilaration of it all. Xiaodu's bond with them grew even more intimate, as he assisted in applying sunscreen and massaging their hands and feet. Having enjoyed their playtime, it was now time for cultivation, blending practice with leisure in perfect harmony. Xiaodu did not neglect to urge them to cultivate diligently. They would engage in playful activities in the morning, devote their afternoons to rigorous training until the early hours of dawn, and then retire for slumber. This regimen persisted for over 2 months. During this period, they would occasionally make appearances at the inn, subtly indicating their presence there. This time was filled with joy and fulfillment. Each of their soul powers experienced significant enhancement. Xiaodu reached the 56th level. Xiaowu attained the 45th level. Zhu Shiqing reached the 35th level, and Ning Rongrong progressed to the 34th level. Xiaodu experienced the swiftest rise in power, largely due to the enhancements brought forth by Lu Erlong, Qian Renque, Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong. Their growth would undoubtedly amplify his own. Today, they departed from the captivity space. Having resided there for over 2 months, an environment change was necessary, as they could not remain detached from society. They needed to venture out for practical experience. Upon their exit, they decided to stroll through the streets before heading to the Great Soul Arena to partake in battles, swiftly regaining their former vigor. How exquisite! Truly breathtaking. Oh my divine beings! The trio of Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong had blossomed into maturity. Their figures were splendid, their visages striking, each possessing unique charm. Adorned in beautiful garments and fresh attire that they had donned upon emerging from the captivity space, they radiated an ethereal beauty, capturing the attention of all passers-by. Especially when they smiled, they became utterly enchanting, leaving onlookers entranced. Their allure evoked the kind of havoc that could befall a heart captivated by beauty. They unabashedly showcased their charms, indifferent to the gazes and remarks of strangers, which, in turn, attracted a great deal of envy towards Xiaodu. Brat, keep your distance from my goddess. Pretty boy scram. They belong to me. Such infatuated remarks echoed around them, and Chowda dealt with any troublemakers swiftly. The nobility of Swoto City recognized them and often chose to steer clear. For the time being, Chowda and his companions faced no significant troubles. What beautiful ladies! I must introduce myself. A few days later, at the Great Soul Arena in Swoto City, they encountered members of the Imperial Battle Team, Yu Tianhing, Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, Shi Mo, and Shi Mo's twin brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shi Mo from the Tiando Royal Academy. Shi Mo, captivated by the beauty of Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, approached them impulsively. Is the Tiando Royal Academy truly remarkable? While others might express surprise at the mention of the academy, Ning Rongrong remained unimpressed. It should be noted that the Seven Treasure Glaze tile sect supported the Tiando Empire, especially an academy founded by the imperial family. Shi Mo felt momentarily embarrassed and was astonished by Ning Rongrong's reaction. Typically, the mention of the Tiando Royal Academy would evoke admiration or envy from others. Yet Ning Rongrong displayed disdain. He attempted to inquire, "Are you unaware of the Tiando Royal Academy? Surely, you must also be Soul Masters?" Ning Rongrong replied, "Of course I am aware. It is merely a Soul Master Academy. What is there to boast about?" Shi Mo insisted. "But it is the best advanced Soul Master Academy in the Tiando Empire. I am a genius student there." "Genius?" Ning Rongrong chuckled and turned to Xiaowu, who immediately understood and unleashed her soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. She addressed Shi Mo, "If you wish to make our acquaintance, we shall have a spar. If you win, you may approach us again. If you lose, do not disturb us further." At that moment, Yu Tianhing, Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, Shi Mo, Osro, and Yu Feng approached. "Shi Mo, are you in trouble?" Osro, upon noticing Xiaowu's soul rings, mistakenly believed they were confronting Shi Mo. Yu Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of the trio. What stunning ladies! However, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin shot him a glance, causing him to promptly silence himself. No, Shi Mo quickly clarified. "I merely wanted to introduce myself, nothing more." With the arrival of others, he felt it inappropriate to continue. Shi Mo's twin brother. Shi Mo knew of his brother's tendencies well. Humph. Always trying to flirt with beautiful girls. Can't you behave? It's quite embarrassing. What do you know? Shi Mo retorted quietly. Dugu Yin approached Xiaowu and questioned, "So, you think a mere introduction warrants a fight? Is a 4-ring Soul Master truly formidable?" Xiaowu, taken aback, grew displeased. "Do not speak without understanding the situation. And I assure you, my 4-ring Soul Master is certainly superior to yours. If you doubt it, we can compare." "Very well. Who is afraid?" Dugu Yin refused to back down. Just then, the leader of the Imperial Battle Team, Qin Ming, appeared. "What is the commotion? Hurry and register for the battles. Prepare for the contest." He added, "You are also here to participate, right? Perhaps we will encounter each other. We shall see who is stronger then." With that, Dugu Yin and the others departed. Zhu Zhuqing approached Xiaowu and advised, "Clearly, they are all from prominent families. Accustomed to their arrogance, do not let them get to you." Xiaowu. Ning Rongrong noted, "They are likely students of the Tiando Royal Academy, a noble institution where students believe themselves superior. Yet, in truth, few are genuinely talented." Ning Rongrong, although proud herself, was gradually changing in the company of Chowda and his friends. Arrogance without the backing of strength is merely a jest. Chowda grasped Xiaowu's hand, deeming it unnecessary to engage in petty disputes with them. "Let us proceed to participate in today's soul battle. Perhaps we may indeed encounter them, and then our strength will speak for itself." Xiaowu nodded in agreement. "If we meet them, they must know of our prowess." The trio set off to register for the day's soul battle. Xiaowu did not encounter members of the Imperial Battle Team during her solo competition, nor did Zhu Qing. Even in the duo competition, Xiaowu and Chowda did not cross paths with them. Now, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing were preparing to witness Chowda's solo soul battle. Although his opponent was not from the Imperial Battle Team, he was a Soul Emperor. A Soul King challenging a Soul Emperor. This matchup drew a considerable audience. Qin Ming, intrigued, brought the Imperial Battle Team to observe. "It's them." Dugu Yin spotted Xiaowu and her companions ahead, muttering, "What a narrow road for enemies." Shi Mo and Yu Feng exchanged glances, secretly pleased. "You are here to spectate. Do not cause trouble." Qin Ming noted their gazes and, having recognized Xiaowu and her friends, issued a warning to Dugu Yin. Once they passed, naturally, Xiaowu and her companions noticed them. "What a coincidence. If it weren't for my brother's match, I would leave. I prefer not to be near them. Just bear with it. We will move on shortly." Xiaowu and her companions pretended Dugu Yin and her group were inconsequential. Behind them, Qin Ming remained focused on the soul battle itself, addressing Yu Tianheng, A level 56 Soul King challenging a level 68 battle-type Soul Emperor is a rare sight. Let us observe what makes this Soul King extraordinary. Perhaps a surprise awaits us. Such occurrences were infrequent in the Grand Soul Arena. Osro remarked. The two are separated by 12 levels of soul power, a significant disparity, especially with the opponent being a battle-type Soul Emperor. It seems improbable that he could win. Could there be a specific reason for this match? Yu Feng understood the implication. Is there a grudge? Is he deliberately seeking to provoke? Shirimo added. It is not without possibility. If that is the case, even in a friendly match, injuries could occur. As the participants entered the Soul Battle arena, the announcer called forth both sides. This battle featured Soul Masters of the Silver Soul Badge rank, with the level 56 Soul King Xiaowu challenging the Soul Emperor. Such events were seldom seen in the Grand Soul Arena. Now, facing a battle-type Soul Emperor 12 levels above him, could the challenger emerge victorious? We have observed the arrival of the level 68 battle-type Soul Emperor, Zhu Tao. Meanwhile, the challenger, level 56 Soul King Xiaowu, also made his entrance. The referee continued to narrate, guiding the audience's excitement. It is him. Shirimo recognized Xiaowu, exclaiming, isn't he the one with Xiaowu and the others? Shirimo envied Xiaowu for being in the company of 3 goddesses, thinking to himself how blissful he would be in such a position. Yu Tianheng turned to Qin Ming. Teacher, this Xiaowu appears quite young, similar to us, yet he has already attained the rank of Soul King. Qin Ming shook his head. He is likely somewhat older than you, but still a prodigy. I do not believe individuals of your age could reach the rank of Soul King unless there were monstrous talents nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Yu Tianheng nodded, acknowledging Qin Ming's assessment. Otherwise, the considerable gap between him and Xiaowu would surely be disheartening. Du Guyan inquired, a space martial spirit? Teacher, have you heard of it? Intrigued by Xiaodu's martial spirit. No, Qin Ming replied, while beast and weapon martial spirits dominate, there are other unique types, such as food martial spirits. This space martial spirit must be a rare one. Perhaps his courage to challenge the Soul Emperor stems from the uniqueness and strength of his martial spirit. Pay close attention to discern what makes this space martial spirit exceptional. Chapter 36, Explosive Soul Rings, truly exhilarating. Within the Soul Battle arena, the level 68 Soul Emperor Zhu Tao, though in his 50s or 60s, appeared remarkably robust. He occasionally frequented the Grand Soul Arena for leisure, never anticipating a Soul King would challenge him today. Young one, I have not heard of your space martial spirit. It is formidable enough for you to dare challenge a Soul Emperor 12 levels above you? Zhu Tao pondered, unable to fathom what motivated Xiaowu to undertake such a challenge. Xiaowu, seemingly composed, replied, indeed, my martial spirit is exceptional. There are no rivals at the Soul King level, hence I wish to test the difference against the Soul Emperor. Oh, Zhu Tao mused. It seems I cannot afford to be careless. A misstep could lead to embarrassment. Xiaowu, I shall remember you. Let us commence. Allow me to witness the nature of your spatial martial spirit. With that, he unleashed his own martial spirit, revealing a formidable black bear, a power-type martial spirit, adorned with soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, and black. While this may not constitute the optimal configuration of soul rings, it is evident that his rings are indeed of the finest quality, suggesting that both his martial spirit and innate talent are commendable. Perhaps a unique circumstance led to the acquisition of a white 10-year soul ring for his first. He gazed at Xiaowu, perplexed to find that Xiaowu had not released his martial spirit or soul rings. Are you not going to unleash your martial spirit and soul rings? Is it a slight against this old fellow? There is no need for that. I am quite amiable. A spatial martial spirit, once released, remains unseen, invisible and intangible. Such is the essence of a spatial martial spirit. Xiaowu politely provided an explanation. Is that so? Zhu Tao accepted this clarification, but what about the soul ring? It is astonishing and not suitable for public display. Xiaowu chuckled, acknowledging the truth in your words. Zhu Tao furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax it, remarking, young man, do not approach your endeavors with excessive gravity. One must possess an indomitable spirit. If you are overly cautious, how can you expect to achieve greatness? Should you be a prodigious talent, perhaps some may wish you harm, yet undeniably, many more will come forth to protect you. A prominent brilliance is not necessarily a detriment. His perspective was indeed unique, and he took the time to enlighten Xiaowu, while Xiaowu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He also recognized the wisdom in Zhu Tao's words. He possessed the capability to capture space and safeguard himself, with formidable soul skills. He had no reason to fear revealing his soul rings. Indeed, what is there to hide? The tendency to conceal had left him feeling somewhat stifled. "Thank you, old sir," he expressed gratefully. Xiaowu has come to a realization, and his heart feels unburdened. His demeanor has transformed instantaneously. "Now, allow me to unveil my soul ring. Let us await the spectacle." Zhu Tao is filled with anticipation. Xiaowu unleashed his spirit ring, the first being the black spirit ring brought by Xiaowu. Is the first spirit ring indeed a 10,000-year spirit ring? Zhu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, and the audience shared his disbelief. The referee, familiar with Xiaowu, exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! It is the first time witnessing Xiaowu releasing a spirit ring, and to think the first one is a 10,000-year spirit ring." Qin Ming was so astonished that he stood up, his face a mask of incredulity. How is this possible? Many other spirit masters reacted similarly. The spectator stands erupted in excitement. "Brother, are you no longer concealing your power?" Xiaowu smiled as she gazed at Xiaowu. No wonder he had kept it hidden for so long. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were unaware of the specifics of Xiaodu's spirit rings. They only knew he possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring, assuming it was his fifth. Little did they know, the astonishment was only beginning. Xiaodu continued to unleash his soul rings. The second soul ring, provided by Lu Erlong, was a black soul ring over 90,000 years old. The second soul ring was indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. Is he a monster? My heavens! Am I dreaming? The third soul ring emerged. A crimson ring of 100,000 years, supplied by Qianren Xue. A red soul ring. The entire soul arena erupted in astonishment. Everyone was left speechless. I, Zhu Tao, found it difficult to breathe, regretting my encouragement for Xiaowu to release his martial soul. What a joke. A third soul ring, a red soul ring, which must be an illusion. Is he even human? This news will surely send shockwaves across the Douluo continent. Oh my god. Pinch me. I feel as though I am in a dream. Qin Ming and the others were rendered mute. How did he accomplish this? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stared in disbelief at Xiaowu. Xiaowu smiled silently. This secret could only be revealed by Xiaowu himself. To everyone's surprise, the fourth soul ring appeared, revealing a purple soul ring. The fifth soul ring was also purple. How could this be? I had expected the fourth and fifth soul rings to be 10,000-year ones. The combination of these soul rings seemed exceedingly illogical. They could not possibly be 1,000-year rings. At the very least, they should be 10,000-year rings, right? The crowd was perplexed, convinced that the two purple rings were highly unusual, speculating that a significant secret lay behind them. Some had already departed to spread the news of Xiaodu's situation. Truly, being associated with the title Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was nothing short of a phenomenon. Several nobles from Soto City were present. They recognized Xiaodu and, due to the Bone Douluo and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had always kept their distance, too wary to provoke him. Knowing Xiaodu's current circumstances, they hesitated to speak out. He was simply too formidable. How could he achieve this? Dugu Yin was unwilling to believe it. No soul master could withstand 10,000-year soul rings during their first, second, or third rings. Neither could I believe it, Osro remarked. However, the facts are undeniable. We must accept it. Shiramo nodded. He is indeed a monster. Yu Tianheng speculated and asked Qin Ming, "Teacher, could it be related to Xiaodu's spatial martial soul?" Qin Ming concurred with this speculation. It seemed plausible. Otherwise, it could not be explained. A spatial martial soul had never been heard of before, but from this day forth, it would surely astonish the Douluo continent. This Xiaodu would undoubtedly stir the soul master realm. Just wait. Many forces would vie for Xiaodu's allegiance. Of course, this could also bring him calamity. Alas, he should not have revealed himself now. He had concealed it all along. Why disclose it now? Could he have found a source of confidence? It would be best if such a monster perished. There were many who did not wish for the existence of a monster like Xiaodu. In the soul arena, Xiaodu interrupted Zhu Tao's reverie and inquired, "Do you still wish to continue our contest?" Zhu Tao could not help but swallow hard. How could he possibly compete? It was evident he would not stand a chance. Yet, he felt an irresistible urge to witness Xiaodu's soul technique. "Well, I certainly cannot defeat you, but I would like to experience your soul skill." Xiaodu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to discern the disparity between himself and the Soul Emperor. However, with Zhu Tao in such a state, it was certain that the outcome would fall short of expectations. Very well, let this serve as your lesson. Xiao Deshun unleashed his second soul skill, Spatial Leap. In an instant, Zhu Tao vanished from the arena, only to reappear at the far end of the observation platform. Zhu Tao was taken aback. Was this the power of a spatial martial soul? It was astonishing. He had been instantaneously relocated. How could one contend with such an adversary? Where did Yutao go so suddenly? Ah, there he is. How did he end up behind the observation platform? Could it be a teleportation soul skill? Teleportation? The distance is simply too great. Is this a manifestation of Chowda's soul skill? As a wielder of a spatial martial soul, is this indeed a spatial technique? The ability to instantaneously transfer others? Chowda had also disappeared. He had just been there. Douluo noticed that Xiaowu and the others were also nowhere to be seen. Chowda departed, first drawing Xiaowu and the others into the captivation space, before utilizing his spatial leap soul technique to exit the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Alas, it appears that I can no longer visit the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, and I may have to leave Soto City altogether. While the explosion of soul rings is indeed exhilarating, it also brings considerable trouble. The bishop of the Soto City Spirit Hall hurriedly arrived at the Great Spirit Arena, intending to extend an invitation to Chowda on behalf of the Spirit Hall, but found himself thwarted. Chapter 37. The shock of Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. What? Chowda might be affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Wasn't a bone Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School here in Soto City previously? Upon conducting a thorough inquiry into Chowda's background, the bishop of the Soto City Spirit Hall received unexpected news. Indeed, Bishop, the girl accompanying Chowda, named Ning Rongrong, possesses the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul and is possibly the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, reported the messenger. Ning Rongrong. With the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul, bearing the surname Ning, it is said that the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a daughter. And with the involvement of a bone Douluo, it seems plausible. The bishop mused to himself. To be in the company of the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, under the protection of a bone Douluo, it is certain that this Chowda is indeed one of them. What a pity. Chowda, this extraordinary prodigy, must not be allowed to thrive if the Spirit Hall cannot possess him, particularly as he is a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His growth cannot be tolerated. The main church immediately gathered intelligence and relayed it to the Papal Palace in Spirit City. Concurrently, they commanded the personnel of the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City to track down Chowda and his companions, with particular attention to whether Bone Douluo was in Soto City. If the opportunity arose, it would not be impossible to assassinate Chowda and his group. Outside the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Today, the arena was exceptionally lively. Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin had brought Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun to participate in the spirit battle competition. They had been frequent visitors to the arena lately, though they had taken a short break recently. Returning today. Are you not aware? Someone nearby responded eagerly. This place is packed because everyone has come to see a monster. Oscar, puzzled, inquired, a monster? I thought only the students of Shrek Academy referred to themselves as monsters. Could there truly be a real monster? The individual laughed. Indeed, it is a monster. You may not believe it, but that person possesses a black 10,000-year soul ring as his first soul ring. Impossible. Yu Xiaojing immediately retorted. No soul master can endure a 10,000-year soul ring as their first. At most, it should be a few hundred years, unless he possesses a second martial soul. This point Yu Xiaojing did not voice, nor did he believe the stranger's claim of a dual martial soul. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Many soul masters reacted similarly. Though I am not a soul master, I witnessed him unleash his martial soul in the arena. The man animatedly recounted. Everyone present was astonished. Not only that, but his second soul ring was also a black 10,000-year soul ring. Even more shocking was his third soul ring, a red one, a 100,000-year soul ring. Can you imagine? It's unprecedented. What? Not only is the second soul ring a 10,000-year ring, but the third is a 100,000-year ring as well? How is that possible? Yu Xiaojing and the others struggled to accept this revelation. This contradicted Yu Xiaojing's theories, even with a second martial soul. Achieving a 100,000-year soul ring by the third should be impossible. Many were incredulous at first, but it is undeniably true, the man boasted. Can you guess what his fourth and fifth soul rings are? Ma Hongjun interjected. Surely they aren't also 100,000-year rings? That would be absurd. I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. Huh. I anticipated you would say that, the man chuckled. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. His fourth and fifth soul rings are merely purple soul rings. Yes, a 1,000-year purple soul ring. Surprising, isn't it? Seeing the astonished expressions on Tang San and the others, the man felt satisfied. This is undoubtedly the truth, believe it or not. With that he departed, seemingly in search of others to entertain with the tale, relishing their reactions. Do you think this is true? Oscar asked the group. There is no smoke without fire. Let us inquire further, Flender remarked. Just then, Qin Ming appeared. Flender, Xiaowu. It truly is you. I almost thought I was mistaken, he said, approaching them alone, as Yu Tianhing and the others were not present. You are Qin Ming? Xiaowu recognized him. Qin Ming, it's you. Flender exclaimed, it's been nearly a decade. I never expected to see you again. Qin Ming complimented, Dean, Teacher Xiao. It's been a long time. You both still exude such exceptional charm. Ma Hongjun, curious, moved closer to examine Qin Ming and asked Flender, Dean, is this our senior? Flender introduced, Xiaojiang and you youngsters, this is Qin Ming, a proud alumnus of Shrek Academy. Qin Ming, meet my friend, whom you may call Master. They are your juniors, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, all of whom, like you, are prodigies from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming greeted them warmly. Zhao Wujin then asked, Qin Ming, what level of soul power have you reached? I hope you haven't neglected your training since graduation? Proudly, Qin Ming replied, Dean. Teacher Zhao, I am now a soul emperor. I hope I have not brought shame upon you. Flender burst into laughter. Aha, excellent. Under 30 and already a soul emperor. You bring glory to Shrek Academy. Remarkable. You will soon surpass us old fellows. Under 30 and a soul emperor. Yu Xiaojiang and the others were astonished. Such talent at this age and level of soul power is rare indeed. Senior Qin Ming, impressive. Ma Hongjun expressed envy. If only I could reach soul emperor before 30, I would be content. Oscar added, no wonder you are our senior from Shrek Academy. You are our role model. Qin Ming humbly replied, you juniors must be even more outstanding than I. By the way, Dean, are you here to participate in the spirit battle? Flender nodded. Yes, indeed. Are you aware of what has been happening? Qin Ming affirmed, I am aware, and I even witnessed it firsthand. A young man named Xiao De possesses a martial soul I have never heard of, a spatial martial soul. His soul rings are extraordinary. The first and second are 10,000-year soul rings, and the third is a 100,000-year soul ring, while the fourth and fifth are purple soul rings. It's true. The name struck a chord with Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who were all too familiar with it. Ma Hongjun wore a ghostly expression. It's him. Oscar could hardly believe it. Is it really him? Dai Mubai realized. No wonder he has kept his soul rings hidden. He is indeed a true monster. Tang San clenched his fists, feeling the widening gap between himself and Chowda, yet his resolve to win Xiaowu's heart remained unwavering. Do you know this individual? Yu Xiaojiang asked Tang San and the others. Tang San replied, yes, and recounted the gist of the situation. After listening, everyone fell into silence. A spatial martial soul, how extraordinary. Yu Xiaojiang pondered, having already dismissed the possibility of Chowda being a dual martial soul user. Only this unique spatial martial soul remained. His curiosity piqued. He longed to study it further. Qin Ming continued. The spirit battle had not concluded when Chowda and the others vanished. His soul abilities allow for long-distance teleportation, seemingly taking others along with him. Many must be searching for him now. It is uncertain where he is gone. After sharing the news about Chowda, Qin Ming mentioned his role as a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, inviting Shrek Academy to join. Ultimately, Flender and the others agreed. Not only due to the training environment and resources, but also because Yu Xiaojiang wished for Tang San and the others to participate in the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies, for which Shrek Academy lacked the qualifications and sufficient numbers. The Tiando Royal Academy presented an excellent option. Meanwhile, Chowda, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had already departed from Soto City. Chapter 38. The Rabbit Girl with a Mutated Martial Soul. At a certain inn along the official road. We shall reach Silvis City by tomorrow. Tonight, we shall rest here and set out in the morning. Chowda glanced at the sky outside, which had already turned to dusk. After departing from Soto City, they journeyed northward towards Tiando City, planning to explore along the way without haste. Previously, their travels had taken them directly from Tiando City to Soto City, thus they had never visited Silv City. The Kingdom of Silves is one of the 4 vassal kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, and Silv City serves as its capital. It is said that Silv City is even more prosperous than Soto City. One wonders what delightful experiences await there. Ning Rongrong had never been there either. Zhu Zhuqing remarked. As the capital, it is bound to be impressive. Xiaowu added, it would be good to witness it firsthand. I aspire to traverse the entirety of Douluo continent. In the future, we must also visit the Star Luo Empire, and when that time comes, Zhuqing, we shall avenge you against anyone who has wronged you. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Our Zhuqing is so beautiful and charming. Anyone who dares to bully her is simply inhumane. Zhu Zhuqing smiled softly. Thank you, my friends. Chao remarked, we are all family here. There is no need for formality. We share both fortune and adversity. The notion of family stirred various thoughts in Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while Xiaowu shot a disapproving glance at Chao. They were dining in the lobby of an inn when suddenly more guests arrived. 7 individuals entered, 4 of whom were carrying 2 large wooden boxes, armed with weapons. However, a brief probe of his spiritual sense revealed to Chao that all 7 were soul masters, and it was rare for soul masters to bear arms. His spiritual prowess now surpassed even that of Tang San, and many soul Douluo were no match for him. Upon reaching a certain level of spiritual development, one could communicate telepathically and conduct investigations. Chao, driven by curiosity, utilized his mental prowess to probe into the 2 large wooden crates. To his astonishment, they contained not objects, but 2 living women. Were they kidnapped? Upon further examination, he discerned something unusual. Both women had awakened their martial spirits. Yet their soul power was remarkably low, not exceeding the 10th level. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The significant detail lay in their peculiar features. One possessed rabbit ears, while the other sported a rabbit tail. Their transformations occurred during the awakening of their martial spirits, resulting in physical alterations that manifested the characteristics of their spirits. Such occurrences transpired annually, with some individuals undergoing transformations that were deemed unappealing, while others became strikingly beautiful. Chao recalled that in the original storyline, the auction featured women with bizarre physical transformations, a peculiar fascination for some affluent individuals. The 2 women confined within the wooden crates had undergone such transformations and were rather attractive. It was likely that they had been captured with the intention of selling them at a high price. The 7 individuals before him could be considered traffickers, armed with weapons. They perhaps sought to disguise their intentions, while also compensating for their own insufficient spiritual energy, relying on weaponry to bolster their combat capabilities. Chao pondered for a moment and conveyed his thoughts telepathically to Xiaowu and the other 2. Upon hearing his words, the 3 of them immediately glared with fury at the 7 individuals. Stay calm. Allow me to handle this. Chao advised them against acting rashly, claiming he had a more effective solution. He activated his soul skill, Spatial Leap, and suddenly, 2 large wooden crates beside the 7 individuals vanished before their very eyes. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted as those who witnessed the phenomenon were taken aback. Where had the crates gone? Had they encountered something supernatural? Let us leave quickly. Something is amiss here. We cannot remain, murmured some of the more timid onlookers, who promptly fled in fright. The 7 were not fools, being soul masters. They deduced that some form of soul skill had removed their crates. They turned their gaze to the remaining patrons in the hall and issued threats. It was Xiaowu who stepped forward defiantly, asserting, "It was I who did this. What of it? You have abducted my friend, and today you shall pay the price." Friend? Nonsense. We have eliminated the rest of the villagers. There is no one else within dozens of miles. Where could your friend possibly be? They retorted, preparing to engage. Without further ado, the 7 unleashed their martial souls and spirit rings, for soul masters of the 10th rank and 3 greater soul masters in their 20s. All adorned with white, 10-year spirit rings. To the ordinary eye, soul masters were formidable beings to be avoided at all costs. The innkeeper contemplated intervening but lacked the courage to do so. With your kind, I need not even summon my martial soul to defeat you. Xiaowu, formidable even without her martial soul, was a force to be reckoned with, her innate skills exceptionally powerful. Consequently, the 7 were unfortunate victims of her wrath, each having a leg broken before being unceremoniously cast out of the inn. Begone. Should you cross my path again, I shall shatter the remaining limbs. Xiaowu had never taken a life, nor did she harbor any murderous intent. The 7, limping away in terror, swiftly retreated into the nearby woods. Chao employed his 4th soul skill, Spatial Blade, unleashing invisible blades within the realm of space, capable of taking lives silently. Remarkably, these blades can reach a distance of up to 200 meters, perfectly encompassing the 7 individuals within that range. With the aid of mental probing, he could eliminate them effortlessly, undeterred by the presence of the inn or the surrounding forest. Chao chose not to disclose such matters to Xiaowu and the others, believing it best to preserve their innocence for the time being. Once they have witnessed more of the world, their current purity will be difficult to maintain. Boss, this amount should suffice to cover your losses, Ning Rongrong remarked, displaying her financial prowess. They returned to the room they had previously reserved. Upon entering, they found 2 large wooden crates, which Chao had transported here through Spatial Leap. The captured space could not accommodate non-bound individuals. Thus, only the crates and the two women could be transferred to this location. Xiaowu and her companions opened the crates, awakening the two women inside. Initially, the women were in a state of panic, but after being reassured by Xiaowu and the others, they expressed profound gratitude. Upon inquiring about their situation, they learned that the two women were mother and daughter, hailing from a small village that had recently been annihilated by the 7 assailants. Out of 8 families, only they remained. They truly deserve to be punished. We should go after them now. They surely haven't gone far. Xiaowu and her companions exclaimed in anger. Xiaoda could only intervene and convey the situation. Stop pursuing. They're already dead. Did you take action? Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Xiaoda nodded, acknowledging their kindness. He felt compelled to take action himself. These traffickers were certainly not novices in their vile trade and must have taken lives before. Thus, their demise was justified. Xiaowu cheered. Well done. Should we encounter such individuals again, I would not hesitate to strike them down. The mother and daughter wept, not out of fear, but as a release of the vengeance they had long harbored for their family and village. They bowed deeply to Xiaoda in gratitude. Although their vengeance had been fulfilled, they were now left homeless, their village and family obliterated. Ning Rongrong suggested, let them accompany us for the time being. Once we return, we can provide them refuge in our sect. Xiaowu added, we could also take them back to the academy for shelter. We must see this through to the end. If we let them go, they might encounter more traffickers. Women like them, with their unique physical traits, could fetch a high price if they fell into the wrong hands. Their fate would be dire. Both mother and daughter possessed rabbit spirit souls, which endeared them to Xiaowu, who wished to keep them close. Xiaoda had no objections, especially since he had initially intervened in their plight. He could not simply turn a blind eye. Chapter 39. City of Sylves. The mother-daughter duo consisted of Chun-Li, a woman in her early 30s with a rabbit spirit soul and a soul power of level 5, whose awakening had caused her body to undergo a transformation, resulting in the emergence of rabbit ears. Her daughter, Mai Xiang, was 13 years old, also with a rabbit spirit soul and a soul power of level 3, similarly altered by her awakening, which had granted her a rabbit tail. Both women were striking in appearance and possessed fine figures. My spirit soul is also that of a rabbit, which explains my familiarity with you, Xiaowu remarked as she engaged them in conversation. Look, I have rabbit ears too. They are quite lovely. Chun-Li and Mai Xiang glanced at Xiaowu's ears and nodded in agreement. In their village, they had always been seen as outcasts, subjected to the scrutiny of others' gazes. Ning Rongrong, seated nearby, observed the three of them and smiled. We are nearly a rabbit den ourselves. You all appear beautiful and endearing. Zhu Zhuqing added, indeed, quite charming. Xiaoda, the ominous figure, remarked, surely it must be quite a spectacle. For what other reason would others resort to abducting them, if not to fetch a hefty ransom? Some individuals simply possess a penchant for such pursuits, willingly spending vast sums to acquire them. All 5 women gazed intently at him. Xiaoda suddenly realized he had misspoken. I meant no offense. Please, continue. I shall refrain from interjecting. Ning Rongrong jested. Xiaoda, do you fancy Xiaowu because her rabbit ears are rather adorable? Xiaowu gazed at Xiaoda, seemingly intrigued. Xiaoda argued cleverly. I cherish everything about Xiaowu, including her adorable rabbit ears. Chun-Li, listening to this, felt her cheeks flush as she gently touched her own rabbit ears. You certainly know how to speak, Xiaowu replied, pleased with Xiaoda's words. Subsequently, they ordered some food and arranged a room for Chun-Li and Mai Xiang, totaling 3 rooms, one for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, and another for Xiaowu and Xiaoda. That night, Chun-Li and her daughter Mai Xiang found it hard to sleep. They had endured a period of terror, and although they were now safe, the future appeared uncertain. Brother Chao and the others are truly wonderful people. If only we could stay with them forever, Mai Xiang mused. Chun-Li embraced her daughter, explaining that in order to remain by their side, they must strive diligently, taking the initiative to help and proving their worth through their contributions. Mai Xiang nodded, I will do my best. The two conversed for quite some time, eventually drifting off to sleep. Despite having 3 separate rooms, Xiaoda and his companions chose to spend the night in the captivating villa, practicing their skills and indulging in some fishing. The following morning, Chun-Li and Mai Xiang awoke early, waiting by the door to see when Xiaoda and the others would rise, eager to assist and showcase their value. To their astonishment, they discovered that Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaoda were all in one room, having spent the night together. Chun-Li pondered, is their relationship of such a nature? while my Xiang wondered, isn't it rather cramped for 4 people on a small bed? As young girls from the village, their perspectives naturally differed, as they remained oblivious to the complexities of adult relationships. As Chowda and his companions emerged from the room, they encountered Chun Li and Mai Xiang, leading to an awkward silence between the two parties. Unable to articulate a satisfactory explanation, they opted for silence instead. Ahem. Let us go grab a bite to eat before we proceed to Silva City. Chowda escorted them downstairs to partake in breakfast at the inn. Upon encountering the unfamiliar Chun Li and Mai Xiang, the innkeeper and his staff refrained from asking too many questions, daunted by the presence of Chowda and his companions. After their meal, they departed from the inn. Chun Li inquired, "Do you not have any luggage? We can assist you." Mai Xiang added, "I am strong enough to help carry the bags." Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, "We have storage soul guides. We can place our minimal belongings within them. As for you, it seems you lack a change of clothes, but upon our arrival in Silva City, we shall procure some for you." Chun Li promptly declined, saying, "That is unnecessary." Zhu Zhuqing understood their sentiments and reassured them, "Do not feel embarrassed or indebted. You are in need of assistance at this moment. If you wish to repay us, simply lend a helping hand in the future when you are able." Chen Li and Mai Xiang were touched by her words. Xiaowu chimed in, "These are trifles. Do not overthink it. Just feel at ease and accompany us." Lacking a carriage or horses, they were left to traverse on foot. Fortunately, they were all soul masters. Even though Chen Li and Mai Xiang had lower soul power, they were still more capable than an ordinary person. Before nightfall, they finally arrived at Silva City. They hastily sought out an inn for a meal, a bath, and some rest. Zhu Zhuqing offered one of her outfits to Chun Li, while Ning Rongrong provided a set for Mai Xiang. As night fell, the shops had mostly closed, making it impossible to purchase new clothing. Furthermore, these garments were previously owned by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, and after their bodies had matured, they primarily wore clothes from the villa included in their captured space, which had a plethora of various outfits, some quite delightful. They reserved 3 rooms, leaving the accommodations of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing unoccupied to maintain discretion. In truth, they all slept in the villa of the captured space that night. Later, as night descended, Chun Li and Mai Xiang engaged in conversation. Mai Xiang asked Mama, "Do Chao Gij and the others have beds like ours? It must be quite cramped for 4 people. Should we invite an older sister to join us? That way, it wouldn't be so tight." As a naive child, Chun Li gently patted her daughter's head and replied, "There is no need. They surely do not wish to be separated, and we should not disturb them. A small bed? Yet it does not hinder their purpose." Chun Li merely harbored concerns for Chowda's well-being. The following day, although the mother and daughter rose early, they hesitated to leave their room, fearing an awkward encounter with Chowda and the others. "Sister Chun, Mai Xiang, have you awoken? Breakfast is ready. Come join us." Xiaowu knocked on their door. Chun Li responded, "We just got up. We will be there shortly." They had anticipated dining in the inn's common area, only to discover that breakfast was being served in Chowda's room. Chowda claimed that the meal was prepared using the inn's kitchen, but in truth, it had been crafted in the luxurious villa he had just left. Had it not been for the consideration of the mother and daughter, Chowda and his companions would have dined within the villa itself. The aroma was exquisite. The flavors were delightful. How could it be so delectable? They had never tasted anything quite like it. Mai Xiang ultimately indulged herself to the point of fullness. Although Chun Li maintained a more reserved demeanor, the food was simply too delicious, and she partook in a generous portion as well. Ning Rongrong remarked, "These are special ingredients. With prolonged consumption, it is possible that your stagnant soul power may begin to cultivate anew." Of course, Chowda's culinary skills were exceptional, a rarity for most to experience. Chen Li and Mai Xiang expressed their heartfelt gratitude repeatedly. Chowda inquired of them, "Shall we go shopping later?" Xiaowu replied, "Absolutely. Having just arrived in Silva City, we must explore and take a good look around." Ning Rongrong added, "Indeed, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. Sister Chun, Mai Xiang, you should join us as well. I'll buy you some clothes while we're at it." You cannot refuse. With such an invitation, how could one possibly decline? Chowda accompanied 5 individuals on a shopping excursion, and the quintet of women drew the attention of all passers-by. Among them, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood out with their captivating beauty, enchanting all who beheld them. "Move aside." Chowda could assertively drive away those who approached him, merely displaying a black eternal soul ring to intimidate the vast majority. For the time being, the events in Soto City had yet to reach Silva City. Otherwise, it would be even more lively. Chapter 40. Ning Fingxi. Chowda could become a son-in-law. This place is truly vast, adorned with beautiful houses everywhere. It was Mai Xiang's first time entering a city, particularly such a royal capital, which left her utterly dazzled. Chun-Li was not much better off. She had only visited the nearest town to their village and had never been to a large city. Xiaowu and his companions arrived at the most opulent and luxurious clothing store in Silva City. The garments here were exquisite, lavish, and of the highest quality, naturally accompanied by exorbitant prices. They could select whatever they desired without concern for financial constraints, for I am rich beyond measure, possessing nothing but wealth. The wealthy lady Ning Rongrong exhibited remarkable generosity. Xiaowu jested, Rongrong, I shall rely on you to support me from now on. Xiaowu chimed in, and me too. Rongrong, you must provide for me as well. I am truly destitute. Ning Rongrong replied with a generous spirit, no problem at all. From now on, I shall take care of you both. Chen-Li and Mai Xiang were momentarily taken aback. Zhu Zhiqing chuckled and shook her head. They had purchased an abundance of items. And fortunately, they possessed a storage soul guide. Otherwise, they would have struggled to carry their acquisitions. Not only clothing, but also jewelry, perfumes, cosmetics, and more. Nothing deemed worthy was overlooked. Chen-Li and Mai Xiang were each compelled to buy over 10 sets, and now they felt dazed, considering that the value of their garments and accessories could sustain them for a lifetime in their village. After spending half a day in the clothing store, it was already noon. As they exited, they encountered a splendidly dressed gentleman at the doorway, accompanied by several admirers who fawned over him. Halt! Suddenly commanded the luxurious man, instructing Xiaowu and his companions to stop. Xiaowu and his companions paid them no heed and continued on their way. However, the entourage of the nobleman swiftly approached and blocked their path, declaring, Are you deaf? Our sixth prince commands you to halt. In response, they were met with the force of Xiaodu's fist, which swiftly sent several of them reeling, clutching their heads in agony. Impudent! Seize them! The nobleman, the sixth prince, was incensed. Apart from an elderly man beside him, the rest surged forward to apprehend Xiaodu and his companions. Among them were several soul masters, showcasing their soul rings, all of which belonged to the spirit master rank, believing they could intimidate Xiaodu and his group. Yet, they were again met with the unyielding might of Xiaodu's fist. Still attempting to show off, sneered the soul master, how dare mere mortals challenge a soul master? They are courting death. Xiaodu and his companions refrained from unleashing their spiritual power, leading their adversaries to mistakenly perceive them as ordinary individuals. Consequently, they became overconfident. Even without such complacency, they would still have faced a beating. With Xiaodu's current physical prowess, he could easily contend with the spirit sect, especially since their opponents had yet to utilize their martial spirits or soul skills, which would have resulted in an even more disastrous outcome. Several spirit masters fell to the ground after receiving Xiaodu's blows, curling up in pain. Are they truly spirit masters? The sixth prince was taken aback. An elder beside him spoke. Anyone capable of defeating the spirit sect must undoubtedly be a spirit master, and perhaps even a spirit king. However, fret not, your highness. For I am a spirit emperor, they shall not escape. The elder prepared to strike, advancing while releasing his martial spirit, a lion. His soul rings were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, a standard configuration. Ning Rongrong remarked, there is yet another spirit emperor. Zhu Zhiqing added, Xiaodu has long sought to challenge a spirit emperor. The opportunity has arrived. Xiaowu exclaimed, Brother, teach that shameless old man a lesson. The 3 of them showed no signs of concern. Chun-Li and Mai Xiang, although they had awakened their martial spirits, lacked soul rings and thus could not be considered spirit masters. Unfamiliar with the knowledge of spirit masters, they felt a sense of trepidation. The elder coldly continued, Young man, hand over those girls. The sixth prince has taken a liking to them. It would be a privilege for you. You cannot escape. We are in Silva City. If the sixth prince is pleased, he may reward you with a significant sum of gold soul coins, ensuring you a life free from financial worry. And once the prince has had his fill of amusement, he might even release them. Bah! Xiaowu retorted, what a shameless old man. Just because you are a prince, does that give you the right to bully the weak? Ning Rongrong, filled with indignation, declared, Today, I shall turn this prince into a turtle. Zhu Zhiqing's gaze was icy. Xiaodu remained silent and immediately sprang into action. Vanishing from his original position, he reappeared behind the elder in an instant, delivering a devastating strike to the elder's back. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The void-piercing fist, imbued with spatial energy, penetrated the elder's body, fracturing his spine. The elder, who had arrogantly believed his soul emperor strength could easily overwhelm Xiaodu, was caught off guard by the surprise attack that shattered his entire backbone, rendering him incapacitated. Without a spine, the elder could not even stand. And both his martial soul and soul techniques were severely impaired, leaving him temporarily unable to fight. Prince Lu was so frightened that his legs buckled. Xiaowu teleported swiftly and executed a curved waist kick to a vital point, producing a cracking sound. Prince Lu screamed like a slaughtered pig as he was flung into the air before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Well done, Ning Rongrong praised enthusiastically. Such a person deserves to be crippled, so he can no longer commit evil. Chun Li and Mai Xiang were stunned, witnessing such a brutal scene for the first time. The onlookers were also shocked. No one had expected anyone to dare to cripple the sixth prince. Let us depart. Xiaowu approached and utilized his spatial leap soul technique, disappearing with them in an instant. They reappeared in an uninhabited alley a mile away. At present, Xiaowu's spatial leap could cover a maximum distance of 1 mile and accommodate no more than 10 individuals. Chenli and Mai Xiang, witnessing the remarkable abilities of a soul master for the first time, remained in a state of bewilderment. Zhu Zhiqing inquired, "Shall we depart?" Having incapacitated the sixth prince, "Staying here will undoubtedly invite trouble." Ning Rongrong replied, "What is there to fear? We shall not leave. He is merely a prince. And even a king would think twice before confronting us." Zhu Zhiqing asserted, "We cannot always rely on our sect. We must depend on ourselves to grow." After contemplating this, Ning Rongrong acknowledged the wisdom in her words, conceding, "Very well, unless absolutely necessary, we shall face challenges on our own." Xiaowu added, "Rest assured, with my brother here, if we cannot win, we can always flee." Xiaowu had no intention of leaving immediately upon arrival. Instead, they decided to find a place to disguise themselves, even donning masks to avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhu Zhiqing concurred, expressing her agreement. The group reached a consensus and sought out anew in where they could apply their disguises and wear masks. Subsequently, Xiaowu led them to vanish from the inn, rendering themselves untraceable. They then found another inn to settle in, indulging in leisurely activities as they pleased. On that day, guards were searching for them. Yet they confidently strolled through the streets, reveling in food and entertainment without raising any suspicion. After several days of leisure, they began their cultivation. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong practiced in the captured villa, while Chun Li and her daughter Mai Xiang cultivated in their in-room. Previously unversed in cultivation, they now found themselves able to practice, thanks to the nourishing ingredients and fruits from the captured space. Although their progress was slow, it ignited a flicker of hope, and they diligently pursued their training, aspiring to become true soul masters capable of protecting themselves. Meanwhile, disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School returned to report to their sect regarding Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing about the commotion caused by Xiaowu in Soto City, Douluo could hardly believe his ears. "What? Is this truly that Xiaowu?" Douluo, equally astonished, remarked, "His first spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring, and his third spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring. Is he some sort of monster?" After the initial shock, Ning Fingji contemplated, if Xiaowu were to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and be with Rongrong, the future of the sect would be secure. Xiaowu is a monster, but so what? Such a creature is likely to instill fear in the world of soul masters in the future. Chapter 41. Encountering the Imperial Fighting Team again. In the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed, having devoted themselves to continuous training for this duration. Xiaowu and his companions spent most of their time in the inn, immersed within the confines of the captured space. Although the soul power levels of the four did not ascend, their soul strength steadily increased, bringing them closer to the next level. Conversely, Chun Li and Mai Xiang experienced notable progress. Each mother and daughter duo advanced by 1 level in soul power, with Chun Li reaching level 6 and Mai Xiang level 4. Congratulations to you both. Though your soul power levels remain modest, you are now poised to cultivate further. With dedication and perseverance, your soul power will continue to grow, and you too shall become soul masters in the future. Xiaowu glanced at Mai Xiang. After more than half a month of daily consumption of ingredients and fruits from the captured space, her physique had undergone remarkable growth. Coupled with her adorable rabbit tail, Mai Xiang had become significantly more attractive. Although Chun Li was in her 30s, her improved constitution had transformed her body, making it more shapely. And her skin had also improved. Adorned with a pair of beautiful rabbit ears, she exuded a unique charm. The two of them, by Xiaowu's side, became increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Thank you both. Without your assistance, we would not be where we are now. We shall repay you for a lifetime, serving you diligently," Shenli said, bowing her head with her daughter to express their gratitude. "Why do you keep doing this?" Xiaowu hurriedly intervened. "You mustn't do this anymore." Qinli and Xiang wiped their tears and nodded in agreement. Their gratitude was genuine. It was Xiaoda and the others who had given the mother and daughter a new lease on life. Xiaowu then changed the subject, saying, "It's been a while since we visited the Great Soul Arena. Shall we go to the Great Soul Arena in Silva City for some fun?" They decided to adopt new titles and register afresh. Chun-Li and Xiang followed to broaden their horizons. In this world, entertainment options were scarce, and the Great Soul Arena served as a recreational venue for soul masters, offering a chance to engage in soul battles for amusement. "Then let us head to the Great Soul Arena to participate in the soul battles. Each of us should think of our titles." Xiaoda made the decision. They donned disguises and masks before heading to the Grand Arena of Souls. As for their titles, they were primarily named after their martial spirits: Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile, Nether Spirit Cat, Gentlebone Charm Rabbit, and Master of Space Manipulation. Their combination names followed suit. Xiaoda and Xiaowu formed the Douluo duo, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing constituted the Nether Glazed duo. Chun-Li and Xiang, lacking the means to participate, could only observe. Upon re-registering at the Grand Arena of Souls in Silva City, they were identified as follows: Xiaoda, a Soul King at level 56, Xiaowu, a Soul Sovereign at level 45, Ning Rongrong, a Soul Sovereign at level 34, and Zhu Zhuqing, a Soul Sovereign at level 35. Each city's Grand Arena of Souls features different Soul Masters, presenting them with entirely new opponents. However, to their surprise, they encountered familiar faces: Asro and Shimo. Members of the Imperial Battle Team from the Tiando Academy were also present. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's opponents were Asro and Shimo. It was quite unexpected. Xiaowu exclaimed with delight, "It's the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Let Zhu Qing unleash her third soul skill and showcase their incompetence." She envisioned the reactions of Asro and Shimo upon being struck by Zhu Zhuqing's third soul skill, Nether Descent. It was bound to be a spectacle. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Xiaowu declared, "I shall inform the staff at the Grand Arena of Souls to temporarily halt my solo match, for I wish to witness your contest and observe their expressions." Xiao Digang ventured into the solitary soul duel, while the three of them awaited their respective match arrangements in the lounge. Qinli and Xiang went to observe Xiaoda's duel, leaving the others behind. Xiaowu purchased a ticket and entered the venue where Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were scheduled to compete. They were also present. Upon reaching the spectator platform, she spotted Qin Ming, Dugu Yin, Yufeng, Shi Mo, and Yi Lingling among others, while Yu Tianhing was likely engaged in a match elsewhere. Logically, as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had recently re-registered, they possessed the Iron Soul Badge and would not typically face opponents bearing the Silver Soul Badge, namely Asro and Shi Mo. However, the duo expressed their willingness to accept any opponent of the Soul Master rank, regardless of badge level. The members of the Royal Combat Team had similar leniencies, as they seemed pressed for time, leading to the unusual pairing. Such exceptional circumstances warrant special treatment, a common occurrence in competitive settings. Xiaowu recognized the members of the Royal Combat Team, yet they failed to recognize her due to her disguise and mask. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were similarly concealed, having altered their registered names. Even if the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile Martial Soul were to be seen, it would not be associated with Ning Rongrong, but rather presumed to belong to a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. The Royal Combat Team was unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. Had they known, they might have deduced her identity. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul undoubtedly belonged to a direct disciple of the sect, while the Ghostly Spirit Cat, a swift attack type martial soul akin to Asro's, posed a formidable challenge. Both sides possessed comparable soul power, and the outcome hinged on whether Asro and his companions could swiftly neutralize the support Soul Master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. Qin Ming elucidated the situation to Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling with clarity. Yi Lingling remarked, "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul offers exceptional support. The opponent's ally is an agile attack type, potentially amplifying their power, speed, and soul energy significantly." Yufeng countered, "Even with such enhancements, they are limited. Can one person truly contend with both Asro and Shi Mo? I believe they have at least a 70% chance of victory." Asro, wielding a level 36 Ghost Leopard Martial Soul, and Shi Mo, with a level 38 Black Tortoise Martial Soul, represented a synergy of offense and defense. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, however, were at a disadvantage in terms of soul power. As the duel commenced, both teams entered the arena, releasing their martial souls and soul rings. The referee announced the start of the match. All 4 competitors bore 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Sure Mo, observing the 2 women, remarked, "If you lose, can you remove your masks?" Finding them attractive, he was eager to see their true faces. Osro, exasperated, kicked Sure Mo lightly, admonishing him to focus on the match. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing chose not to engage in conversation with them. The 7 treasure glaze tile is renowned for its strength and speed. Ning Rongrong enhanced Zhu Zhuqing's state, significantly boosting her power and velocity. As Zhu Zhuqing sprinted forward, her speed was remarkable. With support, she's incredibly fast. Sure Mo, focus on defense, Osro warned. Black Tortoise Shield. He invoked his defensive soul skill, forming a protective shell before him to guard against Zhu Zhuqing's approach. Osro also activated a skill to bolster his attack power, bracing for Zhu Zhuqing's assault. Zhu Zhuqing, leveraging her speed advantage, avoided a direct confrontation with Sure Mo's defense, targeting Osro instead. Ghostly Spirit Pounce. Seizing an opening, Zhu Zhuqing charged at Osro. Too fast. Oh no. Leopard Claw. Sure Mo was caught off guard, leaving Osro to defend himself. A collision ensued, sending Osro staggering back into Sure Mo, sustaining minor injuries. Her speed is impressive, and her attack power is enhanced. Her overall strength surpasses mine. Sure Mo, we need to eliminate the support Soul Master. Can you stop her, or should I? Chapter 42. The pitiful Osro and Sure Mo replied, I can't catch the ghostly spirit cat. I won't be able to stop her. You should handle her while I deal with the 7 treasure glaze tile. A support master is easy prey, Osro argued. The ghostly spirit cat will undoubtedly obstruct you from attacking the 7 treasure glaze tile. You'll be unable to proceed. They quickly devised a plan. Action. Osro dashed towards Zhu Zhuqing at full speed to block her, while Sure Mo turned to rush towards Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing immediately understood their intent to deal with Ning Rongrong first and refused to allow that to happen. Currently, Zhu Zhuqing found herself somewhat passive, constrained by Osro's pursuit. However, she was faster than him, swiftly escaping his grasp and pursuing Sure Mo. Well played. Black Tortoise Charge. Sure Mo suddenly halted, spinning around to collide with Zhu Zhuqing. This was his Millennium Soul skill, a combination of offense and defense. In such close proximity, evasion was challenging, but Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this. Ghostly Spirit Claws. As Sure Mo unleashed his soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing countered with her own. Her sharp claws struck against the rotating tortoise shell, producing a metallic clang. Both combatants were sent stumbling backward. Sure Mo's Millennium skill exemplified a balance of attack and defense, yet neither aspect was particularly strong. With Ning Rongrong's enhancements to Zhu Zhuqing's strength and speed, her explosive power exceeded that of Sure Mo, allowing her to hold her ground despite being a century-old skill. Gotcha. First soul skill, Leopard Claw. Meanwhile, seizing the moment while Zhu Zhuqing engaged Sure Mo, Osro launched an attack on Ning Rongrong, closing in on her. Did I succeed? Zhu Zhuqing smiled. Ning Rongrong also smiled, countering with a punch against Osro's Leopard Claw. Is she out of her mind? Osro was astonished. Unable to comprehend how a support soul master, deemed devoid of combat prowess, dared to confront his attack. He attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Ah! The cry came from Osro. Ning Rongrong shattered his leopard claw with her fist. Presently, her physical strength matched that of a great soul master, adeptly countering the assault of a century-old skill. Having consumed the spatial food resources alongside Xiaowu for over half a year, coupled with subsequent fruits, her physique had undergone remarkable enhancement, bolstering her physical power. Zhu Zhuqing's strength was comparable to Ning Rongrong, rivaling that of most great soul masters. How is this possible? The 7 treasure glaze tile martial soul is solely for support. How could it withstand Osro's attack skill? Qin Ming and the others were dumbfounded, struggling to believe it. They were oblivious to how Ning Rongrong achieved this feat, as they assumed she had employed some special method, due to their preconceived notions of a support soul master's weakness. In the spectator area, those unfamiliar with the 7 treasure glaze tile martial soul and the role of a support soul master naturally attributed the attack to Ning Rongrong's own capabilities. Most spectators were ordinary individuals, and only a handful of soul masters were aware of the 7 treasure glaze tile's true nature. Consequently, the audience's reaction was muted. Meanwhile, Osro and Sure Mo were equally bewildered in the arena. What had just transpired? She shattered my leopard claw with her fist. As Osro fell into a trance, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing seized the moment to strike. Zhu Zhuqing sent Shimo flying with a swift kick, while Ning Rongrong landed a punch squarely on Osro's abdomen. The sudden impact jolted them back to reality, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Shimo, bewildered, thought to herself, this is absurd. Osro, clutching her aching stomach, marveled at the sheer force of Ning Rongrong's punch, which shattered her defenses with nothing but brute strength. Enough of this, Shimo lamented, nursing her sore waist. Realizing that the spectral spirit cat had breached her defenses effortlessly, seemingly relying solely on physical prowess without employing any soul techniques. Both were struck with trepidation at encountering a soul master with such extraordinary physical strength, truly otherworldly. Osro questioned, should we continue fighting? After a brief silence, Shimo pondered. How can we compete against such freakish abilities? Their auxiliary soul master can obliterate your century-old attack techniques with a mere punch. And the spectral spirit cat can dismantle my century-old defense techniques with a single kick. Engaging further would only lead to our own suffering. Yet, to concede outright would be utterly humiliating. As they deliberated, two black butterflies fluttered into view. What are those? Butterflies? Black butterflies? They exchanged bewildered glances as the butterflies flitted past them. In the next moment, both Osro and Shimo found themselves kneeling on the ground, shouting at the top of their lungs. Osro cried out while pounding the ground, I am but a caterpillar. The toilet is my home. Meanwhile, Shimo wept as she proclaimed, oh, I accidentally stepped on an ant. I am guilty. I repent. I wish to become an ant. I am a sinner among humans, unworthy of life. The audience was left in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Even Xiaowu struggled to suppress her laughter, not wanting to appear too outlandish. Yet soon, uproarious laughter filled the air. Are they joking? This is hilarious. Who knew such soul masters existed? They exclaimed, incredulous at the bizarre display. What is this nonsense? This is a soul battle. Get serious. Xiaowu finally burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. Qin Ming, Duguyan, Yi Lingling, Yu Feng, and Shimo exchanged confused glances. Yu Feng inquired, Teacher, did Osro and the others fall under a soul technique? Was it the black butterflies from earlier? Qin Ming nodded in affirmation, explaining. That was a soul technique employed by the spectral spirit cat. When the black butterflies came into contact with Osro, they triggered this bizarre transformation. This technique is quite unique, as it influences one's emotions. Concerned, Yi Lingling asked, Teacher, they won't remain like this indefinitely, will they? Qin Ming also expressed worry, but reassured her, it shouldn't last long. It took over 2 minutes for Osro and Shimo to regain their composure, exchanging bewildered glances at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before shuddering in unison. Fearful, Shimo blurted. We concede. Osro echoed. Yes, we surrender. This is too terrifying. Their physical strength is monstrous. Their soul techniques are equally outlandish. What more is there to fight for? Although they had lost control momentarily, they were acutely aware of their actions and words, a sensation they wished to avoid experiencing again. And so, the contest concludes with the victory of the spectral spirit cat duo. The referee, having regained focus, was perplexed by the strange events. Though he had witnessed myriad soul techniques in the grand arena, he had never encountered such a peculiar effect before. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing smiles. Their purpose for participating in the soul battles was merely for amusement, and they were having a delightful time. Xiaowu shared in their joy. However, the Royal Duel team was left disheartened and astonished. Are you telling me they can break your soul techniques with mere physical strength? The physical form of a soul master is a weakness. How can this be possible? They were equally bewildered. They are simply freaks. Indeed, freaks. And that black butterfly soul technique is terrifying, completely unresistible. It influences emotions, which means your willpower faltered, and you fell prey to it. Nonsense. You try it. I'm sure you'll fare even worse. As the competition concluded, Yu Tianheng and Chao De returned, oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Yu Tianheng wondered why the Royal Duel team appeared so dejected and strange. Chao De was perplexed as to why Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were so elated. Chun Li and Mai Xiang also appeared bewildered. Chapter 43. The Arrival of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. The Honest Man, Chao De. In the lounge of the Grand Soul Arena in Sil City, Chao De and his companions were still awaiting the commencement of Xiaowu's individual soul duel, as they anticipated the arrangements from the Grand Soul Arena. However, before the awaited announcement could arrive, an unexpected visitor made his entrance. The door to the lounge swung open abruptly and then swiftly shut, yet within the room stood a rather flamboyant man, his fingers elegantly poised like the petals of an orchid. Chao De and the others were taken aback, quickly adopting a defensive posture. Chao De was ever ready to utilize space teleportation to whisk the 5 of them away. At last, I have found you, Chao De. The alluring man chuckled softly. Your disguises are quite commendable, yet they still reveal some flaws. With courage, Xiaowu inquired, "Who are you?" The enchanting man laughed. "Ah, you are still quite young. So it is only natural that you do not recognize me. I shall not hold it against you. Now that we are acquainted, allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Spirit Hall, serving as an elder known as Douluo. Perhaps you have heard of me." Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. "You are Douluo Yueguan. Title Douluo. Title Douluo." Zhu Shiqing, Xiaowu, Qinli, and my Xiang were all left in a state of shock. Chao spoke. "Ah, it is the esteemed Douluo from the Spirit Hall. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. Surely, your long journey here is to seek me?" The Spirit Hall's pursuit of Chao and his companions was not a daunting task. After Chao departed from Soto City, he ceased to disguise himself. Upon arriving in Silv City, he had eliminated the sixth prince, subsequently becoming the target of a wanted poster. It was evident that the Spirit Hall could easily locate him. Today, while participating in the Soul Arena, despite their change of name and attempts at disguise, the essence of their souls could not be concealed. Those familiar with their exploits in the Soto City Soul Arena would find it effortless to trace their whereabouts. This lack of concealment was intentional. Their disguises were merely a means to evade unnecessary complications, not a measure against the Spirit Hall, as they held no fear of the Hall's pursuit. Yet, it was indeed through this that the Spirit Hall discovered their trail. Douluo's presence was a result of his assignment in proximity to Silv City, which led the Spirit Hall to task him with investigating the situation. "Oh?" Douluo regarded Chao with keen interest. "You do not appear surprised. Nor do you seem fearful of the Spirit Hall's inquiry. How intriguing. It is said that you possess a spatial martial soul, and the nature of your soul rings has astonished many. Might you allow me the privilege of witnessing it?" Upon receiving information about Chao, Douluo was taken aback and found it hard to believe. Thus he was eager to behold Chao's martial soul and soul rings with his own eyes. Chao remained remarkably composed. Firstly, he was a title Douluo. Regardless of one's character, the prestige of being a title Douluo warranted a glance. What an intriguing little fellow. He is utterly unafraid. Is it because he possesses the soul skill of spatial transfer as his support? Douluo increasingly found Chao to be quite fascinating. Chao unleashed his martial soul, but the spatial martial soul remained elusive. Nevertheless, Douluo detected a faint fluctuation in the space, a glimpse of the invisible martial soul. Is this the essence of the spatial martial soul? How enlightening. Then, he beheld Chao manifesting 5 soul rings, black, red, purple, and purple. Douluo's eyes widened. His voice trembling with excitement. "Is it truly real? Young one, are you certain you possess only one martial soul and not a twin martial soul?" He had witnessed twin martial souls before, most notably Bibi Dong's, whose second soul ring was at least 10,000 years old, with some reaching a staggering 100,000 years. Yet, Chao's prowess was unparalleled, as his third soul ring was an astonishing 100,000-year red ring. After the information regarding Chao was relayed back to the Martial Soul Hall's Papal Palace, Bibi Dong, upon reviewing it, began to suspect that Chao might indeed possess a twin martial soul. Chao shook his head and candidly remarked, "I possess but a single martial spirit. I am neither Bibi Dong nor Tang San. They are endowed with twin martial spirits, whereas I am not. Yet, I do not perceive myself as inferior to them simply because of this difference." He was surprisingly aware that Her Holiness the Pope possessed twin martial spirits. Who is Tang San? Is he also blessed with twin martial spirits? His expression, imbued with an air of unwarranted confidence, truly provoked irritation. The Flower Douluo chose to disregard Tang San entirely, focusing instead on Chao's soul rings. With only one martial spirit, you possess such formidable soul rings. You are truly a marvel. Did the century-old soul ring come from the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I have heard you are a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chao candidly stated, "I am not a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but I share a close friendship with Ning Rongrong. We share both fortune and adversity." Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiaowu were left perplexed, wondering why Chao was being so forthright today. Not a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Duke Zhu felt a surge of joy and inquired further. "Then who assisted you in acquiring the 100,000-year soul ring?" Chao candidly remarked, "This is a secret that I cannot disclose to you. Please, ask about something else." Douluo felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he restrained himself and inquired, "Why are the 4th and 5th spirit rings purple? Logically, they should at least be 10,000-year spirit rings, which is rather unusual." Chao nodded sincerely. "It does indeed appear abnormal. However, This remains a secret that I cannot disclose to you. You, Douluo, filled with a desire to strike, restrained himself, forcing a smile. Hee. You are quite an intriguing little fellow. Now, I ask you, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? Xiaowu pondered for a moment and inquired. What advantages does joining the Spirit Hall offer? Douluo chuckled. There are numerous benefits. It aids in enhancing your soul power, assists you in acquiring soul rings, even those of 100,000 years, along with soul bones, status, wealth, everything one could desire. Quite tempting, isn't it? You should agree without delay. Xiaowu shook his head, replying, I lack none of what you mentioned. Speak of what I truly require. Such audacity. Douluo restrained himself. For Bibi Dong had instructed him to bring Xiaowu back alive, ideally persuading him to willingly join the Spirit Hall. Thus, he refrained from taking action until the very end. What is it that you lack? Xiaowu contemplated for a moment. I am not an ordinary woman. I have heard that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is a stunning beauty with a unique aura. If I could have her as my partner, I would willingly join the Spirit Hall. You seek death. Douluo could no longer contain his fury. This fellow was utterly reckless, daring to insult Pope Bibi Dong. In his anger, he struck out. Can you no longer restrain yourself? Douluo, we shall meet again. Xiaowu executed his spatial leap soul skill instantaneously, vanishing along with Xiaowu and the other four. You cannot escape. The chrysanthemum Douluo seemed to have anticipated this. Xiaowu leaped through space and discovered the presence of individuals from the Spirit Hall surrounding him. Who goes there? Halt. Xiaowu could only continue his spatial leaps. After several attempts, he encountered no more members of the Spirit Hall. Had they truly fled? This spatial mobility soul skill was indeed troublesome. Douluo, feeling helpless, found himself unable to restrain Xiaowu and simmered with indignation. No wonder he acts so recklessly. Emboldened by his abilities. When the Holy Emperor learns of this, he can expect the Spirit Hall's relentless pursuit. Daring to offend the Holy Emperor Bibi Dong, Douluo was certain she would be incensed. How foolish of me to think Xiaowu was an honest man. It seems he is quite the slippery character. Should I catch you? You shall surely regret it. Douluo, infuriated and humiliated, felt he had been played for a fool from the very beginning. Chapter 44. The Overbearing Sword Douluo. The embarrassed Douluo. More than 10 miles from Silva City, he has escaped. No need to pursue further. Disperse. Douluo commanded the Spirit Hall members who had followed Xiaowu's escape from Silva City, yet they still failed to apprehend him. Witnessing Xiaowu's spatial movement firsthand and his ability to transport others left Douluo astonished and resigned. The other members of the Spirit Hall complied with Douluo's orders and began to disperse. Douluo did not hasten his departure. Instead, he perched atop a tree in the forest, gazing into the distance. How shall I return and explain this to the Holy Emperor? No matter, I must return first. Just as Douluo prepared to leave for Spirit City, a figure approached, riding a sword. It was Jian Daoqinshin. Douluo recognized him immediately. It appeared that even if Xiaowu was not a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was undeniably linked to them. Such a formidable being, should he align with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and grow in strength, would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Spirit Hall. As Douluo appeared, Douluo did not flee but wore a grave expression. Clearly, the prowess of Douluo instilled considerable apprehension in him. The Spirit Hall, Douluo, and Yueguan. Douluo halted in midair before Douluo. Upon learning of Xiaowu's actions in Soto City, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School took it very seriously. Ning Fingji suspected the Spirit Hall may pose a threat to Xiaowu, leading to a consensus that Douluo should investigate. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possessed its own intelligence network. Xiaowu and his companions could not hide their movements in Silva City from their watchful eyes. As Douluo arrived in Silva City, he encountered the Spirit Hall taking action against Xiaowu and his companions, initially intending to intervene. He arrived just in time to see Xiaowu escape from Douluo. The peculiar ability of spatial movement rendered it impossible for Douluo to discern their direction, preventing him from locating them in time. Concerned for Xiaowu's safety, he chose to follow the Spirit Hall members discreetly, ready to intervene should they find Xiaowu. However, upon arriving, he discovered that the Spirit Hall had also lost track of Xiaowu. Douluo could not help but admire Xiaowu's abilities. Originally intending to depart quietly, he reconsidered and decided it was necessary to issue a warning to the Spirit Hall, cautioning Douluo not to overstep his bounds. Jian Daoqinshin, you have been secretly protecting Xiaowu all along. Haven to you? Now you reveal yourself, seeking a confrontation with me? Douluo was prepared for battle. ready to engage despite his trepidation towards Douluo. Should the odds prove unfavorable, he still had confidence in his ability to retreat. Yu Weiguan presumed I was covertly guarding Xiaowu? How amusing. Such a belief would only make them more cautious should they decide to act against him. Douluo was pleased with Douluo's misunderstanding. Douluo, your spirit hall has gone too far. Do you truly believe that the Douluo continent belongs solely to the spirit hall? Must you eliminate every genius unwilling to join your ranks? The spirit hall would inevitably dominate the entire Douluo continent. Those who defy them shall perish. Douluo thought to himself, humph. The spirit hall need not take lessons from others on how to conduct its affairs, not even from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Xiaowu himself declared he was not a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, so they should refrain from meddling. Xiaowu, that rascal, must learn to fear if he ever crosses paths with me. The sword Douluo remained unfazed, asserting that Xiaowu is the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To harm him would be to declare enmity against the school itself. The spirit hall's tyrannical actions would surely disappoint the world once the truth is revealed. Their covert malice towards the talented who do not join the spirit hall stems from their fear of exposure. Reputation is essential for manipulation. Your words carry no weight. Sneered the chrysanthemum Douluo. No one can obstruct the spirit hall's endeavors. Is that so? The sword Douluo summoned his 7-killing sword, declaring that if reason fails, force will serve as a warning. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring might. A multitude of colossal swords materialized above the chrysanthemum Douluo's head. Do not presume I fear you, retorted the sword Douluo. 6th soul skill, golden petals and flowing twilight. The chrysanthemum Douluo wielded his extraordinary spirit, the celestial chrysanthemum, which caused golden flowers to bloom on the surrounding trees. Gathering immense soul power, he launched a barrage of petals that transformed into a meteor shower, targeting both the descending swords and the sword Douluo himself. Clang! The petals, akin to weapons, clashed relentlessly with the swords. The chrysanthemum Douluo deflected the looming swords while the sword Douluo parried the incoming petal assault with his 7-killing sword. 6th soul skill, all swords returned to 1. The sword Douluo unleashed a more potent soul skill, conjuring a myriad of swords around him, numbering in the thousands. These swords coalesced into a colossal blade, radiating tremendous power. The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression turned grave. 7th soul skill, true body of the martial spirit. A gigantic golden celestial chrysanthemum emerged, drastically enhancing his strength, soul power, and speed. 8th soul skill, gate of sacred light. From the heart of his spirit, a fierce beam of light was fired, colliding with the all swords returned to 1, creating a tempest that shattered trees and pulverized stones in its wake. In his true body state, the sword Douluo's might increased, rendering his all swords returned to 1 even more formidable. The disparity in their martial spirits rendered the chrysanthemum Douluo's strikes weaker. 9th soul skill, withered chrysanthemum. Heartbreak of falling petals. The chrysanthemum Douluo was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique, dispersing his celestial chrysanthemum into a flurry of petals that morphed into a colossal tornado, executing a mass attack. Is this all you can muster? The sword Douluo countered with his 8th soul skill, 12th flowing slash. As the all swords returned to 1 disintegrated, he unleashed 12 sword shadows from his 7-killing sword, each possessing 80% of his original power, striking simultaneously at the chrysanthemum Douluo. The chrysanthemum Douluo found himself facing the combined assault of several sword Douluos at once. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he was hurled away, crashing into a mountainside several dozen meters away, blood trickling from his mouth. Impressive. Truly worthy of the sword Douluo. The chrysanthemum Douluo reminisced about their previous encounters, which had ended similarly in defeat. Sword Douluo Chinshin, I shall remember this day, the spirit hall shall remember. The chrysanthemum Douluo transformed into a beam of golden light and fled. I await your return. The sword Douluo refrained from pursuit, although he could sense the chrysanthemum Douluo's presence. Eliminating him would prove challenging unless the latter stayed put or was blocked by others. It is to be hoped that the spirit hall will refrain from targeting Xiaowu so readily in the future. That rascal, I wonder where he has taken Rongrong. If anything were to happen to her. The sword Douluo soared away on his sword, continuing his search for Xiaowu and the others. Chapter 45. Lu Erlong's Longing Heaven-Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. The Blue Tyrant Academy, once again, has returned. Xiaowu, Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, Chenli, and my Xiang appeared near the Blue Tyrant Academy. After departing from Silva's city, they donned new disguises and returned without delay, encountering no significant troubles along the way. Xiaowu found herself yearning for Lu Erlong at this moment. Ning Rongrong gazed at the Blue Tyrant Academy. She had heard of its reputation before, albeit not particularly favorable, often looked down upon by the noble soul master academies. However, it became apparent that hearsay can be deceptive, and one must rely on first-hand experience. The presence of extraordinary students like Xiaowu and Chowda at the Blue Tyrant Academy was enough to render other Soul Master academies envious. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Soon, we too shall be students of the Blue Tyrant Academy." Ning Rongrong replied with a smile, "Indeed, we will be four remarkable individuals." Shenli and her daughter Mai Xiang were awestruck by the grandeur of the Blue Tyrant Academy. To them, it was truly magnificent. Soon, they would reside, learn, and cultivate within its walls, officially becoming part of the Blue Tyrant Academy. On their return journey, Chowda and the others had already deliberated. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would join the Blue Tyrant Academy as students, while Chenli and Mai Xiang would contribute to the academy, engaging in work, study, and cultivation. "Let us return home," they said. Chowda, accompanied by the 5 women, opted for an unconventional entrance, employing spatial jumps to arrive directly at Lu Erlong's residence. They had disguised themselves, unable to access the Blue Tyrant Academy through the main entrance, finding this method considerably more convenient. At that moment, Lu Erlong was indulging in a bath, unprepared for the sudden appearance of 6 individuals. With swift reflexes, she conjured a mist of spiritual energy, hastily donned a garment, and assumed a combat stance, inquiring, "Who goes there?" "It is I, Chowda," replied the voice. Chowda felt a slight awkwardness, not anticipating such a situation. Although Lu Erlong swiftly concealed the matter, Chowda had already caught a glimpse. "Mama Erlong, it's me, Xiaowu," she announced. "Chowda, Xiaowu?" Lu Erlong inquired with confusion, dispersing the mist, and indeed, he beheld the unmasked Chowda and Xiaowu along with others. Chun-Li, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared quite embarrassed, while the innocent Mai Xiang was simply curious about Lu Erlong, who was none other than Chowda and Xiaowu's teacher. "Chowda, Xiaowu, it truly is you," Lu Erlong exclaimed, completely lowering her guard. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" "We had to disguise ourselves, as it was inconvenient to enter directly, so we utilized our spatial mobility abilities," Chowda explained. "Mama Erlong." Xiaowu rushed forward and embraced Lu Erlong, exclaiming, "I've missed you so much." Lu Erlong affectionately patted Xiaowu's head, replying, "I've missed you too, my dear." Xiaowu regarded Lu Erlong as her mother, while Lu Erlong cherished Xiaowu as her daughter. Their bond had grown profoundly over the more than 5 years spent together at the Blue Tyrant Academy. "She is indeed Lu Erlong, reputed to have a fiery temper, yet she shows none of it," Ning Rongrong whispered to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing responded, "Didn't you just say not to rely on hearsay?" Ning Rongrong nodded, "Indeed. I shall no longer accept everything at face value. Seeing it with my own eyes is far more trustworthy." Chowda approached Lu Erlong, saying, "Teacher Erlong, it has been a long time since we last met. I have missed you dearly and could truly use your embrace." Xiaowu promptly stepped aside with a smile, adding, "Brother, let Erlong Mama give you a hug." Lu Erlong gazed at Chowda, and the suppressed longing within her surged forth uncontrollably as she embraced him, exclaiming, "Chowda, welcome home." Chowda savored the fragrance and warmth emanating from Lu Erlong, finding it immensely pleasurable. At this moment, Lu Erlong wore only a long robe, which concealed most of his form, yet certain areas remained unmistakably revealed. "Master Erlong, you appear increasingly youthful." Chowda, with his eloquent and persuasive words, enchanted Lu Erlong, who found his sweet talk irresistible. Embracing Chowda, her heart raced with an exhilarating thrill, yet she pondered, "Could it be that I truly harbor feelings for him?" In the past, Lu Erlong had not given much thought to Chowda's presence, but after his departure, she found herself increasingly longing for him. Realizing that her affections for Yu Xiaojiang had faded, replaced by a constant preoccupation with Chowda, this revelation left Lu Erlong in disbelief, initially. She sought to suppress her thoughts through rigorous training, but whenever she found a moment of respite, her mind inevitably drifted back to him. Now, as she held Chowda, Lu Erlong confronted her own heart, unwilling to continue evading her emotions. She had been steadfast in her feelings regarding her relationship with Yu Xiaojiang, so it was no surprise that her attachment to Chowda was even stronger. Lu Erlong was a woman of passion and candor, unafraid to love or hate. This transformation was, of course, facilitated by the influence of the captivation space. Without it, she would never have been able to forget Yu Xiaojiang and gradually develop feelings for Chowda. Ahem. Ning Rongrong deliberately coughed, feeling that Lu Erlong's disheveled appearance while embracing Chowda was somewhat inappropriate, causing her a twinge of discomfort. When Lu Erlong came to her senses and noticed the presence of others, she reluctantly released Chowda and turned to Ning Rongrong and the others, inquiring, "Are these your friends from your travels?" Beside her, Xiaowu eagerly introduced, "Mama Erlong, this is Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With the martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, a level 35 soul ancestor. This is Zhu Zhuqing, with the Yin Ming Spirit Cat martial soul. Also a level 36 soul ancestor. They are both around my age, true prodigies, and are preparing to join our Blue Tyrant Academy." The mention of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Ning Rongrong's identity as its little princess struck Lu Erlong. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 36 soul ancestor, was no less talented than Xiaowu. "Welcome to Blue Tyrant Academy," she greeted warmly, regardless of Ning Rongrong's status, as long as she wished to join. Lu Erlong was more than willing to accept her. Xiaowu continued introducing, "This is Qinli, and her daughter Mai Xiang, whom we fortuitously rescued. Due to a mutation from their martial soul awakening, Mai Xiang has yet to reach level 10 in soul power. They are currently homeless, and we brought them here, hoping to settle them at Blue Tyrant Academy. Is that all right, Mama Erlong?" Lu Erlong readily consented, planning to learn more about Chun Li and Mai Xiang's story later. She addressed them, "In that case, make yourselves at home here. From now on, Blue Tyrant Academy will be your sanctuary, and I hope you will come to love it." "Thank you, Dean. We will do our utmost." Qin Li and Mai Xiang expressed their gratitude, feeling a sense of relief as they finally had a place to call home. Free from the worries of wandering the streets, Lu Erlong, noticing her own appearance, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Chowda, Xiaowu, please take them on a tour of the academy and arrange their accommodations. I will prepare dinner, and we shall all dine together later." Chowda did not leave the room, while Xiaowu took Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Chun Li, and Mai Xiang to explore the academy. It was more convenient for the group of girls to venture together. "Why did you not accompany them?" Lu Erlong inquired as she dressed and emerged to find Chowda in the living room. Chow Dang remarked, "They are all young ladies, which makes it more convenient." It had been a long time since he last saw teacher Lu Erlong, and he decided to stay and converse with her. Lu Erlong poured a cup of tea for both herself and Chowda, reflecting that nearly a year had passed. "Share with me your experiences," she prompted. "Indeed." Chowda nodded, "But before that, I must take teacher Erlong to a certain place." Chowda led the bewildered Lu Erlong into the captive space. Chapter 46. The formidable yet awkward Lu Erlong within the captive space. Lu Erlong stood in a state of utter confusion and astonishment, gazing at the scene before her. An isolated island amidst the vast ocean, adorned with a villa that indicated the presence of frequent visitors and numerous signs of habitation. Just a moment ago, she had been in the comfort of her own living room, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm, overwhelmed with wonder. Chowda stood beside Lu Erlong, still holding her hand, and said, "Teacher Erlong, this is my greatest secret. This is my martial soul. A unique space belonging to the spatial martial soul. Although I cannot fully comprehend its nature, it undeniably exists. Isn't it wondrous?" Chowda possesses a spatial martial soul, a phenomenon that leaves Lu Erlong in awe. Although transformations of martial souls are not uncommon, none have ever manifested quite like Chowda's. It is truly extraordinary. "Come, let me show you the villa where a room has been prepared for you." With that, Chowda takes Lu Erlong into the villa's grand hall through a spatial leap. Previously, Lu Erlong was aware of Chowda's ability to teleport, yet she had never witnessed such a remarkable distance nor seen him transport others in this manner. His newfound capability indicates a significant enhancement in his spatial leap technique. The decor, style, and furnishings of the villa astound Lu Erlong. She wonders if these exquisite items are indeed real. "They are all real and can be freely taken," Chowda explains with enthusiasm. Although much of what he says is beyond her comprehension, Lu Erlong finds the experience delightful. After approximately half an hour, they ascend to the second floor, which is entirely dedicated to bedrooms, 10 in total, with Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and another individual, alongside myself and teacher Erlong. 6 of the rooms already have their respective occupants. Each room is aligned with its owner's martial soul, with the exception of mine, as only the individual can unlock their own chamber. "This is remarkable," Lu Erlong exclaims upon encountering the room of the soft-boned charming rabbit, belonging to Xiaowu. She attempts to open the door but, unsurprisingly, finds it locked. However, Chowda has the ability to unlock it. They do not enter, merely peering through the doorway. Next, they observe the rooms of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, along with a chamber associated with the 6-winged angel martial soul. Curiosity piqued, Lu Erlong inquires, The six-winged angel martial soul. Who does it belong to? Is it another girl? Chowda remains enigmatic, stating, that will remain a secret for now. You will meet her in due time. Lu Erlong refrains from pressing further, but is left with one lingering question. Why do we have rooms here? Chowda had long expressed his thoughts on this matter, much like he had conveyed to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The specifics remain elusive. Yet perhaps those who earn my inner acknowledgement, or whose martial souls resonate with mine, shall possess rooms of their own. Indeed, this space is extraordinary. And Lu Erlong harbors an unwavering trust in Chowda. Teacher Erlong, this is your room. They arrived at the door adorned with the emblem of the fire dragon martial soul. It is indeed my martial soul. Curiosity welled within Lu Erlong as she pondered the nature of the room and whether it would reflect her own preferences. With anticipation, she opened the door. The room was dominated by shades of green. Upon her first glance, Lu Erlong felt a surge of joy. Everything within the room resonated with her desires. Embodying the essence of her tastes, I adore this room. This space is remarkable. It seemingly knows the preferences of each room's owner. She gleefully explored the room, eager to take in every detail. Whenever she encountered something unclear, Chowda was there to elucidate. This bed is incredibly soft and comfortable. Lu Erlong reclined upon it, and the scene felt hauntingly familiar. Chowda also reclined, lying beside Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong turned over, and their eyes met. A silent exchange of emotions transpired between them, each gaze imbued with longing, irresistibly drawn to one another. Chowda had previously discerned Lu Erlong's feelings for him. Now, Lu Erlong also comprehended why she had sensed something different in Chowda's gaze. It was not merely that of a mentor to a disciple, nor a familial affection, but rather the gaze of a man toward a woman. Upon acknowledging her own emotions, Lu Erlong realized that Chowda harbored similar feelings for her. In that moment, as they gazed into each other's eyes, both understood the depths of their feelings. Suddenly, Lu Erlong reached out and embraced Chowda, silencing him with her kiss. Overcome by emotion, the moment unfolded naturally. Although Chowda was somewhat taken aback by Lu Erlong's assertiveness, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. They exchanged not a single word. Yet their connection was palpable, enduring until the storm of emotion subsided. Chowda embraced Lu Erlong, saying, Erlong, I cherish you. Lu Erlong's heart melted as she gazed at Chowda. She planted a gentle kiss upon his face and replied, Chowda, I too hold affection for you. As long as you do not despise my age and fading beauty, I shall remain by your side for eternity. Erlong, you are truly exquisite. In the days to come, let us grow old together, never to part, Chowda declared, his words as sweet as honey. Lu Erlong beamed with joy at his compliment. Now, Lu Erlong appeared significantly more youthful and beautiful than when she first encountered Chowda 5 years ago. This transformation was attributed to their shared life and the nourishment derived from the exquisite ingredients within the captivating space, which had continuously improved her health and vitality, rendering her skin tender and radiant. While it remains uncertain if the ingredients can extend one's lifespan, they undoubtedly preserve youth and beauty, as exemplified by Lu Erlong herself. How long has it been? Is it dark outside? I still need to prepare dinner for you. Lu Erlong suddenly remembered. No rush. There is ample time, she reassured. Chowda remarked, let us prepare dinner together. Here are some ingredients and fruits that we shall take outside shortly. Lu Erlong chuckled in response. Then you must exert yourself a bit more. It has been quite some time since I have savored your culinary creations, and I find myself yearning for them. Chowda, rest assured, I am here. Lu Erlong leaned against Chowda's chest. This small man was remarkably resilient, bringing her satisfaction and happiness, providing reassurance. Chowda, how are things between you and Xiaowu? Chowda remarked, you are the first woman in my life. Is that so? Lu Erlong responded with surprise, adding cheerfully, you certainly have remarkable restraint. Alas, how shall I face Xiaowu in the future? Lu Erlong felt no regret in being with Chowda, yet he was burdened with guilt towards Xiaowu. She will accept you, Chowda reassured him. Lu Erlong playfully pinched Chowda, feigning anger. This is all your fault. I cannot fathom how I came to have feelings for you. Truly, we are destined rivals. Of course, it is the credit of the captivation space technique. Chowda's hands moved restlessly as he uttered a startling revelation that left Lu Erlong in astonishment. Erlong, in truth, Xiaowu is a soul beast transformed into a human. Lu Erlong gazed at Chowda in disbelief, initially suspecting that he was merely jesting. Chao Depang calmly remarked, she is the soft-boned enchantress rabbit of 100,000 years. And after transforming into human form and undergoing rigorous cultivation until she reaches level 60, she will attain maturity and become a complete human being. This is no jest. Lu Erlong fell into silence for a moment before responding. Regardless of what Xiaowu truly is, she is still my daughter. Henceforth, you must not harm her. We must treat her with utmost care and kindness. Xiaoda smirked, suggesting, perhaps you should remain sisters. Lu Erlong, left speechless, contemplated the wisdom in his words. If she were to consider Xiaowu as a sister, their future interactions would indeed be more harmonious. It is worth noting that she would no longer regard Xiaowu as her goddaughter. The consequences of those choices rest solely on your shoulders. As for our affairs, let us keep them concealed from others for the time being. Xiaoda nodded in agreement, saying, I shall heed your words. After enduring yet another tempest, the two tidied up and departed together. The dusk had settled outside, and they commenced preparing dinner, resembling a married couple in their domesticity. Upon returning, Xiaowu and her companions noticed Lu Erlong's rosy complexion and curiously inquired, leaving Lu Erlong feeling somewhat embarrassed. They were unable to comprehend the situation, having never experienced anything similar. However, Chun-Li, being more seasoned, quickly grasped the implications, her heart filled with astonishment at the unexpected relationship between Lu Erlong and Xiaoda. She glanced at Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, recalling tales of affluent men in large cities, particularly noblemen, who often had numerous women. This notion led her to conclude that it was quite natural for Xiaoda to have multiple romantic interests. Chapter 47. The Astonishment of Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo. In Douluo, Xiaoda, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Chun-Li, and my Xiang gathered together for dinner. Rongrong, Zhuqing, Chun-Li, my Xiang. Please feel at ease and enjoy the dishes, Lu Erlong cheerfully encouraged, for today marked the happiest day in Lu Erlong's life in over 2 decades. Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy. She had discovered a new love and embraced a renewed existence. From this moment forth, there would be no mention of Yu Xiaojiang, for in her heart, only Xiaoda mattered. Xiaowu, without needing to remind her, relished the meal. It has been a long time since I savored the dishes prepared by Erlong's mother. They are truly delightful, far tastier than what my brother cooks. Her words were insincere. Lu Erlong, overjoyed by the comment, chose not to dwell on the relationship between the two for the time being, believing that a solution would present itself in due course, especially with Xiaoda around. After all, he would certainly find a way for the woman he cherished. Xiaoda turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, you're back. Shouldn't you notify the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to ease their worries and prevent them from searching for you? After pondering for a moment, Ning Rongrong replied, I suppose I shall return tomorrow for a brief visit, and then come back to focus on my cultivation. Lu Erlong reassured her. Inform your father that our Blue Tyrant Academy will take good care of you, so there is no need for concern. Ning Rongrong nodded. I have matured and no longer require their constant protection. Since meeting Xiaoda and his companions, Ning Rongrong had undergone considerable transformation and growth. The spoiled demeanor she once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a more mature temperament. Lu Erlong then addressed Zhu Zhuqing, Chun-Li, and my Xiang, encouraging them to concentrate on their training at Blue Tyrant Academy, where they could all gather for meals together each day. As the atmosphere grew increasingly pleasant, it was only natural that they indulged in some wine. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and my Xiang soon found themselves intoxicated. Ultimately, Xiaoda escorted Chun-Li and my Xiang back to their designated accommodations, informing them that their daily meals would be provided by Lu Erlong, as their physiques required enhancement through the unique ingredients and fruits from the captured space. Xiaoda was also conducting experiments to ascertain the extent to which these resources could improve their condition, should the results prove favorable. And if the captured space's ingredients and fruits become abundant, it would pave the way for the cultivation of exceptional talents in the future. After ensuring their safe return, Xiaoda headed back to Lu Erlong's residence, which offered only a single bedroom, clearly inadequate for their needs. Xiao Dexian escorted Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong to the villa within the captive space. Afterward, he emerged, cradling Lu Erlong into her room. The inebriated Lu Erlong exuded a unique charm, her demeanor exceedingly warm. Fortunately, Xiao Dexian had confined the space, preventing any sounds from escaping, or else they might have attracted the attention of nearby individuals. Having savored the delightful experience, Xiao Dexian labored diligently, embodying the spirit of a hard-working ox. The following day, Lu Erlong awoke groggily, noticing Xiao Dexian asleep beside her. Recollections of the previous night flooded her mind, eliciting a sweet smile. He must be tired. Glancing outside, she saw the dawn breaking gently. Quietly, she rose to prepare nourishing porridge. intending to awaken Xiao Dexian once it was ready. The aroma wafted through the air. "Erlong, you are truly a virtuous wife." Xiao Dexian relished the moment. "You should eat as well." They playfully fed each other, enjoying the meal together. Afterward, Lu Erlong inquired, "Did Xiaowu and the others sleep in your space?" Almost forgetting, Xiao Dexian suddenly remembered, "Let us go see." Although he had introduced Lu Erlong to the captive space yesterday, unforeseen events had prevented him from showing her certain areas, such as the fishing platform, the island's fruits, mobile devices, computers, and beachwear. "Sounds delightful," Lu Erlong nodded. Within the captive space, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu had already awakened, indulging in fruits while fishing at the platform. Upon seeing Xiao Dexian enter with Lu Erlong, they were not particularly surprised, as Lu Erlong had her own room here, making her presence inevitable. "Erlong Mama, since this is your first visit, let me introduce you to the fishing platform." Xiaowu enthusiastically began to explain the surroundings, unaware that the ingredients they enjoyed had originated from that very place. The trio had not eaten breakfast, having only consumed some fruits, and thus were not hungry. Ning Rongrong planned to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School today, but did not ask Xiao Dexian for a ride, as there were protective forces in Tiando City affiliated with the school. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sword Douluo had returned a few days prior. Yet there was still no sign of Xiao Dexian and Ning Rongrong. The bone Douluo reproached the sword Douluo. "What good are you if you've lost track of them? I should have gone instead. If anything happens to Rongrong, I will hold you accountable." The sword Douluo refrained from retorting this time, feeling guilt-ridden as a titled Douluo. Failing to locate Xiao Dexian and the others was indeed shameful. Ning Fengji offered consolation. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, do not fret excessively. That lad Xiao Dexian is no ordinary person. If he can elude the Ju Douluo, he surely possesses the ability to safeguard Rongrong." The bone Douluo remarked, "That brat promised me he would protect Rongrong. If anything goes awry, I shall flay him alive." At that instant, a disciple rushed in to report, "Sect Master, Elders, the young sect master has returned. Ning Rongrong, the beloved princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and its future leader, had returned. Where is she? Speak quickly." The sword Douluo and bone Douluo were filled with excitement, startling the messenger. The young sect master has entered the sect and will arrive shortly." Before he could finish, two figures soared out. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo could hardly wait to see Ning Rongrong, eager to ensure her safety. Ning Fengji chuckled wryly. "You may leave now." He remained composed, despite his own anxiety, understanding that as the sect master, he must maintain a demeanor befitting his position. Unlike the impulsive nature of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. "Rongrong, it is such a relief to see you unharmed." Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, the bone Douluo and sword Douluo nearly wept with joy, their hearts finally at ease. "Grandfather Bone, Grandfather Jian." Ning Rongrong joyfully rushed to embrace her two relatives. The sword Douluo expressed his regrets. "It was my fault for losing you in Silv City. I would never forgive myself if anything had happened." Realizing the sword Douluo had been in Silv City, Ning Rongrong felt touched. "Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Bone, it was Rongrong's fault for causing you worry." The bone Douluo added, "It is your grandfather Jian's inadequacy for not protecting you. Thankfully, you are safe. Otherwise, I would have had to settle accounts with him." Ning Rongrong shook her head. "You are my family. We must not turn against each other. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at me for causing you distress." The bone Douluo and sword Douluo reflected on how much Ning Rongrong had matured, recognizing her growth and eloquence in speaking. Later, Ning Rongrong embraced Ning Fengji, who stood momentarily stunned. Although the bone Douluo had mentioned Ning Rongrong's significant changes, he had not anticipated her transformation into a young lady. The rapid changes in such a short period seemed unusual. Even after the bone Douluo's assurances, Ning Fengji felt compelled to check personally, ultimately relieved to find no issues. "Dad, I am now at level 35, a soul master," Ning Rongrong announced proudly. While the bone Douluo had already informed them of her reaching the rank of soul master, they were astonished at her rapid advancement to level 35 within just a few months. Chapter 48. Significant Advancement. Within the captive space, Xiaowu exclaimed, "Congratulations, Erlong Mama. On reaching level 78, it won't be long before you become a soul Douluo." Lu Erlong, who initially stood at level 77, had now ascended to level 78. Her progress indicated that she was not far from breaking through to level 79, and soon, she would attain level 80 and achieve the rank of soul Douluo. Lu Erlong's advancement inspired a corresponding increase in Xiao Dexian's power, and days later, he broke through, raising his soul power to level 57. At this moment, Xiao Dishian recalled the celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin yang eye in the sunset forest, pondering whether Tang San would still venture to Tiando City and if he might be led by Douluo to the ice and fire yin yang eye. Due to Xiao Dishian's presence, the Shrek 7 monsters had been altered, leaving the outcome of Tang San's quest for the celestial herbs uncertain. Contemplating this, Xiao Dishian resolved to procure the herbs as soon as possible, uncertain of how Tang San's protagonist aura might twist fate and allow him to obtain them. Better to secure the herbs than leave it to chance. You all continue your training here. I shall step out for a moment. Chowder, along with Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiaowu, continued their cultivation within the capture space. After exiting this realm, he deliberately informed Qinli and her daughter Mai Xiang that he had matters to attend to and would require a few days to return. Subsequently, he discreetly departed from the Blue Tyrant Academy using his spatial teleportation soul skill. The Sunset Forest, situated on the reverse side of Heavendo City, is one of the few great soul beast forests apart from the Stardo Great Forest, teeming with numerous 10,000-year soul beasts and possibly harboring 100,000-year soul beasts as well. Recalling the narrative, Chowder remembered that the Eye of Ice and Fire lay deep within the Sunset Forest in an area brimming with 10,000-year soul beasts. Soul beasts of 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 30,000 years posed no threat to Chowder. He chose not to engage with these creatures, skillfully evading them with his spatial teleportation. Throughout the midday and evening, he returned to the capture space to rest and replenish his soul power, taking time to rejuvenate. On the following day, Chowder stumbled upon a location enveloped in toxic gas. This must be the place, he thought. Recalling that there was a poison formation arranged by Douluo surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire, which even 10,000-year soul beasts dared not approach. Chowder's body may not be impervious to toxins, yet for him, this poisonous formation proves futile. He employs the technique of forbidden space to sever the toxic gas ahead, thus boldly advancing into the Eye of Ice and Fire. With Douluo absent, it is the perfect opportunity. Chowder seized the moment to seek out the celestial herbs. Recalling pertinent details from the storyline, he recognized certain characteristics of these herbs, though not all were familiar to him. Nevertheless, he possessed a method to identify various medicinal plants. He would pluck the unfamiliar herbs and bring them into the captivation space. Within this realm, a fishing platform bore a monument capable of identifying all manner of objects. Placing the unrecognized herbs upon it would reveal their names, ranks, properties, and more. Thus, Chowder managed to gather all the celestial herbs located within the Eye of Ice and Fire. After collecting the remaining herbs, only the 8-pointed shimbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom remained beside the spring. The 8-pointed shimbing grass, a herb of extreme cold, would freeze any ordinary person who dared approach. Conversely, the fierce fire apricot blossom, a herb of intense heat, would incinerate anyone who came too close. Even now, Chowder hesitated to approach, but he devised a method to procure them. Spatial Blade. Without direct contact with the herbs, Chowder employed his fourth soul skill, an intangible spatial blade, to sever the two celestial plants. Spatial Jump. He then transported the fierce fire apricot blossom to the vicinity of the 8-pointed shimbing grass, allowing the two to coexist and thus neutralize their respective properties, rendering their powers more temperate. The extremes of cold and heat, each potent on their own, would counterbalance one another when combined. Done. If Tang San could consume them, so could Chowder. Upon ingesting the now temperate herbs, their essence swiftly coursed through his body. Although the experience was somewhat painful, Chowder was able to endure it. To enhance and expedite the absorption of the herb's power, he immersed himself in the spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire, confident that the energies of the herbs would not harm him. Several hours later, Chowder had nearly fully refined and absorbed the two herbs. He reached level 59, experiencing an increase of nearly 2 levels in soul power. Consuming just one of the celestial herbs sufficed, as additional doses offered no further benefit. Thus, his soul power enhancement reflected the effects of a single herb. The combination of the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom effectively transformed them into a singular celestial herb. In the original narrative, Tang San's consumption of these herbs resulted in a soul power increase of only 3 to 4 levels after 6 months, still within the Spirit Master realm. Chowder, having reached the realm of the Soul King, experienced a remarkable enhancement in his soul power, elevating it by nearly 2 levels, certainly surpassing Tang San's progress. By afternoon, Chowder departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire, exiting the Sunset Forest before nightfall. As evening approached, he entered the captivation space. Brother, What have you been up to these past few days, so shrouded in mystery? Have you finished your tasks? Xiaowu inquired, her curiosity piqued as she approached Chowda. Dinner is ready. Let us prepare to eat, announced Lu Erlong, who entered the living room carrying dishes, with Zhu Zhuqing following closely behind. Having assisted Lu Erlong along with Xiaowu earlier, Chowda gazed at them and remarked, I have finished my tasks and discovered some remarkable items. I shall unveil them to you after our meal. Once they had dined, the four gathered around the dining table. Chowda produced 3 wooden boxes, each containing an assortment of celestial herbs. In the past few days, I have been searching for these mystical herbs, and I truly managed to unearth some. Chowda chuckled and said, It's difficult to explain in detail, so I shall refrain from doing so. Lu Erlong, perplexed, inquired, Immortal herbs? Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing had also never heard of such a thing. Chowda elaborated slightly, saying, Fairy grass, an extraordinary herb of this realm, possesses the remarkable ability to directly elevate one's soul power by several levels upon consumption. Most importantly, it enhances one's innate talent, improves the quality of the martial spirit, accelerates the cultivation speed, and ameliorates physical constitution. You will understand its wonders once you have experienced it. Is it truly so miraculous? Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing gazed in awe at the fairy grass contained within the 3 wooden boxes. Chowda began to distribute the herbs to them. This one is for Xiaowu, named Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong. This is for teacher Erlong, called Ji Guanfeng Huang Kue, a fire attribute herb, perfectly suited for you. Finally, this herb is Shui Xianyu Ji Gu, suitable for Zhu Qing. They placed their trust in the choices made by Chowda. Once the 3 of them completed their refining, the fire attribute power of Lu Erlong's fire dragon martial soul became more formidable, resulting in an enhancement of its quality, alongside improvements in physique and mental strength. In terms of soul power, Lu Erlong reached level 80, gaining a little over a level. After consuming Shui Xianyu Ji Gu, Zhu Qing's soul power rose from level 36 to level 42. Although this diverged from the original narrative, it was understandable, as Zhu Qing's current talent surpassed that of the original storyline. Xiaowu experienced the most significant increase, with her soul power soaring from level 45 to level 51 after taking Xiang Si Duan Chang Hong. Indeed, it was perfectly suited for her. Chapter 49. Enhancing Attribute Power. Is this truly the herb? The benefits it brings are astounding. Brother, I am about to become a soul king, just like you. Upon acquiring her 4th soul ring, Zhu Qing would ascend to soul sect, while teacher Erlong would need to obtain his 8th soul ring to become a soul Douluo. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing were all thrilled, astonished by the immense boost provided by a single herb. After their joyous celebration, the 4 of them settled down to consolidate their newfound strength. Due to the enhancement of soul power brought about by Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing, Chowda's power has surged, elevating him by over a level to 60, nearing the attainment of level 61. Following Ning Rongrong's consumption of the celestial herb, Chowda is expected to reach level 61 shortly thereafter. Presently, he must seek the provider of his 6th soul ring. Previously, he contemplated several candidates: Bibi Dong, Poseidon, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Yilingling, and Hulaina, among others. Poseidon resides on Sea God Island and possesses formidable strength, making her difficult to approach. Bibi Dong, the Pope and a title Douluo with dual martial souls, is similarly beyond Chowda's reach at this moment. After some consideration, he decided to place them on a future list of potential soul ring candidates. Currently in Heavendo City, his best options are Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and Yilingling, all of whom possess excellent martial souls and talents. Notably, Shui Binga wields the exquisite Ice Phoenix martial soul, boasting immense potential if she were to consume the celestial herb. Her future prospects would rival those of Zhu Qing, making her Chowda's preferred choice. The following day, upon leaving the captivity space, Chowda initially intended to return to Shrek Academy. However, since Lu Erlong and Zhu Qing both required soul rings, he decided to explore the Sunset Forest. As for Xiaowu, she had already condensed her 5th soul ring the previous night, a ring over 20,000 years old, which increased the age of Chowda's first soul ring by more than 20,000 years, bringing it to over 40,000 years and significantly enhancing his first soul skill. The 3 of them emerged from the captivity space, and Lu Erlong stated, "Let us first assist Zhu Qing in obtaining her 4th soul ring." Chowda nodded, recognizing that with Zhu Qing's current martial soul, spirit, and physique, she would have no difficulty accommodating a soul ring exceeding 10,000 years. Xiaowu concurred, noting that her own 5th soul ring, which had approached 3,000 years in age, could also be considered an instance of surpassing the typical constraints of soul ring absorption. Although the soul rings of 10,000-year soul beasts are accompanied by soul fluctuations, Zhu Qing's spirit is formidable enough to withstand them. Had they been more cognizant of the benefits derived from capturing spatial ingredients at the time, Xiaowu mused that waiting a bit longer would have allowed her to condense a soul ring exceeding 10,000 years, which is somewhat regrettable. Now that Xiaowu comprehends the situation, he will naturally not permit Zhu Qing and the others to squander such advantageous circumstances. Zhu Qing nodded, expressing her willingness to attempt it. Both she and Ning Rongrong had previously absorbed soul rings that surpassed their levels, and she felt even more assured this time. Lu Erlong did not oppose, as she was now acutely aware of the enhancements brought about by the spatial ingredients in celestial herbs, which would sufficiently empower both Zhu Qing and herself to absorb soul rings beyond their typical limits. Zhu Qing aimed to seek a soul beast, prioritizing one just over 10,000 years of age, possessing dark attributes to further augment her own dark powers. Xiaowu remarked, "The power of the dark attribute is sufficiently formidable. Aside from agility, Zhu Qing can harness an additional form of strength, much like Master Lu Erlong. The fire dragon possesses not only immense offensive capabilities, but also the fiery essence, which amalgamates to enhance its overall combat prowess." Lu Erlong concurred. Xiaowu speaks the truth. "My martial soul is of a variant nature. It is not the blue lightning tyrant dragon, but rather a fire dragon. While I have previously augmented my fire attribute power, I did not accord it the attention it deserved. Otherwise, I could have absorbed the soul rings of fire attribute soul beasts to enhance my fiery might. Fortunately, after consuming the coxcomb phoenix flower, my innate fire attribute power has ascended to a new level, rivaling the formidable offensive strength of the dragon martial soul itself. Most soul masters possess martial souls devoid of any pronounced attributes, or such attributes are merely subtle. Even amongst those who do possess attribute-based martial souls, few dedicate themselves to enhancing these powers, instead focusing on aspects such as attack, speed, defense, and control." Xiaowu interjected, "My martial soul lacks any distinct attribute power. I envy your capabilities." She, as a soul beast, inherently lacks any special attribute power, and even in her transformed state, this remains unchanged. Her soul techniques clearly indicate that her martial soul, or essence, does not exhibit explicit attribute powers. Zhu Qing, as previously subdued dark attribute power, became pronounced upon acquiring her third soul ring, presenting her with the opportunity to cultivate her dark attribute strength. Thus, in future endeavors, it is vital to seek soul beasts that possess dark attribute powers while also being agile. The more criteria there are, the more elusive such soul beasts become. Lu Erlong, similarly, should ideally choose a fire attribute soul beast with formidable offensive capabilities. Ideally one over 50,000 years old. Also a challenging task. Should they fail to find such beasts in the Sunset Forest, their only recourse would be to venture into other soul beast forests or directly to the Douluo forest, despite its considerable distance from Heavendoe City. They ventured forth into the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts, and after several days, their search yielded no suitable candidates. During this time, they encountered teachers and students from the Shifeng Academy, though Feng Xiaodian was absent. No conflict arose, they merely exchanged pleasantries before continuing their respective quests for soul beasts. They also crossed paths with two mercenary groups engaged in hunting soul beasts for soul rings. Yet again, no disputes ensued. Suddenly, Zhu Qing exclaimed, "There are fluctuations of dark power emanating from that black hole. Perhaps it harbors a soul beast of the dark attribute. Within this vicinity, the soul beasts present were predominantly 10,000-year-old, though it remained uncertain if they exceeded 20,000 years, as anything beyond that would be unsuitable for Zhu Qing. I utilized my mental prowess to probe the black hole. Among the four, Xiaowu possessed the strongest mental energy. As he delved into the darkness, it became apparent that a soul beast, imbued with dark attribute power and of considerable strength, awaited within. Its appearance resembled that of a cat, complete with a tail longer than its body. I resolved to strike it once, to ascertain the nature and level of its soul power, thereby facilitating an assessment of its age. Xiaowu unleashed his spatial blade, an intangible edge that sliced through the fabric of space itself. It materialized beside the long-tailed black cat within the black hole, directly striking its hindquarters. The cat yowled in pain and swiftly darted out of the black hole. Its overall size was comparable to that of a domestic cat, with the only notable difference being its extraordinarily long tail. Among the various soul beast species known to Xiaowu and his companions, none had encountered one like this. The long-tailed black cat glared at Xiaowu and the others, its fur standing on end as it emitted a threatening sound. Lu Erlong remarked, based on its soul power, it should be between 10,000 and 20,000 years old. Finally, we have come across a suitable one. You all step back. Chowda, protect Xiaowu and Zhu Qing. If it becomes dangerous, I will handle it. Chowda chose not to compete with Lu Erlong, allowing her to make the first move against a soul beast that had cultivated for over 10,000 years. Lu Erlong summoned her martial spirit, the fire dragon, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Her first soul skill, Fire Dragon Avatar, amplified her strength. With her second soul skill, Fire Dragon Arm, she prepared for close combat, her hands enveloped in a layer of draconic flames as she charged towards the long-tailed black cat. Chapter 50, The Nether Transformation. Meow. The long-tailed black cat leaped, its front paws revealing sharp claws imbued with dark attributes. Clash. Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon Arm collided with the cat's claws, a dazzling display of intertwining black and fiery light. The long-tailed black cat was sent soaring, emitting a furious growl. Quite impressive. Lu Erlong pressed on with her assault. Meow. The long-tailed black cat's dark tail extended, resembling an ever-lengthening rope that swiftly ensnared Lu Erlong. Despite her attempts to strike, she could not sever the black tail's grip, which began to affect her mental state with its dark energy. Employing her 5th soul skill, Skyward Flame, Lu Erlong unleashed a powerful dragon flame from her 10,000-year soul ring, creating a swirling vortex of fire around her. Positioned at the vortex's core, she utilized it for defense. The dragon flame vortex caused the black tail to retract, but the long-tailed black cat opted to attack from above. Now it's my turn. Lu Erlong's Skyward Flame was not merely defensive, it also served as an offensive maneuver. She directed the dragon flame vortex upwards, forming a fiery tornado aimed at the long-tailed black cat. This skill possessed a burning effect and combined multi-directional defense with a singular, extensive attack. While the dragon flame vortex could not defend against assaults from above or below, its upward eruption rendered it unnecessary to concern herself with threats descending from above. The primary drawback remained its inability to guard against attacks from below, thus categorizing it as multi-directional defense rather than omnidirectional. Struck by the dragon flame tornado, the long-tailed black cat retreated, abandoning its offensive. Meow. Suddenly, the cat unleashed a burst of dark power and soul energy, rapidly enlarging from the size of a domestic cat to that of a full-grown leopard. Not only had its size increased, but its power had also more than doubled, nearing that of a 30,000-year soul beast. Erlong, be careful. Xiaowu expressed her concern. Do not intervene. Lu Erlong was resolute. She summoned her martial spirit's true form, transforming into a colossal fire dragon. In this state, her strength, speed, attack power, defense, resistance, and fire attributes received significant enhancement. The battle between the dragon and the cat commenced, with Lu Erlong maintaining the upper hand from the outset, as the long-tailed black cat sustained increasingly severe injuries. It made a decisive retreat when its life was threatened. You cannot escape. Lu Erlong unleashed her 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame, projecting a torrent of dragon flames that surged towards the fleeing long-tailed black cat, accompanied by a burning effect and functioning as a remote group attack skill. Meow. The long-tailed black cat was struck, crashing against the stone wall, exacerbating its injuries. Lu Erlong appeared before it, continuing her relentless assault until the cat was gravely wounded and unable to fight back. Erlong, you are truly formidable. Zhu Zhuqing marveled at the fierce, battle-hardened female soul master before her. Xiaowu exclaimed, Erlong, magnificent. Such power. Xiaowu gave a thumbs up in approval. Lu Erlong, proud, tossed her hair and declared, Zhuqing, it is yours now. Zhu Zhuqing approached and delivered the final blow to the long-tailed black cat. As she absorbed the soul ring, black butterfly wings emerged from her back, drawing in the dark energy from the cat, while simultaneously claiming the soul ring. Lu Erlong had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone during their capture, recognizing her remarkable fortune. Although Lu Erlong was now a soul sage, she had yet to acquire a single soul bone. Chowda remarked, I am preparing to participate in this prestigious Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition. It is rumored that the Spirit Hall has procured 3 soul bones that are over 10,000 years old. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. With your prowess, coupled with mine, Zhuqing, and Rong Rong, securing the championship will undoubtedly be within our grasp. Lu Erlong expressed her support. Indeed, you 4 are the mainstays of the Blue Tyrant Academy. You should then seek 7 more individuals to join you in the competition. At that time, You will surely capture the attention of all and surpass your predecessors. Xiaowu is on the brink of becoming a Soul Emperor. While Xiaowu has attained the rank of Soul King and Zhu Qing is a Soul Sect member, once Ding Rongrong consumes the divine herb, she too will ascend to the ranks of the Soul Sect. Among them, particularly noteworthy is Xiaodu's formidable spatial martial soul abilities. It would be quite shameful not to claim the championship. The three conversed quietly nearby, simultaneously standing guard over Zhu Qing to prevent any soul beast from encroaching. This territory belongs to the long-tailed black cat, deterring other soul beasts from approaching, thus ensuring a serene environment. After a brief exchange, their attention shifted to the transformations occurring within Zhu Qing. Xiaowu remarked, the dark energy emanating from Zhu Qing is intensifying. Her third soul skill, the Abyssal Descent, is bound to strengthen as well. That skill is truly extraordinary. Xiaodideo remarked that Zhu Qing's dark power predominantly influences the mind, leading individuals towards degradation and negativity. Once she completes her absorption, her third soul skill will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, and it is likely that even soul saints will be affected at that time. As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the nearby black hole, where the long-tailed black cat resided, accumulating dark power over the years. Zhu Qing would be able to utilize her external soul bone to absorb some of this power, which should augment her dark abilities. Such opportunities to encounter dark power are exceedingly rare. Zhu Qing's transgressive absorption of the soul ring proceeded smoothly, with minimal soul fluctuations having no effect on her. For soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, materialized around her, signifying the completion of her absorption. After a brief interval of more than 10 minutes, Zhu Qing's power converged, and her aura stabilized. Upon seeing Zhu Qing open her eyes, Xiaowu inquired with a smile, "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Zhu Qing shook her head, stating, "Although there were some soul fluctuations, they passed quickly without any significant impact. My soul power level has now reached the 43rd rank, a rise of over 1 level. With another 10 days or so, I should attain the 44th rank." Lu Erlong commented. While many aspire to achieve a substantial increase in soul power through the absorption of higher-ranked soul rings, few possess the capability to do so. Xiaodu inquired, "What kind of soul skill is it?" Zhu Qing rose to her feet and unleashed her fourth soul skill. In an instant, her form underwent a remarkable transformation, growing to twice her size, becoming a diminutive giant. Xiaowu gazed up at the towering Zhu Qing, exclaiming in awe, "How immense!" Xiaodu gazed at Zhu Qing, who appeared even more magnificent in stature. Lu Erlong remarked, "This is the ability of the long-tailed black cat to grow larger." Zhu Qing, how much has your strength increased? Zhu Qing began to shrink back to her normal state, replying, "I can control my transformation back after enlarging, and my strength remains unaffected. This is my fourth soul skill, Phantom Transformation, which allows my dark power and attack strength to double for a short period. The duration depends on how long my soul power can sustain it. If the soul power depletes slowly, it lasts longer. If it depletes quickly, the effect is brief. This means that Zhu Qing can engage in battle while enlarged or revert to her normal state without any loss of power." Chapter 51. The Poison Douluo and a Group of Performers. After activating her fourth soul skill, Phantom Transformation, Zhu Qing's dark attribute strength and attack power were enhanced by a factor of 2, akin to a miniature version of her martial soul true form. While in this state, her soul skills, such as Phantom Stab, Phantom Claws, and Phantom Fall, also received a doubling effect in terms of attack power and dark attribute strength. Xiaowu expressed her envy, saying, "Zhu Qing, your third and fourth soul skills are remarkable. I envy you." Zhu Qing smiled and replied, "Xiaowu, your soul skills are all exceptional. There is no need to envy me." Xiaowu's soul skills included Waist Bow, Charm, Teleportation, Invincible Golden Body, Soft Bone Lock, and her self-created soul skill, 8-Section Throw. Indeed, each of her soul skills possessed unique characteristics and was quite comprehensive. Xiaodu chuckled, "Do not flatter one another. I am well aware of your exceptional talents." Xiaowu, displeased, stuck out her tongue at Xiaodu. Zhu Qing remained silent. Lu Erlong cast a sidelong glance at Xiaodu and then remarked, "You are all the pride of the heavens, deserving of your arrogance. I shall forever take pride in you." Xiaowu ran over and embraced Lu Erlong's arm, playfully saying, "Erlong Mama is the best." Zhu Qing watched with a twinge of envy, lamenting the lack of such warm familial affection in her own upbringing. Xiaodu said to Zhu Qing, "Within the black hole, there exist certain dark attribute forces that you can absorb. Even a mosquito's leg is still flesh." Zhu Qing had indeed contemplated this notion. Xiaodu had previously explored the black hole with his mental energy and found no danger. "Let us have a picnic here at noon today," proposed Xiaowu. Xiaowu expressed his agreement. I will retrieve the kitchenware from the space. The kitchenware, ingredients, and fruits were all readily available. Before long, wisps of smoke began to rise. By the time Zhu Qing absorbed the dark attribute power from the black hole, Xiaowu and the others had nearly finished preparing lunch. Just as they were happily enjoying their picnic, Douluo suddenly appeared. Heh, you are truly at ease, cooking in the Soul Beast Forest. Douluo surveyed Xiaowu and the others while inquiring, have you ventured into the toxic fog region deep within the Sunset Forest? Upon hearing the news, Xiaowu immediately discerned that Douluo had visited the Eye of Ice and Fire and noticed a significant depletion of medicinal herbs. Consequently, he commenced a search for the culprit who had pilfered his precious herbs. Although Douluo was unaware of the existence of celestial-grade herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was nonetheless perturbed by the fact that someone had thieved from him. You are the toxic Douluo, an elder with a long-standing residence in the city of Tiando. Lu Erlong had encountered Douluo on several occasions. The latter, too, felt a sense of familiarity with Lu Erlong, pondering if he had indeed seen her before. Do I know you? He inquired. Strange, I find you somewhat familiar. We must have crossed paths at some point. Lu Erlong responded, I am Lu Erlong, the headmaster of the Blue Tyrant Academy, here with a few students to acquire soul rings. I have never visited the locale you mentioned, nor have I encountered the place spoken of by the toxic Douluo. She had, however, heard of Douluo's presence in the Sunset Forest and, upon noticing Xiaodu's appearance there, surmised that he likely ventured to Douluo's domain, speculating that the celestial herbs originated from the Elder's secret garden. Thus, being astute, Lu Erlong would not admit to having been there. Instead, she sought a legitimate excuse for her presence. Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong. Ah, I recall now. It is you, Douluo exclaimed, recognizing her as a soul sage. Given Lu Erlong's prowess, it was unlikely she could breach his toxic formation. However, to err on the side of caution, he insisted, I possess a medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest that has recently been robbed. Your presence here raises suspicions. Present your storage soul guide for my inspection. If you are innocent, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow and replied, Toxic Douluo. We have not visited the location you speak of, nor have we stolen your herbs. The storage soul guides contain our personal belongings, which we are not at liberty to disclose. I kindly ask that you refrain from making this difficult for us. At this juncture, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing had also deduced that Xiaodu might have taken Douluo's herbs. They maintained their composure, ensuring Douluo remained oblivious to their suspicions. Humph. Do not provoke my wrath. Swiftly hand over your storage soul guides. The toxic Douluo was indifferent to Lu Erlong's status as the headmaster of the Blue Tyrant Academy. If he felt angered, he would not hesitate to kill, erasing all traces of his actions, leaving no room for suspicion. Douluo's domineering demeanor displeased Lu Erlong greatly. Were she alone, she would have insisted on a confrontation. However, with Xiaodu and the others present, she had reservations. Amidst Lu Erlong's turmoil and inner conflict, the situation grew increasingly tense. Xiaodu spoke. Elder Poison Douluo. My name is Xiaodu, a student of Master Erlong. I wonder if, after we present all our storage soul guides and demonstrate our innocence, you might be willing to assist us? The crowd looked at Xiaodu in astonishment, unsure of his intentions. You dare to negotiate with me? Douluo approached. An overwhelming aura enveloping Xiaodu, exuding a presence that suggested he could eliminate him at any moment. Xiaodu maintained his composure, gazing intently at the poison Douluo. Douluo, quite an intriguing little rascal. Douluo intensified his power, exerting a pressure of 30-level soul force, followed by 35-level soul force. Xiaodu remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. Douluo felt a pang of alarm. Xiaodu appeared scarcely older than his granddaughter, Du Guyan. Yet, his ability to withstand the oppressive force of 35 levels of soul power without flinching attested to his remarkable talent and prowess, rivaling that of Du Guyan. Impressive indeed. But let's see how long you can endure. Douluo escalated the soul power pressure to 40 levels. At last, he discerned something unusual upon Xiaodu's countenance. He continued to amplify the soul power pressure, albeit in smaller increments, raising it gradually from 41 to 45 levels. Xiaodu, drenched in sweat, finally could not hold on any longer, bending over and unable to stand upright. Lu Erlong and the others looked on with concern, a troupe of actors indeed. Douluo appeared quite pleased, declaring, Youngster, you have done well. At such a tender age, you can withstand my soul power of level 45. Huh, you truly align with my temperament. I assure you, as long as your intentions are pure, not only will I allow you to leave unscathed, but I shall also assist you with a favor. However, you must first articulate what this favor entails. Should it be unreasonable, not only will I refuse, but you shall also bear the brunt of my wrath." Xiaowu respectfully said, "Elder Poison Douluo. Our Dean Lu Erlong has just achieved a breakthrough to level 80 today and requires a soul ring. She lacks the confidence to hunt a soul beast alone. So I would like to ask for your assistance in helping teacher Erlong capture a soul beast." Such a request deeply moved Lu Erlong. Originally, she had intended to collaborate with Xiaowu in hunting a soul beast, but felt uncertain and might have chosen a soul beast of a lower cultivation age. However, with Douluo's help, they could target a soul beast of a higher cultivation age. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite filial." Douluo observed Xiaowu with increasing fondness, even contemplating the possibility of fostering a union between Xiaowu and Douluo. As for Yu Tianheng, Douluo held little optimism, believing that Yu Tianheng was not a suitable match for Douluo. Yu Tianheng was a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex sect. Should Douluo marry him, it would mean aligning the entire Douluo family with the Yu family. It would be better to find a son-in-law who would marry into the Douluo family, and naturally, this son-in-law must meet Douluo's standards. In this regard, Xiaowu seemed quite fitting. Chapter 52, The Tool. Lu Erlong's 8th soul skill. "Very well, I shall grant you this request." Douluo unwittingly stepped into the trap laid by Xiaowu. Xiaowu expressed his profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Poison Douluo." He then turned to Lu Erlong and the others, suggesting, "Teacher Erlong, let us present our storage soul guides. A clear conscience dispels any shadows. Let us allow the esteemed Poison Douluo to see for himself. I trust he will honor his word." Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Shiqing quickly discerned that Xiaowu was attempting to ensnare Douluo. The celestial herbs and other medicinal plants obtained from the Eye of Ice and Fire were concealed within the captive space, and there were none in their storage soul guides. They discreetly played along with Xiaodu's ruse. Each possessed a storage soul guide, which they all produced, allowing Douluo to inspect them meticulously. Inside their storage soul guides lay only a collection of garments, provisions, water, healing elixirs, and an assortment of fruits from the captive space, seemingly ordinary items devoid of any herbs. The absence of herbs implied their innocence. After examining the storage soul guides, Douluo returned them to Xiaowu and the others, declaring, "You are innocent. You may leave." Was this a ploy to evade responsibility? Xiaowu would not let him off easily. "Senior Poison Douluo, we kindly request your assistance in hunting down a soul beast." Douluo shot a glare at Xiaowu. He had intended to pursue the thief of the medicinal herbs further, yet after some contemplation, he resolved to honor his promise. "What do you wish to urge? Would I, an old man, ever go back on my word? My time is limited. What type of soul beast do you wish to hunt?" Xiaowu remarked, "Our esteemed teacher Erlong possesses a fire dragon martial soul, and the 8th spirit ring requires a formidable fire-attributed spirit beast, with an age ranging between 50,000 to 100,000 years, ideally nearing the century mark." "What did you say?" Douluo, taken aback, thought he must have misheard. "A spirit beast nearing 100,000 years? Can she truly absorb such a creature?" Typically, the 8th spirit ring is around 50,000 years, while the 9th approaches 100,000. "Are you truly jesting with me, young man?" Xiaowu elucidated. "Those are mere mortals. Our esteemed master Lu Erlong possesses a spirit soul of exceptional quality, a robust physique, and formidable mental strength, far surpassing the average person, thus enabling the endurance of soul beasts with extended cultivation ages." This statement left Douluo feeling discomfort, as it implied that he was simply an ordinary individual while Lu Erlong was a prodigy. Could an ordinary person truly ascend to the rank of title Douluo? Humph. Douluo scoffed. "One must not be overly ambitious, lest it lead to one's own demise. I care not for your fates. Since you wish to hunt soul beasts of advanced cultivation ages, I shall grant your desire." Xiaowu expressed his gratitude and inquired, "Elder Poison Douluo, you must be well acquainted with the Sunset Forest. Surely you know where to find suitable spirit beasts?" This young man, Douluo felt as though he had become a mere tool. Yet given the circumstances, he simply wished to fulfill his promise as swiftly as possible. "You are fortunate. I happen to know of a fire lizard that is over 80,000 years old. Let us proceed. After assisting you in hunting the spirit beast, I have matters of my own to attend to, so let us not waste any time." An 80,000-year-old fire lizard. It indeed aligns with Lu Erlong's requirements. Xiaowu and his companions followed Douluo and, after more than 2 hours, arrived at a sweltering locale abundant in geothermal energy. Ahead, on a small hill, lay the fire lizard. Douluo decisively stated that he would drive it out, instructing everyone to keep their distance except for Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong then advised, Xiaowu, you should stand back and ensure their safety. Xiaowu and the two others retreated to a distance. Shortly thereafter, a fire lizard soared out from the small mountain. Douluo lured it over, and Lu Erlong struck. The two joined forces to confront the fire lizard. This 8,000-year-old fire lizard was comparable to a soul Douluo. Without the presence of a poison Douluo, it would indeed prove to be quite formidable. Although Xiaowu possesses a spatial martial soul with the ability to control and attack the fire lizard, the disparity in strength renders his inflicted damage negligible. Engaging the fire lizard alongside Lu Erlong would undoubtedly be a formidable struggle. However, with the assistance of Douluo, the battle became significantly more manageable. After a mere 10 minutes, the fire lizard was rendered powerless. With the matter resolved, the elder declared his departure, eager to pursue the thief of medicinal herbs. With the tool now departed, Lu Erlong could focus on absorbing the soul ring. The soul ring from the fire lizard, which had lived for over 80,000 years, possessed commendable fire attributes. Upon completion of the absorption, Lu Erlong's soul power ascended to level 81, bringing her closer to the threshold of level 82. The elevation of Lu Erlong's soul power also influenced Xiaowu, resulting in a breakthrough to level 62, a gain of more than one level. His second soul ring transformed from black to red, becoming a 100,000-year soul ring. This milestone was achieved through the cumulative years of Lu Erlong's soul rings, totaling 180,000 years, marking it as the highest soul ring age that Xiaowu currently possessed. Simultaneously, this 100,000-year soul ring granted Xiaowu an additional soul skill, akin to the additional skill he acquired when his third soul ring reached the 100,000-year threshold. Now, Xiaowu boasts a total of 5 soul rings, and due to the presence of 200,000-year rings, he has acquired an impressive total of 7 soul skills, 4 of which belong to the 100,000-year category. Has Xiaowu truly experienced a breakthrough? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her astonishment, unaware that Xiaowu had captured the spatial binding that offered him the soul ring. Currently, only Xiaowu and Xiaowu were privy to this information. Xiaowu, maintaining a fade, remarked, my brother is indeed a genius. She understood that Xiaowu's advancement was a direct result of Lu Erlong's influence. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. He is indeed a monster. There is no basis for comparison. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that, like Xiaowu could independently condense soul rings. And furthermore, the longevity of his soul rings could grow over time. Thus, Xiaowu was truly a remarkable anomaly, defying conventional logic. Xiaowu casually remarked, I unintentionally broke through again. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to respond. Shortly thereafter, Lu Erlong opened her eyes, declaring, I have now become a soul Douluo. My strength has significantly increased, particularly my fire attribute power. This fire lizard soul ring contains the vast majority of the fire attribute energy. Congratulations, Erlong Mama, Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully. What is your 8th soul skill? Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing were both intrigued. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had yet to return, presumably spending some time at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Erlong smiled, and his soul rings materialized, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, totaling 8 soul rings. With his 8th soul skill, Flame Dragon Explosion, Lu Erlong transformed into a flame dragon, gathering a highly concentrated fireball in his mouth, which soared towards the small mountain. Boom! The mountain was instantly obliterated, reduced to rubble, and a massive fire pit was created. In his dragon form, Lu Erlong inhaled deeply, drawing the flames from the ground into his mouth, leaving no trace of fire behind. Xiaowu and the others were left utterly astounded. What tremendous power! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Xiaowu shouted, Mother Erlong, you are magnificent and awe-inspiring. Xiaowu chuckled, indeed. It is an extraordinarily domineering soul skill. As the flame dragon descended, Lu Erlong reverted to his original form, grinning as he remarked, not bad, right? This soul skill possesses a locking mechanism. Within a certain radius, once locked on, evasion is impossible. Truly impressive. Fierce. Xiaowu's thumb. Impressive, my Erlong teacher. Xiaowu's thumb. Impressive, my Erlong mother. Zhu Zhuqing's thumb. Impressive, my Erlong dean. Chapter 53. Tang San, you have been exposed. Wuhuan City, situated at the heart of Douluo continent, lies at the juncture of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. It does not belong to either empire, but is under the dominion of a third party, the Wuhuan Hall. The Papal Hall of Wuhuan Hall resides within Wuhuan City. The Papal Hall stands majestically, guarded by numerous soul Douluo from the Douluo Hall, who can unite to confront formidable title Douluo. Furthermore, the Papal Hall is home to the Pope Bibi Dong, as well as the Ju Douluo and the Gui Douluo, both titled Douluo. The Wuhuan Hall is currently the most powerful force on the Douluo continent. Inside the papal hall, Pope Bibi Dong sits upon her throne, gazing down upon Hulaina, Ju Douluo, Gui Douluo, and others. Hulaina and Gui Douluo stand on either side, while Ju Douluo kneels in the center. Outrageous. Bibi Dong's fury is palpable, her presence instilling fear. What my subordinate has reported is indeed true. I did not expect Xiaowu to be so audacious. It is my subordinate's incompetence for failing to capture him. Ju Douluo relayed Xiaowu's words verbatim to Bibi Dong, including Xiaowu's desire for Bibi Dong to be his woman. Although Xiaowu may have spoken sincerely, Bibi Dong undoubtedly perceived it as an affront, her anger justified. As a student of Bibi Dong, Hulaina was incensed by the insult towards her teacher. Teacher, I am willing to lead a team to capture Xiaowu. Such a brazen individual deserves to be punished severely. Ju Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Hulaina, thinking, if I cannot capture Xiaowu, how can you, a Soul King, succeed? It is not merely a matter of numbers. We must devise a strategy to entrap him. After her initial rage, Bibi Dong quickly regained her composure. Nar, focus on preparing for the Soul Master competition. This matter shall be handled by your teacher. She then turned to Ju Douluo, inquiring, is it true that this young man possesses 2 black and 1 red and 2 purple soul rings? Furthermore, is he not a twin martial soul? Ju Douluo affirmed. Your Holiness, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Xiaowu is quite young, likely not exceeding 20 years of age. According to the investigative materials, he has not revealed his martial soul, or perhaps his spatial martial soul is so unique that it cannot be perceived. The likelihood of him being a twin martial soul is minimal, and he has explicitly denied being one. He also mentioned knowing that your Holiness possesses a twin martial soul, and he brought up another individual who is also a twin martial soul. His name seems to be Tang San. Indeed, Tang San. Xiaowu remarked that Tang San, much like the Pope's crown, possesses a twin spirit. Tang San? The surname Tang? Bibi Dong interjected. Xiaowu claims he has a twin spirit. Is there anyone who can investigate this person? Ju Douluo replied. I have already instructed my subordinates to investigate whether this individual exists in the Kingdom of Silvis and the Kingdom of Barak. As Xiaowu has recently been present in both places, it should yield results soon. If Tang San has registered in any branch hall, his information will be available. Bibi Dong nodded. Have all branch halls search for Tang San. If he truly possesses a twin spirit, bring him back to the Pope's palace. My teacher is indeed a connoisseur of talent. If Tang San truly has a twin spirit, my teacher will surely take him as a disciple. Will he still regard me then? Hulaina expressed her concerns, reporting, Your Holiness, urgent news has arrived from Soto City in the Barak Kingdom that must be addressed by you. A guard announced from outside. Could it be that there are developments regarding Tang San? Bibi Dong gestured for Hulaina to retrieve the letter. After Hulaina returned with the letter and handed it to Bibi Dong, she opened it, and, indeed, it contained information about Tang San. However, as she continued reading, her expression shifted. It is he. Hulaina asked curiously, Teacher, is it true that Tang San possesses a twin spirit? Bibi Dong collected the letter, turned to the 3, and stated, Indeed, Tang San exists, and he very likely possesses a twin spirit. Currently, he has only revealed a blue silver grass spirit. Hulaina expressed her astonishment. Teacher, isn't blue silver grass considered a useless spirit? Indeed, is it not deemed a worthless spirit? Can one with a worthless spirit truly possess a twin spirit? Both Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo shared the same doubts. Bibi Dong relaxed her posture, resting her left leg over her right. Have you ever encountered a blue silver grass spirit that is innately full of soul power? Tang San's spirit was awakened by someone from the spirit hall, specifically Su Yuntao. Every individual awakened by the spirit hall has a recorded file, so we can ascertain the circumstances surrounding Tang San's awakening. The blue silver grass spirit was awakened with innate full soul power. This is undoubtedly unusual. While most would overlook such details, Bibi Dong and her companions were not ordinary. Gui Douluo remarked, This blue silver grass cannot be an ordinary one. Otherwise, how could it possess innate full soul power? Hulaina suggested. Could it be that this is the reason Tang San has a twin spirit? There is indeed a possibility, Bibi Dong replied. After all, twin spirits are rare, and information about them is scant. It has been said that when such a phenomenon occurs, the qualities of the 2 spirits must be closely related. Blue silver grass is a worthless spirit, thus the other spirit should also be of a similar caliber. Therefore, if both spirits are worthless, possessing innate full soul power is impossible. Twin spirits with innate full soul power indicate that both spirits are of significant quality. In other words, this blue silvergrass is not an ordinary one. As she spoke, Bibi Dong looked towards Douluo and Douluo, continuing. You two elders should know the origin of this blue silvergrass spirit, as you have met Tang San's mother. What? Douluo and Douluo were completely at a loss. A blue silvergrass spirit is considered worthless, and even if they had encountered such a spirit master, they would not remember. Seeing their confusion, Bibi Dong mentioned, Tang Hao, do you remember? Tang Hao. Upon hearing this name, Douluo and Douluo instinctively felt a chill, then quickly composed themselves. Tang San, the blue silvergrass, could he be the son of Tang Hao? Douluo realized, Your Holiness. Are you implying that Tang San is Tang Hao's son? So his mother. Douluo also grasped the implication, while Hulaina remained baffled. Elders. Who is Tang San's mother? Tang Hao, Hulaina recognized, was an enemy of the Spirit Hall. She was astonished to learn that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. Douluo and Douluo glanced at Bibi Dong, noting that she showed no intention of silencing them, considering the matter involved the former pope. Old ghost. Let me address this, Douluo began. Tang San's blue silver grass spirit is likely not in its complete form, as his mother possesses the blue silver empress. The blue silver empress is the sovereign of the blue silver grass, a spirit beast of 100,000 years. Indeed, Tang San's mother, Tang Hao's wife, is a 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beast, the blue silver empress. Tang San's other spirit must undoubtedly be the Haoyan hammer. Your Holiness. Tang Hao is an enemy of the Spirit Hall, and since Tang San is his son and possesses a twin spirit, he cannot be spared. He must be eradicated. Just the presence of Tang Hao is already a tremendous threat to the Spirit Hall, and should Tang San mature, he could potentially bring about the Hall's destruction. The threat posed by Tang San far exceeds that of Xiaowu, who has no deep-seated enmity with the Spirit Hall. Chapter 54. Bibi Dong. If I cannot have him, I shall destroy him. The Blue Silver Empress was a revelation for Hulaina. However, she was even more astonished to learn that Tang Hao's wife, Tang San's mother, was a spirit beast of 100,000 years. The ability for humans and spirit beasts to have offspring was a revelation to Hulaina. Tang San. Hulaina committed this name to memory, not only because of his father, Tang Hao, but also due to his mother being a spirit beast of 100,000 years. His possession of two powerful spirits, and the threat he posed to the Spirit Hall. Douluo continued from Douluo's point. With such talent, Tang Hao likely has been protecting him from the shadows. To eliminate them, we must be thoroughly prepared. We do not wish to repeat the fate that befell us with Qin Xuanji. Bibi Dong stated, according to reports. Ever since Tang San began studying at the Notting City Soul Master Academy, Tang Hao has been absent. His absence from the Spirit Hall for revenge indicates he has concerns. Namely Tang San. Now that Tang San is no longer in Notting City, nor in Soto City, he has likely moved to Heavendo City, where he may have already entered. To eliminate Tang Hao and Tang San within Heavendo City will be even more challenging. This matter requires careful deliberation and meticulous preparation to ensure a decisive strike that leaves no room for future troubles. Have the branch hall in Heavendo City discreetly monitor Tang San and seek out Tang Hao's whereabouts. Douluo and the others understood that the Spirit Hall was currently engaged in significant undertakings and lacked the manpower to eliminate both Tang Hao and Tang San. It would be prudent to wait until their larger schemes were realized before addressing Tang Hao and Tang San. Tang San would also require time to grow, allowing the Spirit Hall the opportunity to resolve the matter. Douluo suddenly recalled something and said, Your Holiness, do you think Xiaowu deliberately informed us about Tang San? Could he possibly know that Tang San is Tang Hao's son and bears enmity towards our Spirit Hall? Douluo added. Does Xiaowu intend to use us to eliminate his enemies? Does he harbor a grudge against Tang San or Tang Hao? Hulaina scoffed. Does he think he can use us? Is he worthy? We will not spare him or Tang San. Hulaina harbored a deep resentment towards Xiaowu for his disparaging remarks about her teacher. Bibi Dong replied, regardless of his ulterior motives, he cannot sway the Spirit Hall's actions. Xiaowu possesses a unique spirit, soul rings, and soul skills. We must find a way to constrain him. He has close ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You should keep a close watch on them, for you will eventually uncover his whereabouts. Once we locate him, we must refrain from acting immediately and first gather intelligence. Every individual has weaknesses. Once identified, they can be dealt with accordingly. Understood. The three responded respectfully. Tang San. Entrust Xiaodu's matters to the two elders. Report any developments promptly. Laina, Continue your preparations for the Soul Master competition. You may leave. Bibi Dong made her arrangements and then allowed the three to depart. After Hu Laina and the others left, Bibi Dong picked up the letter once more and recited. Xiao Gang, I never expected to receive news about you. She hesitated to take action against Tang San, not only because the Spirit Hall was plotting significant affairs, but also due to the fact that Yu Xiao Gang was Tang San's mentor. She still harbored lingering feelings. Of course, this affection was gradually transforming into hatred. Bibi Dong understood that her relationship with Yu Xiao Gang was irreparable, yet she felt aggrieved and tormented. Yu Xiao Gang remained oblivious to the truth, failing to investigate, and instead misinterpreted her intentions. What pained Bibi Dong even more was that after Yu Xiao Gang left her, he found solace in the company of Lu Erlong. Her emotions towards Yu Xiao Gang were a tumultuous blend of love, hatred, and resentment. She crushed the letter in her hand, gazing out the window, murmuring, Yu Xiao Gang, if I cannot have you, I shall destroy you, along with everyone you hold dear. This woman had already succumbed to darkness, continuously influenced by the Rakshasa god, gradually descending into the depths of hell. Chowda was unaware of the intentions of Bibi Dong and her companions. His casual mention of Tang San was merely an attempt to gauge whether the Spirit Hall would take notice. Whether the Spirit Hall would pay heed or take action against Tang San was of little concern to Chowda. He was simply relieved as long as they did not provoke him. Upon their return to Blue Tyrant Academy after Lu Erlong acquired her 8th spirit ring, Chowda and his companions found themselves met with an empty hall. Where have you all been? Ning Rongrong inquired upon her return to the academy, only to discover that Chowda and the others were absent. Originally, Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo had accompanied her, hoping to meet Chowda. But with his absence in the numerous affairs of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they had to depart, promising to return later. Rongrong, when did you come back? Xiaowu asked. I returned yesterday, Ning Rongrong replied. My father and Grandmaster Jian also came, hoping to see you all, but since you weren't here, they decided to leave. Chao Dideo remarked, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come, have some fruit. Lu Erlong brought out some washed fruit. Xiaowu turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, it's truly a pity you weren't here. A lot has transpired these past few days. I must tell you, I have now become a Soul King, and Shuqing's Soul Clan has reached the level of Soul Douluo. Isn't that astonishing? Ning Rongrong was indeed taken aback. Moreover, she found it hard to believe. Impossible. I was only gone for a few days. You cannot have advanced so rapidly. Did you perchance discover a potion to enhance soul power while on the fishing platform in the spatial realm? Speak quickly. Chowda has already taken out the prepared box. Within it lies the enchanting fairy grass and the exquisite tulip, which he presents to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, this is a rare herb, perfectly suited for you. We fortuitously acquired some fairy grass, which, upon consumption, enhanced our soul power by several levels, after which we ventured into the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing adds, indeed, after consuming the fairy grass, you too can swiftly elevate your soul power beyond level 40. Lu Erlong cautions, Rongrong, remember to keep this a secret. This fairy grass was obtained by Chowda from Douluo, who remains unaware of its extraordinary properties. Xiaowu urges, hurry, Rongrong. Consume the fairy grass and discover how many levels your soul power can increase. Ning Rongrong, still in disbelief, exclaims, fairy grass? I have never heard of it before. Is it truly that remarkable? Chowda briefly explained to Ning Rongrong, I shall consume it now. Upon learning about the advancements of Xiaowu and the others, Ning Rongrong felt an eager anticipation for her own miraculous herb. After ingesting and assimilating the Qilua tulip, Ning Rongrong's soul power ascended from level 35 to 41. This transformation altered her demeanor, enhancing her physique, martial spirit, and mental acuity. Most notably, the change in Ning Rongrong's martial spirit was striking. It was Zhu Zhuqing who first noticed. Rongrong, your 7 treasures glazed tower has transformed into 9 tiers. Let me see. Xiaowu leaned in, counted, and exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, it has indeed become 9 tiers. What is happening? Has the martial spirit mutated? Lu Erlong glanced at Chowda, harboring some concern despite Chowda's assurance that the miraculous herb bore no side effects. Is this a boon or a bane? Ning Rongrong, already overwhelmed with joy and excitement, declared, undoubtedly a boon, an immense blessing. Suddenly, she turned to Chowda, who, having already known the outcome, feigned a surprised expression in tandem. The theatrical Chowda was back in action. Little did he anticipate that a familiar scene would soon unfold before him. Chapter 55, Rongrong's uncontrollable affection without warning. Ning Rongrong dashed towards Chowda and kissed him, leaving everyone taken aback. Had Ning Rongrong and Chowda already crossed that boundary? Lu Erlong regarded Xiaoda with an understanding gaze. I knew it. Xiaowu seemed to have foreseen this scenario. Zhu Zhuqing was astonished by Ning Rongrong's audacity. Xiaoda, stirred by the moment, found himself irresistibly drawn to embrace Ning Rongrong. Yet, blushing, Ning Rongrong gently withdrew and lowered her gaze, softly saying, Xiaoda, thank you. The 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda holds immense significance for me and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I am at a loss for how to properly express my gratitude. Xiaoda jestingly remarked, let us pledge ourselves to one another. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed deeper, prompting her to divert the conversation. She continued, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Martial Soul has manifested within our family, though it occurred many years ago. I had thought it would never reappear, yet, unexpectedly, my martial soul has transformed into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. I am truly overjoyed. Indeed, due to her inherent inclination towards Xiaoda, Ning Rongrong found herself unable to harbor affections for any other man. This brief exchange inadvertently deepened her feelings for him. A change she herself was oblivious to as she spoke of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Martial Soul. We, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, though one of the 3 sects on the Douluo continent, cannot surpass the Haotian sect, primarily due to the inherent limitations of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Martial Soul. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Martial Soul has restrictions, ultimately capping at level 79, unable to surpass level 80. However, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Martial Soul is distinct. It is a complete form of martial soul, devoid of any soul power level limitations, allowing one to attain the rank of Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. Do you comprehend what this signifies for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Little Wu and the others were not oblivious. They understood that as Ning Rongrong matured and her martial soul transcended its limitations. Upon reaching the rank of Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, potentially becoming the most formidable soul master force on the Douluo continent. Xiaoda certainly would not entertain such thoughts, for he is aware of the extraordinary prowess of Tang San, Xianren Xue, and Bibi Dong. In comparison to attaining divinity, what significance does the title of Douluo hold? What does it matter that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is deemed the foremost sect on the Douluo continent? Before the divine, all is rendered insignificant. Xiao Dio possesses the captivating space pendant. If he does not strive for divinity, it would be a disservice to this charm and to his rebirth. So it is. Lu Erlong advised with caution, Rongrong must be more vigilant in the future. We cannot allow too many to be aware of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit, or else some may become restless. Indeed, Ning Rongrong comprehended. Xiaowu reassured, there is no need for excessive worry. We are here, and we will safeguard you, Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing echoed. We shall share both fortunes and adversities together. Xiaoda, with my presence, I shall ensure your safety. Lu Erlong, you are all but children. The teacher will protect you. Ning Rongrong, moved to tears. Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhuqing, Xiaoda, how fortunate I am to have you all by my side. With that, tears streamed down her face. Why'd I weep? This is a joyous occasion, one that warrants celebration. Xiaowu embraced Ning Rongrong, offering her comfort. After a while, Ning Rongrong's emotions settled. Xiaoda remarked, Rongrong, the time has come for you to acquire your 4th spirit ring. Zhu Qing has obtained a spirit ring exceeding 10,000 years in age, and you too can achieve this. Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly revealed her spirit rings, for in total, yellow, purple, and black. The 4th black spirit ring radiated with an astonishing brilliance. Xiaowu exclaimed, impressive, isn't it? Wrong, you can do it too. I now regret not waiting. Otherwise, my 4th spirit ring could have been a 10,000-year ring as well. Ning Rongrong, previously unaware of the possibility of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring, was astounded upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's. The 4th spirit ring, a 10,000-year spirit ring. This was once beyond my imagination. Yet here we are, having realized it. She turned to Xiaoda, fully aware that such extraordinary changes were brought about by this remarkable man. Xiaoda remarked, tomorrow, we shall return to the Sunset Forest to procure the 4th spirit ring for Rongrong. Lu Erlong suggested, perhaps I should accompany Rongrong, while you all remain at the academy to cultivate. She expressed her concern about encountering Du Gubo again. This poisoned Douluo acted unpredictably, and one could never ascertain what might transpire upon meeting him. Xiaoda remarked, if danger arises, you may seek refuge in my domain. In that space, you can continue your cultivation without concern, teacher Lu Erlong. Indeed, there exists Xiaoda's extraordinary realm. With that, Lu Erlong's apprehensions dissipated. During dinner, He summoned Qinli and Xiang, primarily to allow them to partake of the ingredients sourced from the captured space, thereby enhancing their physical constitution and observing the extent of improvement. Their innate talents were rather limited, and Xiaowu was reluctant to squander precious celestial herbs on them. Such herbs were scarce, and he intended to reserve the remaining ones for those who were to be bound to him. Qinli and Xiang were elated to learn of Xiaodu's return, yet their spirits dampened upon hearing that he would soon depart once more for several days. They recognized the necessity of becoming self-sufficient, striving to work diligently and cultivate earnestly. The academy had appropriately assigned them certain tasks without such responsibilities. They found it difficult to feel at ease. This evening, no wine was consumed. Unable to access the captured space, Chun-Li and Xiang retreated to their quarters. Xiaodu and the others all entered the captive space villa. Initially, Xiaodu wished to share a room with Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong felt somewhat embarrassed, fearing that Xiaowu and the others might sense something amiss, so she advised Xiaodu to endure for the time being. Reluctantly, Xiaodu had no choice but to join them in the captive space, training, fishing, and resting together. When Xiaodu acquired his first 100,000-year spirit ring, the captured space underwent a transformation. The island expanded, adorned with villas, fruit trees, and more. However, after obtaining his second 100,000-year spirit ring, it appears that the captured space has remained largely unchanged. Xiaodu expressed his anticipation. The following day, everyone departed only after having breakfast together. Brother Qiao, may you travel safely, Xiang and Chun-Li bid farewell after the meal. Qiao Durong guided Lu Erlong and the others into the captured space, utilizing his spatial leap soul skill to traverse the distance. Several hours later, they arrived at the Sunset Forest, from which he subsequently led Lu Erlong and the others out of the captured space. Xiaodu has already set his sights on a goal. Previously, while assisting teacher Erlong and Zhu Qing in searching for soul beasts, he had taken note of a particular soul beast suitable for Ning Rongrong. Follow me, he instructed. Ning Rongrong beamed with gratitude, exclaiming, Xiaodu, you are truly wonderful, thank you. With that, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. After all, having previously kissed his lips, a kiss on the cheek seemed inconsequential. Xiaowu murmured, Rongrong is becoming increasingly bold. Zhu Shiqing, standing beside her, quietly inquired, aren't you worried Rongrong might steal your brother away? However, Xiaowu replied, brother would never abandon me. Yet, I cannot prevent others from admiring him. He is quite the flirt, surely not destined to have only one woman. Zhu Shiqing fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. Xiaodu is notorious for his lascivious nature, a fact that Zhu Shiqing is well aware of. Within the confines of the captivation space, Xiaodu consistently manages to concoct justifications for his indiscretions, and she is not immune to his advances. Gradually, she has grown accustomed to this behavior, even finding a certain charm in his occasional petty exploits. However, Zhu Shiqing has yet to contemplate the implications of being with Xiaodu, particularly since he is already in an open relationship with Xiaowu, thus making it inappropriate to vie for the affections of her close friend. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong's recent actions have shattered Zhu Shiqing's reservations, compounded by Xiaowu's attitude, prompting her to ponder the situation more deeply. One cannot deny the formidable power of the captivation space, once bound. It is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. Chapter 56. A shift in the narrative. Tang San and his companions joined the Tiando Royal Academy. Tiando City, Tiando Royal Academy. The grandeur is indeed breathtaking, befitting a royal institution. The rotund Ma Hongjun stands before the main entrance, exclaiming to the dean, look, this is what a Soul Master Academy should be. In comparison, Shrek Academy pales in significance. Enough of that, Flander retorts, delivering a kick to Ma Hongjun. If I had the capability, I would transform Shrek Academy into something akin to Tiando Royal Academy. Alas, fate has not been kind. Now, even Shrek Academy has ceased to exist, and we are about to become students of Tiando Royal Academy. Why envy? Soon, we shall be students of Tiando Royal Academy. Oscar chimes in, wrapping an arm around Ma Hongjun with a mischievous grin. There must be a plethora of attractive young ladies awaiting us inside. Having abandoned his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, Oscar is ready to seek new romantic prospects, unwilling to remain tethered to a single tree. Meanwhile, Daimubai and Tang San still harbor lingering feelings for Zhu Shiqing and Xiaowu. Tang San feels an instinctual pull, sensing that he will encounter Xiaowu again in Tiando City. He has been diligently training and has now reached level 33. In addition, Daimubai stands at level 39, Oscar at 32, and Ma Hongjun at 31. All four have attained the rank of Soul Master. distinguished as the finest among their peers. With two possessing innate full soul power. Let us proceed inside. Yu Xiaojiang steadies himself, eager to commence a new chapter of life at Tiando Royal Academy, hoping to cultivate Tang San and his friends into remarkable talents. Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibin have also arrived. All faculty and students from Shrek Academy are present, though the famed Shrek 7 monsters are no longer in attendance. Upon their arrival at Tiando Royal Academy, they encounter no resistance from the Avalanche Prince regarding their admission, and the narrative takes another turn. The gatekeeper informs Qin Ming, who soon arrives to greet Flander and his team. Dean, esteemed teachers, and fellow students, welcome to Tiando Royal Academy. Follow me, and I shall introduce you to the 3 committee members of the Academy. I have already briefed them on the situation at Shrek Academy, and they have consented to meet. Yu Xiaojiang nods in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of this introduction. As they walk, Qin Ming provides insights into Tiando Royal Academy. It operates without a singular dean, managed instead by 3 committee members. Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's eyes wander to the female students appearing along the path, engaging in whispered discussions regarding their figures. Is that not Teacher Qin Ming? And who might those accompanying him be? They seem unfamiliar. Perhaps they are here on official business. Some students remark upon encountering Flander and his group. Before long, they arrive at the office building housing the 3 committee members and enter a spacious office to find them waiting. Committee members. The faculty and students from Shrek Academy have arrived, Qin Ming announces. He introduces the assembly. Dean Flander, this is Dream Machine, the chief committee member. A level 86 control system Sol Douluo. This is Bai Bashan, the vice committee member, a level 85 defense system Sol Douluo. And this is Ji Lin, the third committee member, a level 82 control system Sol Douluo. Committee members, this is Dean Flander of Shrek Academy, a level 78 agility attack system Sol Sage. Alongside him are the esteemed teachers Zhao Wuji, Tang Do, Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and Master Yu Xiaojiang. The 4 students include Dai Mubai, a 39-level strength attack system Evil Eye White Tiger Soul Master, aged 15. Oscar, a 32-level innate full soul power food system Sausage Soul Master, aged 14. Tang San, a 33-level innate full soul power control system Blue Silver Grass Soul Master, aged 12. And Ma Hongjun, a 31-level strength attack system Evil Fire Phoenix Soul Master, aged 12. With Yu Xiaojiang included, Shrek Academy presents a formidable roster of 6 educators, comprising 3 Soul Sages, 2 Soul Emperors, and 1 Great Soul Master. All 4 students are young Soul Masters. Despite having been briefed by Qin Ming earlier, witnessing the reality still astonishes Dream Machine, by Bashan, and Ji Lin. The addition of such power to Tiando Royal Academy will undoubtedly enhance its strength significantly. Moreover, Tang San and his companions are exceptional talents, surpassing all other students within the academy, truly a treasure trove of potential. From now on, you shall all be members of Tiando Royal Academy. Dream Machine welcomes them, refraining from testing Tang San, as the narrative has diverged from its original course, due to the absence of the Shrek 7 monsters in Soto City. Tang San and his companions have not battled against the royal fighting team led by Yu Tianheng, leaving Qin Ming unaware of their actual combat capabilities. Consequently, there is no impetus for Dream Machine to probe into Tang San's strength, resulting in Tang San missing an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Flander and his companions are smoothly integrated into Tiando Royal Academy, with Qin Ming arranging their accommodations. After their departure, Dream Machine and the others engage in discussion. All 4 students from Shrek Academy are prodigies. We should allow them to join the second team of Tiando Royal Academy and participate in the Soul Master competition. Dream Machine proposes. Agreed, Bai Baoshan replies. Ji Lin adds with a smirk, with innate full soul power in both the food system and Blue Silver Grass. Both have reached the rank of Soul Master, truly remarkable. The other 2 are also exceptional talents. They surpass every other student in the academy and warrant careful cultivation. In the Sunset Forest, Ning Rongrong is currently absorbing a soul ring from a defensive-type soul beast over 11,000 years old, which was severely weakened by Lu Erlong before she claimed the soul ring. Chowda, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lu Erlong stood guard around. This time, due to having a predetermined target, everything proceeded smoothly. After absorbing the spirit ring, Ning Rongrong now possessed 4 spirit rings, yellow, purple, and black. Her spirit power rose to level 42, elevating her to the rank of Spirit Master. Chowda's 4th soul ring transformed from purple to black due to Ning Rongrong acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring. Now, Chowda possesses 5 soul rings, black, red, red, black, and black. Simultaneously, Chowda's soul power has experienced a significant enhancement, breaking through to the 63rd level. After consuming the celestial herb, Ning Rongrong has also attained an elevation, subsequently absorbing soul rings to further amplify her soul power. All these factors have contributed to Chowda's breakthrough. My fourth soul skill enhances defense. I have now reached the rank of Soul Master. Ning Rongrong currently wields 4 soul skills, which augment speed, strength, soul power, and defense respectively. Since we have returned to the Sunset Forest, we need not rush back. Let us engage in battle with the soul beasts here, honing our current strength. Chowda proposed. Given the uniqueness of my soul skill, I shall refrain from participating, as will teacher ere long. We will take responsibility for any unforeseen circumstances. Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Rongrong, you 3 should collaborate. The group had no objections. Thus, they spent 6 days in the Sunset Forest, engaging in battles against various soul beasts each day. Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong sustained numerous injuries, and although they had healing potions, Chowda still felt the absence of a healing-type soul master was significant. Lu Erlong remarked, our academy has a commendable healing soul master named Jiangzhu. I was planning to have her join your team for the soul master competition. Jiangzhu. The name resonated with Chowda, who also recalled Tai Long, Jingling, and someone else whose name eluded him. It was nearly time. They would rest in the space for one night and return to the Blue Tyrant Academy in the morning. The objectives had been achieved, and further efforts seemed redundant. Chapter 57. Night, Casual Conversations, and Pursuing Desires. Within the captive space. Do not move. I am applying the medicine. It itches a bit. Do not look around. I am not looking. Everyone, stay still. Just endure it for a moment. Chowda was tending to the wounds of Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing, who were clad in beach attire. Having engaged in a battle against soul beasts, their bodies, particularly their hands and feet, bore various injuries. Although these were merely superficial wounds, it was imperative to apply ointment to prevent any scarring. The choice of beachwear facilitated the application of the medicine, and Chowda swore that it was not his intention to take advantage. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Previously, while enjoying their time at the beach, they had also donned such attire and allowed Chowda to apply sunscreen on them, which he had already relished. However, their bashful demeanor, coupled with their graceful figures and exquisite beauty, constituted an undeniable boon for Chowda, one he would never tire of. Chowda did not overstep. He approached the matter with restraint, ensuring sustainable development. Although Xiaowu maintained her composure and blushed, she was the most liberated among the 3, having already recognized herself as Chowda's woman. Brother, I have injuries on my thigh as well. Please be careful not to leave any scars, she implored. Rest assured, with me around, Chowda promised, I will ensure that you do not bear any marks. If there are scars, you won't be able to marry anyone else. You will all marry me. Ning Rongrong replied bashfully, you have quite the imagination, thinking you could wed all 3 of us. Even if Xiaowu is unreliable, Zhu Qing and I will certainly not let you succeed. Be gentle, Zhu Qing suddenly interjected. Chowda was simultaneously applying medicine to both Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing, inadvertently applying a bit too much. With his eyes narrowed, he languidly reveled in the moment, completely oblivious to what Ning Rongrong was specifically saying. As Xiaowu turned over, presenting an alluring sight, she felt a surge of pride at being able to captivate Chowda's attention. In her mind, it was undoubtedly a positive sign. Brother, stop staring so intently. You look rather lecherous, she teased. Ning Rongrong then turned as well, drawing Chowda's gaze once more, and playfully chided, you incorrigible flirt. Haven't you had enough of looking? Chowda continued to apply the ointment, jesting, if you don't look now, when you marry in the future, I shall have no opportunity left. Why not all marry me, and I could find other ways to observe. Pfft, such wishful thinking. Just you wait. All right. We can take care of the remaining areas ourselves. We shan't allow you to shamelessly take advantage any longer. Indeed, you may leave now. Your presence is no longer required. The 3 women dismissed Chowda. Chowda reluctantly departed with a smile, making her way to the kitchen. Lu Erlong was in the kitchen, preparing a meal, adorned in an apron that added a unique charm. Erlong, you look quite lovely like this. Chowda embraced Lu Erlong from behind. A hint of shyness flickered across Lu Erlong's face as she glanced toward the kitchen door. Noticing that no one else was present, she playfully reproached him. Aren't you concerned about them seeing us? They will find out sooner or later. Chowda whispered into Lu Erlong's ear, his breath sending warmth through her. Shall I visit your room tonight, or will you come to mine? Lu Erlong, exercising restraint, shook her head and replied, perhaps another time. I plan to sleep with Xiaowu tonight and share some heartfelt conversations. May I discuss the matter of the soul beast with her? I believe it's better to tell her sooner, so she understands that, besides you, I am also a friend who genuinely cares for her and accepts her. Xiaoda pondered for a moment and replied, no problem. Xiaowu will surely be delighted to know that you accept her identity. Once you have spoken to her, I will have a conversation with her as well. If it seems appropriate, I will also inform Rongrong and Zhuqing. The sooner we disclose this, the better it will be for Xiaowu, as it allows everyone to interact with sincerity, free of secrets. Indeed, I believe that is a feasible plan. As Lu Erlong spoke, the cunning Xiaoda suddenly urged her to turn around and sealed her lips with his. After a prolonged moment, they parted ways. Lu Erlong admonished, you truly are a perilous individual. She then glanced at Xiaoda's physical state and scoffed, serves you right. Let us see how you fare tonight. Xiao Defong released her and cheerfully remarked, I shall prepare your meal. The collaboration between the man and woman rendered their labor effortless. Before they realized it, the dishes were ready and placed upon the dining table in the living room. Xiaowu and her companions had already donned long coats, their figures becoming subtly discernible, providing Xiao with a different kind of visual delight. Shortly after dinner, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, exhausted from their battle with the soul beasts, retired to their slumber. Xiaowu entered Lu Erlong's room, leaving Xiao alone in the empty chamber. Lu Erlong and Xiaowu shared the same blanket, engaging in hushed conversation. After exchanging a few words, Lu Erlong's gaze fixed intently upon Xiaowu's eyes. Mother, what is it? Xiaowu queried, puzzled. Lu Erlong replied, Xiaowu, regardless of what transpires, please trust that I treat you with utmost sincerity. A tension gripped Xiaowu's heart. She feared Lu Erlong was about to discuss Xiao Defong. Recently, Xiaowu and her friends had noticed something unusual between Lu Erlong and Xiao Defong, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing did not dwell on it. Xiaowu was acutely aware of Xiao Defong's nature. She was apprehensive that Lu Erlong might confront her or even attempt to take Xiao away. Xiaowu was resolute in her unwillingness to part from Xiao Defong. The influence of her captivation and her burgeoning feelings for him rendered retreat impossible. Without Xiaowu felt she could not survive. However, Lu Erlong's words took Xiaowu by surprise. Xiaowu, whether you are a soul beast or a human, you are my daughter, a cherished friend. I will always safeguard you, ensuring no harm befalls you. Xiaowu was momentarily stunned. Though Lu Erlong and the others would eventually discover her true nature, Xiaowu had long harbored fears that some might struggle to accept her as a soul beast. Observing Xiaowu's days, Lu Erlong gently embraced her, providing warmth, affirmation, and sincerity. Regaining her composure, Xiaowu gazed at Lu Erlong and asked, Mother, is this truly the case? Lu Erlong felt a pang of guilt yet persevered to comfort her. Xiaowu, you will forever be my goddaughter. No, my true daughter. Mother. Xiaowu murmured, leaning against Lu Erlong's embrace, tears streaming down her face. After Xiaowu had calmed, Lu Erlong continued, do not blame Xiao Defong. He revealed the truth because he desires nothing but your happiness. Xiaowu nodded, I understand. Brother has always treated me with kindness. Lu Erlong added, he believes that Rongrong and Zhuqing genuinely care for you and wish to discuss your situation with them. They will undoubtedly accept you, allowing for greater honesty among you all, thus strengthening your bonds. Without hesitation, Xiaowu replied, I will heed brother's advice and trust Rongrong and Zhuqing. Keeping her identity as a soul beast a secret from Ning Rongrong and the others weighed heavily on Xiaowu's heart. Knowing that they would eventually accept her identity would grant her a sense of relief and joy. The two conversed until late into the night before finally succumbing to slumber. The following day, after reconciling with Xiaowu, Xiao Defong regarded Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with a serious expression. What is amiss? Did you not sleep well? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at them in confusion. Xiaoda addressed them, saying, I shall reveal to you a secret regarding Xiaowu's origins. However, you must promise not to disclose this information to anyone else. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback. They had no knowledge of Xiaowu's background, as she had never mentioned it, and they had refrained from inquiring further. The two nodded earnestly in agreement. In the next instant, before their very eyes, Xiaowu suddenly vanished, only for them to behold a charming rabbit in Xiaoda's hands. Chapter 58. The formation of the Blue Tyrant Academy battle team. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were utterly bewildered. Was this some sort of magic trick? Where had Xiaowu gone? Had she transformed into a rabbit? The rabbit in Xiaoda's hand spoke, and a familiar voice rang out, Rongrong, Zhuqing. It is I, Xiaowu. The rabbit was Xiaowu. This was utterly astonishing. How could this be possible? For a moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Xiaowu elucidated. In fact, Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast that is transformed into a human form. She has yet to enter her mature phase. Once she reaches level 60, she will fully assume her human shape. A 100,000-year soul beast transforming into a human? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, having never encountered such knowledge, were undoubtedly astonished. The revelation that Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast in human form left them utterly astounded. As the rabbit in Xiaoda's hands leaped to the ground, it transformed into the form of Xiaowu. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, while Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "Initially, I refrained from sharing this with you for fear it might concern you. However, after spending time together, I have sensed your sincerity, and thus, I have decided to reveal it." Xiaowu gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with hopeful anticipation, yearning for their acceptance. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong dashed over and embraced Xiaowu, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise! I never imagined you were a 100,000-year soul beast. I have a dear sister who is also a 100,000-year soul beast. This is marvelous." Her words encapsulated everything, and Xiaowu was moved to tears, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Rongrong." Zhu Zhuqing then joined the embrace, affirming, "Regardless of whether you are human or soul beast, you will always be our Xiaowu, our cherished sister, for eternity." In truth, for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, aside from the astonishment at Xiaowu's true identity as a soul beast, it mattered little. The profound friendship they had forged over time transcended any differences in identity. "Thank you all," Xiaowu cried, her tears flowing freely. Lu Erlong approached as well, joining in the embrace, declaring, "You can't leave me out." Xiao boldly approached and embraced, the atmosphere quite pleasant, allowing him to take advantage without being rebuffed. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, they parted ways. The four women glared at Xiaoda, who had been rather indiscreet moments earlier, inappropriately touching them. Xiaoda appeared nonchalant as he remarked, "It is time for us to return to Lambo Academy. You may stay here while I take my leave." With that, he vanished, departing from the captured space. The four women exchanged knowing smiles. Ning Rongrong proposed, "In the meantime, let us go fishing." Since they required ingredients from the captured space, it was essential for them to carve out some time for fishing to procure sustenance. Given their current levels, Lu Erlong could manage to fish successfully 8 times a day, while Xiaowu achieved 5, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing managed 4. The bounty of their fishing consisted of various fish and seafood, all imbued with spiritual essence that could aid in cultivation, enhance physical constitution, and offer delightful flavors that never grew tiresome, essential nourishment for their daily sustenance. By afternoon, Xiaoda successfully returned to Lamba Academy, appearing at Lu Erlong's residence. He brought Lu Erlong and her 3 companions back from the captured space, along with the lunch they had prepared. During their meal, he summoned Qinli and her daughter Mai Xiang. At present, Qinli's soul power had reached level 9, while Mai Xiang stood at level 8. "Sister Chun, Mai Xiang, should your soul power attain level 10, it would signify a significant improvement in both constitution and talent, indicating your potential to become true soul masters." Xiaoda harbored hopes for their success, believing that the acquisition of ingredients and fruits from the spatial realm would prove invaluable, paving the way for the cultivation of future talents. Chun-Li expressed her gratitude, saying, "Without you, my daughter and I would have been left in a state worse than death. Thank you." The mother and daughter duo repeatedly conveyed their appreciation. Lu Erlong remarked, "In the future, do not be so formal. You are now part of Lamba Academy, which makes you one of us, with your own paths to follow." A few days later, 4 unfamiliar figures arrived at Lu Erlong's residence: Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Jiang Zhu. Tai Long surveyed Lu Erlong's abode, noting its surprisingly modest appearance for the academy's director. Jiang Zhu commented, "The director must be someone who appreciates tranquility." Huang Yuan questioned, "What do you think the director called us here for?" Jingling replied, "I have heard that the Academy is starting to form a battle team in preparation for the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies, which will take place in a year and a half. Since we are among the most gifted in the Academy, we should join the team." Tai Long looked at the 3 of them, saying, "We are only 4. A battle team requires at least 7 members, ideally 11. This is far from sufficient. Are there other exceptionally talented students in the Academy besides us?" Jiang Zhu responded, "We only entered Lamba Academy last year. You must have heard of a senior known as Xiaowu, who was already a soul ancestor before we arrived, but she seems to have gone out for training. I am unsure if she has returned." Xiaowu held great renown within Lambar Academy, while Chowder remained low-key, almost invisible. Jingling added, I have also heard of her. It is said that Xiaowu is not yet 20 and is already a soul ancestor. Her talents must surely surpass ours. Talong had also heard tales of Xiaowu, known for her beauty. As they chatted in the courtyard, Lu Erlong, Chowda, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiaowu emerged from the house. You have arrived, they greeted. Hello, Director. Hello, Director. Hello, Director. Hello, Director. Talong, Jiangzhu, Huang Yuan, and Jingling hastily offered polite greetings, all the while observing Chowda, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. The trio of Talong, Huang Yuan, and Jingling were starstruck by the beauty of Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing. Naturally, Lu Erlong was also striking. However, as the director and elder, they dared not entertain any impure thoughts. The situation was different for Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing, who appeared to be of a similar age. Likely students of Lamba Academy, thus presenting an opportunity for them to pursue their affections openly. Jiangzhu, observing Tailong's group, felt a twinge of disdain. Lu Erlong began the introductions. Let me first introduce you to one another. She introduced the 4 newcomers. This is Talong, a soul master with the martial spirit of the mighty gorilla, a pure power type spirit, currently at the level of soul respect, rank 31. This is Huang Yuan, with the martial spirit of the lone wolf, also a rank 31 attack type soul respect. This is Jingling, whose martial spirit is the skeleton, a rank 31 agile attack type soul respect. And this is Jiangzhu, a healer with the healing staff as her martial spirit, also a rank 31 healing type soul respect. As they were introduced, Talong, Huang Yuan, and Jingling stood tall and proud, showcasing their martial spirits and soul rings, which were 2 yellow and 1 purple, signifying their status as the highest-ranked soul power in the academy. Chowda and his companions gazed at them calmly, exchanging no words. Lu Erlong introduced them. This is Ning Rongrong, possessing the martial soul 9 treasure glaze tile, a level 42 support-type soul master who has only recently joined the Blue Tyrant Academy. The mention of the 9 treasure glaze tile martial soul piqued Talong and his friends' curiosity. They had heard of the 7 treasure glaze tile but not the 9 treasure glaze tile. They were further astonished by her soul power level, already at level 42. Yet she appeared younger than them, a true prodigy. Chapter 59. Jiangzhu, it is quite normal for exceptional men to have many women. Little did Talong and his companions know, their astonishment was merely beginning. Lu Erlong continued with the introduction. This is Zhu Shiqing, with the martial soul spectral cat, a level 43 agility type soul master. Another soul master. Where had Lu Erlong found such prodigies? Talong and his companions gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing in awe, as if they radiated a brilliance that captivated them deeply. Lu Erlong then introduced Xiaowu. This is Xiaowu. Perhaps you have heard of her. Her martial soul is the soft-bone enchantress rabbit, a level 51 assault-type soul king. Hadn't Xiaowu been a soul master just last year? Her rapid ascent to soul king in less than a year was astonishing. Talong and his 3 friends were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape as they stared at Xiaowu. Xiaowu smiled and said, Hello, you can call me Sister Xiaowu from now on. I will look out for you. Suddenly, Talong, Huang Yuan, and Jingling felt a wave of inferiority wash over them. They had previously considered pursuing Xiaowu and the others, but now, faced with such a vast disparity in levels, they lacked the courage to do so. If Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were to reveal their soul rings, showcasing that their 4th soul rings were of 10,000 years age, their astonishment would surely deepen. Lu Erlong had anticipated their reactions and proceeded to introduce the last individual. This is Chowda, a student of the Blue Tyrant Academy who joined alongside Xiaowu. His martial soul is the space martial soul, and he too is a soul king. He deliberately omitted the specifics of Chowda's soul power level, although it surpassed 60. He lacked a 6th soul ring, thus remaining a soul king. The concept of a space martial soul was unfamiliar to Talong and his friends. Another soul king, just like Xiaowu, a prodigy. Talong and his companions felt increasingly numb, compared to Chowda and his peers. They felt like mere jesters unworthy of the title of genius. Chowda greeted, Hello, everyone. Lu Erlong continued. The purpose of gathering you all is to establish the Blue Tyrant Academy's battle team, which will participate in the elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Currently, we have only the 8 of you. We shall consider adding more based on future circumstances. Talon and his companions glanced at Chowda and his group, recognizing that, given their strength, they were destined to be mere supporting characters. Yet, they were content with this role, believing that with Chowda's abilities, they might even secure a place among the champions of the tournament, thus sharing in the glory and etching their names in history. Jiangzhu approached Xiaowu and the others, saying, "Sister Xiaowu, and everyone, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Xiaowu smiled and replied, "With you here, Jiangzhu, we need not fear injuries. You can heal us." Ning Rongrong added, "Indeed, my support enhances attributes but lacks healing techniques. With you by our side, we shall have no worries." Zhu Xing encouraged, "Let us all strive together." Jiangzhu nodded, feeling that Xiaowu and her companions were quite easy to get along with. Sister Xiaowu, please take good care of us in the future," Talon said bashfully. Scratching his head, Xiaowu patted Talon's shoulder and reassured the three of them, "Rest assured, with Sister Xiaowu around, no one will dare to bully you." As their conversation flowed, Chowda found himself somewhat sidelined, for Xiaowu's popularity overshadowed him. Lu Erlong interjected, "Although the team has been formed, there remains over a year and a half until the tournament. For the next year, you shall focus on your cultivation to enhance your soul power, reserving the last 6 months for additional training. It would be inconvenient for Talon and his companions to train alongside Chowda and his group at this stage. Thus, it was best for them to cultivate individually for now." Chowda had no obligation to provide food and fruits from the captured space, even disregarding the limited quantity. Their relationship had not reached a level where assistance was mandatory. As for participating in the competition, Talon and his companions were merely there to fill the ranks. The prowess of Chowda and his trio sufficed. Naturally, Talon and his comrades found Lu Erlong's arrangements reasonable and did not overthink the matter. Moreover, as they were all at Lambo Academy, there were ample opportunities for interaction without the necessity of training together. Lu Erlong invited Talon and his companions to share a lunch, which included ingredients from the captured space. Chun Li and Mai Xiang were also present, and it was permissible to occasionally treat Talon and his group. They had never savored such delectable dishes before. They were astonished by the dean's culinary skills. If only they could enjoy such meals regularly in the future. Talon and his companions indulged themselves, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. In the afternoon, Talon and his friends brought some fruits from the captured space as a parting gift for Chowda, reluctant to leave. Talon remarked, "We should frequently maintain contact with Xiaowu and the others. After all, we are part of the same team. Even if we are merely filling in, it is essential to uphold a good relationship." Huang Yuan concurred, "Indeed, we cannot afford to become estranged." Jiangzhu scoffed, "You men are merely captivated by beauty. Do not speak with such pretense. I see that Xiaowu shares a close bond with Chowda, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing have an uncommon rapport with him as well. Do not harbor delusions." Talon retorted, "Impossible. They are all ethereal beings. How could they possibly all be enamored with one man?" Jiangzhu replied, "That only indicates Chowda's exceptional qualities. He must be quite humble, which is why it is not apparent. I find Chowda to be the most extraordinary among the four. It is quite normal for a remarkable man to attract many women. You stand no chance." Huang Yuan and Jing Ling remained silent, evidently affected by Jiangzhu's words. Talon, unwilling to accept this, declared, "How can I know without trying? As long as I become exceptional enough, I can captivate them. I have resolved to train harder henceforth, to reach the Soul Sect and Soul King, just like them." Jiangzhu was rendered speechless. The disparity in talent was evident. How could he pursue them? She chose not to dissuade him further, allowing Talon and his friends to face their own obstacles. At Lu Erlong's residence, Chowda and his companions were engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter. After Qin Li and Mai Xiang finished their meal, they returned to their cultivation. This mother and daughter duo are truly dedicated. Chowda recalled a matter. "Indeed, teacher Lu Erlong, my soul ring was exposed in Soto City, subsequently drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall, and I even encountered Douluo. However, my unique space-jumping soul technique has rendered them temporarily powerless against me. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly persist in their pursuit, so you must exercise utmost caution. I fear they may target the Blue Tyrant Academy." Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, remarking, "The Spirit Hall is becoming increasingly arrogant, truly believing they control the entirety of Douluo continent. Now that they have set their sights on you, you must be even more vigilant. Although the Spirit Hall is brazen, they likely do not dare to act openly in Heavendo City. Their tactics may involve assassination, which is exceedingly difficult to guard against." Ning Rongrong interjected, "My father and the others are already aware of this situation. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School will be monitoring the activities of the Spirit Hall within Heavendo City. Should they make a move, Grandpa Jian and the others will also intervene. Not everyone fears the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall intends to target Chowda, Ning Rongrong will certainly be incensed, which is why she has been quite affectionate upon returning, urging the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to protect Xiaoda. Xiaoda smiled softly, remarking that it would not be an easy task for the Spirit Hall to deal with him. However, he harbored concerns about their potential to implicate others. Lu Erlong responded, advising them to refrain from leaving the academy for the time being and to cultivate under his guidance. He assured them that he would make arrangements for their return to the academy, striving to maintain confidentiality. Currently, the Spirit Hall only speculated about Xiaoda's close ties with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, unaware of his presence at the Blue Sky Academy. Remaining within the academy was undoubtedly safer than being outside. Nevertheless, it was impractical for Xiaoda to stay at Blue Sky Academy indefinitely. He needed to venture out to acquire his 6th spirit ring. He had already set his sights on Shui Binger, a gifted ice attribute spirit master with an exceptionally high-quality ice phoenix spirit. Once bonded, if Shui Binger were to consume celestial herbs, her innate talent would further flourish, rivaling that of Zhu Zhuqing and her peers. Shui Binger was situated at the Water Academy, and Xiaoda was preparing to infiltrate the institution in search of her. Chapter 60. Shui Bingyo, do you believe in love at first sight? The Water Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, housed students with either water or ice attribute spirit masters, all of whom were scholars. The grandeur of the entire academy far surpassed that of Blue Sky Academy, boasting hundreds of students. As dusk approached, Xiaodu employed his spatial leap soul skill to infiltrate the Tianshui Academy. Classmate, do you know which dormitory Shui Binger resides in? The girl who was halted and questioned scrutinized Xiaoda, finding him unfamiliar. You must be from another academy, right? Haha. Many men from other institutions aspire to pursue Shui Binger. Your chances are exceedingly slim, so it would be prudent to refrain from futile endeavors. It was not uncommon for boys from other academies to seek her out. At that moment, Xiaoda had donned a disguise, wearing the uniform of another academy. Classmate, I have matters to discuss with Shui Binger. Could you kindly inform me of her dormitory? The girl looked at him with disdain, but still divulged the information. Once Xiaoda departed, she scoffed. There will always be a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. When you encounter failure, you will realize your true worth. Shui Binger was quite renowned at Tianshui Academy, celebrated as a talented student, thus garnering much attention, and many were aware of her residence. Xiao Dexian touched the location of Shui Binger's dormitory, then returned to the capturing space, awaiting the cover of darkness to take action. Night. In the dormitory where Shui Binger resided, she was not alone. Her half-sister, Shui Yu also shared the room. Sister, have you noticed how infatuated the boys from other colleges are with you? Is there someone you fancy? Shui Yu asked, turning to her side as they lay together. Shui Bingo shot her sister a glance. Yu, if spring has arrived for you, go find someone on your own. I am solely focused on my training to prepare for the Soul Master competition. She was the captain of the team from Tianshui Academy participating in the upcoming contest. Shui Yu, also a member of the team, responded, Sister, you have worked hard enough. It's essential to balance work with rest. You are currently at level 39 and on the brink of breaking through to level 40, soon to reach the Soul Ancestor stage. Few from other academies can rival you. And with our martial soul fusion technique, securing a spot in the top 3 should be within reach. Shui Bingo remained less optimistic. Do not underestimate the other academies. The Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang from the Blazing Fire Academy, Feng Xiaodian from the Divine Wind Academy, Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy, and Yu Tianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy are formidable opponents. Shui Yu chimed in with gossip. I heard that Feng Xiaodian is quite the dandy at the Divine Wind Academy, known for his flirtations. He has been pursuing Fire Dance from the Blazing Fire Academy. But she pays him no mind, leading to quite a few amusing incidents. Shui Binga replied, You seem quite interested in the affairs of others. It's getting late. We must rise early for training tomorrow. Let us get some sleep. Gradually, the two sisters drifted off. After some time, the thief Chowda stealthily infiltrated the room using his space-jumping soul skill. First, he used his mental power to scout the area, locating Shui Binger before sending her a mental message. Shui Binger, groggy and half asleep, heard someone calling her name and mistakenly thought it was her sister. Stop messing around and go to sleep. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from her bed, only to reappear an instant later as if nothing had transpired. The binding of the capturing space was complete. Since Chowda had called her name and she had responded, the conditions for binding were fulfilled. Chowda utilized his spatial leap soul skill to depart from Tianshui Academy. Having achieved his objective, he has bound himself to Shui Binger, who provides him with soul rings. Currently, Shui Binger has reached the rank of Soul Sovereign, possessing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The cumulative years of these soul rings exceed 3,000, granting Xiaoda an additional purple soul ring. His present soul rings are black, red, red, black, black, and purple. Thus, he has officially ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, boasting a soul power level of 63. Within the confines of his captured space, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing are all engaged in their cultivation. Congratulations, Xiaoda, on finally manifesting your 6th soul ring. Apart from Xiaowu, the other 3 are unaware that they are bound to Xiaoda, nor do they realize that they will contribute soul rings to him. They only comprehend that Xiaoda possesses the ability to independently condense his soul rings, which can continually increase in age. That evening, Xiaowu slumbered in Xiaoda's chamber. She inquired, "Brother, how do you plan to present the celestial herb to Shui Binger? You won't neglect it like Qianren Xue, will you?" Qianren Xue, with her innate full soul power of level 20 and high-quality martial soul, far surpasses Shui Binger. The absence of the celestial herb shouldn't greatly impact her. However, if Shui Binger disregards it, her future growth may become limited, hindering her ability to assist you more effectively. In Xiaowu's perspective, since Shui Binger is bound, it is imperative to maximize her potential, otherwise, it might be wiser to seek another companion. Xiaodu embraced Xiaowu and remarked, "Shui Binger's innate talent, while remarkable compared to others, still pales in comparison to yours. It would be prudent for her to consume celestial herbs to enhance her martial soul and physical constitution. As she is nearing level 40, it would be advisable for her to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for her 4th soul ring. As for how to assist her, we must devise a plan. The challenge lies in determining how to approach Shui Binger. Xiaoda is neither a water attribute nor an ice attribute martial soul, rendering him ineligible to join the Heavenly Water Academy, thus he must devise an alternative plan. For a considerable period thereafter, Xiaoda found himself stationed daily outside the Heavenly Water Academy, keenly observing whether Shui Binger would emerge from within the confines of the academy. One day, his patience bore fruit as he finally spotted Shui Binger exiting the academy, accompanied by Shui Wei and a few classmates. Together, they ventured out for a leisurely stroll, indulging in shopping and savoring delightful snacks. Xiaoda emerged from the captured space and then feigned an accidental encounter, inadvertently colliding with Shui Binger as they passed each other. "I apologize." Xiaoda, who once walked with his head bowed, now lifted it, revealing a captivated expression upon encountering Shui Binger. "It's nothing, I wasn't paying attention either." Upon seeing Xiaoda, Shui Binger was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of love at first sight. The two gazed at each other in silence. "Ahem," Shui Wei interjected, dampening the romantic atmosphere. "Are you both all right?" Xiaoda exclaimed in realization. It's nothing." Shui Binger replied, "As long as it's nothing, that's good." Xiaoda departed. Yet he turned back several times. Shui Binger followed suit, glancing back intermittently. After taking more than 10 steps, Xiaoda suddenly dashed back and asked Shui Binger, "May I inquire your name?" "I am Xiaoda, a soul master." Shui Binger felt a surge of joy and responded without hesitation, "I am Shui Binger, a student of the Heavenly Water Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Xiaoda." "Shui Binger, what a beautiful name. I shall remember it," Xiaoda said, reluctantly taking his leave. Shui Binger watched him fade into the distance. "Hee," Shui Wei chuckled. "Sister, have you taken a liking to him?" Shui Binger replied, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Shui Wei and the others were taken aback, surprised that the normally composed and serious Shui Binger would utter such words. Shui Wei exclaimed, "Sister, you mustn't think this way. Otherwise, the boys from other academies will be heartbroken." Shui Binger fell silent, contemplating that if Xiaoda felt the same instant attraction, he would surely come to the Heavenly Water Academy to seek her out. If not, Xiaoda did not disappoint Shui Binger. The following day, he arrived at Tianshui Academy to seek her out. Chapter 61. The Assault of Qiao. It's over. It's over. My sister has fallen in love. Shui Wei wore a look of concern. She had initially intended to play the role of a third wheel, but Shui Binger had declined her offer. However, Shui Wei did not give up and secretly followed her. Outside the gates of Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger encountered Xiaoda, the man who had captured her heart at first sight. Feeling somewhat anxious, she asked, "Xiaoda, what brings you here?" Xiaoda gazed at Shui Binger and said, "I accidentally bumped into you yesterday and would like to invite you to dinner as an apology." Shui Binger shook her head and replied, "It is not entirely your fault. I was not paying attention either." Xiaoda smiled and said, "Then let it be half and half." However, I still wish to treat you to a meal. I wonder if I have the honor? Shui Bingo hesitated for a moment before replying. Allow me to treat you instead. There is a delightful restaurant near our academy. Let us go there. Xiaoda did not contest with her, which was agreeable. You treat this time, and I shall treat you next time, he suggested. Water Bingo shyly nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, she guided Xiaoda to the restaurant she had mentioned, conveniently located just outside the Tianshui Academy, in close proximity. This establishment specialized in homestyle cuisine, and the flavors were quite delightful. As the two entered the restaurant, it was nearing noon, and a few patrons had already settled in. They found an unoccupied table and took their seats. Xiaoda surveyed the surroundings. The ambience was pleasant, with a touch of uniqueness. Shui Binga remarked, "This is the hallmark of this place." She extended the menu to Xiaoda, inviting him to place his order. Xiaoda was not one to stand on ceremony. This time you treat me, and I will choose the dishes. Next time, it will be your turn to treat. And you shall select the fare. You must not decline then. Shui Binga chuckled softly, appreciating Xiaoda's straightforwardness. Soon, Xiaoda ordered several dishes along with the soup. Handing the order to the waiter, Shui Binga inquired, as you are also a soul master, do you attend a prestigious soul master academy in Heaven Do City? She wished to learn more about Xiaoda. Xiaoda nodded, acknowledging, the institution I attend pales in comparison to Tianshui Academy. However, you should be aware of Blue Wave Academy, where I pursued my studies. Blue Wave Academy. Shui Binga was indeed familiar with it, recognizing it as a prestigious soul master academy that admitted common students. Yet, she was no commoner. She hailed from nobility, her family possessing a title. And Tianshui Academy belonged to her family as well. Xiaoda chuckled. Our academy is a school for the common people. You do not look down upon me for being one of them, do you? Shui Binga hurriedly shook her head. Not at all. I have never entertained such thoughts. Moreover, there are geniuses among the common folk. I believe there should be no distinction between commoners and nobility. We are all human, and there should be no hierarchy of worth. Seemingly fearing that Xiaoda might misunderstand, she elaborated extensively. Xiaoda chuckled and remarked, I do not perceive you as one of those superficial nobles who hold their heads high. My initial impression of you is that of a beautiful and kind-hearted young lady. And I have not erred in my judgment. Shui Bingo let out a sigh of relief. I'm not as remarkable as you suggest. At that moment, the dishes were ready. Come, sample them, Shui Binga urged, pushing the plates towards Xiaoda. Your taste is commendable. You have chosen the most distinctive dishes here. To try them and see if they suit your palate. Xiaoda chuckled and said, let us dine together. The two began to wield their chopsticks. Outside the door, Shui Yuer was peeking in, occasionally shaking her head, feeling that her sister was being a tad too forward. This simply would not do. She believed it necessary to intervene on her sister's behalf. Sister, so you are here. You had me searching high and low for you. Shui Yuer stepped into the restaurant. Shui Bingo shot her sister an irritated glance before turning to Xiaoda and introducing, Xiaoda, this is my sister, Shui Yuer. Ah, it's you, Shui Yuer exclaimed. Finally recognizing Xiaoda, Xiaoda politely remarked, Shui Yuer, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Surely, you are delighted to meet my sister. Shui Yuer murmured softly, then took a seat beside Shui Binga, requesting a pair of chopsticks from the waiter. The dishes here are always delectable. You are in for a treat, Xiaoda. Do indulge yourself, she encouraged. Shui Binga, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, my sister has a way of expressing herself. I hope you do not take offense. Xiaoda chuckled. Quite well. Indeed, very charming. It seems you possess the gift of gab. Shui Yuer remarked, my sister is pursued by many suitors. You must strive even harder. Shui Binga pinched her sister, exclaiming, what nonsense. She then turned to Xiaoda and clarified, paying no heed to her fanciful words. I am wholly devoted to my cultivation at the academy, and I do not concern myself with the affairs of others. Xiaoda, Shui Binga, your beauty is undeniable. It is only natural for someone to pursue you, and there is no need for embarrassment. Suddenly meeting Xiaoda's gaze, Shui Binga felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. Shui Yuer shook her head repeatedly, believing her sister was beyond salvation. Her task was exceedingly arduous. After their meal, Shui Binga extended an invitation to Xiaoda to visit Tianshui Academy, which he gladly accepted. Shui Yuer was promptly sent away by Shui Binga. The two of them strolled through Tianshui Academy, attracting considerable attention. Is that Shui Binga? Who is the boy beside her? Which academy does he belong to? Goodness! Could it be that Shui Binga has a boyfriend? Who is he? He is utterly unworthy of our Shui Binga. This is a serious matter. The news spread rapidly. A few gossiping girls, or those who were on good terms with Shui Binger, approached directly. Sister Binger, who is he? Which academy does he hail from? Do tell us. Classmate, are you pursuing our Bingo? Oh dear, it's the first time we've seen Sister Binger so close to a boy. Please, be honest about the situation and introduce him to us. A group of girls clamored enthusiastically, causing Shui Binger to feel quite embarrassed. Please, stop this nonsense and leave us be. This is none of your concern. We shall talk later. Hee, let us depart then. We shall not intrude upon their romantic TTE. We shall wait for the wedding candies. If the boys from other academies were to learn of Binger's newfound relationship, they would surely go mad. After a brief uproar, the group of girls eventually left. Shui Binger turned to Chowda and apologized. I am so sorry. They are just too inquisitive. Chowda Xiao chuckled, expressing that he did not mind. On the contrary, he hoped their words would come to fruition. Shui Binger blushed, lowering her head. Chowda suddenly grasped Shui Binger's hand and said, Binger, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were the one I had been searching for, the person I wished to cherish for a lifetime. May I pursue you? Chao is utterly shameless. Does he share the same feelings as I do? Is it love at first sight for us? Shui Binger shyly remarked, whatever you wish to do, I cannot prevent. This implies her consent. Chowda clasped Shui Binger's hand without relinquishing his grip, and Shui Binger made no attempt to resist. The two continued their leisurely stroll through the academy. Shall we sit by the lakeside? Chowda pointed towards the lake ahead and remarked, the scenery there is quite splendid. Indeed, Shui Binger nodded in agreement. The two settled upon the grassy bank by the lake, admiring the picturesque views while engaging in light conversation. By the way, I have something to give you. Chowda retrieved a delicate wooden box from his storage soul guide, within which lay the exquisite 8-petal immortal orchid. A gift? Shui Binger felt her heart race. Her cheeks flush, and her body tense. Chapter 62. Shui Binger, is this development too swift? A medicinal herb? Upon Chowda's opening of the box, Shui Binger beheld a singular herb nestled inside, presenting a gift, bestowing upon a young lady a rare herb. This was indeed something extraordinary. She cast a peculiar glance at Chowda. Chowda smiled and said, this is no ordinary herb. It is known as the 8-petal immortal orchid. Consuming it can enhance the quality of one's martial soul, improve physical constitution, and accelerate the speed of cultivation, while also significantly increasing one's soul power. I fortuitously acquired several similar herbs and have already consumed them with remarkable results and no side effects. It now belongs to you. If you trust me, take it now, and I shall protect you as you do so. Shui Binger gazed blankly at the 8-petal immortal orchid in her hand, contemplating whether to take it. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to place her faith in Chowda, her resolve strengthening. I believe in you. Thank you for this gift. It brings me great joy. I shall consume it now. Chowda instructed her on the method of ingestion for the refining and absorption. After consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid, Shui Binger experienced an extraordinary surge of power. Her soul force continuously amplified, while her martial spirit, physique, and soul all underwent remarkable enhancement. What sort of herb could this be? It must be exceedingly precious. Shui Binger felt a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. Realizing that Chowda's intentions towards her were indeed sincere, Chow quietly stood by Shui Binger's side, naturally indulging in a moment of visual delight. Shui Binger's exquisite beauty, graceful figure, and refined aura were truly a feast for the senses. As time elapsed, Shui Binger had nearly completed her absorption of the 8-petal immortal orchid. Chow marveled. My soul power has astonishingly reached level 43, truly incredible. Shui Binger could scarcely conceal her excitement. Chowda chuckled and said, congratulations. Once you acquire the 4th soul ring, you shall attain the rank of Soul Master. Shui Binger nodded in agreement. It is not merely an enhancement of soul power. My martial spirit, physique, and mental fortitude have all undergone significant improvements. What kind of herb is this, to possess such remarkable effects? Is it truly worth using? Chowda grasped Shui Binger's hand, exclaiming, it is worth it, truly worth it, because it is you. Deeply moved, Shui Binger leaned in and gently kissed Chowda on the cheek. Chow, seizing the opportunity, embraced Shui Binger, their lips meeting in an intimate kiss. Shui Binger initially resisted with a hint of modesty but soon surrendered. She felt no objection, merely pondering whether their relationship was progressing too swiftly, having only encountered each other the day before and known one another for less than 2 days. Yet, they were irresistibly drawn to each other. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Shui Binger's face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning. Unable to meet Chowda's gaze, the scoundrel, Chowda, wore an expression of remorse, apologizing for his impulsiveness. Shui Bing'er did not perceive any wrongdoing on his part, recalling that she had initiated the kiss as a gesture of gratitude for his affectionate gift. With their newfound intimacy, their relationship deepened. Chowda wrapped his arm around Shui Bing'er's waist, and she naturally nestled against him, her heart racing yet reveling in the sensation. Shui Bing'er then inquired, Chowda, does this mean we are now considered a couple? Chowda grasped her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Bing'er, I have feelings for you. A radiant smile blossomed on Shui Bing'er's flushed face. Chowda, the moment I laid eyes on you yesterday, I felt an undeniable connection, as if you were my destined one. Do you believe in love at first sight? Chowda, unabashed, declared, You are my love at first sight. As he spoke, he embraced Shui Bing'er once more. Leaning against Chowda, Shui Bing'er inquired, Chowda, where is your family from? And who else resides there? With their relationship established, certain questions became easier to ask. Chowda sighed, I was born in Nottingham, but I lost my family when I was very young, and now I am all alone. Shui Bing'er, taken aback, felt a pang of sympathy and replied, I am truly sorry. Chowda shook his head, stating that he was currently doing well, and he believed that his family would be pleased to know this. Shui Bing'er kissed Chowda gently on the cheek, embracing him and reassuring him, You have me now, and I will always be by your side. Chowda nodded, expressing that encountering Bing'er was indeed his fortune. Regardless of what the future may hold, he vowed to cherish her with his very life, ensuring her happiness and joy. Shui Bing'er felt a profound sense of happiness and softly acknowledged his words with a hum. Chowda inquired, Bing'er, will your family accept me? They will. Shui Bing'er affirmed with certainty, for I have already made my decision about you. Despite her outward gentleness, Shui Bing'er possesses a resolute spirit. Chowda Xiao smiled and said, I too believe that no one can tear us apart. Indeed, Shui Bing'er replied with a sweet smile. Happiness arrived so swiftly that she still felt a bit dazed. You have yet to tell me what kind of herb this is. It must be extraordinary, right? Chowda remarked, This herb is the finest among medicinal plants, worthy of being called a celestial herb. It is a rare treasure, seldom encountered, and known to but a few. Its effects are profound, devoid of any side effects, however. Each individual may only consume one stalk, as taking more yields no additional benefit. Initially, I discovered it alongside Lu Erlong, the head of Lambo Academy. She requested only one stalk for herself, while the remainder was entrusted to me. I retained a few, later distributing some to several close friends at the academy. Fortunately, I had some biological specimens. Otherwise, I would have had little to offer you. Celestial herb. Shui Bing'er had never heard of it, but instinctively understood its extraordinary nature and immense value. She chuckled, You truly are generous. If I were to consume it without expressing my gratitude, wouldn't that render your kindness in vain? Chowdideo, for the one I cherish, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Shui Bing'er joyfully remarked, I never expected you to be so eloquent, weaving sweet words with such charm. Chowdideo, I only express such sentiments to those I hold dear. I find it hard to believe otherwise. Shui Bing'er felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Who's to say you haven't uttered such words to other girls? After a pause, she added, Your dean treats you exceedingly well, bestowing upon you the majority of the celestial herbs. Chowda, she treats me exceptionally well. After all, I am the prodigious talent of Blue Tyrant Academy, her cherished darling. She bestows upon me all that is precious, even her heart and body. Shui Bing'er chuckled, saying, Where is the humility in declaring oneself a prodigious genius? By the way, I am unaware of your current rank. You must at least be at the Soul Master level. Perhaps even the Soul King? She thought to herself that Chowda's innate talent should be remarkable, and with the assistance of the celestial herbs, it would not surprise her if he had reached the Soul Master or even Soul King level. Chowda spoke calmly, I am but a humble individual, having recently attained the rank of Soul Emperor. Soul Emperor? Shui Bing'er exclaimed in astonishment. Chowda appeared to be of a similar age to her, and yet he had already reached such a formidable status. You truly a prodigy. She harbored no doubts regarding Chowda's words. She was simply astounded by the revelation. Chowda Xiao chuckled. Hee, now you realize the prowess of your husband, Haven Tiyu? Revel in your fortune, for you have stumbled upon a true treasure. Who is your husband? Humph. Shui Bing'er retorted shyly with a delicate hum. Chowda remarked, Bing'er, for the time being, refrained from acquiring the fourth soul ring. It would be prudent to wait a while. At that time, I shall assist you in obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring. He contemplated using the fruits and ingredients from the captured space to enhance Shui Bing'er's physique. A 10,000-year fourth soul ring? Shui Bing'er exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly anyone capable of enduring a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th level? Chowda. Others may falter, but we shall prevail. Among my circle of friends, 2 have already attained success, and I too have followed suit. Thus, I am confident that I will provide you with some exceptional fruits and ingredients. After consuming them for a period, your physical constitution will be enhanced, enabling you to absorb the 10,000-year soul rings effortlessly. As he spoke, Chowda deliberately summoned 3 10,000-year soul rings. Shui Binger was left in awe. Chowda, a soul emperor, possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings, signifying that his 4th soul ring was also of such caliber. Suddenly, a wave of self-doubt washed over Shui Bing. Chowda, I feel somewhat unworthy of you. Your excellence is overwhelming. Chowda held her tightly, demonstrating his affections through tangible actions. Shui Bing felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation. She clearly sensed Chowda's deep emotions as their lips intertwined. She realized that harboring negative thoughts was unwarranted. Instead, she should strive for self-improvement and not allow herself to be distanced from Chowda. Chapter 63, Shui Ware, Sister. I wish to cling to the leg of brother-in-law Chowda. Chowda and Shui Binger lingered until dusk before parting ways. Prior to leaving, Chowda gifted her some carefully prepared ingredients and fruits from the captivation space, advising her, only let your sister have some. Do not disclose this to others, as these are quite special. He added, I shall take my leave now and return to see you tomorrow. Shui Binger responded, I understand. She placed the items into her storage soul guide and, with a hint of reluctance, said, be careful on your way back. See you tomorrow. After escorting Chowda out of the Tianshui Academy, she turned back only after watching him disappear from sight. Suddenly, Shui Wei dashed out, exclaiming, Sister, you're in big trouble. Many people saw you and Chowda embracing by the lake, and the news has spread. The boys from other academies pursuing you will soon catch wind of this sensational gossip. Shui Binger shot her sister an exasperated glance, realizing she had been eavesdropping. Mind your manners. Remember to call him brother-in-law when you see Chowda. Brother-in-law? Shui Ware was taken aback. Is this really my composed sister speaking? What kind of potion has Chowda fed you? Sister, you've changed. Are you sure you haven't been replaced? Shui Ware regarded her with suspicion, ignoring her sister. Shui Binger headed towards the dormitory. Shui Ware chased after her, inquisitive. Sister, what was it like when you kissed? Was it comfortable? I've heard kissing is quite enjoyable, isn't it? If you want to know, find a boy to try it out, Shui Binger replied as she opened the dormitory door. Once inside, Shui Ware shut the door behind her and said, Sister, if you won't tell me, I'll just ask Chowda. Or perhaps I should try it with him myself. You dare? Shui Binger retorted, slightly annoyed. There are limits to jesting. Oh, sister, you've truly changed. Now that you have a brother-in-law, you don't need me as your sister anymore. With a sigh, Shui Binger responded, he gave me some wonderful things, and you'll share in them too. Wondrous things? Shui Wei ceased her mock tears and looked at her sister curiously. Show me what these good items are. If they are ordinary, I want to acknowledge Chowda as my brother-in-law. Shui Binger retrieved the ingredients and fruits that Chowda had given her. Fruits? Seafood? Is this what you deem wondrous? Shui Wei remarked, disappointment evident. Sister, you've been deceived by Chowda. They say women in love are foolish, and I now believe it. He managed to win you over with mere fruits and seafood. You need not eat them, Shui Binger stated as she washed the fruits, bringing them to the table. She plucked one, tasted it, and was instantly astonished. She had never encountered such delectable fruit. Sister, could it be? Shui Wei remarked, speechless. Though love is sweet, it shouldn't enhance the sweetness of the fruit. Just look at how enraptured you are. Alas, my sister is beyond saving. Annoyed by her sister's comments, Shui Bingo shoved a piece of fruit into Shui Yue's mouth. Shui Yue bit into it, her eyes widening in awe. Oh my, what kind of fruit is this? It's incredibly delicious. Shui Binger, filled with pride, remarked. Now you recognize these are indeed treasures. Chowda claimed that consuming these daily can enhance one's physique and improve talent. Delicious. Shui Yue devoured more of the fruit. Soon enough, half of it was gone. And she declared, I can't eat anymore. You, Shui Binger, radiated happiness. Sister, this fruit is truly extraordinary. I can sense a special energy coursing through me, so comfortable. Perhaps it can indeed elevate talent. It certainly can, Shui Binger asserted confidently. Chowda wouldn't lie. You've eaten so much. You'll miss out on the seafood if you don't stop now. I'm going to prepare dinner. Shui Yue, with her belly full, protested, don't underestimate me. I can still eat. Having already enjoyed the sweetness of the fruit, she was unwilling to forego the seafood, determined to taste it as well. Once the meal was prepared, The aroma wafted enticingly. Wow, this is delicious. That night, Shui Yue completely overindulged, collapsing onto her bed, unmoving. Shui Binger, possessing strong self-control, did not overeat. She cleared the table, tidied up, bathed, and then returned to her room to cultivate. Sister, is it truly necessary to work so hard? Shui Yue leaned against her bed's headboard, rubbing her full belly. I must strive even harder to elevate my level, ensuring I'm not left too far behind by your brother-in-law, Shui Binger replied. Shui Yue was taken aback. Is your brother-in-law much stronger than you? He has only recently attained the Soul Emperor rank, Shui Binger replied. What? Soul Emperor? You can't be serious. He looks to be about our age. Shui Yue was incredulous. Shui Binger shook her head. He is 2 years younger than I. Shui Yue was utterly astonished. Was Chowda merely 15 years old, yet already a Soul Emperor? Was he some kind of prodigy? If you don't believe me, that's up to you. Shui Bingo said. Please refrain from disturbing me with idle chatter. Join me in cultivation. Seeing her sister's attitude, Shui Yue believed her, muttering to herself. Sister has hit the jackpot with such a powerful brother-in-law. He can protect me in the future. She then pondered the fruits and seafood. Could it be that they truly enhance talent, which is why my brother-in-law is so exceptional? She felt it was essential to foster a better relationship with Chowda, as she may one day rely on him. Glancing at her sister, she decided to begin her own cultivation, for there was nothing else to do in the silence. As she cultivated, Shui Yue noticed she was progressing slightly faster than usual. Joy surged within her, convinced it was the fruits and seafood at work, as she finally witnessed some benefits from her indulgence. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, and they concluded their cultivation, chatting in their beds. Sister, this brother-in-law is a treasure. We cannot let him slip away. I want to cling to him for protection as your sister-in-law. Shui Binger retorted, do not act recklessly. If your brother-in-law were to leave, you would be the one lamenting. Shui Yue laughed. He certainly won to escape. If you cannot keep him, I will. Shui Binger sighed. As long as you don't cause trouble, it will be fine. The sisters, though sharing a father but having different mothers, maintained a close bond. Indicative of their father's adeptness with women, it was also easier for them to accept a man having multiple partners. In the past, they often joked about marrying the same person. Of course, if possible, Shui Binger would prefer to keep Chowda to herself. Yet, she sensed that someone as extraordinary as Chowda could not possibly have only one woman. Regardless, with the captivation space's effects, coupled with her growing affection for Chowda and their intimate interactions, Shui Binger found it impossible to distance herself from him. Shui Yue repeatedly inquired about the details. Sister, tell me, what was it like to kiss? With an unyielding determination to get answers, Shui Binger, feeling a bit intimidated, admitted, I'll confess. I too cannot articulate it clearly. It was enchanting, making my heart race and my body feel as though it were melting. Is it truly that wonderful? Shui Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her mind racing with possibilities. As the sisters chatted, they gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 64, Qianrenxue. Chowda. Who exactly are you? Night. In the imperial palace of Tiando City, within the prince's residence. Alone in the room, Prince Xueqinghe, Qianrenxue, sat before the documents and images of two individuals, Tang San and Chowda. She had learned that the Wuhuan Palace was recently paying attention to these two, prompting her to have their profiles brought to her. Dual spirit masters, just like me. Tang San is indeed a remarkable individual. However, he is the son of Tang Hao, a sworn enemy of the Spirit Hall. Qian Xuanji, the father of Qianrenxue, was responsible for the death of Tang Hao's wife, which led to Tang Hao gravely wounding Qian Xuanji, ultimately resulting in his demise. Their enmity is steeped in blood and irreconcilable. Presently, Qianrenxue remains unaware that her father, Qian Xuanji, did not succumb to his injuries, but was instead slain by her mother, Bibi Dong. Qian Douluo has withheld this information from her, hoping to protect her state of mind, as he harbors great expectations for her to pass the angel god's trial and restore their angelic lineage. Chowda, possessing a spatial martial soul, is a formidable being. It is astonishing that even the formidable Ju Douluo could not capture him. When Qianrenxue beheld Chowda's portrait, her heartstrings were stirred, evoking a sense of familiarity and destined connection. She pondered why she felt this way, questioning if they had met before. Chowda, who are you truly? Shall we meet? While Tang San remains unattainable, Qianrenxue senses that Chowda might be a viable ally, feeling certain that their paths will intertwine in the future, ensuring they will not remain strangers. She resolved to keep a keen eye on news regarding Chowda. As for Tang San, the Spirit Hall is already aware of his enrollment in the Tiando Royal Academy and of Tang Hao's presence, making him a challenging adversary. Thus they have decided to refrain from intervening for the time being. Meanwhile, as Qian Rinxue inexplicably finds herself preoccupied with thoughts of Chowda, the latter is enjoying a blissful moment with Lu Erlong. The two are in Lu Erlong's bedroom, while Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong rest within the confines of their captured space, having stealthily slipped away. You little scamp, you are quite the handful. Lu Erlong playfully chides as she nestles against Chowda. Chowda's hands moved restlessly as he grinned shamelessly. Isn't it because of your overwhelming charm, teacher Lu Erlong, that I couldn't help myself? Lu Erlong was not convinced. I suspect you are merely pent up, young man. Your temper is quite fiery. Yet, this old frame of mind cannot withstand your relentless antics, and you seem to have no regard for others' well-being. Despite his words, Lu Erlong was, at that moment, quite reckless. Chowda refrained from making any comments, acknowledging, I understand, I will be more attentive next time. Teacher Lu Erlong cares for me the most. You rascal. Lu Erlong replied with a blissful smile, you must be tired, hurry and sleep. The two embraced and gradually drifted into slumber. Upon waking the following morning, they could not resist a bit of playful teasing. During breakfast, Xiaowu and the others noticed Lu Erlong's complexion was exceptionally rosy, almost as if she were radiating vitality. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances of suspicion, while Xiaowu speculated that Chowda and Lu Erlong had indulged in their secret rendezvous again. Xiaowu had come to accept this situation, her jealousy having diminished over time. Human beings may have multiple spouses, and spirit beasts too can have several partners. Thus, she did not mind Chowda having other women, as long as he treated her well. Truly a naive little rabbit. How fortunate for the unscrupulous Chowda. Later that morning, a notification arrived that Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Sword Douluo had come to visit. Lu Erlong arranged for them to meet in her office. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain her excitement, rushed over. Father, Grandfather Jian, you're here. I have a surprise for you. Sword Douluo, filled with affection, responded, Rongrong, what is this surprise? Tell Grandfather Jian so I can be delighted. Ning Fengji smiled. Though he did not expect much from the surprise, as it had only been a little over 10 days since their last meeting, how significant could it possibly be? Watch closely. And do not blink. Ning Rongrong announced, standing before them as she released her spirit rings. The first was a yellow one from a century-old spirit. The second was also yellow, and the third was a purple 1,000-year spirit ring. Just as before. Could it be? Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged glances, sharing a mutual suspicion, yet they found it hard to believe, as just over 10 days ago, Ning Rongrong had only been at level 35, still far from level 40. When Ning Rongrong revealed her fourth spirit ring, they were utterly astounded. Not only had she attained a fourth spirit ring, but it was also a 10,000-year spirit ring. How could this be possible? They could hardly believe their eyes, struggling to accept that Ning Rongrong had advanced from level 35 to level 40 in such a short time, acquiring a 10,000-year spirit ring in the process. It seemed utterly preposterous, yet the evidence stood before them, undeniable. Rongrong, Ning Fengji exclaimed, rising from his chair in shock. Sword Douluo fixed his gaze upon Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, is this true? Ning Rongrong playfully replied, of course it's true. Father, Grandfather Jian, are you surprised? The surprise indeed was profound, but it was overshadowed by their astonishment and anxiety. Sword Douluo stepped forward, grasping Ning Rongrong's hand to inspect her, finding nothing amiss, and instead, she seemed splendid, shaking his head at Ning Fengji. Rongrong, what is the meaning of this? What has transpired during this time? Ning Fengji inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ning Rongrong smiled. Father, Grandfather Jian, hold on. The surprise is yet to be fully revealed. More surprises? Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo felt a flutter in their hearts, uncertain if they could withstand what was to come. They watched Ning Rongrong with bated breath. Ning Rongrong summoned her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit. What surprise could this bring? At first glance, Sword Douluo did not discern whether it was a 7-layered or 9-layered pagoda. Rongrong, this is Ning Fengji noticed, his body trembling with excitement, his speech quavering. Upon closer inspection, Sword Douluo too was rendered speechless. 9 layers, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? They were acutely aware of the significance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The Ning family had long hoped for the day when a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit would emerge, elevating the 7-treasure glazed tile school to new heights. However, after many years without such a spirit, they had lost hope. Yet now, Ning Rongrong's spirit had transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, leaving them utterly astonished. Ning Rongrong was pleased with their reaction. Father, Grandfather Jian, are you back to your senses? Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo regained their composure and pressed. Rongrong, quickly tell us what happened. Ning Rongrong had previously conferred with Chowda, so she knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. Chowda assisted me. He provided me with a divine herb. After consuming it, my spirit power increased to level 41, and my spirit transformed into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Subsequently, Chowda and his companions helped me acquire a 10,000-year 4th spirit ring. Once again, it is Chowda, that prodigy. Is there anything he cannot accomplish? A divine herb? Are there more? Ning Fengji inquired. Yet before he could finish, Ning Rongrong interjected. The divine herb is rare and precious. I consumed a singular bloom known as the Qiluo tulip. However, I have sketched it. If you wish to search for another, you may have someone try their luck. Although it is likely to be a fruitless endeavor. Quite sound reasoning. Ning Fengji mused, yet he still wished to pursue it, wondering if fortune might smile upon them once more. Sword Douluo asked, is your ability to absorb a 10,000-year 4th spirit ring also due to the divine herb? Ning Rongrong nodded. This is largely the case. The divine herb not only boosts spirit power but also enhances the quality of the spirit, physical condition, and mental acuity. If these aspects are sufficiently robust, one can absorb spirit rings of a higher level. Chapter 65. Chowda, the future son-in-law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. A divine herb? Could it be the exceedingly rare top-grade medicinal herb? Ning Fengji had not heard of such a term as divine herb, but he was familiar with some legends regarding top-grade medicinal herbs. For instance, tales of a spirit master who inadvertently consumed a herb and experienced a dramatic increase in spirit power, or someone whose talents soared after taking a certain herb, or even a person whose long-standing ailments were cured by a specific herb. Sword Douluo's knowledge was similar to Ning Fengji's. Ning Rongrong remarked, previously, I had never heard of divine herbs. This is how Chowda referred to them. I believe the name suits it well. Only such a title could encapsulate its astonishing effects. Let it be called a divine herb, Ning Fengji thought, no longer concerned with the name. Chowda is willing to give you a divine herb. It seems he cares for you deeply. If it were anyone else, he certainly would not be so generous. Sword Douluo understood Ning Fengji's implication, hoping for Ning Rongrong and Chowda's relationship to progress to a certain level. In Ning Fengji's heart, Chowda had already become the preferred candidate for son-in-law. Ning Rongrong, not grasping the underlying meaning or perhaps not reacting in time, innocently replied, no, it's not just me. There are others to whom Chowda has also given divine herbs. Of course, we are all good friends, treating each other sincerely. So we share in both joys and hardships. Others have also received divine herbs. Does Chowda possess a great number of immortal herbs? Ning Fengji inquired. Does Chowda still have any immortal herbs? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is willing to purchase them from him, ensuring he does not suffer any loss. Even if it is not the kind of immortal herbs you consume, any will suffice. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is affluent and does not lack funds. What they truly desire are rare treasures such as immortal herbs. If they could acquire them with money, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. Ning Rongrong shook her head. There should be none left. Chowda chanced upon a few immortal herbs, and we each consumed one, depleting 5 pieces of immortal herbs. Indeed. 5 pieces of immortal herbs are exhausted. Ning Fengji felt a pang of regret. If that is the case, then let it be. He suspected that even if Chowda possessed more immortal herbs, they would not be abundant enough to sell. Under such circumstances, sending Ning Rongrong to procure immortal herbs from Chowda might leave a negative impression on him. To avoid adversely affecting the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Chowda, Ning Fengji decided against making the attempt. Relieved by Ning Fengji's decision to forego the purchase, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat burdened at the thought of approaching Chowda. Father, Sword Grandpa, my martial soul quality has improved, my talents have been enhanced, and my cultivation speed has increased significantly. I will strive diligently to alleviate your worries as soon as possible. Rongrong has matured. Sword Douluo expressed his satisfaction. There is no need to rush. Your father and I can manage for some time yet. Cultivation must be approached steadily and not recklessly. Your rapid advancement causes us some concern, but fortunately, it is a special circumstance, and currently, no issues have been detected. Ning Fengji nodded. Rongrong has received so many benefits, regardless of the outcome. We must express our gratitude to Chowda, remembering the importance of being thankful. Rongrong, does Chowda need anything? Ning Rongrong contemplated. I suppose not. He does not possess any soul bones. Yet he mentioned he is not in a hurry, expressing a desire to acquire some 10,000-year soul bones in the future, as he likely looks down upon those below that age. Ahem. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses soul bones from several thousand to tens of thousands of years. But they truly lack those exceeding 100,000 years. This creates an awkward situation. Sword Douluo remarked, "Is this young man overly ambitious? Are 10,000-year soul bones so easily obtained?" Ning Fingji recalled something. For Xiaoda, it may not be difficult at all. Let us not forget he already possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, which may imply he has acquired a 100,000-year soul bone as well. He then turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong understood that Xiaoda's soul ring did not originate from a soul beast. The ring's age had continuously increased until it reached 100,000 years. Thus, he did not possess a 100,000-year soul bone. However, this was a secret of Xiaoda's, and without his permission, she could not divulge it. "Father," Sword Grandpa, "this pertains to Xiaoda's secret. Please forgive me for my inability to disclose it. Have you begun to protect Xiaoda?" Ning Fengji smiled, finding this rather agreeable. Indeed, such matters should not be spoken of lightly. It was somewhat abrupt for him to inquire. Among friends, mutual trust must be accompanied by the preservation of secrets. What should not be said must remain undisclosed, and you have done well in this regard. They continued their conversation, and after a little over 10 minutes, Lu Erlong and Xiaoda arrived. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing did not accompany them. "Ning Zhongzhu, Sword Douluo, welcome to Lamba Academy," Lu Erlong greeted politely. Ning Fengji smiled. "Director Lu, you are too kind. I have come specifically to express my gratitude for your academy's nurturing of Rongrong." After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Rongrong introduced, "Father, Sword Grandpa. This is Xiaoda. Xiaoda, this is my father, and this is my Sword Grandpa." Xiaoda offered a courteous greeting. He had the honor of meeting Lord Ning and Senior Sword Douluo. The latter merely nodded in acknowledgement, observing Xiaoda with a discerning gaze. Ning Fengji regarded Xiaoda with evident satisfaction. The young man was handsome and appeared quite fitting as a match for his daughter. "Xiaoda, you are Rongrong's friend. If you don't mind, you may call me uncle," he said. Given other sentiments, Xiaoda could only address him as Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji expressed his approval, saying, "I shall call you Little Xiao." He then mentioned that they had just been informed of Rongrong's situation. "Your assistance to Rongrong is beyond measure, priceless even." However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect values gratitude and reciprocation. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to help. There is no need to be modest with Uncle. Finally, he inquired, "May I ask if I could have your daughter's hand in marriage?" "Certainly." Xiaoda would not have posed such a question, as it would tarnish one's character. Although the unscrupulous Xiaoda may lack shame, he is still mindful of his reputation in public. "Uncle Ning, my bond with Rongrong is that of true comrades who share both trials and joys. We assist one another in times of hardship and celebrate together in times of fortune. Such is only natural." Hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a deeper satisfaction. "Your friendship is your own affair, and I shall not interfere. However, the benefits you have brought us are so abundant that it would weigh heavily on our conscience should we fail to show our gratitude." Xiaoda glanced at Lu Erlong and then said, "Since Uncle Ning has expressed such sentiments, I shall shamelessly request a favor from you. I wonder if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could lend its support to the development of the Blue Tyrant Academy? In comparison to other prestigious Soul Master academies, our institution appears rather modest, lacking the necessary resources to cultivate our students effectively. Should we receive the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I am confident that our academy's growth would ascend to new heights." Lu Erlong, Ning Fengji, and the others were slightly taken aback, not expecting Xiaoda to make such a request. Lu Erlong did not refuse. She understood Xiaoda's intentions and could not decline the benefits offered by her partner, especially since the Blue Tyrant Academy was indeed in a state of scarcity. Observing Lu Erlong's tacit approval, Ning Fengji contemplated for a moment and agreed, stating, "This matter is settled. Starting this year, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall provide half of the resources needed for the development of the Blue Tyrant Academy annually. Additionally, we will arrange for the Tiando Empire to allocate some resources to ensure that we do not lag behind other esteemed Soul Master academies. While this is a straightforward endeavor, I feel it may not suffice to repay Xiao Chao for his assistance to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If there is anything else you require, do not hesitate to ask, such as soul bones, for instance. Do you have a need for them?" Xiaoda shook his head and said, "Uncle Ning, if you continue like this, it might harm the bond between Rongrong and me." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji ceased to press the matter, chuckling, "Ah, it seems I have been somewhat inconsiderate." He continued, "You both should focus on your cultivation. Young Chao, you will always be a friend of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Anyone who seeks to harm you would be opposing our esteemed institution. Regarding the matter of the Spirit Hall targeting Xiaowu, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would not stand idly by. Instead, they would offer their protection to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, the future son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, must be well protected. Chapter 66. Xiaowu, this peculiar individual, cannot afford to make enemies but should rather cultivate friendships. Xiaowu, it is said that your martial soul and soul rings are quite extraordinary. Might this old man be granted the opportunity to witness them? Although Ning Fengji refrained from inquiring, it was the sword Douluo who posed the question. This matter pertains to Xiaodu's privacy and would typically be deemed inappropriate to broach. However, given that Xiaodu had previously revealed this in Soto City, the secret was no longer veiled. Thus, asking was not too much of a concern. Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong remained silent. Ultimately, it was up to Xiaodu to decide whether he wished to share. Xiaodu raised his gaze to the sword Douluo and remarked, "Since you are curious, I shall unveil my abilities. After all, it has already been exposed, and I harbor no fear of revelation. The flower Douluo could not capture you. Hence you are indeed qualified to make such assertions." The crowd focused intently on Xiaodu as his soul rings materialized one after another. The first soul ring was a profound black. Although he had heard the bone Douluo mention it, witnessing it firsthand astonished Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. The second soul ring manifested as a crimson one, signifying 100,000 years. Wasn't it supposed to be a black 10,000-year soul ring? Confused, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged glances, realizing this contradicted their prior knowledge. The third soul ring was indeed the same as they had anticipated, a red 100,000-year soul ring. However, the fourth and fifth soul rings, which they had previously understood to be purple 1,000-year soul rings, had now transformed into black 10,000-year soul rings. The second, fourth, and fifth soul rings deviated from their understanding. This was decidedly abnormal, profoundly so. Before they could fully process their astonishment, they beheld Xiaodu's sixth soul ring, a purple soul ring. Why was the sixth soul ring a purple one? Has Xiaodu already become a soul emperor? Isn't he merely 2 or 3 years older than Rongrong? A soul emperor at the tender age of 15 or 16. How astonishing! Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo wore expressions of incredulous surprise. In contrast, Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong beamed with pride, their smiles radiant because of Xiaodu. Is this satisfactory? Xiaodu calmly retracted his soul ring. Ahem. Ning Fengji forcibly composed himself. Little Xiao, you are undoubtedly the most extraordinary soul master in history. Unparalleled and destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Truly remarkable. Sword Douluo fixed his gaze on Xiaodu, saying, "Are you a monster? I am truly baffled by your feats. How could such a prodigy exist? If I had not witnessed it myself, who would believe it? However, despite your extraordinary talents, you must exercise greater caution, especially regarding the Spirit Hall. While a direct attack may be easily avoided, insidious threats are far more challenging to guard against. Do not let your guard down." Ning Fengji continued, "Should you sense any danger, feel free to seek refuge at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even the Spirit Hall, no matter how domineering, would hesitate to directly assault us. That would be a grave misconception. The Spirit Hall is bolder than you might imagine." They simultaneously attacked both your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, one left in ruin, the other annihilated. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Ning," Xiaodu replied, "but under the current circumstances, I remain confident in my ability to cope. Should that day ever arrive, I will not hesitate to stand my ground." "Very well," Ning Fengji conceded, "but do take care of yourself. We at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will closely monitor the movements of the Spirit Hall, ensuring they do not act against you lightly." After some idle chatter, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo departed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. On their way back, Sword Douluo inquired, "Fengji, what do you think is the secret behind his abilities?" Ning Fengji surmised the topic of discussion. "Are you referring to the transformation of Xiaodu's soul ring?" "Precisely," Sword Douluo affirmed. "His soul rings are evidently undergoing changes, seemingly increasing in age. Yet, the age of soul rings obtained from hunting soul beasts is fixed and cannot be improved. I have never heard of any method to enhance the age of existing soul rings, yet he has managed it." Ning Fengji, equally perplexed, acknowledged that is his secret, and it would be inappropriate to inquire further. However, if his method is replicable by others, then Rongrong may also reap the benefits in the future. Sword Douluo was somewhat speechless, pondering that this fellow was certainly selling his daughter. Nevertheless, in Sword Douluo's eyes, Xiaodu was indeed the most promising choice at present. Such a prodigy as Xiaodu can only be befriended, never offended. Neither Ju Douluo nor the multitude of Spirit Hall members can capture Xiaodu. And even the sword Douluo lacks confidence in doing so. If it is so arduous to confront Xiaowu, then the only course of action is to forge an alliance and extend goodwill. If one must proceed in this manner, why not take it a step further and make Xiaowu the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Within the confines of Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiaowu, Lu Erlong, and Ning Rongrong were on their way to Lu Erlong's residence. Along the journey, Lu Erlong jestingly remarked, Rongrong, it appears that your father wishes for you to be with Xiaowu. What are your thoughts on that? Xiaowu feigned surprise. Is that so? Well, I have no objections. We can settle this matter tonight. Ning Rongrong, initially feeling a bit shy, retorted upon hearing Xiaodu's words, Humph. You think too highly of yourself. After a brief pause, her tone softened. However, I can grant you the opportunity to pursue me. It all depends on whether you can win me over. With that, she took dainty steps forward. Lu Erlong pinched Xiaodu's waist and exclaimed, Naughty man. Xiaodu gently tapped Lu Erlong's supple hips, remarking that the sensation seemed somewhat lacking. Lu Erlong shot him a sidelong glance, retorting that it was also your doing. Xiaodu, indeed, it is entirely my fault. I should have cherished them more and shall be gentler henceforth. Meanwhile, in the background, Ning Rongrong had already returned to Lu Erlong's residence. Chenli, Mai Xiang, Xiaowu, and Zhu Shiqing were diligently cultivating in that space. Rongrong, has your father left? Yes, he just departed. What about my brother and Erlong's mother? They are just behind. Shortly thereafter, Xiaodu and Lu Erlong returned with solemn expressions. The group continued their cultivation. After lunch, Xiaodu announced he had matters to attend to, and the others did not inquire further, except for Xiaowu, who was aware that Xiaodu intended to meet Shui Binger. They had made plans the previous day to go shopping together in the afternoon. Just past noon, Shui Binger awaited Xiaodu's arrival outside Tianshui Academy. Sister, we ventured out too early. It is barely past noon, Shui Yue remarked, standing nearby. Did I ask you to come along? Shui Binger retorted sharply. I came to ensure your safety, Shui Yue responded, glancing around. Look, some boys from other schools heard about your new relationship and arrived early today, waiting for you. You turned them down, so they cannot confront you directly, but it seems they aim to deal with my brother-in-law instead. A throng of dozens had gathered nearby, divided into several groups, all suitors from other academies, who had been vying for Shui Binger's affection. Now, united by a common purpose, they sought to challenge Xiaodu, the formidable rival in love. If they dare to confront Xiaodu, I shall not hold back. Shui Binger declared sternly. Xiaodu had become her Achilles heel. Shui Wei realized completely that her sister had indeed fallen head over heels and was utterly entrapped in her feelings. After waiting for over half an hour, Xiaodu finally made his appearance. Chapter 67. Yue, I fear my parents may break my legs. Brother-in-law, we are over here. Shui Yue called out to Xiaodu. Following the sound, Xiaodu spotted the enchanting sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yue. Before he could approach, a group of individuals obstructed his path. Hey, are you the one who is competing with us for Shui Binger? You little brat, go back where you came from. Get lost and don't come to see Bingo again, or we won't be so courteous. Several factions surrounded Xiaodu, issuing verbal threats. Are you the suitors who pursued Binger before? Xiaodu chuckled. You are all utterly incompetent. It has taken you so long to achieve nothing. With that, he boldly advanced forward, disregarding their attempts to obstruct him. Truly, it was an infuriating display, an invitation for confrontation. Those closest to Xiaodu prepared to strike. Suddenly, however, they found themselves gasping for breath, clutching their throats, rendered powerless to confront him as he effortlessly surged past them. What on earth is happening? The others, perplexed and somewhat unnerved, exchanged bewildered glances. What are you staring at? Block him. Use your martial spirits and soul skills. Some attempted to retaliate, unleashing their martial spirits and soul rings. There were those adorned with 2 soul rings, as well as others with 3. Yet, as they activated their abilities, they too were struck by a sudden difficulty in breathing, mirroring the fate of their predecessors. What was transpiring? Was it a soul skill? Had he unleashed yet another? A portion of the remaining individuals, gripped by fear, hesitated to take further action. Xiaodu remained indifferent to the situation, as Shui Binger and Shui Yue hurriedly approached, eager to assist. What has transpired? Shui Yue inquired, observing the group sprawled on the ground, their faces ashen, some having already lost consciousness. Brother-in-law, what have you done to them? Shui Binger echoed her confusion. Was it your doing? Xiaodu nodded, turning to glance at the individuals present. He lifted the ban on the soul technique, and instantly, the space around them was filled with air, allowing them to breathe once more. The remaining conscious individuals gazed at Xiaodu with fear, as did those who had not been affected. Chowda reached out and embraced Shui Binger at the waist. For a moment, her body stiffened, yet she did not resist. Holding her waist, Chowda gently kissed her cheek, then turned to address the onlookers, stating, "This is a warning. Do not disturb my Bingo again." Shui Bingo gazed at Chowda in a daze. Shui Yuer's eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated Chowda would display such boldness in public, nor did she expect her sister to show any sign of rejection. The suitors among the group wore solemn expressions, their hearts undoubtedly filled with discontent, yet they dared not act further, intimidated by Chowda's mysterious prowess. After a moment of hesitation, some began to depart, with others following suit. The troublesome crowd had dispersed. Curiously, Shui Yuer inquired, "Brother-in-law, what did you just do to them? If you tell me, I'll let my sister kiss you." Shui Bingo contemplated kicking her sister away. Chowda clasped Shui Binger's hand, their fingers interlaced. "I employed a soul skill that rendered them breathless." "Such a soul skill exists?" The sisters were taken aback. Shui Yuer, puzzled, remarked, "I didn't see your soul ring just now. Could it be an instantaneous soul skill, akin to what my sister possesses?" Shui Binger also wielded an instantaneous soul skill, enabling her to unleash her power in an instant, leaving no time for her soul ring to manifest. Chowda nodded in agreement. Shui Yuer, comprehending the situation, inquired further. "Such soul techniques that render one breathless are quite rare, but there must surely be a time limit, correct? I can manage to refrain from breathing for approximately 10 minutes. Would that still be effective?" Shui Binger replied, "The element of surprise plays a crucial role. An opponent may not be able to hold their breath, and the sudden onset of breathing difficulties could induce panic, making it even more challenging for them to breathe. This demonstrates excellent control over the soul technique." This was a means of supporting Chowda. Chowda remarked, "My soul skill is not bound by time." "How could that be?" Shui Yuer expressed her disbelief. "Does that not mean one could render another incapable of breathing for as long as you possess the soul power to sustain the skill?" Shui Binger gazed at Chowda in astonishment. If that were the case, this soul skill would indeed be monstrous. Chowda chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, would you like to give it a try?" Shui Yuer pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Let's discuss it later. Right now, we should make the most of our time shopping together." Shui Bingo shot a glare at her sister and then turned to Chowda, offering an apology. "I'm sorry, but Yuer insisted on joining us." Chowda expressed nonchalance. "It's perfectly fine. We are all family." Shui Binger beamed a sweet smile. Shui Yuer murmured, "Brother-in-law, you truly are quite unreserved. Since you have already addressed me as brother-in-law, how could I possibly be reserved?" The trio prepared to venture to the bustling streets of Tiando City, which lay a considerable distance from Tianshui Academy, prompting them to hire a carriage. Inside the carriage, Chowda and Shui Bingo remained intertwined, their fingers clasped together, which made Shui Yuer feel a bit nauseated. "Brother-in-law, thank you for the fruits and seafood you gifted to me and my sister. They were delightful." Shui Bingo retorted playfully, "Those were meant for me from your brother-in-law. Yet you consumed the most, nearly to the point of bursting." Chowda chuckled. "If you enjoy it, you can have it every day from now on." Shui Yuer exclaimed joyfully, "Brother-in-law, you are truly wonderful. You shall become my pillar of support, and I will cling to you always. Moreover, you must protect me." Shui Bingo retorted, "You are utterly shameless. Chowdi Deo, it is only natural for a brother-in-law to protect his sister-in-law. I shall ensure your safety." Shui Binger, in her delight, bestowed a kiss upon Chowda's cheek. "Thank you." Sighing, Shui Yuer remarked, "How I envy my sister for having such a wonderful brother-in-law. I feel quite pitiful in comparison." "Brother-in-law, are there any men like you left? If so, I would gladly marry one." Chowda solemnly declared. "I am irreplaceable and unique in this world." Waterware exclaimed, "Oh no, what shall we do? Should I marry you together with my elder sister?" The despicable Chowda appeared to refuse and shook his head. "Your sister will beat you to death." Water Bingo admonished, "Where you are not allowed to speak such nonsense anymore, or I will sew your mouth shut. You all are so heartless regardless of my life and death." Yue appeared to be heartbroken. Chowda and Shui Bingo chose to ignore her. Unable to continue the conversation, Shui Yuer shifted the topic. "Brother-in-law, I heard from my sister that you are at the Blue Tyrant Academy, that institution for commoners. Is it possible that someone as extraordinary as you exists in such a place? I do not mean to belittle your academy, but considering that you are nearly the same age as I am and have already attained the rank of Soul Emperor, it would be hard for anyone to believe." The coachman was an ordinary man, thus their discourse was devoid of any reservations. Chowda remarked, "Our academy boasts several prodigious talents. I am merely one among them. Why not consider joining us at our institution?" Shui Yuer inquired, "If we were to go, would my sister and I also transform into such extraordinary beings as yourself?" "Chowda, You may not surpass me, yet you will undoubtedly be a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Xue Yuer, filled with skepticism, replied, I would certainly like to give it a try. But alas, I fear my parents might break my legs, claiming that I am straying from the path they have set. After all, the Tianxue Academy belongs to our family. Chowda did not insist. It's fine if you choose not to go. As long as you consume the fruits and seafood I provide daily. You will surely transform into a genius among geniuses. Xue Yuer responded, Really? I believe you, but if it doesn't work, I won't let my sister marry you. Chapter 68. Wu, Feng Xiaotian. Wu swung in the bustling streets of Heavendo City. Wu grumbled softly as she walked ahead. Brother? Why have you brought Feng Xiaotian again? Isn't it annoying? Her brother replied. Sister, he shows genuine sincerity. I think he deserves a chance. Humph. Not far behind them. A young man and woman were engaged in cheerful conversation. The man was Feng Xiaotian, fervently pursuing Wu, while the woman was Wu Shuang, his temporary girlfriend. Upon hearing Wu's complaints, Wu Shuang paused to wait for her boyfriend and Feng Xiaotian, while Wu, feeling irked, did not wish to walk alongside Feng Xiaotian. Is Wu still upset? Feng Xiaotian approached Wu Shuang and gazed at Wu ahead. Wu Shuang chuckled. You know Wu's temperament well. If you truly wish to win her heart, you must possess not only sincerity but also patience. I understand. Feng Xiaotian's gaze turned resolute. I will never give up. With that declaration, he hurried after Wu. Observing him, Wu Shuang smiled, wrapping her arms around her girlfriend's waist. Let them be, she said. Her girlfriend, who was both beautiful and shapely, remarked. I think Feng Xiaotian is quite impressive, a genius from the Shinfeng Academy. He and Wu would make a lovely pair. Wu Shuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, they seem well matched. However, my sister does not fancy Feng Xiaotian's type. Ultimately, it depends on Feng Xiaotian's abilities. Feng Xiaotian caught up with Wu and presented her with a gift. Wu, your birthday is approaching, and this is a carefully selected present for you. I hope you will accept it. Wu glared at him, not even glancing at the gift. Feng Xiaotian, you are so bothersome. I have told you countless times that we are not suitable. This is impossible. I do not like your type. If you continue like this, we won't even be friends. With a smile on his face, Feng Xiaotian, seasoned in such matters, replied, Wu, this is merely a gift from a friend, nothing more. Friends give each other birthday presents, so you should accept it. Feng Xiaotian was quite experienced with girls, a seasoned charmer. Yet he had been unable to win Wu over. Wu, annoyed, cast one last glance at him before silently turning to leave. Sighing inwardly, Feng Xiaotian resolved not to give up. The more unattainable something seemed, the more he desired it. He was determined to win Wu's heart. He tucked the gift away and continued to follow her. Ahead, Wu turned onto another street and soon stopped in front of a bustling snack shop, where a long queue had formed. An opportunity has arisen. Feng Xiaotian thought Wu wanted to enjoy the snacks and eagerly approached her, saying, Wu, let me queue up for you. Wu ignored him, her gaze fixed ahead, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, Interesting. The rumors are indeed true. Before Feng Xiaotian could step forward to queue, Wu moved ahead. Observing her actions, Feng Xiaotian initially assumed she intended to cut in line. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian spotted two familiar figures, Xue Bing'er and Xue Yuer. And who was that boy with them? He noticed Xue Bing'er, Xue Yuer, and Chowda standing in the middle of the line, with Xue Bing'er and Chowda holding hands, appearing quite intimate. Feng Xiaotian's attention was drawn to Chowda, who had managed to win Xue Bing'er's affection. Previously, Feng Xiaotian had attempted to pursue both Xue Bing'er and Xue Yuer, but the sisters had never given him a chance. Although he had not succeeded with them, he had charmed many other girls at the Tianxue Academy. At that moment, Wu approached them. Xue Bing'er, Xue Yuer, she called out, taking the initiative to greet them. What a coincidence, Wu. Xue Bing'er exclaimed as they recognized her. Wu. Chowda scrutinized Fire Dance, who was adorned in a striking crimson dress, her hair a cascade of fiery red. Her figure alluring and her beauty complemented by a distinctive aura, embodying a spirited grace. Water Ice, is it true that you have a man? Fire Dance inquired, glancing at Chowda, who, while not unattractive, failed to ignite her interest. For her, the essence of attraction lay not in appearance but in a connection. She was not one to be swayed by superficial charm. Upon hearing that Water Ice had a boyfriend, she initially dismissed it as mere rumor, only to find it to be true, which left her incredulous. To Fire Dance, Water Ice seemed the epitome of maturity, her focus solely on cultivation, seemingly indifferent to romantic entanglements. The sudden revelation of a boyfriend and their evident intimacy shattered Fire Dance's perception of Water Ice. With a warm smile, Water Ice graciously introduced, "Chowda, this is Fire Dance, a prodigious student from the Blazing Fire Academy." Fire Dance was taken aback by the transformation in Water Ice. Nearby, Water Moon chuckled. "Fire Dance, your boyfriend has arrived," as she noticed Feng Xiaotian approaching. Fire Dance shot a glance and retorted, "He is not my boyfriend." Water Moon laughed, saying that might hurt his feelings. After a brief pause, she added, "It's curious, isn't it? The renowned flirt, Feng Xiaotian, appears quite devoted to a single girl. One wonders if he has undergone a transformation into a loyal romantic." While Feng Xiaotian was indeed charming and talented, making him an appealing choice, Fire Dance questioned why she couldn't give him a chance. With a hint of annoyance, Fire Dance replied, "I've heard that Feng Xiaotian once pursued your sisters. If you think he is so great, why didn't you give him a chance?" Water Moon, with a radiant smile, responded, "He doesn't align with our tastes. We prefer someone akin to my brother-in-law." Water Ice quickly clarified to Chowda, "I have never paid any attention to Feng Xiaotian," anxious to dispel any misunderstandings. Chowda smiled and said, "Binger, I have faith in you. Though I may feel a twinge of jealousy when others pursue you, it merely underscores your remarkable qualities and highlights my fortune in winning your affection." However, Huowu's impression of Chowda diminished slightly. "Isn't that Shui Binger and Shui Yue? What a coincidence." Feng Xiaotian approached, but only Shui Yue engaged with him, teasing, "Feng Xiaotian, I can't believe you haven't won over Huowu yet. How surprising. Have your skills diminished? You used to handle such matters effortlessly, and if unsuccessful, you would simply change your target, never fixating on a single tree. Why the newfound persistence with Huowu? Have you truly fallen for her?" Feng Xiaotian felt a flicker of anger within, yet he concealed it, declaring, "My feelings for Huowu are genuine. She is the only girl I admire. The others are merely trifles, devoid of emotional attachment." "Feng Xiaotian, be quiet." Huowu snapped. "Who said I wanted your affection? Do not speak of it again." She found his persistence rather bothersome. Nevertheless, Huowu refrained from resorting to violence to dismiss Feng Xiaotian, for there lingered a hint of enjoyment in the vanity of being pursued. Chapter 69. Reluctant to engage Shui Binger, Shui Yue, it is indeed you. Huowu Shuang also arrived, alleviating the awkwardness surrounding Feng Xiaotian. "Huowu Shuang, you're here too," Shui Yue remarked, glancing at Huowu Shuang's girlfriend. "Girlfriend? Which academy is she from?" Shui Binger and Shui Yue were unfamiliar with Huowu Shuang's girlfriend. "Her name is Mo Lan," Huowu Shuang introduced succinctly, explaining that she was a formidable soul master who had recently joined the Blazing Fire Academy. Upon learning of Chowda's name, Huowu curiously inquired, "Shui Binger's. Which academy is your boyfriend from?" Chowda answered himself, "I hail from the Blue Tyrant Academy." The four of them, including Huowu, were taken aback simultaneously. Feng Xiaotian chuckled, "Haha, so it is merely a commoner's academy," his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, clearly looking down upon it. "Humph." Shui Yue retorted, "Feng Xiaotian, what are you laughing at? Do you disdain the Commoner Soul Master Academy, scorn the commoners, and belittle my brother-in-law?" Feng Xiaotian replied, "It is not that I look down upon an academy like Blue Tyrant. Rather, it must be worthy of respect. Everyone knows that Blue Tyrant Academy ranks at the bottom among advanced Soul Master Academies. In a world where the strong are revered, Feng Xiaotian's words held no fault." Shui Yue was eager to defend Chowda further, but he intervened to stop her. Chowda remarked to Feng Xiaotian, "Is Blue Bada Academy truly at the bottom? The outcome of this Soul Master competition will soon reveal itself. Let strength speak for itself. Debating now is futile." Feng Xiaotian replied, "You have spirit. I shall await the results with bated breath. I hope your Blue Bada Academy can pass the preliminary rounds." Historically, Blue Bada Academy's participation in the Soul Master competition has been mere formality, unable to advance beyond the preliminaries. The academy enrolls commoner students, which implies their talents are average. Resources are scarce, and their training progresses slowly. Consequently, their prowess is naturally inferior among peers of the same age. Any gifted commoner student would undoubtedly attract the attention of discerning mentors and be sought after for development. Among the students of Blue Bada Academy, only Tailu, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Jiangzhu stand out, yet their caliber merely aligns them with the average prodigies of other prestigious Soul Master Academies, falling several tiers short of the likes of Huowu and Feng Xiaotian. Shui Yue interjected, "Feng Xiaotian, you are certainly no match for my brother-in-law." She knew well that Chowda had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor, while Feng Xiaotian had only recently reached the level of Soul Master. a disparity of two significant realms. Oh, Feng Xiaodian scoffed. You claim I am no match for him? Why not settle this now? He was brimming with confidence in his abilities, convinced that among his contemporaries, few could rival him. Huo Shuang, and Huo Shuang's girlfriend listened with curiosity, showing no intention of intervening, eager to witness Chowda's prowess. In this scenario, Shui Bing'er remained silent beside Chowda, supporting him unconditionally, determined not to let anyone mock him. Let us not compare. Chowda shook his head. Feng Xiaodian chuckled. Do not be afraid. We are merely sparring. He felt that defeating Chowda in front of Huo Wu would be quite commendable, as it would at least demonstrate that he was superior to Shui Bing'er's boyfriend. Shui Yuer could no longer contain herself. Brother-in-law, Feng Xiaodian, is infuriating. He must be taught a lesson. Chowda gazed once more at Feng Xiaodian, initially reluctant to intervene. He found himself compelled as Feng Xiaodian relentlessly pursued the matter, seeking to elevate his standing with Huo Wu. Feng Xiaodian, he declared. My reluctance to engage with you stems not from a desire to belittle you, but rather from the understanding that we exist on entirely different planes. To spar with you would be akin to bullying a child. Such audacity. The quartet surrounding Feng Xiaodian shared his sentiment, perceiving Chowda as even more arrogant than Feng himself. Shui Yuer, with a look of revelation, chimed in, Brother-in-law, your reasoning is impeccable. To strike at Feng Xiaodian would indeed be to prey upon the innocent. However, should this child misbehave, he may require a lesson. Her gaze towards Chowda brimmed with admiration. Not only did her brother-in-law possess formidable strength, but his words exuded a commanding presence, a true aura of authority. Such were the thoughts that danced within Shui Yuer's mind. Shui Bing'er interjected, Feng Xiaodian, it would be wise for you to refrain from seeking discomfort. You are undeniably outmatched by Chowda. He is benevolent and seeks not to exploit his superiority. Ah, how well you understand me, Bing'er. Chowda relished the compliment, albeit it seemed somewhat out of place in the current context. Bing'er, your affections extend to all associated with me, he mused. Huo Wu spoke up. While Feng Xiaodian may be irksome, his prowess and talent are indisputable. Few can rival him within the esteemed halls of advanced Soul Master Academies. My remarks are not a disparagement of Lanba Academy. It is simply a matter of fact that its students have consistently been mediocre. Of course, I do not question your judgment. I presume Chowda possesses considerable merit. This was a veiled doubt regarding Shui Bing'er's insight, implying that Chowda might not be as remarkable as he seemed. Feng Xiaodian perceived Huo Wu's defense as a boon, filling him with delight. And he felt an intensified urge to use Chowda for his own glory. Chowda, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Anyone can boast, but ultimately it is strength that matters. Since you assert that I am no match for you, let us engage in a contest and allow me to witness your prowess. Chowda felt somewhat speechless, for he spoke nothing but the truth. Shui Yueo addressed Chowda, saying, Brother-in-law, there are those who deserve a lesson. They come seeking retribution, so why not do a good deed and grant them what they seek? This sister-in-law, although supportive of her brother-in-law, harbored her own intentions, eager to witness Chowda's prowess. Chowda glanced at the queue at the snack shop, noting that their turn was approaching. Our turn is nearly here. After waiting for so long, we cannot afford to waste the opportunity. Let's purchase some items first and discuss further afterward. Shui Bing'er nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow your lead, Chowda. Chowda said to Feng Xiaodian. Let's talk after we finish shopping. Hiki, fine. Feng Xiaodian felt a sense of disdain within, believing that Chowda was afraid. Chowda and Shui Bing'er made their way toward their designated spot, having previously requested that others reserve it for them. Feng Xiaodian, don't leave. Wait for us to finish shopping before we compete, Shui Yueo called out before following behind. After Chowda and the others departed, Huo Shuang chuckled. Shui Bing'er's boyfriend seems rather timid. Has he backed down? His girlfriend responded playfully, indeed, it appears so. Huo Wu, however, expressed some skepticism. Is that truly the case? Feng Xiaodian replied with a grin. Sister Huo Wu, individuals who boast are the most hypocritical. It seems that the Shui sisters have fallen for his ruse. If you doubt me, we can certainly wait until they finish their shopping, and I shall challenge him again. He will undoubtedly shy away. Huo Wu chose to ignore Feng Xiaodian and turned to Huo Shuang, saying, I shall join the queue to sample the delicacies here. You two should go together. Huo Shuang suggested that his girlfriend accompany Huo Wu in line, while he remained behind to keep Feng Xiaodian company, ensuring his friend would not feel lonely. After purchasing snacks, Chowda and his companions found an empty table at the eatery. They sat down, indulging in their food while engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the matters concerning Feng Xiaodian and the others. To their astonishment, They began to eat. Feng Xiaotian, filled with indignation, felt disregarded and scoffed. What absurdity! Resorting to such tactics to evade confrontation is truly cowardly. Huo Wushuang chuckled. If others are behaving this way, perhaps we should let it be. After all, one should practice forbearance. However, Feng Xiaotian was unwilling to let the matter rest, insisting, this cannot be overlooked. I shall wait until they finish eating and then observe what excuses they might conjure. Unbeknownst to him, this was a deliberate act by Xiaoda, who had no intention of acknowledging him. Chapter 70. The unvarnished truth about Xiaoda inside the snack shop. Shui Binger remarked, the taste is truly delightful. Shui Yue nodded in agreement. It must be relatively new. I don't recall it being here before. The two sisters had not visited Central Street in quite some time. Xiaoda remarked, if it's delicious, indulge a bit more. Shui Yue teased, brother-in-law, are you not concerned that my sister might overindulge and gain weight? You boys certainly prefer slender girls over plump ones, don't you? Compared to the petite Wu, you must favor her slender figure. In contrast to the more delicately built Wu, Shui Binger and Shui Yue appeared considerably taller and more voluptuous. Shui Bingo glanced at her own physique, and suddenly, the enticing snacks before her lost their appeal. Xiaoda noticed Shui Binger's reaction and smiled as he offered her some snacks. Don't hesitate to indulge. I prefer women with a bit more fullness. Being too thin is rather unappealing. Really? Shui Bingo felt a surge of happiness and began to enjoy the treats offered by Xiaoda. Shui Yue, filled with envy, exclaimed, Sister, you are so fortunate. I envy you for having such a considerate brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I love to eat far more than my sister does. If I gain weight and can't find a husband, I will rely on you. Shui Binger playfully stuffed a piece of snack into her sister's mouth, saying, Go ahead and eat to your heart's content. If you can't find a husband, we will take care of you, just like raising a little pig. Shui Yue pouted, I absolutely refuse to be a pig. If I gain weight and can't get married, I will have my brother-in-law support me. Xiaoda chuckled, Nurture, I shall nurture all of you. Rest assured. You may eat freely, for I shall support you all in the future. Though the sisters felt somewhat less restrained, they were still mindful of their figures and refrained from indulging excessively. Shui Yue glanced outside and noticed Feng Xiaotian still waiting. It was evident that he would not relent until he had a contest with her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I believe it would be prudent to teach him a lesson, she suggested. Shui Binger also peered outside and remarked, Feng Xiaotian merely wishes to showcase himself before Huo Wu by challenging you. Do not pay him any mind. Xiaoda remarked that he initially had no intention of engaging with him. Shui Yue interjected, Brother-in-law, your disdain for him is evident. However, he may interpret your silence as fear, which could embolden him to escalate his bullying. Just wait, he will undoubtedly seek you out for a contest shortly. Some young men delight in showcasing their prowess before the women they admire. It is truly quite laughable. Indeed, Shui Yue had accurately predicted the unfolding events. Once they finished their snacks and exited the establishment, Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang approached. With a smile, Feng Xiaotian inquired, Have you enjoyed your meal? Xiaoda, shall we commence the duel we agreed upon? Bingo found Feng Xiaotian's persistence irritating. Feng Xiaotian, do not overstep your bounds. We have chosen not to engage with you. Yet you remain relentless. Your behavior is quite detestable. Shui Yue concurred. Indeed, it is quite vexatious. No wonder you have yet to win over Huo Wu. She must find you exceedingly bothersome. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened, and he retorted, If you're afraid, just admit it. There is no need to concoct excuses. He felt trapped, compelled to duel with Xiaoda to salvage his own dignity. Huo Wushuang interjected, Please refrain from such harsh words. Feng Xiaotian is merely curious about Xiaoda's capabilities and wishes to engage in a friendly spar. Moreover, Xiaoda has already consented to this agreement, and Feng Xiaotian is simply honoring his word. If you choose not to uphold the arrangement, simply state so, and we will all understand. This statement immediately shifted the dynamics in favor of Huo Wushuang and the others. Indeed, since Xiaoda had previously agreed to the duel, any refusal to proceed would render him in the wrong. Xiaoda chuckled, Since you, Feng Xiaotian, are so persistent, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Shui Yue erupted in joy, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, you have finally agreed. You must teach Feng Xiaotian a lesson, so he understands that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond himself. She ardently supported the idea of a competition, eager to impart a lesson to Feng Xiaotian. Let us hold the contest in the open space beside the square. It is quite convenient, she suggested. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, having procured some snacks, approached. She did not hinder the duel as she yearned to witness Xiaoda's prowess. Should Xiaoda prove lacking in strength, it would suggest that Shui Binger had poor judgment. She certainly did not wish for the man Shui Binger chose to be excessively remarkable. The group made their way toward the bustling central square, where a throng of people moved about. Nearby, an open area had been transformed into an impromptu battleground, as individuals occasionally engaged in friendly contests there. Fortunately, a suitable space was available. "This shall do," Huowu declared. "You two may spar, but keep it light." Feng Xiaotian gazed at Chowda and remarked, "Come forth. Allow me to gauge your strength." Shui Yuer chimed in, prepare to be utterly astonished. The others stood aside, relinquishing the space to Chowda and Feng Xiaotian. Are they preparing for a duel? Some onlookers, drawn by curiosity, began to gather around. Chowda said to Feng Xiaotian, "I stand here. If you can touch me, I shall consider myself defeated." Feng Xiaotian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "Hee, many have faced me in combat. Yet you are the most arrogant of them all." Chowda remained as calm and composed as ever, stating, "I am merely speaking the truth." "Humph." The wind chuckled. And the heavens sneered, "I shall soon unveil your hypocritical facade. Just wait and see how you face the world. Let us begin. Release your martial spirit and soul rings." Chao Dideo remarked, "My martial spirit has already been unleashed. It's merely that you cannot perceive it. As for my soul rings, I prefer not to display them." Such pretense. Feng Xiaotian believed that Chowda was feeling insecure, reluctant to showcase his martial spirit and soul rings. In the next moment, Feng Xiaotian summoned his own martial spirit. A two-headed wolf materialized before him and merged with his being. His martial spirit was the rare variant, the Gale two-headed wolf, exuding an extraordinary aura. With 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, he had astonishingly reached the rank of Soul Master. He appeared quite youthful yet had already achieved such a status, truly a prodigy. The emergence of Feng Xiaotian's soul rings elicited gasps of astonishment from several soul masters among the onlookers. Huo Shuang commented near Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. "Feng Xiaotian's innate talent surpasses ours, having just attained Soul Master rank, and with his wind attribute, his speed is formidable and quite challenging to contend with. I certainly cannot defeat him." Huo added, "This fellow may be bothersome, but his strength is indisputable." Huo Shuang's girlfriend remarked, "Feng Xiaotian's talent is unparalleled, only comparable to Wu Shuang. You, Huo, possess such talent, but the rest of you." Her gaze shifted toward the Shui sisters. Shui Yuer, displeased, interjected, "What are you staring at? My brother-in-law's might is beyond your imagination. He has stated that Feng Xiaotian cannot lay a finger on him, and thus it shall be. That is the essence of their power disparity. You will soon comprehend." Huo inquired, "Isn't Chowda's reluctance to reveal his martial spirit and soul rings a sign of insecurity?" Shui Yuer retorted, "He fears merely startling you." In truth, neither Shui Yuer nor Shui Bingo had witnessed Chowda's martial spirit or soul rings. Shui Bingo had only seen Chowda's 3 10,000-year soul rings, confirming that he was a soul emperor. The sisters were also curious about the nature of Chowda's martial spirit and soul rings. Yet they refrained from expressing their curiosity in the current setting. Chapter 71. Can we still compete fairly? Hearing the surrounding murmurs of astonishment, Feng Xiaotian felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him, a smug smile adorning his face. He was now a Soul Master, albeit newly at level 41. Within the Advanced Soul Master Academy, few could surpass him, and he represented the pinnacle of talent for this cohort. Even the likes of Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun could not match the level of his soul power. Of course, Feng Xiaotian was several years older than Tang San and his companions in their age group. However, he was comparable to them. He considered them all students of the Advanced Soul Master Academy under 20 years of age. Thus they could be compared to a certain extent. Feng Xiaotian cast a glance at Chowda, noting his remarkable calmness, which ignited a spark of irritation in him. Such pretense. "I shall soon expose your true form." He thought to himself, "Be cautious." Rather than immediately employing his soul skills, Feng Xiaotian intended to test the waters with his soul power. "I have no need for caution, for you cannot touch me. It is you who should be wary." Chowda stood motionless, observing Feng Xiaotian's figure darting swiftly around him. So arrogant. Feng Xiaotian moved with remarkable speed, continuously shifting positions while steadily closing the distance to Chowda. As he approached, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Chowda's face, intent on striking down his hypocritical facade. Huo Shuang remarked, "Feng Xiaotian's velocity is such that Chowda cannot evade him." Huo cast a glance at Shui Binger, questioning whether her choice in a partner was merely for show, as it seemed he was lacking in substance. However, Shui Binger remained unfazed, her expression serene. Though uncertain of Chowda's response, She had faith that his strength as a soul emperor would suffice against Feng Xiaotian. "Brother-in-law, counterattack!" exclaimed Shui Yuer, brimming with excitement. It was crucial for Feng Xiaotian to succeed. Is this all there is? What a disappointment. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian vanished. The crowd gasped as they witnessed his abrupt disappearance, only to reappear several meters away from Chowda, his attack still in motion but having missed entirely, causing him to stumble precariously. What just transpired? Wasn't he supposed to strike that person? How did he end up over there? The audience was utterly bewildered, and Huo Wushuang and his companions were similarly perplexed. Is this the technique of a spatial martial spirit? Shui Binger smiled. Shui Yuer snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you're incredible. Truly astonishing. Look at how confused Feng Xiaotian is, haha." While she couldn't express herself freely, she understood that in this moment, all she needed to do was praise her brother-in-law. Feng Xiaotian, genuinely astonished, had not anticipated such an outcome. He had aimed to strike Chowda but had unexpectedly shifted positions and swung at nothing. He turned to Chowda and inquired, "Is this your soul technique?" Chowda responded calmly, "Indeed." Feng Xiaotian furrowed his brows. Chowda's ability to alter the positions of others with his soul skill was difficult to counter. Huo Wu inquired, "Is this the extent of Chowda's soul skill? Yet I did not observe the appearance of a soul ring just now. Could it be an instant activation soul skill?" "An instant activation soul skill." Huo Wushuang gazed at Chowda in astonishment. Such a capability could only be achieved by the most exceptional of talents, underscoring Chowda's extraordinary aptitude. Shui Yuer chuckled. "What is so remarkable about an instant activation soul skill? My sister possesses this ability, so naturally my brother-in-law would as well." This reasoning ignited excitement within Shui Yuer, for she had borne witness to Chowda's two instant activation soul skills. One rendered opponents breathless, while the other, recently demonstrated, altered the positions of individuals. Both were highly unique and immensely useful soul skills, and each presented formidable challenges for any adversary to unravel. Shui Binger gazed at Chowda with radiant admiration. Chowda turned around and smiled at her. Shui Binger's face radiated even more brilliance. He was her man, the man who filled her with pride. "I refuse to believe that it cannot be unraveled." Feng Xiaotian began to employ his soul skills. The first soul skill, Wind Blade Formation. Feng Xiaotian's sharp wolf claws sprang forth from his palms, swiftly unleashing 10 crescent-shaped wind blades that sealed off every possible escape route for his opponent, continuously constricting the area, encircling Chowda. He did not need to approach. He launched a long-range assault using his soul skills. He could not fathom that Chowda could evade his soul techniques. Chowda possesses the ability to transfer other soul skills, yet he refrains from doing so. As Feng Xiaotian's wind blades converge, threatening to ensnare him, the tension escalates. Suddenly, the figure of Chowda vanished, and in the center of the wind blade array appeared the silhouette of Feng Xiaotian. This scene astonished everyone once more. Not good. Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly prepared his defenses. Yet, time was of the essence, and he was still injured by his own wind blade array. Although the injury was not severe, being harmed by one's own soul skill bore a significant humiliation. "Impressive, brother-in-law," Shui Yuer exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Shui Binga smiled as she observed Chowda. Huo Wushuang marveled. Chowda first removed himself from the center of the wind blade array, then replaced Feng Xiaotian in that position. His soul skill not only allows for the exchange of positions with others, but can also be applied to himself. And the range is considerable. If the effective range is sufficiently vast, it would indeed be nearly impossible to counter. Huo Wu remarked, "If that is the case, it would be utterly futile to confront him before his soul power is exhausted, unless one employs a soul skill to lock onto him." Yet, Feng Xiaotian possesses no such ability. A soul skill lock-on means to designate a target. Once locked within a certain range, the skill remains until it successfully strikes the target. Huo Wushuang replied, shaking his head. However, the efficacy of a lock-on is likely limited. He can simply switch places with his opponent before the soul skill reaches him, thereby evading the attack. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for a method to counter Chowda's soul skill. Feng Xiaotian was also deep in thought. Yet he could not conceive a solution. He felt quite vexed, believing himself stronger than Chowda, but Chowda's soul skill was so formidable that it rendered him powerless. Should they continue to compete? Chowda inquired of Feng Xiaotian, who now possessed 8 soul skills. Though each one could easily counter Feng Xiaotian, the battle must continue. For a victor had yet to be determined. Feng Xiaotian realized he could only rely on his swiftness to contend with Chowda's soul skills. Even if Chowda altered his position, Feng Xiaotian could compensate with his speed. His second soul skill, Dual Wolf Manifestation, served as a supportive skill, enhancing his attack, defense, and agility by 50%. The third soul skill, Gale Wings, manifested as a pair of enormous azure wings that unfurled from Feng Xiaotian's back, granting him the ability to fly up to 50 meters above the ground, significantly boosting his velocity. Under the influence of the second and third soul skills, Feng Xiaotian reached his utmost speed. "Let us press on," he declared as he soared above, gazing down at Xiaoda. "I refuse to believe your soul skills can disregard distance." Positioned over 20 meters above Xiaoda, he increased the gap, preparing for an attack from afar. "Feel free to ascend even higher and test whether my soul skills can reach you." The distance limitation of Xiaoda's spatial jump soul skill is a mile. Feng Xiaotian, suspended in the air, was abruptly transported to the ground. Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, "Can we not have a proper contest?" Chapter 72. A reunion, discovering the scoundrel, Xiao. Over 20 meters high. Is that permissible? Huo Wushuang and the others were astonished, for it is rare for soul skills to exceed a range of 20 meters. Xue Yue, though unclear about the specifics, did not hesitate to praise. "My brother-in-law's soul skill disregards distance. No matter how high Feng Xiaotian flies, it is futile." Huo Wu and the others expressed skepticism. Feng Xiaotian himself was unconvinced. He ascended once more, reaching nearly 50 meters, the highest altitude he could attain. Yet, it proved to be of no avail. Xiaoda executed another spatial leap soul technique, bringing Feng Xiaotian down to the ground. Feng Xiaotian, now numb and filled with indignation, challenged, "Xiaoda, if you dare, face me head-on." He was confident that in a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly prevail over Xiaoda. Xiaoda's soul skill is exceedingly cunning. Feng Xiaotian would not concede easily. "A direct confrontation?" Xiaoda chuckled. "What qualifications do you possess to engage me in direct combat when you cannot even approach me?" Xue Yue exclaimed, "Indeed, brother-in-law is formidable." Feng Xiaotian conceded swiftly. "You are no match for my brother-in-law." How infuriating. Feng Xiaotian felt as though he might vomit blood from frustration. Observing Feng Xiaotian's predicament, Huo Wushuang interjected diplomatically. "Feng Xiaotian, Xiaoda's soul technique is unique. For now, you are at a disadvantage. Perhaps we could declare it a draw?" Xue Yue protested. "It is evident that Feng Xiaotian has lost. How can you dare to suggest it as a tie?" Xiaoda nonchalantly remarked, "I am indifferent. I had no intention of competing, yet you insisted on a contest." With a scoff, Feng Xiaotian felt considerably relieved at the prospect of an exit. "I will discover a method to counter your soul skills. Next time, you shall surely lose." With that, he strode towards Huo Wushuang and the others. Xue Yue retorted, unable to accept defeat, "What kind of man are you? Let me tell you, you will never be a match for my brother-in-law. Remember, he is a soul emperor, while you are merely from the soul sect." The mention of soul emperor startled Huo Wushuang and the others, yet disbelief lingered in their minds. Huo Wu inquired of Xue Binger, "That can't be true, can it?" Xue Binger merely smiled, offering no definitive answer. Xiaoda approached, saying, "Let us continue our shopping." "Brother-in-law, you are truly impressive. I admire you," Xue Yue exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Xiaoda's, allowing him to distinctly feel her softness, warmth, and fragrance. With her playful affection, it was difficult for Xiaoda to respond, though he secretly relished the attention. Xue Binger, understanding her sister's nature, held no resentment. She believed it was harmless for her younger sister to indulge in some playful affection towards her brother-in-law, even if Xue Yue ultimately wished to marry Xiaoda. It was likely Xue Binger would acquiesce, for their family was accustomed to a harmonious arrangement of polygamy. Conceptually, they found it easier to accept. Xue Binger linked her arm with Xiaoda's other side, and the two sisters departed together with him. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Huo Wu remarked, "Do you think Xiaoda is truly a soul emperor?" "Impossible," Feng Xiaotian replied. "He appears to be about our age, at most a soul sect. His soul skills are merely unique. He doesn't even dare to engage in direct confrontation. It's all mere pretense." Huo Wushuang added, "Regardless, his soul skills are quite enigmatic. If we encounter him in the Soul Master competition, it could be quite painful. We need to devise a strategy." Feng Xiaotian countered. "The Soul Master competition is a team event. His skills can only handle 1 or 2 opponents at most. In larger groups, it's easier to manage. A one-on-one encounter would be troublesome, but we can always think of a solution." Huo Wushuang nodded in agreement. Huo Wu declared, "I no longer wish to shop. I want to return and train." Feng Xiaotian eagerly offered, "Sister Huo Wu, allow me to escort you back." Huo Wu retorted, "No need. Do not follow me. Win against Xiaoda first. harboring a desire to use Chowda as a shield. Feng Xiaoyan's resentment towards Chowda deepened. Let us return together, Wu Wushuang suggested to her friends, noting that the group had lost interest in shopping. Thus, the four of them made their way back. Chowda and his companions continued to stroll through the streets as if nothing had transpired. Brother-in-law, do you think this dress is beautiful? Indeed, it suits you perfectly. Shui were delighted in visiting clothing stores. Although she did not purchase much, she relished trying on various outfits and eagerly pulled Shui Binger along. Igniting a fervor within Chowda, he felt the need to restrain himself, knowing he could only seek solace with Lu Erlong later that night. While perusing a clothing store, they unexpectedly encountered acquaintances. Big brother Dai, second brother, third brother, look over there, isn't that Chowda? Ma Hongjun spotted Chowda enjoying a cheerful conversation with the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. The four had accompanied some female classmates for shopping and were taken aback to see Chowda here. It is him, Oscar remarked. I didn't expect him to have a new romantic interest, and two at that. What about Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing? Surely, they are unaware of Chowda's intimate exchanges with other girls. Initially, they believed Chowda to be a man of principle, but now they found no distinction between him and themselves. Jealousy festered within. Why should Ning Rongrong and the others be close to Chowda while they remained disregarded? Was it merely a matter of timing? Seeing Chowda reminded Dai Mubai of Zhu Zhuqing, stirred Tang San's thoughts of Xiaowu, and rekindled Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong. While Ma Hongjun recalled his own painful past. Xiaowu, you've mistaken him. Tang San, unwavering in his affection for Xiaowu, was resolute that she was his one true love, and he would stop at nothing to win her heart. Encountering Chowda not only made him feel that Xiaowu deserved better, but also filled him with renewed hope. The more disreputable Chowda appeared, the clearer it would become for Xiaowu to turn her affections to Tang San. Furthermore, seeing Chowda here implied that Xiaowu was also in Heavendo City, presenting him with the opportunity to see her again. I must expose this hypocrite. Oscar could no longer contain himself, wishing to thwart Chowda's charade. Tang San intervened, urging him to remain calm. Acting impulsively will only bring you harm. As a support-type soul master, you must be cautious. Since he is here, it suggests he might be affiliated with the Soul Master Academy or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. We should gather information before taking action. Daimubai concurred. Chowda likely came to Heavendo City to evade the Spirit Hall, especially with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's presence here, making it unlikely for the Spirit Hall to strike. However, it seems he is also wary of leaving Heavendo City, so there will be future opportunities. Ma Hongjun chimed in. The two girls by his side are exceptionally beautiful. It's truly unjust. Why does he get to enjoy such fortune? A glance at some distance revealed a few female classmates, instantly overshadowed by Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Daimubai, Oscar, and Tang San scrutinized Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, acknowledging their beauty. Although they believed them to be slightly inferior to Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, they were undoubtedly far superior to the other girls nearby. Envy and resentment towards Chowda surged within them. They could not allow Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong to remain deceived by Chowda. They were determined to rescue the three lovely girls. Such aspirations burned fiercely within them. Chapter 73. Assassination of Tang San and Others. Chowda also took note of Tang San and his companions, exchanging a brief glance with them. Neither party exhibited any intention of greeting the other, choosing to act as if they were strangers. However, the presence of Tang San and his group solidified certain conclusions for Chowda. For instance, their arrival in Heavendo City undoubtedly stemmed from an invitation by Qin Ming. Yet, their absence from the Blue Tyrant Academy indicated that they had indeed enrolled in the Heavendo Royal Academy. The unfolding narrative was continuously altered by Chowda's presence. Given that they had joined the Heavendo Royal Academy, their remarkable talents and capabilities would surely lead them to participate in the Soul Master competition, where they were destined to cross paths. Chowda pondered, I wonder if Tang San has acquired the 8 spider lances. Perhaps not, as the relevant events have already diverged. He merely entertained this thought, for his own strength had far surpassed that of Tang San. Even if Tang San were to employ his unique techniques and hidden weapons, he would still be no match for Chowda. While Chowda was lost in contemplation, a woman entered the establishment, casually passing by Tang San and his companions. Suddenly, a sharp, poisoned dagger materialized in her hand, and she lunged towards Tang San. Sensing the imminent danger, Tang San reacted swiftly, managing to evade a fatal blow, though he was nonetheless struck in the shoulder. The unexpected assassination attempt took Daimubai and the others by surprise. Assassin! Be cautious. As Dai Mubai finally grasped the situation, the female assassin launched a second assault, her sights still set on Tang San. In this moment, she unleashed her martial spirit and soul skills, revealing a series of purple soul rings as numerous green poisonous needles emerged in her grasp, hurtling toward Tang San. Assassin, why are you attempting to kill me? Tang San was baffled, yet he dared not underestimate the threat, employing his Xuan Yu hand technique to deftly capture all the poisonous needles. Such an attack posed no challenge for him without the need for his martial spirit or soul skills. Seeking death, Dai Mubai had already summoned his martial spirit and soul rings, channeling his soul power to assault the female assassin. Ma Hongjun was slightly slower to react. Both were mindful of the potential damage to the establishment, thus refraining from utilizing their soul skills. Someone's been killed. Panic ensued among the onlookers, who screamed and scattered, creating a chaotic scene. Entangle. Tang San retaliated, unleashing his blue-silver grass vines to ensnare the female assassin. However, she was no weakling, even against the three of them. She maneuvered with ease. Xiaowu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer retreated to the side, remaining present as they observed the battle. Shui Yuer, feeling a tinge of fear, clutched Xiaoda's arm and exclaimed, "How terrifying! To think that someone would attempt assassination in broad daylight." Shui Binger responded, "They are students from the Royal Academy of Heavendo. Who possesses such audacity to directly attack students of the Royal Academy in Heavendo City? Xiaoda, there are always those with audacity. That female assassin, based on the assessment of her soul power, is likely a soul king, while those individuals are merely soul sovereigns. Shui Yuer, so she is indeed a soul king. Does that not spell doom for them?" Xiaoda shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Those three individuals are extraordinary, particularly the one wielding the blue-silver grass. Together, they present a formidable challenge, making it difficult for the female assassin to succeed. In fact, once her initial strike failed, she lost her chance. Soon, the guards should arrive. The female assassin cannot hold out much longer. She will either perish or flee. As Xiaoda had predicted, the female assassin soon made her escape, and Tang San and his companions were unable to detain her. Whether they could capture her afterward remained uncertain. "Third brother, are you all right?" Oscar inquired, offering Tang San a restorative sausage. Noticing Tang San's pale complexion and the blood on him, he expressed deep concern. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury and a bit of poison. It's nothing to worry about." The injury was superficial, and while the poison was potent, it posed no real threat to Tang San, who was well versed in the art of toxins. Dai Mubai approached Tang San, stating, "The assassin was targeting you. Fortunately, your reflexes were quick. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. It's strange, since joining Shrek Academy, we have been inseparable. Why would anyone come back to assassinate you?" Tang San shook his head in confusion. "I do not understand why the assassin sought to kill me. I have been focused on my studies, and even if I have had conflicts with some individuals, it hardly warrants an assassination attempt." Ma Hongjun joined them, urging, "Let us hurry back and inform the dean and the others. Staying here could be dangerous if the assassin returns." Oscar agreed. "Fatty is right. We should return to the academy where it is safer." The four departed together. Although the owner of the clothing shop had some connections, he neither obstructed them nor demanded compensation. Shortly after Tang San and his companions left, the guards arrived at the shop. At that moment, Xiaoda, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer had already exited the establishment, as this matter had no bearing on them. Xiaoda was also pondering who might have attempted to assassinate Tang San. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Spirit Hall was the most likely culprit. He believed that the Spirit Hall had begun to take notice of Tang San due to his previous remarks. This assassination attempt served not only as an attack but also as a test. Otherwise, they could have dispatched a more formidable opponent to eliminate Tang San in one decisive strike. Xiaoda was not mistaken. Indeed, the assassin was arranged by the Spirit Hall. Typically, an assassin approaches their task with the mindset that if successful, they reap unforeseen benefits, and if they fail, their actions will not attract significant attention. This also serves as a test to ascertain whether Tang Hao is covertly protecting Tang San. This assassination attempt was more of an experiment rather than a serious intent to kill. Tang Hao's absence raises questions. Is he merely at a distance? Xiaoda firmly believes that Tang Hao is certainly within the vicinity of Heavendo City, and not too far from Tang San. Though he likely is already aware of the situation, Tang Hao did not receive immediate word of the assassin's presence. As he cannot remain constantly by Tang San's side for protection, there are limitations to how closely he can monitor. Upon learning of his son's assassination attempt, Tang Hao was filled with rage and is now in pursuit of the female assassin. Where does she think she's going? Tang Hao successfully apprehended her. Given his formidable strength, she was unable to take her own life even in her final moments. Who sent you? Tang Hao inquired. He suspected the spirit hall but deemed it unlikely. As Tang San had not been exposed, thus he could not dismiss the possibility that the assassin was dispatched by someone wronged by Tang San in the past. The female assassin remained silent. She was trained to withstand interrogation and reveal little. Furthermore, she was unaware of her employer's identity, being merely a cog in the assassin organization, executing the task assigned to her. The spirit hall would not directly involve individuals with whom they had a direct connection for such an assassination. I have time to make you talk, Tang Hao declared as he first incapacitated the female assassin's martial soul, then severed her limbs, taking her away for a slow interrogation. Determined to extract a confession one way or another, Chowder remained oblivious to Tang Hao's movements, and he now exercised greater caution. Given that the spirit hall had attempted to assassinate Tang San, it was plausible that they might target him as well. While he himself harbored no fear, he was genuinely concerned about the potential repercussions for others, particularly for Xiaowu. Without a binding to the capture space, she would be unable to retreat to safety in the face of danger. Conversely, those who were bound to the capture space could be sensed by Chowda during perilous situations, allowing him to guide them into the sanctuary of the capture space in a timely manner. The title of Soul Emperor still felt insufficient. Chowda seeks greater strength, yearning to enhance his power to ensure safety for himself and those around him. Following the assassination attempt, their spirits dampened. They returned to Tianshui Academy. Chapter 74, The Mother-in-Law? At the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San finds himself in the room of Yu Xiaojiang. Consider if you have offended anyone, Yu Xiaojiang muses, his brow furrowed. To hire an assassin, the grudge must be substantial. Tang San shakes his head. I do not believe I have wronged anyone to such an extent. It feels inexplicably perplexing. Could it be that someone has discovered your dual martial souls and wishes to eliminate you? Yu Xiaojiang speculates. Tang San, confused, replies, if that were the case, wouldn't they attempt to win me over first? Why resort directly to assassination? Yu Xiaojiang suggests, perhaps it is a vendetta. A vendetta? Tang San responds, bewildered. My father is merely an ordinary blacksmith in the village. He has no enemies. Yu Xiaojiang glances at Tang San, realizing that he remains unaware of Tang Hao's true identity. Otherwise, Tang San would not hold such an opinion. Yu Xiaojiang is well aware of Tang Hao's enmity with the Spirit Hall, a significant one at that. Furthermore, Tang Hao's rise to the status of a titled Douluo would naturally attract additional adversaries, especially considering his affiliation with the Haotian sect, which undoubtedly has its share of foes as well. The attempt on Tang San's life likely pertains to Tang Hao, possibly not because they know of Tang San's dual martial souls, but rather due to his lineage as Tang Hao's son. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojiang advises. It is prudent for you to remain within the academy for your training. Do not venture outside. Assassins would not dare to infiltrate the Tiando Royal Academy. For the time being, this is the only course of action Yu Xiaojiang can take. He trusts that Tang Hao, who secretly watches over Tang San, will uncover the truth behind the incident and resolve it. All he must do is wait. Tang San nods. I understand, teacher. Unless necessary, I will refrain from going out and will focus on my training within the academy. Only by enhancing my strength can I ensure my own safety. Yu Xiaojiang expresses his satisfaction. You are the epitome of understanding. It brings great reassurance. Concentrate on your training, as it will serve as preparation for the Soul Master competition. The Soul Master competition is an event in which Tang San and his companions will participate. They have joined the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy and will compete in the competition in a year and a half. Unlike the first team, which is granted direct entry into the finals, the second team must navigate through preliminary rounds and individual competitions. Tang San and his friends currently do not possess the same level of soul power as Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan, who are nobles, thus precluding them from entering the first team. At this moment, Tang Hao is in a residence near the Tiando Royal Academy, interrogating the female assassin while monitoring the situation at the academy. He does not rush to meet Tang San or Yu Xiaojiang, opting instead to continue his covert protection of Tang San. His immediate objective is to uncover the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. However, he estimates the prospects are dim. No matter how he tortures the female assassin, she remains tight-lipped. Although he suspects the Spirit Hall, he cannot be certain, as there are other potential enemies beyond just the Spirit Hall. Tianshui Academy. Chowda, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer were strolling through the academy. Binger Yuer. Along the way, they encountered Vice Principal Yu of Tianshui Academy. Shui Binger exclaimed, Mother, while Shui Yue greeted, Aunt. Vice Principal Yu was indeed Shui Binger's mother and the first wife of Shui Yuer's father, hence her title of aunt. Encountering her mother-in-law, Chowda warmly greeted, Good day. Auntie, I am Chowda, a friend of Binger and Yuer. Vice Principal Yu scrutinized Chowda. The news of Shui Binger having a boyfriend had spread throughout the academy in recent days, making it nearly impossible for her to remain oblivious. She was well aware of her daughter's temperament. Initially, she had dismissed the rumors as mere exaggerations propagated by those courting her daughter, a common occurrence in the past. However, when a teacher reported having seen Shui Binger and Chowda holding hands, she could no longer disregard the matter. Originally intending to inquire about the situation with her daughter in the afternoon after finishing her morning tasks, she discovered that her daughter had left the academy, accompanying none other than Chowda. The situation seemed to be escalating, causing Vice Principal Yu considerable concern. Upon their return to Tianshui Academy, the news swiftly reached Vice Dean Yu. She set aside her current tasks and hurried over to investigate. What she beheld was her daughter, hand in hand with Chowda, walking together without a hint of reservation, their intimacy evident. This was a stark contrast to her daughter's previous demeanor. She had never been so close to a boy before. Suddenly, Vice Dean Yu felt a wave of realization wash over her. Her daughter had grown up and was truly in love. At first glance, Vice Dean Yu found Chowda quite presentable. Her initial impression was favorable. Hello, Chowda, she greeted. Shui Binger, blushing, replied, Mom, Chowda is now my boyfriend. Vice Dean Yu was taken aback, astonished by her daughter's boldness, which was so unlike her typically composed nature. Chowda revealed a sincere smile and said, Aunt, I have feelings for Binger. I kindly ask for your permission for us to pursue a relationship. Shui Yuer chimed in, Dear Aunt, my brother-in-law is truly wonderful. He and my sister are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. He has even been addressed as brother-in-law. Given Shui Yuer's exuberant personality, Vice Dean Yu was not surprised. With a smile, she replied, It is natural for young people to fall in love, and I shall not intervene. However, your primary focus must remain on your cultivation. Do not allow distractions. You must understand that this is indeed the prime age for your development. Such opportunities, once lost, will not return. Despite her words, she couldn't help but be concerned about Chowda's talents and family background, as she could not bear to see her daughter suffer. Chow Dideo reassured, Aunt, rest assured, we shall not neglect our cultivation. We will strive together. Shui Binger responded, Indeed, we will make a concerted effort. Shui Yuer interjected, Dear Aunt, have no worries. My brother-in-law is truly a genius among geniuses. He is already a Soul Emperor. Soul Emperor? Vice Dean Yu expressed astonishment and skepticism. Gazing at Chowda, inquiring, Is that truly the case? Chowda nodded. Indeed, I have recently ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor. Shui Binger replied, Mother, this is the truth. I would never deceive you. Chowda's talent is unparalleled, far surpassing that of my own. Yet, it is important to note that my affection for him encompasses his entirety, not merely his extraordinary gifts. It was love at first sight for both of us. Truly, he is a Soul Emperor. Shui Binger's words left Vice Dean Yu in disbelief, yet she couldn't help but feel astonished. Chowda, how old are you? Chowda appears to be of a similar age to his daughter, though he may indeed be older. If he surpasses the age of 25 and possesses the realm of a Soul Emperor, it is quite reasonable. However, if he shares the same age as his daughter, yet has attained the status of a Soul Emperor, that would indeed be extraordinary. Chowda, in all his sincerity, candidly stated, I am a little over 2 years younger than Binger. Shui Binger gently wrapped her arm around Chowda's, saying, Mother, we are nearly the same age. Shui Yuer chuckled and remarked, Auntie, are you not astonished? Astonished indeed, beyond belief. Does this imply that Chowda, at the tender age of 15 or 16, has already attained the rank of Soul Emperor? How can that be? Vice Dean Yu found it hard to accept. Glancing around at the onlooking students and faculty, she felt that this was not the appropriate setting for such a discussion. Chowda, why don't you accompany your aunt for a moment? Chowda readily agreed. Chapter 75. The Honest Man. Chowda once again deceives others. Vice Dean Yu possesses an independent residence at Tianshui Academy, far more grand than that of Lu Erlong. Make yourselves comfortable. Please do not stand on ceremony. Binger, kindly pour some tea, and Yuer, please wash some fruits, Vice Dean Yu instructed. Shui Binger proceeded to pour the tea, while Shui Yuer went to clean the fruits. In the living room, Chowda and Vice Dean Yu sat facing each other. Vice Dean Yu looked at Chowda and inquired, Chowda, if you don't mind, may I call you Xiao Chao? Chowda, I don't mind. Weisstein chuckled and inquired, Xiao, where is your home? Who else is in your family? The essential skills of a parent were activated. The honest Xiao had no reservations. Auntie, when I was young, my family encountered unforeseen circumstances, and I lost my parents and relatives. Subsequently, I met Dean Lu Erlong of Lamba Academy, and I have since been studying and cultivating there. Weisstein was acquainted with Lu Erlong, having heard of her reputation as a rather tempestuous woman, known for her poor relations with other academies, which contributed to the unfavorable impression they held of Lamba Academy, including Tianshui Academy. I have met Dean Lu before. She is indeed a remarkable woman, Weisstein remarked. I did not anticipate such upheaval in your family. However, that is all in the past. You must live with strength, for the future will undoubtedly be brighter. In Weisstein's perspective, Xiaoda, now an orphan, considered Lu Erlong his guardian, symbolizing his family background, though Weisstein was unaware of the intricacies of Lu Erlong's background. The fact that she could establish an officially recognized Advanced Soul Master Academy in Tiando City suggested a rather formidable lineage, with Lu Erlong as Xiaoda's support. His family standing was indeed comparable to Shui Bing'er's. With that concern alleviated, Weisstein's primary focus shifted to Xiaoda's soul power level. Although her daughter's words instilled confidence in her, she still wished to witness it firsthand. Xiao, may I see your soul rings? If it's inconvenient, then it's all right. Would it be permissible? Surely, if he refused, he would harbor discontent. After all, his soul rings had already been revealed. There was no fear in allowing others to see. Xiaoda nodded, remarking that there was nothing unworthy of scrutiny. At that moment, Shui entered the living room, carrying a platter of freshly washed fruits. I wish to see as well. I have yet to behold my brother-in-law's soul ring. Weisstein cast a disapproving glance at Shui, pondering to herself, how can you be certain that Xiaoda is the soul emperor when you have never even seen his soul ring? And why do you so sweetly refer to him as brother-in-law, as if you have been enchanted? Xiaoda chuckled, you haven't asked to see my soul rings. If you wish to, I would certainly show them to you. Shui blinked. Have I not made such a request? She had forgotten that they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days, yet there was an instinctive feeling of familiarity, as if they had been acquainted for far longer. It was only natural that she had not expressed a desire to see Xiaoda's soul rings. Given the brevity of their acquaintance, she felt the timing was not yet right to broach the subject. However, having spent the last few days getting to know Xiaoda, she was left with a sense of having known him for ages, leading her to believe she should have already been privy to the details of his soul rings. Shui Bing'er entered, carrying several cups of tea. How could you dare to ask to see his soul rings after knowing him for just a couple of days? She handed the teacups to the 3 of them, glanced at Xiaoda, and added, I didn't even have the courage to bring it up. However, Xiaoda previously showed me 3 black soul rings, which means he must be a soul emperor. 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. By normal standards, this would at least indicate he was a soul sage, not merely a soul emperor. Weisstein looked at Xiaoda, astonished. 3 10,000-year soul rings. How can he only be a soul emperor? Shouldn't he be a soul sage? Shui Bing'er clarified. Xiaoda's 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. Shui exclaimed in surprise. Can a 4th soul ring absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? That seems impossible. Weisstein shared her disbelief. Xiaoda sincerely stated, my soul rings are rather extraordinary. Not only is my 4th soul ring a 10,000-year soul ring, but you shall soon discover more. The 3 women looked at Xiaoda with curiosity, pondering the possibility of other unique soul rings. Xiaoda released his soul rings. 6 soul rings. Black, red, black, purple. The 3 women were immediately taken aback, unable to fathom the reality before them. How could anyone possess such extraordinary soul rings? The first soul ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring, and there was also a red 100,000-year soul ring. Shui gulped. That red soul ring must belong to a 100,000-year soul beast, right? Brother-in-law, how did you manage this? Are you some kind of monster? Weisstein regained his composure, fixated intently on Xiaoda's 6 soul rings. Xiaoda and Shui Bing'er were momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoda elucidated. My martial soul and physique are extraordinarily unique. My soul rings were not acquired through the hunt of soul beasts, but rather self-conceived. And the longevity of these soul rings will continue to expand. This is my greatest secret, so I implore you to keep it confidential. Such an astounding revelation. And you have voiced it aloud. Are you not moved? Certainly. The 3 women are touched. Do you harbor concerns? They are indeed apprehensive. Shui Bing'er expressed her worry. Xiaoda, you ought not to have disclosed this to us. Should this information leak, it could surely bring harm upon you. There will undoubtedly be those who wish to study you, to uncover the reasons behind your unique soul rings and the ability to self-manifest them. A temptation so profound that it could drive many to take reckless risks. Chowda said to Shui Binger, "There is no need for concern. You are the one I cherish, and your family is my family. This secret should be known to you. Do not worry about my safety. My soul skills are sufficient for my protection and can safeguard you as well." Shui Binger, moved, responded, "Chowda, thank you for your trust. We will keep this secret and will never do anything to harm you." Shui Yuer gazed at Chowda with her large eyes, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, my extraordinary brother-in-law. You are truly amazing. It feels as though I am dreaming. You are the deity in my heart. How could anyone achieve what you have, if not for being a monster or a god?" At that moment, Shui Wei held an immense reverence for Chowda, akin to the veneration one has for a divine being. "Binger, where, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone," he urged. Weistin cautioned, "Chowda, you too. Do not reveal your soul rings lightly, nor share your secrets with others. Otherwise, you may invite peril upon yourself. This world is not as simple as you envision. It is rife with conflict." The sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, nodded solemnly in agreement. Chowda replied, "It is too late. My soul ring has already been exposed. During my previous training in Soto City, it was revealed at the Great Soul Arena. Consequently, I have drawn the attention of the Spirit Hall. Douluo sought to capture me and take me to the Spirit Hall, but I managed to evade him." "What? You have already attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall?" The three women wore expressions of deep concern. Chowda reassured them, stating, "There is no need for concern. I possess the ability to safeguard myself. Even a spirit Douluo like Ju cannot capture me. My spatial martial spirit harbors unique soul skills that no one can confine. I can utilize spatial movement to evade any pursuit." To alleviate their worries, Chowda deliberately employed his spatial leap soul skill to transport them alongside him. This gesture provided them with a sense of security, for Chowda's prowess was formidable and beyond limitation. Chapter 76. The mother-in-law expresses support. This skill allows him to traverse a distance of 1 mile in an instant. It is not a mere teleportation but a spatial leap. Based on my understanding, there seems to be nothing capable of hindering the activation of such soul skills. Having experienced it firsthand, Weistin truly comprehended the might of Chowda's spatial leap soul skill. Firstly, the spatial leap is a soul skill of 100,000 years, capable of instantaneous activation, supported by ample soul power. It can be executed in the blink of an eye without any preparatory time. A mere thought suffices, rendering it virtually impossible to counter in time. Secondly, it can reach a maximum distance of 1 mile, and it can be performed consecutively, enabling movement across several miles within mere seconds. Even a tidal Douluo, who excels in speed and can fly, would find it impossible to catch up. As it cannot be pursued or locked onto, capturing him becomes unfeasible. Moreover, this spatial leap soul skill can transport others along with him or, conversely, compel enemies to move passively, potentially displacing them a mile away. Should an adversary attempt to assault Chowda, regardless of their strength, he can simply relocate them, preventing them from drawing near and thus averting any attack. With merely this singular spatial leap skill, Chowda is sufficiently equipped for self-defense and the protection of others. Not to mention, he possesses an additional 7 formidable soul skills. There is no need to delve into the details of his other abilities. The mere existence of the spatial leap skill is enough to instill confidence in Weistin and the others. However, Shui Binger still harbored some concerns and advised Chowda, "Although your soul skill is impressive, we must not be complacent. An open attack is easy to evade, but a hidden dagger is much harder to guard against." Chowda understood, expressing his awareness. He felt quite capable of managing on his own, but was concerned about the potential repercussions for others. Weistin remarked, "The Spirit Hall is domineering. It is not surprising for them to act in any manner. It would be prudent for you to remain within the academy and focus on your cultivation, ensuring that you possess sufficient strength for self-preservation in the future." Chowda nodded and said, "Binger, you shall remain at the Tian Shui Academy. Should anything arise, I will come here. It is far safer for me to act alone than for you to be exposed outside." Shui Binger replied, "For the sake of your safety, you cannot visit Tian Shui Academy every day. Once or twice a month will suffice." She feared that Chowda's frequent visits might lead to unforeseen troubles, as others could discern his pattern and lay in wait. Shui Yuer inquired, "Brother-in-law, now that you possess 200,000-year soul rings, you have attained the rank of Soul Emperor. Are you capable of contending with a soul saint? You should be, shouldn't you?" Vice President, you remarked, given Xiao Chao's strength. He should have no difficulty in handling a soul saint. Chowda remarked, I now possess the strength to contend with a soul Douluo. Teacher Lu Erlong has reached the rank of soul Douluo, and I frequently spar with her, thus gaining an understanding of my own capabilities. Although I am not yet a match for stronger soul Douluos or title Douluos, I can always evade them if I cannot prevail. Therefore, if the Spirit Hall wishes to confront me, they must at least dispatch several soul Douluos or even title Douluos. I have crossed blades with Ju Douluo, and he is aware of my agility. Until he finds a way to restrain me, he is unlikely to act against me recklessly. My only concern is whether the Spirit Hall will target those close to me. Vice Dean Yu advised, as long as your loved ones remain within the academy, the Spirit Hall will not dare to act overtly. Besides, did you not mention that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School provides you with protection? With their backing, the Spirit Hall will be even more apprehensive. As long as you exercise caution, you will not afford them the opportunity to strike. Once you and your companions grow stronger, it will become increasingly difficult for them to deal with you. Shui Yuer interjected, brother-in-law, you are a monstrous talent, rapidly advancing in strength. Hurry and become invincible. Then you can protect me, and the Spirit Hall will not dare to confront me. The thought that Chowda could now contend with certain soul Douluos led her to believe that once he reached the rank of soul saint, he would be able to stand against title Douluos, and eventually, as a soul Douluo, few would be his equal. Rather than striving for self-preservation, it would be swifter for her to wait for Chowda to grow strong enough to shield her, and indeed, he would do so at an extraordinary pace. Upon hearing Shui Yuer's words, Chowda and the others could not help but chuckle. Her quirky nature was indeed rare. Vice Dean Yu invited Chowda to stay for dinner, even taking the time to cook herself, an evident sign of her recognition and regard for him. After dinner, which concluded at dusk, Shui Binger personally escorted Chowda out of the Tianshui Academy, and he returned to Lamba Academy without incident. That evening, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer stayed at Vice Dean Yu's home, sharing a bed and engaging in conversation. Shui Yuer lay on Vice Dean Yu's left side, clutching her arm and teasingly remarked, Aunt, you must be quite pleased with my brother-in-law, Chowda. On her right, Shui Binger gazed at her mother. Vice Dean Yu glanced at the two of them and smiled, saying, Chowda's talent is unparalleled, a prodigious existence. It would indeed be wonderful if he and Binger could be together. My only concern is that Chowda may be too exceptional, and Bingo might not be able to keep him. Compared to Chowda, Shui Bingo appeared quite ordinary. While there were certainly many women superior to Shui Binger, there was only one Chowda of such prodigious talent, and undoubtedly many outstanding girls would vie for his attention in the future. Vistein Yu worried that Shui Binger might not be able to hold on to him. Shui Yuer nodded in agreement, indeed. With a brother-in-law so remarkable, I too find myself smitten. Other girls are bound to feel the same. Moreover, I sense that he may possess a wandering heart, and in the future, there may not be just one woman vying for his affection. Sister, you will have plenty of competitors. Vice Dean Yu remarked. It is quite normal for an exceptional man to attract multiple women. What concerns me is a man who falls in love with every woman he encounters. One who is fickle and easily bored. Such a man is not worth having. Shui Yuer responded. So, in that case, my father is still a good man. Vice Dean Yu chuckled. Your father is doing reasonably well, at least to our satisfaction. She looked at her daughter and added, if Chowda can be as devoted as your father, then it would be a fortuitous match, having experienced life herself. Vice Dean Yu did not oppose an outstanding man having more than one woman, provided that he was not capricious and could meet the needs of all his partners. Otherwise, he would not be a good man deserving of love. Shui Binger declared, from the very first moment I laid eyes on Chowda, I felt he was my one and only. I love him, and I sense that he cares deeply for me as well. I am unsure what the future holds. But for now, I am very happy. Mother, Yuer, will you support me? Shui Yuer affirmed, absolutely, 100% support. I believe my brother-in-law is a good man. And sister, you will find happiness. Vice Dean Yu embraced her daughter and softly advised, you are young, you can explore. Even if you make a mistake, it can be rectified. Dare to love, and do not let yourself regret it in the future. Shui Binger replied, thank you, mother, thank you, Yuer. I will strive to do my best. Meanwhile, the charming yet mischievous Chowda was entangled in a passionate embrace with Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, playfully chided. Little man, who has ignited your flames today, that you seek to extinguish them upon me? Chowda, with a shameless grin, remarked, today, Erlong, you are exceedingly beautiful. Lu Erlong smiled slightly in response. You are quite the silver-tongued flatterer. Chapter 77. The first formal meeting with Qian Rinxue in the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Within the prince's residence, the young Prince Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, suddenly inquired of his mentor, Ning Fingxi, Master, are you acquainted with a person named Xiaowu? Ning Fingxi, who served as the tutor to Prince Xueqinghe, not only instructed him in the arts of cultivation but also imparted lessons on conduct and etiquette. However, he remained unaware that the prince was but a guise for Qian Rinxue. The mention of Xiaowu by Xueqinghe took Ning Fengji by surprise momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure, pondering whether the court had taken an interest in this individual and if the prince was concerned as well. Xiaodu's revelation of his soul rings in Soto City has not only attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall but also that of the Tiando Empire's court, which is entirely understandable. However, it was unexpected that Xueqinghe would notice Xiaodu so swiftly. Xueqinghe explained, I learned of this incident by chance and was astonished, doubting the authenticity of such claims. Master, you must know more about this. In your opinion, does a person like Xiaodu truly exist? The idea that his first soul ring is a 10,000-year ring and his third is a 100,000-year ring sounds utterly fantastical, making it hard to believe. In truth, Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, had already come to accept Xiaodu's existence, and her inquiry stemmed from a desire to uncover more about him. Since encountering Xiaodu's portrait, she has been unable to forget him, constantly yearning to learn more about his story. From Ning Fengji's perspective, Xueqinghe's reaction is entirely normal. Anyone who learns of Xiaodu would inevitably feel astonished and curious. After contemplating, he decided to share some information with Xueqinghe, Your Highness. Although Xiaodu's circumstances are difficult to believe, they have been confirmed. The matter is indeed true, and he possesses such extraordinary soul rings. We have also learned that the Spirit Hall, upon discovering this, attempted to bring him to Spirit City, dispatching a titled Douluo for this purpose. But they were unable to capture him. Currently, Xiaodu resides in Tiando City, and he has some connections with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have met him once, and he is quite an admirable individual. Xiaodu indeed possesses a profound connection with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Xueqinghe, having corroborated certain intelligence gathered by the Spirit Hall through Ning Fengji's words, displayed a look of astonishment. Such a person truly exists. Has my teacher encountered him as well? Pausing momentarily, he feigned excitement. The first spirit ring is of 10,000 years, the second as well. The third spirit ring is 100,000-year crimson rings, while the fourth and fifth are purple rings. This Xiaodu is an unprecedented anomaly, a prodigious talent. Ning Fengji mused, not merely a prodigy. He is, in fact, a rarity. Now, the spirit rings have transformed into 2 crimson rings and 3 black rings, with further enhancements possible. He resolved not to disclose these matters to Xueqinghe. Turning to Ning Fengji, Xueqinghe made a request. Teacher, this Xiaodu is undoubtedly a great talent, destined to become a formidable powerhouse. I wish to cultivate a rapport with him and seek your assistance in introducing me. It is evident that Prince Xueqinghe has an eye for talent. At least on the surface. This aligns with Ning Fengji's teachings. As a teacher, it would be inappropriate to refuse a student eager to befriend Xiaodu. Should this individual flourish, he is bound to become a powerful titled Douluo, indeed worthy of alliance. However, he is not one to be easily constrained. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had previously sought to court him but was politely declined. Your Highness need not be disheartened. I suggest initiating a meeting as friends. By fostering a solid friendship, he may eventually lend his support to the Empire, Ning Fengji advised. Xueqinghe expressed skepticism regarding whether the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School truly failed to win over Xiaodu, yet he kept his doubts to himself. Echoing Ning Fengji's sentiments, as the teacher suggests, I shall first befriend him and establish a cordial relationship. Ning Fengji smiled with satisfaction and remarked, I shall meet with Xiaodu and convey this matter to him. I am confident he will agree to meet with your highness. Xueqinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, teacher. For some unknown reason, the prospect of meeting Xiaodu quickened Xueqinghe's heartbeat, blending anticipation with nervousness. A few days later, Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo visited the Blue Lawn Academy, bringing with them the promised resources for the institution. They approached Xiaodu to inform him of Prince Xueqinghe's desire to meet him. Prince Xueqinghe wishes to see me? The court is paying attention to me? Xiaodu reflected. Since it is Uncle Ning who has made the request, I shall indeed meet this prince. Xiaodu had yet to formally meet or converse with Qian Rinxue, Xueqinghe, but he thought it would be beneficial to do so, while simultaneously doing a favor for Ning Fengji. That very afternoon, Xiaodu entered the imperial palace alone with Ning Fengji, proceeding to the crown prince's residence. Xiaodu. He is none other than his highness, Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Your Highness, this is Xiaowu, Ning Fengji introduced them. Xueqinghe, Qianrenxue, gazed intently at Xiaowu, her heart racing, a delicate flush gracing her cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness that momentarily captivated her. Your Highness, are you unwell? Is something the matter? Ning Fengji observed that Xueqinghe appeared somewhat peculiar. Xiaowu was perplexed by Xueqinghe's unusual behavior as he found himself being scrutinized intently. Clearing his throat, Xueqinghe regained his composure and replied, I apologize. I am merely experiencing a slight discomfort, but it is nothing serious. Young Master Xiao, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Please, have a seat. Xiaowu courteously replied, Your Highness. You are too kind. The three of them settled within the room, as Xueqinghe personally brewed tea, exemplifying his graciousness towards those of merit. Xueqinghe remarked, Master Xiaowu is a once-in-a-millennium talent. It is my honor to make your acquaintance. Should you require any resources for your cultivation in the future, feel free to approach me. Consider me a good friend, and as a friend, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Xiaowu remained oblivious to Qianrenxue's intentions. Yet he was unperturbed, harboring great confidence in the captivating space. Since he had bound himself to Qianrenxue, even if she were unaware of the truth, it was unlikely she would cause him any harm. With a smile, he expressed, It is truly an honor to befriend His Highness. I am indifferent to others' backgrounds. However, I shall reciprocate the sincerity of those who treat me well. I sincerely hope to cultivate a genuine friendship with you, Your Highness. Xueqinghe displayed a warm smile, affirming, I genuinely wish to be your friend. Time shall attest to my sincerity. Ning Fengji chuckled, remarking, You are both young. As long as you treat each other with sincerity and exchange hearts, you will undoubtedly create a beautiful tale. The trio engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Xueqinghe enthusiastically inviting Xiaowu to lunch, reluctantly bidding him farewell afterward. The sentiment was palpable. Xueqinghe, or rather, Qianrenxue, realized that she had developed feelings for Xiaowu, a notion that astonished her. Yet, there was an enchanting allure about him that captivated her more deeply, drawing her into an ever-growing fascination. Were it not for her concealed identity, she would have longed to embrace him and confess her feelings. But she chose to wait, exercising restraint until her masquerade concluded, when she could pursue her happiness openly. Chapter 78. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Before long, nearly 3 months had elapsed. During this time, Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Bingo had all elevated their spirit power levels by 1 rank. Xiaowu reached level 52, Zhu Shiqing level 44, Ning Rongrong level 43, and Shui Bingo level 44. Lu Erlong had yet to attain level 82, while Xiaowu was nearing level 64. Notably, Chun Li and Mai Xiang, mother and daughter, had made rapid advancements. Chun Li now stood at level 16, while Mai Xiang achieved level 15. Both had just acquired their spirit rings, each a century old, marking their emergence as true spirit masters. The enhancements to their physiques through the ingredients and fruits from the captivating space had proven remarkably successful. Xiaowu was confident that, if this continued, he could elevate their innate talents to the level of prodigies. Even if they could not rival the original Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, they would surpass the likes of Tai Long and Jiang Shu, standing on par with the likes of Du Guyin, Yi Lingling, and Shurimo. Thus, Xiaowu intended to pursue further experimentation with the mother and daughter duo. In addition to their burgeoning talents, both Chun Li and Mai Xiang had experienced significant improvements in their appearances and figures, blossoming into a stunning mother-daughter pair. Mai Xiang officially became a student at Lambo Academy. Now aged 13, Chen Li continued her role as a staff member at the academy, though her duties were minimal, focusing primarily on her cultivation while continuously acquiring knowledge related to spirit masters. Their lives were undergoing profound transformations, all thanks to Xiaodu's influence. The mother and daughter expressed their deep gratitude, considering Xiaodu as their family head and themselves as part of his household. They were resolute in their commitment to fulfill any request he might have. During this period, Xiaodu made it a point to visit Shui Bingo at Tianshui Academy every 10 days or so. He consistently provided her with the ingredients and fruits from the captivating space, allowing both Shui Bingo and Shui Yuer to consume them over the past 3 months, resulting in notable enhancements to their talents and physiques. Today, Xiaodu had arranged to meet Shui Bingo, preparing to venture into the Sunset Forest to assist her in obtaining her 4th spirit ring. 3 months prior, Shui Bingo had surpassed level 40 through the power of the immortal herb, yet she had refrained from acquiring her spirit ring, preferring to wait until her physique, soul, and martial soul had sufficiently improved through the effects of the captivating space's offerings, enabling her to absorb a millennium-old fourth spirit ring. Brother-in-law, you finally arrived. My sister and I have been waiting for you, Xiaowu remarked at the secret meeting spot outside Tianshui Academy. The sisters had made slight disguises, as had Xiaoda, to avoid recognition and to guard against the martial soul hall. After embracing Xiaoda, Shui Binger stated, "Yue insisted on accompanying us." Xiaoda was unperturbed, assuring them of their safety. "Let us proceed directly to the Sunset Forest." They had prepared a carriage in advance, with Xiaoda taking the reins as the three of them quietly made their way to the forest. Along the journey, Shui Wei remarked, "This is my third visit to the Sunset Forest. Regrettably, my soul power is only at level 38. Had I reached level 40, I could have sought my brother-in-law's assistance in acquiring a soul ring." Shui Binga responded, "You are on the verge of level 39. Your cultivation speed has markedly improved compared to before. You should be content." With a playful smile, Shui Yue glanced at the driving Xiaoda and said, "I am aware of my brother-in-law's kindness. If it weren't for the ingredients and fruits he provided, my cultivation progress would not have accelerated, nor would my physique have improved. To express my gratitude, I am prepared to offer myself in return." She added with a knowing tone, "Of course. I understand that my brother-in-law holds my sister in the highest regard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such tremendous progress, reaching soul power level 44. Brother-in-law, what marvelous sustenance have you been providing my sister?" The matter of the celestial herbs remained undisclosed to Shui Yue, and Xiaoda had no intention of sharing the few remaining celestial herbs with her, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Xiaoda remarked, "It must be a remarkable item, yet it is no longer available. Should fortune favor us in the future, I shall certainly share it with you. However, do not dwell too much on it. Simply by persistently consuming those ingredients and fruits, your innate talent will surely flourish, and your accomplishments will rival those of your sister." Shui Yue responded with a smile, "I harbor no jealousy, merely a tinge of admiration. I am quite content and do not complain. I merely jest with you. With my brother-in-law's protection, what does it matter if my cultivation progresses slowly?" Shui Bing chuckled helplessly, wishing she could offer her sister some celestial herbs if they were available. Yet, as they belonged to Xiaoda, and he had declared them gone, she accepted this truth with an apologetic heart. Following the official road, they arrived at a town on the outskirts of the setting sun forest. Similar to the towns outside the Douluo forest, this one boasted shops, inns, mercenary groups, and various supplies. As the day was still young, they secured their carriage and proceeded directly into the setting sun forest. "Are the three of you seeking to hunt soul beasts for soul rings? If you require assistance, we would be more than willing to lend a hand, especially given the presence of such two lovely ladies." They encountered several others who were also venturing into the setting sun forest. Xiaoda, disinterested in their presence, effortlessly utilized a spatial leap technique to relocate the group a mile away. Out of sight, out of mind. The sudden displacement left the individuals startled and terrified, prompting them to flee in haste, fearing retribution from Xiaoda and his companions. Shui Yue remarked with a playful smile, "Brother-in-law, my sister and I are becoming increasingly beautiful. Soon, we shall attract even more such pests. You shall have your work cut out for you." Xiao Dideo remarked, "I excel in such matters. You focus on enhancing your beauty and leave the rest to me." Shui Binger beamed with a radiant smile and replied, "Let's see how capable you truly are." Xiaoda did not rely on spatial leap soul skills to travel. Instead, he led the sisters slowly deeper into the sunset forest. When they encountered soul beast attacks, they allowed the sisters to handle those they could, treating it as a form of training. Freeze. This was Shui Bing's instantaneous soul skill, which, upon activation, locked onto the target and instantaneously encased it in ice. Ice ring armor. This was Shui Bing's second soul skill, a defensive technique that granted her teammates ice armor for protection. Rejection aura. This was Shui Bing's third soul skill, a millennium-level ability akin to Wu's rejection fire ring. It created a repulsive ice ring expanding outward from Shui Binger, inflicting damage while simultaneously pushing enemies away. Dolphin Soundwave. Water bullet attack. Transform into fish. These were three soul skills of Shui Yue, whose martial soul was a dolphin, embodying the water element. "Sister, this millennium soul beast is formidable. Let us merge our martial souls." The martial soul fusion skill, Falling Snow, was a rare technique executed by the sisters, with Shui Binger as the lead. It comprised two attack modes. The first created a dark cloud that showered down razor-sharp snowflakes, swirling downwards to form a vortex of ice and snow, relentlessly slicing at the adversary. The second involved Shui Binger infusing her martial soul's essence, condensing the snowflakes into a colossal blue phoenix measuring 7 meters in length, which then glided towards the enemy with immense force, drastically lowering the temperature in the surrounding area to a terrifying degree. During the battle with the Soul Beast, the sisters exerted themselves fully, employing every strategy at their disposal. Their coordination was sufficient to contend with Soul Beasts of 5,000 years of cultivation or less. Chapter 79, The Powerful Spatial Soul Skill Brother-in-Law. Wasn't our martial soul fusion technique impressive? Shui Yueker said proudly after the fusion ended. Indeed, it is rare for soul masters to achieve martial soul fusion. Well done. And keep striving forward. This was the first time Xiaowu witnessed the fusion of martial souls. Achieving this fusion is a formidable challenge, necessitating the fulfillment of several stringent conditions. For instance, the two martial souls must possess the potential for harmony and must not repel each other. Even when compatibility exists, the two soul masters must share profound rapport and emotional connection. Otherwise, the fusion remains elusive. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer possess exceptional compatibility in their martial souls, one being an ice phoenix and the other a dolphin, both embodying the essence of water element beast martial souls. Furthermore, as sisters, they have nurtured a deep bond since childhood, allowing for seamless cooperation, which ultimately enables them to execute a powerful martial soul fusion technique. This technique empowers them to combat foes beyond their rank, and their current strength is sufficient to contend with certain soul kings. Shui Binger remarked, in the past, our family could not have imagined that Yuer and I would achieve martial soul fusion. Shui Yuer embraced her sister, affirming, it is precisely because of our strong bond that we can accomplish this fusion. Sister, we must always remain together. She then cast a meaningful glance at Xiaowu, saying, brother-in-law, you must not come between me and my sister. Xiaowu chuckled and said, as long as you are unwilling to part ways, no one can separate you. Shui Yuer smiled, interpreting Xiaodu's words as an implicit agreement, feeling reassured by her brother-in-law's assurance. Brother-in-law, shall we continue our battles and training against the beasts? Xiaodu shook his head, stating that the soul beasts encountered ahead exceeded their capabilities, and continuing the battle would be perilous. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Binger possessed an ice attribute martial soul and required a 1,000-year-old soul beast with both ice properties and swift attack capabilities. Therefore, they needed to journey to the northernmost part of the setting sun forest, where a snow-capped mountain stood, likely harboring a suitable soul beast. Subsequently, Xiaowu guided them onward. He utilized his spatial leap soul skill to traverse the heart of the setting sun forest, moving to its rear while skillfully evading the 10,000-year soul beasts they encountered, refraining from engaging with them. As dusk fell, they reached the periphery of the snow-capped mountain. With night upon them, they decided to camp here and would resume their quest for an appropriate soul beast at dawn. Xiaowu sought an appropriate location, then unfurled the tent he had brought along, commencing his encampment. This night, slumber would elude him, for the area was inhabited by soul beasts that had existed for over 5 millennia, alongside some that were ancient beyond reckoning. Xiaowu must remain vigilant. Were Shui Yuer present, he could have taken Shui Bingo to the captured space for shelter. However, Shui Bingo had yet to visit that realm, as the opportunity had never arisen. The two sisters engaged in conversation with Xiaowu until the late hours, only to be urged by him to retire for the night. Despite their desire to keep him company until dawn, Shui Yuer expressed her gratitude, saying, brother-in-law, you've worked hard. Please take extra care. Shui Binger bestowed a gentle kiss upon Xiaodu's cheek before she and her sister entered the tent. Inside, the siblings exchanged few words, focused instead on hastily finding rest so they could rise and join Xiaowu. Yet, when they finally awoke, the sun had already risen. They were unaccustomed to such outdoor camping experiences, and it took them a moment to adjust. You are awake. I have prepared breakfast and was just about to summon you, Xiaowu announced. Xiaowu prepared a delectable porridge, its flavor exquisite. Shui Yuer tasted it and was thoroughly impressed. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable, a man of rare caliber. Not only are you gifted and immensely capable, but your culinary skills are exceptional. You are simply perfect. My sister is indeed fortunate. Shui Binger shyly added. To have met you, brother-in-law, is my greatest fortune. Xiaowu chuckled. I am quite flattered by your compliments. At that moment, a snow-white flying spirit beast descended from the sky, launching an assault on Xiaowu and his companions. A multitude of razor-sharp ice feathers emerged, hurtling towards them. It was as if a pillow had arrived just when one felt drowsy. The soul ring that Bing Air desired was being delivered right to their doorstep. Chowda gazed attentively at the flying spirit beast in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Shui Yuer inquired, "Is it suitable for my sister?" Shui Binger responded, "Based on its soul power, it appears to be a 10,000-year spirit beast, specifically of the ice attribute and an agile attacker. Indeed, it is the spirit beast we seek." Shui Yuer, looking skyward, seemed unperturbed by the potential threat of the flying spirit beast, cheerfully remarked, "Brother-in-law, it's your turn to shine. I am eagerly anticipating your battle. Having never witnessed it before, do not blink." Chowda made his move, activating the soul skill of Spatial Leap. To witness the icy feather attack of the flying soul beast, it was necessary to target Chowda and his companions. Suddenly, the flying soul beast vanished, only to reappear before them, intercepting the icy feather assault. The flying soul beast was caught off guard. Its position had been altered, and it bore the brunt of its own icy feather attack, sustaining considerable injury. At the same time, it was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Spatial confinement. This was also Chowda's second soul skill, belonging to the second soul ring of a 100,000-year-old spirit. It ensnared the flying soul beast in midair, and with its strength, it could not break free from Chowda's spatial binding power. The ensnared flying soul beast quickly displayed a look of terror. Shui Yuer exclaimed in astonishment, "It seems incapable of movement. Is this the brother-in-law's soul skill?" Shui Bingo speculated, could it be a spatial restriction soul skill? Although they were unfamiliar with spatial martial souls, they could infer from Chowda's previously demonstrated spatial leap and spatial confinement skills. Chowda remarked, "This is the soul technique of spatial binding, capable of confining the space surrounding the target. If the target's strength is insufficient, they cannot escape this binding." Shui Yuer exclaimed, "Spatial binding, how impressive. Does it mean that one can immobilize anyone at will? I would love to possess such a soul technique." Spatial blade. Chowda unleashed his fourth soul skill, and the invisible blades of space pierced through the imprisoned flying spirit beast, inflicting grave injuries. Shui Yuer, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What kind of soul skill is this? An unseen attack?" Chowda elucidated, "The spatial blade, an invisible edge that can manifest anywhere within a certain distance, including within the very being of this flying soul beast. This is the true essence of killing without a trace." The notion of it appearing within its body sent shivers down Shui Yuer's spine. Contemplating its emergence within her own form was too terrifying to consider. What a dreadful soul technique. It is utterly indefensible. Shui Binger realized that Chowda's spatial soul abilities were overwhelmingly formidable, rendering them nearly impossible to guard against. Chowda stated that as long as one's spiritual power is sufficiently potent, one can perceive the existence of spatial blades and employ soul power for defense. If the soul power is formidable enough, it becomes impervious to harm. Although spatial blades are indeed formidable, they are not invincible. However, if one strikes unexpectedly, it is not impossible to eliminate even the most powerful adversaries. The aerial flying soul beast had already sustained serious injuries from the spatial blades, and Chowda proceeded to utilize the spatial compression from his third soul skill. This is one of the two soul skills associated with his 100,000-year third soul ring, the other being spatial leap. With a resounding thud, the wound on the flying soul beast erupted under the force of spatial compression, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Following this, a spatial leap brought the flying soul beast before Shui Binger, awaiting her to deliver the final blow, thereby granting him his soul ring. Chapter 80. The Phoenix's Rebirth, Revived in Full Glory. Just as Shui Binger was about to deliver the finishing strike to the flying soul beast, a sudden brilliance erupted from the nearly lifeless creature, blindingly radiant. Chowda immediately acted, moving Shui Binger and Shui Yuer behind him. "What is happening?" Shui Yuer stared in bewilderment at the radiant flying soul beast. "Wait a moment." Chowda shielded them, refraining from making a move. As he sought to discern the unfolding situation, Shui Binger remarked, "Its soul power is rapidly regenerating. Don't you think the soul beast resembles a white phoenix, akin to a pale avian creature?" The snow-white flying soul beast before them was not a commonplace species, bearing a resemblance to a white phoenix. Amidst the radiance, Chowda and the others could distinctly perceive the swift replenishment of the flying soul beast's soul power. After a span of over 10 seconds, the brilliance gradually faded, and suddenly, the flying soul beast soared into the sky, attempting to flee. "Come back." Chowda utilized a spatial leap soul technique to retrieve it, subsequently employing spatial confinement to exert control. Now, Chowda and his companions could clearly observe the state of the flying soul beast. It gazed at them in terror, desperately struggling, yet to no avail. Each futile attempt only deepened its fear. Remarkably, all the injuries on its body had vanished without a trace. Xiaowu was astonished to discover that the flying soul beast bore no wounds whatsoever, not even a speck of blood. It was previously gravely injured by spatial blades and had been left mangled by spatial compression, yet now it was completely unscathed. It must possess the ability to heal its wounds and restore its soul power. This is likely its unique capability, Shui Binger speculated. Chowda remarked. This ability is quite remarkable. Perhaps after Bingo absorbs its soul ring, she will acquire this power. Chowda struck once more. As the spatial blade pierced through the body of the flying soul beast, rendering it gravely wounded and on the brink of death. This time, the flying soul beast did not emit a radiant glow to restore its injuries and soul power. Binger, it is yours now. Shui Binger stepped forward to conclude the life of the flying soul beast. A surprising revelation emerged. Is that a soul bone? Shui Yuer exclaimed in astonishment. Upon the flying soul beast appeared not only a black soul ring, but also a soul bone. Binger is fortunate indeed. This is a left arm soul bone. Chowdashin joyfully exclaimed, Binger, first absorb the soul ring, and then the soul bone. The existence of the soul ring is temporal. If the absorption time is exceeded, it will vanish, while the soul bone remains available for absorption at any moment. With a radiant smile, Shui Binger began to absorb the soul ring after the soul bone had been revealed. This particular soul ring was approximately 12,000 years old, qualifying as an extraordinary absorption. Shui Bingo had previously consumed the mystical 8-petal immortal orchid and had been continuously utilizing the resources from the capture space, including exquisite ingredients and fruits, for over 3 months. Her martial spirit, soul, and physique all met the criteria for extraordinary soul ring absorption, eliminating any risk involved. The 10,000-year fourth soul ring. Shui Yuer was even more exhilarated than when she herself had obtained a 10,000-year fourth soul ring. She was nearing level 39, and upon reaching level 40, she too would be able to absorb soul rings beyond her current level. However, to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, she would likely have to wait around 6 months, continuing to consume resources from the capture space during that time, until her various attributes improved sufficiently to withstand the demands of a 10,000-year soul ring. Without the mystical herbs, she could only rely on the long-term consumption of resources from the capture space to continuously enhance her own capabilities. Shui Bingo completed the absorption of the soul ring without any peril, elevating her soul power to level 45, drawing near to level 46. The 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, vibrated around her as she smiled at Chowda, declaring, I have succeeded. Chowda chuckled, congratulations. Shui Yuer exclaimed, is it really that easy? This is the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. Observing her sister effortlessly absorb the formidable soul ring, she felt as though it were a trivial task. Shui Binger asserted with gravity, Yuer, this is far from an easy endeavor. During the absorption of this 10,000-year soul ring, I experienced a violent tremor of the soul. Had it not been for the enhancement of my spirit, I fear that in the past, such a soul disturbance would have severely harmed me. Moreover, my martial soul and physical body endured considerable strain. To absorb a soul ring of a higher tier, one's soul, martial soul, and physical body must all be sufficiently robust. Otherwise, one risks dire injury or even death. Only through personal experience can one truly understand the challenges of absorbing beyond one's level. It is not a feat achievable by everyone. Is that so? Lacking the experience to comprehend, Shui Yuer chose to trust her sister and Chowda, regardless. I will heed your guidance. Whenever you deem me ready for a higher tier absorption, I shall comply. Sister, what is your current soul power? And what is your 4th soul skill? Chowda was curious. Shui Binga smiled and said, my soul power has increased by more than 1 level. I am nearing level 46. Chowdi Deo, after assimilating the soul bone later, I should be able to attain level 46. Chowda sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough as well. If Shui Binger were to reach level 46, he too would likely attain his own advancement. Shui Binger hesitated and said, I have already absorbed the spirit ring. You should absorb the spirit bone, Chowda. Chowda shook his head. The effectiveness of a soul ring and soul bone used together from the same spirit beast is far superior. You need not worry. In the future, I shall procure an even more remarkable soul bone. Shui Yuer replied, indeed, sister, do not be modest. This is yours, so hasten to absorb it. Once you have absorbed it, let us witness your 4th soul skill and soul bone ability. Moved, Shui Binger accepted and began to absorb the soul bone. This was a millennium-old left-arm soul bone. The process of absorption carries little risk, provided one understands that the attributes and effects of the soul bone align harmoniously with oneself. Should one absorb a soul bone whose attributes are incompatible, it would be an ill-fated endeavor. Upon completing the absorption, Shui Binger's soul power experienced a notable enhancement, breaking through to level 46. Her advancement granted Xiaowu a corresponding boost, elevating his soul power to level 64. Sister, congratulations on reaching level 46. Your progress is truly enviable. Shui Yuer exclaimed with joy. Quickly, allow me and brother-in-law to see your fourth soul skill and soul bone ability. Shui Binger nodded and summoned her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, along with her soul rings. Fourth soul skill, Phoenix Nirvana. A radiant white light enveloped Shui Binger, and a pair of snow-white wings sprouted from her back, transforming her into an angelic figure. Shui Yuer blinked in astonishment. Sister, does your fourth soul skill grant you the ability to fly? Shui Binger shook her head. The ability to fly is merely a supplementary effect. This soul skill allows for the complete restoration of my mental strength, physical stamina, soul power, and injuries, returning me to my optimal state. In other words, when I am utterly depleted and on the brink of death, activating this skill will enable me to revive instantly, akin to gaining an additional life. Shui Yuer was taken aback. So it allows for a full revival once? Oh, so that was the reason for the sudden recovery of the soul beast's injuries and soul power. Xiaowu inquired. This soul skill is indeed formidable, granting an additional life. However, it must have its limitations, correct? Shui Binger nodded in affirmation. Currently, it can only be utilized once per day. Chapter 81. Encountering Douluo and Tang San again once a day is still quite impressive. Shui Yuer teased. Sister, you will become an indestructible cockroach. Shui Binger shot her sister a disapproving glance and replied, although I possess a soul skill that allows for full resurrection, it is not infallible. Did that soul beast not resurrect to full health just moments ago? You see, it still could not escape from your brother-in-law's grasp. Shui Yuer retorted. That brother-in-law of ours is an anomaly. What I mean is, when facing others, even if you were to expend all your resources, you could still outlast your enemies. In Shui Yuer's eyes, Xiaowu was a unique exception, a rarity beyond compare, and thus could not be regarded as typical. Any attempt to do so would only lead to frustration. Xiaowu remarked, the sudden emergence of soul skills is indeed delightful. Yet the essence still lies in the elevation of one's realm and inherent combat prowess. Shui Binger nodded in understanding. Shui Yuer inquired, now that you are aware of the fourth soul skill, what of the soul bone ability? Is there any surprise in store? Suddenly, Shui Binger conjured an ice sword in her hand, declaring, this is the ice sword, my soul bone ability. This sword embodies formidable ice attribute power, capable of delivering lethal strikes at close range as well as executing distant slashes, all while possessing a potent freezing effect. The ice sword is sharp and powerful, infused with Shui Binger's immense ice attribute strength, enabling both offensive and ranged attacks. It currently stands as Shui Binger's most formidable means of assault. It sounds impressive. Allow me to give it a try, Shui Yuer said, adopting a stance and summoning her spirit, the dolphin, along with 3 soul rings, eager for a spar. To be cautious, Shui Binger replied, not refusing the challenge. Xiaowu stood aside, observing the surrounding situation. Shui Binger, wielding the ice sword, summoned its icy powers, rapidly encasing the area in frost, which continued to spread outward. Water bomb attack. Shui Yuer conjured a water bomb and sent it flying towards Shui Binger. With a swift motion, Shui Binger sliced through the air with her ice sword, the blade's radiance freezing the water bomb instantly upon contact. Sister, your ice powers have grown stronger. They truly counter mine. Shui Yuer exclaimed, her expression one of resignation. Being of the water element, she was inherently at a disadvantage against ice. Be careful now. Shui Binger flapped her snow-colored wings and soared into the sky, wielding her ice sword with grace, executing a flying slash. You're just taking advantage of the situation by flying. I'm done playing. Shui Yuer conceded, unable to compete. Humph, now you understand my prowess. Shui Binger declared as she descended gracefully. Xiaowu remarked, you heir's attacking soul skill is rather feeble. Hence, the soul rings we seek should enhance this aspect. Shui Yuer pouted, my soul rings are inferior to my sister's. How wonderful it would be to possess a 10,000-year fourth soul ring. She then inquired of Shui Binger, sister, doesn't maintaining the fourth soul skill, Phoenix Nirvana, impose a significant consumption on your energy? Logically, the more powerful the soul skill, the greater the energy expenditure and the burden it entails. Shui Binger replied, in the state of my fourth soul skill, Sustaining this form does not require considerable consumption. Only during combat does the energy expenditure become significant. If I refrain from fighting, I can maintain this state indefinitely, and my energy can gradually replenish. As long as I possess sufficient soul power, I can uphold this condition continuously. Chao and Shui Yuer were astonished. According to Shui Binger, this meant one could maintain the state of the fourth soul technique at will. Such a phenomenon was truly extraordinary. However, there were limitations. Shui Binger explained, if I were to sustain this state continuously, even beyond a day, I would be unable to employ the fourth soul technique again. The interval between uses of the fourth soul technique is 1 day, a full day that must elapse after disengaging from the fourth soul technique state. In other words, if I persist in maintaining this state, it might impede the subsequent activation of the fourth soul technique. Ah, that makes more sense, they mused. It is more reasonable this way. If Shui Binger perpetually remained in the fourth soul technique state, she would forfeit the ability to use it next time. Therefore, to preserve the capacity to wield the fourth soul technique, it is prudent not to remain in this state indefinitely. Of course, Shui Bingo in the fourth soul technique state embodied a different kind of beauty, angelic grace, and exquisite charm. Shui Yue smiled and said, Sister, you look even more beautiful like this. Since brother-in-law is here, you can maintain this form continuously. Surely he would adore it, wouldn't he, you, brother-in-law? Chao scrutinized Shui Bingo with a serious demeanor, stating, Binger, you now resemble an angel descended from the heavens, pure and immaculate, truly beautiful. Shui Binger felt a surge of joy within her, resolving to maintain this state for the duration of Chowda's presence. Shui Yue teased, brother-in-law, you are indeed fortunate. You will have the privilege of 2 sisters, each possessing distinct charms and beauty, akin to marrying 2 wives at once. What a remarkable gain. Chowda chuckled, indeed. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Shui Binger blushed, you all just love to tease me. Unable to continue their breakfast, the 3 tidied up and began to depart. I can fly now, Shui Binger exclaimed as she soared through the sky alongside Shui Yue. Chowda has unlocked his 5th soul skill, allowing him to traverse the air, move, and even fly. Brother-in-law, I truly envy your soul skill. You can soar freely in the sky. Shui Yue, having witnessed Chowda's new ability, was filled with admiration. She remarked, it's simply breathtaking. Space jump, spatial confinement, spatial blades, and now, the ability to walk in the air. Brother-in-law, you have already revealed 5 soul skills. What might the remaining 3 be? I am so curious. Chao Xia remarked with a smile, in due time, you shall come to understand. One must allow me to retain a semblance of mystery. Shui Binger replied, there is no need to disclose everything to us. In fact, I find the air of mystery quite intriguing. Shui Yue murmured, Sister, you are merely shielding your brother-in-law. In the distance, a flying spirit beast approached menacingly. Yet the 2 sisters remained utterly unperturbed. Chowda confined a flying soul beast within a spatial prison, rendering it immobilized in midair. The 3 of them then boldly soared above its head, while terror filled the creature's eyes. Fortunately, it soon regained its freedom, albeit frightened enough to turn tail and flee. Having experienced the chilling sensation of being controlled, a feeling it wished never to endure again. By afternoon, they arrived at the periphery of the Sunset Forest's southern edge, an area predominantly inhabited by century-old soul beasts, posing no threat to them. Thus, they descended to the ground to continue their journey on foot. It was Ubrat. Along the way, they encountered Douluo, accompanied by Tang San, the esteemed poison Douluo. Chowda offered a courteous greeting. Shui Binger and Shui Yue felt quite anxious. For after all, Dong Gubo was a title Douluo, and in their understanding, one ought to hold reverence for a title Douluo. Heh, Chowda, I remember you. I simply misjudged last time. I did not expect you to be a monster. Dong Gubo had already gleaned some information about Chowda from the court, and the details regarding Chowda's soul rings left him astounded. Tang Sen assessed Chowda, surprised to encounter him here. Tang Sen had come to gather medicinal herbs from Dong Gubo's ice and fire yin yang well, intending to concoct a remedy for the toxins plaguing Dong Gubo. At the Tiando Royal Academy, it was inevitable that he would cross paths with both Dong Guyin and Dong Gubo, and thereafter, Tang Sen planned to assist in resolving the toxin issue for both, aiming to win Dong Gubo's favor. Chapter 82. Confrontation with the title Douluo. Hearing the implications in Dong Gubo's words, Chowda surmised that Dong Gubo must have learned some things about him, perhaps from the court or from the mouths of Tang San and others. Regardless, since Chowda had previously dared to expose himself, he was unafraid of being discovered. The poisoned Douluo is jesting. Compared to you, I am but a mere little monster. Casting a glance at Tang San, He borrowed the term little monster to express his thought. You consider yourself merely a little monster? No, that reflects a complete lack of self-awareness. Dong Gubo fixed his gaze upon Chowda, seemingly attempting to see through him. By your measure, I am unworthy of the title of an old monster. Were it not for multiple confirmations, I would hardly dare to believe such matters were true. Even now, I harbor some doubts. However, today is fortuitous. I have encountered you once more. I wonder if you might allow me to witness your soul rings to satisfy my curiosity and apprehensions, without witnessing it firsthand. Dong Gubo could not dispel the confusion and skepticism in his heart. You wish to see? Do I not have any dignity? Chowda did not acquiesce. Poison Douluo. He said, I am uncertain how you have come to learn of my soul ring. Whether these matters hold any truth, you may verify with others. The soul ring pertains to my secrets and cannot be divulged lightly. I hope for your understanding. Our relationship does not warrant such disclosure, and I have no desire to present it to Douluo. If anyone wishes to see, so be it. I have no regard for my own dignity. Oh. Douluo's expression shifted to one of displeasure. You claim not to give me face? I am determined to see it. Chowda remained composed and said, I humbly beseech you, venerable elder, not to trouble a mere junior like myself. Humph. Douluo sneered coldly. Do not presume that having once escaped from the clutches of Juhua Pass grants you the privilege to belittle me. What I intend to accomplish is not something anyone can simply refuse. Douluo's imperious and unreasonable demeanor was something Tang San understood all too well. Observing the scene from the sidelines, Tang San secretly hoped that Douluo would teach Chowda a proper lesson. Chowda was not pleased, as a titled Douluo. Is this an act of bullying the weak by the elder? Shui Binga remarked, as a revered titled Douluo. It would be rather unfavorable if such actions were to be known. Douluo scoffed. Once I eliminate you all, who would be the wiser? Erasing all traces is a trivial task for me. As he spoke, he unleashed a plume of toxic gas from his hand, enveloping the surrounding weeds, which rapidly disintegrated. If mere weeds could perish so easily, the human body would meet the same fate. This was a clear threat. Given this, Chowda acted decisively. Unleashing a spatial confinement soul technique that ensnared Douluo. To think I have been ensnared. Douluo sensed the anomaly and immediately attempted to break free using his soul power. Despite employing a force equivalent to that of a soul king, he found himself unable to shatter the confinement. Subsequently, he summoned power akin to a soul emperor, yet it proved futile. Driven by necessity, he resorted to manifesting his martial soul's true form, channeling strength at the soul sage level, which resulted in a slight loosening of the confinement, but he remained trapped. Finally, he harnessed the might of a soul Douluo, successfully liberating himself from the spatial restraint. At this moment, Douluo's expression turned grave. He had underestimated Chowda's formidable soul techniques. Elder Poison Douluo, I have no intention of opposing you, yet I am not someone to be trifled with. Chowda merely showcased his prowess, harboring no intention of completely severing ties with Douluo. Otherwise, he could have stealthily struck with a spatial blade, perhaps even eliminating Douluo in a cunning manner. Yet, he felt that the situation had not escalated to that extent. Excellent. Douluo remarked gravely, I have underestimated you. Now I am convinced that you possess the ability to escape from the clutches of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Truly, you are a marvel endowed with 100,000-year soul ring. Chowda maintained his composure and inquired, Senior, may we depart now? Suddenly, Douluo chuckled, Haha, I consider myself an ancient monster, a venomous creature. Yet I find myself lacking the means to contend with you, this little aberration. Given this, there is no need for further insistence. You are free to go. Recognizing his inability to capture Chowda, Douluo decisively chose not to pursue the matter further. Moreover, he was aware that Chowda lacked the ability to restrain him and possessed the capability for long-distance spatial movement, two abilities that rendered Douluo powerless to resolve the situation. Crucially, Douluo realized that Chowda's strength surpassed his expectations. Individuals of such formidable prowess are best left unantagonized. Naturally, driven by his pride, Douluo refrained from offering an apology to Chowda. His previous remarks had already indicated a concession. Should Chowda seek retribution in the future, Douluo could only accept the consequences. Chowda departed with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Tang San, standing beside Douluo, remarked, Old monster. You have offended Chowda today, allowing him to leave unscathed. Are you not concerned about future retribution? He believed that Douluo might still harbor intentions to eliminate Chowda. Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and retorted, Tang San, do you secretly wish for me to slay Chowda? Are you acquainted with him? Perhaps harboring grievances? The old monster was not easily swayed. Tang Xin clarified, I once encountered Xiao Da in Sitoa City. He is no ordinary individual. His soul rings are quite unique, and he possesses considerable power. Such a person should either be avoided or, if antagonized, dealt with swiftly to prevent future troubles. I bear no personal animosity towards him. I merely believe it prudent for you, old poison, to consider resolving this matter to avert potential dangers. Douluo, half convinced, replied. I do not require the guidance of a junior like you. Humph, that lad Xiao Da is indeed peculiar. Today's events are of little consequence, should he harbor resentment. I shall not cower before him. Now, let us attend to the matter you promised. Should you fail to fulfill your obligations, it would be far simpler for me to deal with you than with Xiao Da. Tang San, however, secretly scoffed, harboring no fear of Douluo. Xiao Da and his companions emerged from the sunset forest, and Xiaowu finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, that was terrifying. He is a titled Douluo. Xiaowu expressed her concern. Have we truly offended the poisoned Douluo? Xiao Da chuckled. It is he who has wronged us. Had he possessed any true ability, he would not have acted so brazenly as we departed. It remains to be seen who would fall first in this contest. Fear not, for I am here. Xiaowu, filled with admiration, exclaimed, Brother-in-law is the most formidable. Surely, the poisoned Douluo has been intimidated and dares not engage in battle with him. With my brother-in-law by my side, I fear nothing. Xiaowu cautioned, we must not be complacent. After all, the adversary is a titled Douluo. I hope he will not cause us trouble in the future. Xiao Dideo mused that he should consider himself fortunate if he did not provoke him. He believed that since he had acquired the celestial herb from Douluo, and Douluo had not resorted to a life-or-death struggle, there was no necessity for him to engage in a desperate conflict. However, should Douluo continue to display a lack of awareness of his circumstances, Xiao Da would not hesitate to assist him on his way. With the capability to launch a surprise attack using his spatial blade soul technique, Xiao Da was confident he could incapacitate Douluo, or at the very least inflict severe injuries. Once wounded, eliminating him would become considerably easier. After all, if Tang San could stealthily eliminate a titled Douluo with his Yama's invitation, how much more effective would Xiao Da's spatial blade soul technique be? Xiao Da and his companions arrived at the small town to retrieve their carriage before returning to Tianshui Academy. In the sunset forest, Tang San was led by Douluo to the Eye of Ice and Fire. To his dismay, he discovered that the celestial herbs were all taken. A sense of inexplicable sorrow enveloped him as he lamented the missed opportunity. Celestial herbs? Douluo inquired, perplexed. Old Poison Master, how can you not know about celestial herbs? Do you realize how rare those vanished herbs are? Alas, they have already been taken by others, leaving only their roots behind. Who knows how long it will take for them to regrow? Tang San expressed his deep regret. Had I arrived here sooner, those celestial herbs might have belonged to me. Douluo, clearly irritated, retorted, Stop beating around the bush and clarify what you mean by celestial herbs. With a disdainful glance, Tang San elucidated. Celestial herbs are the finest medicinal plants. A single celestial herb can significantly elevate one's soul power and, more importantly, enhance innate abilities, including the soul, physique, and martial spirit, among others. The benefits are beyond imagination. If your granddaughter, Dogu Yin, were to consume one, I am certain she would become a titled Douluo in the future, achieving even greater heights than you. Perhaps a single celestial herb could completely eradicate the poison afflicting you both. Do you not see how precious such herbs are? Does this old man possess such celestial herbs in his medicinal garden? Can they truly have such miraculous effects? Douluo lamented the treasures he felt he had lost. Seething with anger. Cursed be the thief. I must discover who has stolen those celestial herbs. Tang San observed. There exists a formidable poison formation surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire. Anyone capable of stealing the herbs must possess extraordinary strength or unique abilities. Old Poison Master. The celestial herbs were pilfered several months ago. Did you not notice anything suspicious or any dubious individuals at that time? After a moment of contemplation, Douluo replied. I discovered the herbs had been stolen shortly after the theft occurred, and I searched everywhere. I personally inspected everyone from the Sunset Forest, yet found no one carrying the stolen herbs. Suddenly, a thought struck Douluo. Could it be Xiao Da? Considering Xiao Da's unique spatial mobility, evading the poison formation should not have been difficult. He had precisely been present in the Sunset Forest at that time. Previously unaware of Xiao Da's abilities and having found nothing in the storage soul guides during the search, he had assumed Xiao Da's appearance in the forest was mere coincidence. Now, understanding Xiao Da's capabilities and strength, he began to suspect him. Tang San inquired, Old Poison Master, who are you thinking of? Douluo turned to Tang San and responded, Chowda. At the time of the herb theft, he was indeed in the sunset forest with several women. Initially unaware of his abilities, I thought it impossible for him to traverse the poison formation. However, it seems he indeed has the capacity to do so. Yet, I inspected their storage soul guides and found no herbs. Chowda, did he steal the celestial herb? It is highly probable, Tang San remarked. It is indeed likely to be him. At that time, you may not have noticed the stolen celestial herb, perhaps because they had already consumed it or concealed it through some special means. I am inclined to believe they had ingested the herb. Douluo, with a solemn expression, recalled the moment he encountered Chowda, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The women accompanying Chowda possessed extraordinary talents and qualities. It is conceivable that they had indeed consumed the celestial herb, especially Lu Erlong, who had achieved level 80 in the Sunset Forest, likely as a result of the herb's influence. They were the prime suspects, and it was most plausible that they could have accomplished this. How infuriating it is that they dared to steal my celestial herb. Douluo was almost certain that it was Chowda and his companions who had pilfered his precious herb. It must be them. Regardless of whether it was truly Chowda, Tang San would maintain this assertion. However, there is nothing you can do to him now. Knowing he stole the herb is of little consequence. Douluo felt quite vexed. How I choose to act is none of your concern. Now that we have the herbs, if you cannot resolve my issue, the one who will suffer first will be you. Regarding the celestial herb, Douluo would undoubtedly seek an explanation from Chowda when the opportunity arose. If no opportunity presented itself, then so be it. He simply lacked the confidence to confront someone like Chowda. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Douluo would not invite unnecessary trouble. He would wait for the right moment. If the chance arose, he would act, but if not, he would let it go. Meanwhile, Chowda, along with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, returned to the Heavenly Water Academy. Chowda prepared dinner alongside Shui Binger and Shui Yuer in their dormitory, only departing after they had finished their meal, making his way back to Lamba Academy. While traveling by carriage, he encountered a girl who had been injured and bullied. With a heart full of compassion, Chowda intervened, driving away the wrongdoers and rescuing her. Thank you, sir, for your timely intervention. I am Qian Renxue. May I inquire your name? The girl expressed her gratitude with a sincere demeanor. Indeed, I am aware you are Qian Renxue. Otherwise, I would not have acted on your behalf, Chowda remarked, observing the girl, who seemed to shed all pretense. He pondered the nature of her performance. Since the spatial binding had linked him to Qian Renxue, her identity was immediately apparent to him. As a soul sage, it was inconceivable that she could be intimidated by mere great soul masters. Clearly, she was acting, deliberately drawing closer to Chowda. Chowda chose not to expose her, opting instead to accompany her in her charade, eager to discern her intentions. I am Chowda, a student of Lambo Academy. You must be Qian Renxue. A soul master as well, studying at the Soul Master Academy? Chowda, what a fine name, she replied, her smile radiant and captivating. With a mature and alluring figure, she continued, Indeed, I am a soul master, though I have not studied at the Soul Master Academy. I have only recently arrived in Tiando City, and I never anticipated encountering a few nefarious individuals today. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I shudder to think of the consequences. Her voice faltered, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Chowda remained speechless for a while before stating, The evildoers have been driven away, while the sky is still bright. You should hasten back to your dwelling. Try to refrain from venturing out after nightfall. Indeed, Qian Renxue replied obediently. Thank you, noble sir. I shall take my leave now, and I will visit you again another day to express my gratitude for your rescue. With that, she turned to depart, glancing back every few steps. Is this truly the conclusion? Was it merely a contrived encounter to facilitate future interactions? Chowda was perplexed by Qian Renxue's intentions. Yet he was aware that they would meet again soon. He could not fathom that Qian Renxue's actions were solely driven by her longing to see him. Indeed. A few days later, Qian Renxue arrived at Lamba Academy specifically to find Chowda, claiming that she wished to express her gratitude for his previous assistance in saving her. Brother, who is that girl looking for you outside the academy? Xiaowu inquired curiously. Ning Rongrong remarked, Chowda has been frequently going out lately. Could it be that he has taken a liking to some beautiful maiden? Is that why she is here today? Should we accompany her to see? Zhu Shiqing added. I am equally curious. I wish to see. Lu Erlong teased, Have you been courting a girl outside, and now she has come seeking you? Oh no. The jealousy is rising. Chowda cleared his throat and explained, She is a girl I encountered a few days ago. At that time, She was being bullied by a few individuals, so I intervened to help. I had no idea she would come looking for me again. If you don't believe me, you may follow along and see for yourselves. Naturally, the four women were eager to accompany him. Chapter 84. A Clash Among Women. What a stunning lady. At the entrance of Lamba Academy, a crowd had gathered, predominantly male students, all fixated on Qianrenxue. With her flowing golden hair and resplendent golden gown, she stood tall, exuding an aura of unparalleled beauty and grace, her noble demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. Greetings, fair maiden. I am Tai Long. Might I inquire what brings you here? Please, allow me to assist you. Tai Long approached with earnestness. A flicker of displeasure crossed Qianrenxue's eyes before she replied, I am here to see Xiaowu. Someone has already gone to inform him, so your assistance is unnecessary. What? You seek Xiaowu? On what grounds? Tai Long's heart simmered with discontent. Xiaowu is already involved with Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Why should all beautiful girls be linked to him? Though reluctant, Tai Long had to endure. For he felt dwarfed by the stark difference in their standings. Xiaowu had recently ascended to Soul King, whereas he was merely a newly minted Soul Master. The vast chasm between their abilities dissuaded him from competing with Xiaowu, let alone vying for the affection of women. He believed Xiaowu was still a Soul King and remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaowu had already achieved the rank of Soul Emperor. Otherwise, he would have felt even more intimidated in his presence. The principal has arrived, and here come Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, our academy's three goddesses. Lu Erlong's announcement stirred a greater uproar among the students. Return to your training. What is all this commotion for? Lu Erlong's thunderous voice commanded silence, sending all the students retreating. Despite her beauty and grace, Lu Erlong instilled fear rather than admiration in the students. They dared not entertain any thoughts about her. In front of Xiaowu and his companions, she was gentle, yet before others, she exhibited a fierce temperament that was intimidating. Qianrenxue spotted Xiaowu and recognized Lu Erlong and the others. Lu Erlong, as the principal of Lamba Academy and Xiaodu's mentor, was well known to her. Qianrenxue was also aware of Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Having learned of their close ties with Xiaowu during their time in Soto City and Sil City, she particularly noted that Ning Rongrong was the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which further cemented Xiaodu's significant connection to that esteemed institution. Ah, it must be her. So beautiful. No wonder Xiaowu is captivated. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Lu Erlong had never seen Qianrenxue before. But her beauty and grace left them in awe. Here was a woman who could rival them. Xiaowu. Qianrenxue greeted him with a warm smile, exuding an air of confidence and maturity. What brings you here? Xiaowu feigned surprise, while Qianrenxue was even more adept at pretense. Did I not express my gratitude? That is why I sought you out. Are you not pleased? How could one possibly be displeased? Even if there were a hint of dissatisfaction, your beauty alone would warrant forgiveness. It is merely a slight surprise. Ning Rongrong approached Xiaowu, standing tall and proud, as if competing with Qianrenxue. Brother, who is this esteemed lady? Why not introduce us? The emphasis on brother and esteemed lady was palpable. Qianrenxue towered over Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, her height comparable to Lu Erlong's. Moreover, she exuded an aura of nobility and purity, setting her apart from the rest. It was precisely because Qianrenxue was extraordinary that Ning Rongrong and the others felt wary of her. Xiaowu introduced, this is Qianrenxue. We have only met twice, so we aren't very familiar with each other. Qianrenxue, this is Dean Lu Eryong from our Lambo Academy, who is also our teacher. This is my sister, Xiaowu. And these are Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Brother, your face betrays you when you lie, Xiaowu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaowu. Despite never having encountered Qianrenxue before, she intuitively grasped that Qianrenxue was the woman bound to Xiaodu's space. However, Xiaowu also discerned that Qianrenxue remained oblivious to the special relationship established with Xiaowu. The two were indeed strangers. The secrets of the binding space, particularly regarding those who had been ensnared, were known more intimately by Xiaowu, who was privy to certain revelations that Xiaowu had shared with her alone. Greetings. Qianrenxue addressed Lu Eryong and the others with a calm demeanor, her tone tinged with a hint of aloofness. Naturally, Qianrenxue had already concluded that Lu Eryong and the others were her rivals in affection and thus was not inclined to be overly courteous. Ning Rongrong interjected, Qianrenxue, your name sounds delightful, and you are quite beautiful. You are a soul master, aren't you? Which academy do you cultivate at? Dean Lu Eryong suggested. Let us not linger here in conversation. Please come with me. However, Qianrenxue declined, saying, thank you. but I came to find Chowda to express my gratitude for rescuing me. She turned to Chowda and continued, as a token of my appreciation. I would like to invite you to dine with me. Feeling overlooked, Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent. If you wish to dine with Brother Chowda, then so be it. But we are busy with our cultivation and cannot spare time for such matters. If you wish to thank Brother Chowda, he is already aware. You may take your leave now, correct, Brother Chowda? Chowda chuckled and said, It's nothing to have a meal. After all, it's almost noon. Shall we all go together? He glanced at Qian Rinxue, inquiring, Is that all right? A larger group is certainly more lively. Qian Rinxue found it difficult to decline. Since he had suggested it, she agreed to join. Naturally, she wished for the opportunity to spend time alone with Chowda, but given the current circumstances, that seemed impossible. Chowda agreed to dine with Qian Rinxue, and Ning Rongrong and her companions insisted on joining them, unable to shake off their concerns. Let us proceed. I have reserved a room at the hotel, she declared. Qian Rinxue had prepared herself before arriving and initially intended to walk alongside Chowda. However, Ning Rongrong and her friends inserted themselves between them. Intent on monopolizing the conversation, Ning Rongrong remarked to Qian Rinxue, Sister Qian Rinxue, may I inquire your age? You appear considerably older than us. Qian Rinxue felt an urge to retaliate against Ning Rongrong's provoking words. Oh, you all seem to be of a similar age to me. At most, I am merely as old as Chowda. You may call him brother, and feel free to address me as sister as well. Xiaowu interjected. I shall not. Even if you are older than I refuse to call you sister. However, you may refer to me as Xiaowu Jia, as everyone does. Zhu Zhiqing suggested, I believe it would be more convenient to address one another by our names. Qian Rinxue, your surname is quite rare. I recall that the former pope of the Spirit Hall was named Qian Xuanji. Might you be related? Her casual remark unexpectedly struck a chord. Qian Rinxue promptly denied. I am unaware of who the pope of the Spirit Hall is. I have no ties to them. However, from your words, it seems you harbor some grievances against the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong replied, The Spirit Hall intends to target us. Naturally, we are displeased. If you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, I advise you to distance yourself while you still can. Qian Rinxue smiled and retorted, Chowda saved me. Anyone who seeks to harm him shall be my enemy. The exchange between the women was lively and captivating, while Lu Erlong and Chowda listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Chapter 85. Yu Xiaojiang has lost his mind. The spirited banter among the women suggested that a mere lunch could evolve into something quite extraordinary. Chowda, your kindness shall remain etched in my memory forever. I shall seek you out again when the opportunity arises, Qian Rinxue declared before taking her leave. She still had to assume the role of Prince Xueqinghe and could not afford to vanish for long. Having seen Chowda twice, her yearning for him had been somewhat alleviated. She believed she could endure for a while longer. Approaching Chowda in her true form, though fraught with risks, seemed worthwhile to Qian Rinxue. Brother, do not linger. She is already departed. Xiaowu exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Chowda's. Chowda stubbornly denied. I was just lost in thought. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiaowu simultaneously cast disdainful glances his way, fully aware of Chowda's character. They knew that encountering a beautiful woman would undoubtedly stir his imagination, and taking small advantages was merely a common occurrence for him, something they were quite familiar with. Lu Erlong gazed at the street and suggested, Since we are already out, let us stroll around and purchase some items. It has been a while since we last enjoyed a leisurely outing. Xiaowu was the first to agree, exclaiming, Great. Let's see if there is anything delightful, entertaining, or delicious. Ning Rongrong added, Feel free to buy whatever you wish. I shall cover the bill. Such is the generosity of the affluent. Zhu Zhiqing chuckled and said, Then let's wander about. Thus, Chowda had no choice but to accompany them on their shopping expedition. As they ambled along, they gradually lost track of time until evening approached, prompting them to prepare for their return to Lambar Academy. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out Lu Erlong's name. Erlong. The shouts emanating from Chowda and his companions caught Lu Erlong's attention. He turned around and was instantly taken aback. Flander. Chowda and his companions turned around to see Flander, as well as Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujing, and Qin Ming. The four had originally ventured out together for a drink, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Erlong. Upon seeing Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang displayed evident discomfort, unable to confront her. He had long been evading the circumstances surrounding their past. But now that he was in Tiando City, he felt an inevitable encounter looming, which had now come to fruition, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Lu Erlong, too, noticed Yu Xiaojiang, yet her reaction was remarkably composed and natural. In her heart, She had moved on from Yu Xiaojiang and was now wholly devoted to Chowda. I thought I was mistaken. I cannot believe it is truly you. Flander exclaimed with exuberance upon seeing Lu Erlong. Erlong, you have become more beautiful, while we seem to be aging. Flander had always harbored feelings for Lu Erlong, and still did. However, when Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang were mutually infatuated, he had to withdraw. Later, upon learning that Lu Erlong was Yu Xiaojiang's cousin, he held on to some hopes, but due to Lu Erlong's unwavering affection for Yu Xiaojiang and Yu Xiaojiang's tendency to evade, he found himself with no opportunity to intrude and thus relinquished his aspirations. Flander, you are as spirited as ever. You hardly seem aged, Lu Erlong remarked. Pleased to see an old friend, yet she regarded both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang merely as acquaintances now. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Flander pulled Yu Xiaojiang closer and cheerfully said, Xiaojiang, why are you still shy in front of Erlong? Erlong, Xiaojiang has been thinking of you all along. Lu Erlong found amusement in Yu Xiaojiang's evasive demeanor, having long since moved on from her feelings for him and now fully invested in Chowda. She found it laughable to reminisce about the past and perceived Yu Xiaojiang's reaction as childish. Cousin, I never imagined we would meet again. I have come to terms with the past. Let us treat it as though nothing ever transpired. From now on, you shall be my cousin. And I shall be your cousin, free from the burden of suffering, she stated candidly. Both Flander and Yu Xiaojiang were taken aback. Had Lu Erlong truly moved on? Relinquishing the past? Flander was momentarily uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow for Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang found it difficult to accept. He had been grappling with the situation and evading Lu Erlong, and now her declaration of having forgotten and let go only served to highlight his own melancholy and absurdity. So it seems I have been deluding myself all along. How ridiculous. The most laughable part is that it is I who am the joke. Yu Xiaojiang laughed maniacally. Xiaojiang, you need to calm down. Flander, at a loss for how to console him, was taken aback by Lu Erlong's transformation. In the past, Lu Erlong had been so enamored with Yu Xiaojiang that she disregarded societal judgments to be with him. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's evasion, they might have already been together, possibly with children of their own by now. Yet, Lu Erlong had changed. She had forgotten the past and seemed to have found new happiness. Flander could only lament the relentless passage of time. Zhao Wujing and Qin Ming stepped in to comfort Yu Xiaojiang, while Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong remained in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Xiao Depeng gazed calmly. Lu Erlong also appeared serene. She no longer harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, having chosen to forget the past. She wished for Yu Xiaojiang to do the same, hoping that their affair would conclude, allowing them both to lead their own new lives, free from entanglements. She glanced at Chowda and softly said, I will tell you about my relationship with him when we return. Chowda nodded and smiled, saying, all right. Feeling the trust and affection from Chowda, Lu Erlong felt a warmth in her heart. The concerns that had lingered within her dissipated. She had previously worried that Chowda might be bothered by her past with Yu Xiaojiang. What does Chowda care about? Now, Lu Erlong has lost all feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. Previously, Lu Erlong was an untouched flower, but now she has become Chowda's woman. He has obtained the best and most important things, so what is there to be concerned about? Erlong, Xiaojiang is in a bad mood. We should take him away for now. Where are you staying? Once Xiaojiang has calmed down, we will come to find you, said Flander. Lu Erlong replied. You can come to the Blue Tyrant Academy, I am the principal there. Regardless of the circumstances, we are the Golden Iron Triangle. Especially since you are here to seek me out. Blue Tyrant Academy. Flander was unfamiliar with it but made a note to visit. I'll remember that and come to see you another day. For now, I'll take Xiaojiang home. What was supposed to be a delightful reunion turned into a chaotic scene as Yu Xiaojiang lost his composure. After Flander and the others escorted Yu Xiaojiang away, Lu Erlong returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy with Chowda. On the way, Lu Erlong briefly explained, Flander. Yu Xiaojiang and I met over 20 years ago while we were honing our skills outside. We ventured together, earning the reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle. Later, after some events, I discovered that Yu Xiaojiang is my cousin. It has been nearly 20 years since we last met. I never expected to encounter him here. Xiaowu and the others could perceive that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang had a history, but they were taken aback to learn they were cousins, leading them to speculate that their story would undoubtedly end in tragedy. Chapter 86. Scoundrel Master, I will take care of Erlong. You should devote yourself to teaching Tangsan. Flander, Zhao Wujing, and Qin Ming declared, Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Yu Xiaojiang did not return to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Once his mood stabilized slightly, he pulled Flander and the others to a tavern to drink. Qin Ming toasted Yu Xiaojiang, advising, Master, whatever troubles you have will dissipate after a good drink. We are here for you. Zhao Wujin boisterously added, Let us drink. Tonight, I shall accompany my noble friend in revelry. Once intoxicated, all worries shall vanish. Flander reassured him, Xiaojiang, since you wish to drown your sorrows, we shall accompany you. We will drink until we can no longer stand. Thank you, my friends. Yu Xiaojiang sought solace in alcohol. Come, let us drink. The four exchanged few words, but drank continuously. As Yu Xiaojiang became inebriated, he began to vent his frustrations to Flander and the others, lamenting, Flander, do you think I am a joke? Qin Ming urged, Master, how could you ever be a joke? Don't overthink it. You don't understand. Yu Xiaojiang gulped down a large mouthful of liquor and continued, I am nothing but a joke. Ha ha, I have been abandoned by women. Suddenly he shouted, Why? Why must they all forsake me? Bibidong, why? Lu Erlong, why? Why have you all abandoned me? It is clearly your fault. Why must I bear the burden? Why? Zhao Wujin and Qin Ming were unaware of who Bibidong was, though they knew she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, connecting her to Lu Erlong, they understood that Bibidong must also have been Yu Xiaojiang's lover, and that he had been abandoned by two women in succession. They felt sympathy for him. Zhao Wujin raised a glass to Yu Xiaojiang, Master, I toast to you. However, I must say, there are plenty of women in this world. It's not worth your sorrow over those unworthy of your tears. Yu Xiaojiang drank deeply and responded, Heaven has not been fair to me, Yu Xiaojiang. It is unjust. I am a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Why has my martial soul mutated, preventing me from breaking through to level 30? Despite my soul power stagnation, I did not give up. I diligently studied the art of the Soul Master and finally achieved some success. Then I met Bibidong, who was drawn to my talent. I believed we would be happily together forever. But she deceived me. She abandoned me for her power and status. I know such a woman is not worth remembering, and I tried to forget Bibidong, only to find love with Lu Erlong, and we prepared to marry. Haha. The heavens seem intent on tormenting me. Do you know? Lu Erlong suddenly turned out to be my cousin. Haha, a cousin. How absurd. Can I marry my cousin? No. Even if she does not care about the opinions of the world, I do. I cannot face it, so I have been avoiding it. I thought Lu Erlong would wait for me, love me, and give me time to accept it, but today, Lu Erlong has changed. I feel no affection from her. Not even a hint. Haha, she has abandoned me too. Why? Why must this be? Oh heavens, why must you torment me thus? It is unfair. No. It should not be that they abandoned me. It should be I who abandoned them. Yes, I abandoned them. They are all venomous women, all wicked women. I have severed ties with them. As Yu Xiaojiang continued to pour out his grievances, tears streamed down his face. Flander and the others could only listen, allowing him to vent his emotions. Yu Xiaojiang, now thoroughly intoxicated, rambled on, had I known it would come to this. I should have taken advantage of Bibidong and Lu Erlong, treating them harshly so they would not have it easy. How foolish I was to pretend to be a gentleman. To feign restraint. Ha. Now I have gained nothing, and others have taken advantage of my loss. I regret it. At this age, I possess nothing. Still a foolish old boy. How ridiculous. How utterly ridiculous. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's drunken ramblings, Flander quickly intervened. Xiaojiang, you are intoxicated. Let us go. It is time for us to return. He feared that if this continued, Yu Xiaojiang might utter more unsavory words that would tarnish his master's reputation. Zhao Wujin and Qin Ming pretended to be drunk, as if they had heard nothing. The three of them staggered, pulling Yu Xiaojiang away. Throughout the journey, Yu Xiaojiang continued to speak in a manner increasingly distasteful, all directed at Bibidong and Lu Erlong. Zhao Wujin and Qin Ming had witnessed a different, less savory side of the master, and they began to question if the usual Yu Xiaojiang was merely a facade, while the intoxicated Yu Xiaojiang revealed his true self. They reflected, perhaps the master has been deeply wounded by women. He is indeed a pitiable soul. They resolved to keep this secret, pretending it had never happened. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiaowu, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong were resting in the villa within the captivating space. Lu Erlong and Xiaowu were at Lu Erlong's residence. This is how it is between Yu Xiaojiang and me, Lu Erlong recounted to Xiaowu, detailing her past with Yu Xiaojiang. Our relationship was a mistake. Fortunately, it did not lead to further complications. To me, he is now merely a cousin by blood. Nothing more. The one I love is solely you. My dear one, knowing all this, will you feel jealous or angry? Xiaowu extended his arms to embrace Lu Erlong. Their eyes met intently. With unabashed boldness, he confessed, "I am envious. You must make amends to me." Lu Erlong gazed at him with a smile and inquired, "What form of compensation do you desire? Tonight, I shall fulfill your every wish." Chowda whispered playfully in Lu Erlong's ear, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She pouted, "Where do you come up with so many mischievous ideas? All you do is torment me. Alas, you are my adversary." Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was suffering, having spent the night retching. Had it not been for the wretched Chowda and the captivation of space, perhaps Lu Erlong would still have been with Yu Xiaojiang, becoming a couple of mere pretense. But now, that scoundrel Chow could only smile at Yu Xiaojiang and say, "Master, rest assured, I shall take care of Erlong." You focus entirely on nurturing Tang San's talents. The following morning, Yu Xiaojiang awoke in a daze and asked, "Flinder, did I say anything inappropriate while I was drunk last night?" Flinder glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and shook his head. "No, you merely indulged in drinking." Quickly becoming inebriated and then falling into a deep slumber. Flinder pondered, surprised by this side of Yu Xiaojiang, especially since Erlong was not with him. Had she been, he would have revealed a more beastly side, and that would have brought misfortune to Erlong. Last night, upon returning, Yu Xiaojiang had rambled, revealing his most sinister thoughts about how to make Bibi Don and Lu Erlong suffer, how to curse them, and how to exact revenge, which left Flinder feeling uneasy. After the events of the previous night, Flinder found Yu Xiaojiang utterly unfamiliar, sensing that his usual demeanor was a facade, with last night's behavior being the true essence of who he was, simply well-restrained in his everyday life. Flinder resolved to keep a close watch on Yu Xiaojiang, ensuring he would not harm Lu Erlong. Erlong would forever be Flinder's beloved. Even if they could not be together, he wished to bless and protect her. As long as Lu Erlong found happiness, Flinder would be content. Chapter 87. The creation of a unique martial art? A new direction for exploration. This technique requires attention to skill and points of force. Follow my instructions closely. In the courtyard of Lu Erlong's residence that morning, Xiaowu was teaching Chun Li and Mai Xiang the art of massage. Xiaowu, a soft-boned enchantress rabbit, was instructing the mother-daughter duo, both possessing the rabbit martial spirit. 3 rabbits. Although Chun Li and Mai Xiang's rabbit martial spirits were rather ordinary, they boasted decent explosive power, with their first soul ring enhancing both their explosiveness and offensive capabilities. As they all possessed the rabbit martial spirit, their supple bodies were well suited for Xiaowu's massage techniques. Thus, Xiaowu imparted her skills to them, offering them another means of combat. Xiaowu's current massage techniques were exceptionally formidable, rivaling many offensive soul skills. Particularly her self-created technique, the violent 8-section throw, which was incredibly vigorous. Chowda sat nearby, indulging in fruit while admiring the movements of the 3 women. It must be said that the art of kneading possesses a unique aesthetic charm. Particularly, Chun Li, with her pair of rabbit ears, and Mai Xiang, adorned with a delightful rabbit tail, showcased an elegance accentuated by their kneading techniques. Furthermore, the tactile sensation of Chun Li's rabbit ears and Mai Xiang's rabbit tail was exquisite. And Chowda, ever the opportunist, could not resist the temptation to touch. Although Chun Li and Mai Xiang, the mother and daughter duo, felt a hint of shyness, they bore no ill will, for he was Chowda, their benefactor, the object of their admiration, and the head of their household. "My lord, you truly know how to indulge. Would you like me to knead your shoulders or massage your legs?" Ning Rongrong approached gracefully, her figure now fully matured, enchanting with her alluring voice and captivating presence. Chowda, with an unyielding smile, responded, "If you do not mind, then neither shall I." Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Chowda, then settled beside him, her gaze fixed upon the trio of Xiaowu who were diligently practicing their massage techniques. She inquired, "Do you think I should learn these skills from Xiaowu? Acquiring such knowledge would at least provide me with some means of self-defense." This question awakened a realization in Chowda. Their physical forms had been continually nourished by the ingredients and fruits of the captured space, resulting in a steady enhancement of their physical strength. Not only Chowda, but also Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing had developed physical prowess capable of contending with soul respect. Lu Erlong, too, possessed even greater physical strength. Chowda possesses the advantage of captured space, endowing him with physical strength that surpasses that of Ning Rongrong and her companions by a considerable margin, akin to that of Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's own martial soul, coupled with her elevated soul power, amplifies her corporeal strength even further. Previously, Chowda and his peers had concentrated solely on enhancing their soul power levels, inadvertently neglecting their physical prowess. Though their physical strength is not insignificant, It pales in comparison to the combat effectiveness derived from their individual soul powers and techniques. Rong, your words have enlightened me. Chowda pondered for a moment and said, the spatial ingredients and fruits have continuously enhanced our physical constitution, bestowing upon us a corporeal strength far surpassing that of other soul masters. We ought to make the most of this and harness the advantages of our physical prowess. Xiaowu's massage technique can effectively leverage this physical strength, enabling her to unleash even more formidable massage attacks. Particularly you, Rong, as a support soul master, your soul abilities are primarily of an auxiliary nature. Thus, it is imperative for you to possess self-defense capabilities. By adeptly utilizing physical strength, you will evolve into a formidable soul master who can both support and engage in combat. Indeed, we should meticulously study and systematize Xiaowu's massage techniques, compiling them into a comprehensive martial arts system for us to practice. Integrating massage techniques as a form of martial arts is a splendid idea. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong's eyes lit up with excitement. What a brilliant suggestion. We should certainly give it a try. Brother Chowda, you are truly clever. In high spirits, she stood up and proactively began to massage Chowda's shoulders. How delightful. Chowdimi, filled with satisfaction, concluded that this matter had been settled, and they would discuss it further together. Not only should they capitalize on the advantages of their physical prowess, but they should also strive to harness their soul power more effectively. Is it not possible to create unique soul skills? There are also fusion techniques and martial soul combinations that we can explore, should we succeed. We would gain additional means and enhance our combat capabilities. Ning Rong blinked, pondering. Creating unique soul skills, fusion techniques, and martial soul combinations all require considerable talent. It is not merely a matter of desire and effort to achieve success. Moreover, embarking on such ventures without caution entails significant risks. Otherwise, only a few would have accomplished them. Pausing momentarily, she smiled and continued, however, our innate talents and personal conditions are quite favorable. And we should certainly give it a try. The opportunities should be substantial. If we cannot succeed, then it would be even more challenging for others. As a support soul master, creating unique soul skills would also fall under the category of support skills. To enhance my self-protection capabilities, I shall first attempt to master the fusion technique. As for martial soul combinations, theoretically, my chances of fusing with other support-type martial souls are higher. But we can all explore this together. As for fusion techniques, we should all give them a try. Who knows what success may await us? Chowda had previously overlooked these aspects, but now that he has come to realize their importance, he cannot afford to let them slip by. They possess time, talent, and the necessary conditions. They must endeavor to create their own martial arts, explore the fusion of martial souls, integrate techniques, and develop unique soul skills. During lunch, Chowda, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, Ning Rong, Chen and my Xiang convened to discuss these matters. When Xiaowu mentioned her massage technique, she said, "If you wish to learn the massage technique, I can teach you all." It was only after your encouragement that I realized my massage skills have significantly improved. Thanks to the continuous enhancement of my physical strength. Physical strength can indeed amplify the effectiveness of the massage technique. Our physical prowess is commendable, making it quite suitable for us to learn the massage technique, especially for Rong, as a support soul master. Mastering the massage technique in conjunction with her physical strength and soul power could yield formidable combat effectiveness. However, mastering the massage technique is no easy feat. It requires hard work and perseverance. Ning Rong, lacking the innate softness and explosiveness of Xiaowu, understands that she must toil diligently to learn the technique. With unwavering determination in her gaze, she declared, "I am not afraid of hardship." Chowda remarked, "I intend to collaborate with Xiaowu to refine her massage techniques into a comprehensive martial arts system, one that is suitable for us and leverages both physical strength and soul power. This will not be a soul skill reliant on soul rings, nor will it be akin to self-created soul skills. Of course, this endeavor is undoubtedly challenging, but it is a worthy pursuit." Lu Erlong responded, "Let us proceed as Chowda suggests. How shall we coordinate? We shall fully support you." She turned to the others. "Your talents far exceed those of the so-called geniuses outside. Whether it be massage techniques, martial soul fusion, ring fusion skills, or self-created soul skills, we all have the opportunity to excel. Let us strive together." Xiaowu added, "I will first work on the massage techniques with my brother, while also teaching Chen. My Xiang and Rong the same." Zhu Qing interjected, "Then I shall attempt to create my own soul skills and fusion ring techniques before learning the massage techniques." Lu Erlong continued, "Xiaowu, Chen, and my Xiang, You all possess rabbit martial souls, and particularly, Qinli and my Xiang, being mother and daughter, have a greater chance of martial soul fusion. It is time to begin your attempts. I will gather relevant materials in hopes of providing assistance. Chapter 88. Sworn Brotherhood with Qian Rinxue in the Spirit Hall's branch in Tiando City. Recently, Douluo had arrived, tasked not only with affairs assigned by Bibi Dong, but also to keep a close watch on Tang San, Tang Hao, and Xiaoda. The Spirit Hall had confirmed Tang Hao's presence in Tiando City through their failed assassination attempt on Tang San and had begun tracking his whereabouts. However, the Spirit Hall had no plans to act against Tang Hao for the time being, opting instead for clandestine surveillance. Following the failure to assassinate Tang San, the Spirit Hall had refrained from further actions. Initially, they considered an attempt on Xiaoda's life, but were halted by an order from Qian Rinxue prohibiting any aggression towards him. This revelation that the Saintess was acquainted with Xiaoda caught Douluo off guard. Did the Saintess intend to win over Xiaoda? Douluo was among the few privy to the fact that Qian Rinxue was Xueqinghe, the daughter of Bibi Dong. He was also aware of the strained relationship between mother and daughter, compounded by Qian Rinxue's support from the Grand Offering, Qian Douluo. While he aligned with Bibi Dong, he dared not provoke Qian Douluo. Thus, he resolved to remain uninvolved in the affairs between Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. If Qian Rinxue sought to align with Xiaoda, Douluo decided to leave the matter be, transmitting this intelligence back to the Papal Palace for Bibi Dong to address. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had dispatched numerous individuals to Blue Tyrant Academy, indicating their significant investment in Xiaoda. Let them meddle, he thought. But Xiaoda is not someone to be trifled with. Douluo turned his attention back to Tang San. How intriguing that Tang San had entangled himself with Du Gubo. Just right. He could deal with Du Gubo in the future as well. Douluo recalled the time he and Gue Douluo nearly eliminated Du Gubo, only for him to be saved by the royal guard led by Prince Xuexing. This was why Du Gubo now served under Prince Xuexing. Though the old eccentric had a peculiar temperament, he was one who repaid favors. It would be interesting to see how Du Gubo had progressed in his abilities. In Tiando City, at the royal palace, the prince's residence. Today, Xiaoda received a summons from Prince Xueqinghe, which he did not decline. It had been over half a month since he last met Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue awaited Xiaoda's arrival in a garden pavilion, having meticulously prepared tea, snacks, and fruits, along with a wooden box that seemed to contain a special gift. Brother Qiao, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly anticipating your presence. Qian Rinxue greeted him warmly. Though this was only their second meeting, they had already established a fraternal bond. I would prefer not to regard you as a brother, Xiaoda mused inwardly, though he responded politely. Your Highness, I am younger than you. It is only fitting that I address you as elder brother, Shui. Xueqinghe smiled. It matters not. We shall each refer to one another as we wish. Brother Qiao, please take a seat and sample this year's new tea. Xiaoda sampled the taste and found it quite delightful. Brother Shui, your kindness is truly appreciated. A friend like you is indeed worth cherishing. Xueqinghe replied with a smile. I am glad to hear that, Brother Qiao. I sincerely regard you as a brother. As he spoke, he opened the wooden box before him, from which a radiant glow emanated. Xiaoda expressed his astonishment, a soul bone, and moreover, one that is 10,000 years old. Brother Shui, what does this signify? Xueqinghe replied, Brother Qiao, as a sibling, I have yet to present you with a gift. This is my heartfelt offering to you. Please do not refuse it. Refuse? Why would I decline such a generous gift? Xiaoda feigned deep emotion. Brother Shui is truly sincere. If I were to decline, it would be most ungracious of me. Very well, I accept it. I apologize for my abruptness today. Having come without a gift, I shall certainly reciprocate next time. Xueqinghe chuckled and said, Then I shall eagerly await Brother Qiao's gift. Xiaoda accepted the soul bone. And Xueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, was filled with joy. Xiaoda placed the soul bone into the storage soul guide, and then turned to Xueqinghe, exclaiming, Brother Shui, why don't we become sworn brothers? Let us forge a bond as brothers of different origins, sharing fortune and joy and facing adversity together. Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback, but then joyfully responded, Excellent. Let us swear our brotherhood at once. What a delightful surprise. Xiaoda unexpectedly wishes to become sworn brothers with her. After such an alliance, regardless of whether it is Xueqinghe or Qian Rinxue in the future, this bond will endure. Consequently, it will be much easier for Qian Rinxue to approach and win over Xiaoda. Their relationship will undoubtedly deepen. And Qian Rinxue, Xueqinghe, will certainly find joy in this development. Although Xueqinghe intends to make proper preparations, he is halted by Xiaoda. Xiaoda proclaimed, Do not concern yourself with the formality. As long as our hearts are sincere in this brotherhood, let us pledge our allegiance here, beneath the heavens. Heeding Chao's words, Xueqinghe felt no hesitation, recognizing the wisdom in Chao's assertion that true brotherhood is rooted in genuine intent rather than mere ritual. Thus, the two knelt in the pavilion, bowing to the heavens and earth, vowing to be sworn brothers, sharing fortune and facing adversity together. Brother Shui, Brother Chao. Chao resolutely ceded the position of elder brother to Xueqinghe, Qianrenxue. Although the two indulged in revelry, drinking from the morning until dusk, their spirits lifted with each cup, they embraced and shared laughter, discussing everything under the sun. Brother Chao, we shall continue our drinking next time. Xueqinghe reluctantly bid farewell to Chao. Upon returning to her chamber and closing the door, Qianrenxue recalled their intimate moments together, unable to suppress a blush. Chao, would you be surprised if you knew that I am, in fact, Qianrenxue? Chao, I have truly developed feelings for you. What should I do? Each day, I find myself unable to resist thoughts of you. I long to abandon everything and depart with you from this world of disputes, to be joyfully together. However, my grandfather has been so kind to me, I cannot bear to disappoint him. I will wait a little longer, and once the matters here are resolved, I shall seek you out, and we will never part again. Chao, though I am not by your side, do not engage with other women. You belong to me. Do you understand? Qianrenxue murmured in her intoxicated state, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chao returned to Lamba Academy in the carriage arranged by Qianrenxue. He was in high spirits, having successfully persuaded Qianrenxue to consider him a brother, indulging in drinks and reaping considerable benefits, including a soul bone that was over 60,000 years old. Chao understood that Qianrenxue's attentiveness towards him was likely a result of the captivation space, combined with certain peculiar reasons that had led her to fall hopelessly in love with him. With a hint of playfulness, Chao mused to himself, "It is not that I am exceptionally outstanding, but rather that the captivation space is exceedingly potent. I am quite eager to experience Qianrenxue's essence." Chao, though contemplative, was in no rush, for Qianrenxue was irretrievably his. It was merely a matter of time. In the company of Lu Erlong, Chao felt no urgency to pursue other distractions, relishing the opportunity to enjoy their companionship and indulge in the pleasures it brought. Yet, he did not succumb to the allure of comfort, remaining steadfast in his training and diligently striving to enhance his capabilities. Recently, he had transformed his massage techniques into a comprehensive martial art, marking significant progress. He had also come to appreciate the importance of the body's acupoints and was preparing to delve into the study of human anatomy to unlock latent potential. This evening, Chao found himself in a room with Xiaowu, attentively examining the acupoints on her body. Xiaowu's exceptional massage skills were intrinsically linked to certain acupoints being unblocked. By understanding these points, he could assist others in unlocking their own, thereby developing their intrinsic potential and acquiring greater strength. Rest assured, they were genuinely engrossed in a serious study of human acupoints. "Brother, please don't move. It tickles. Is it not done yet? I can hardly endure it," Xiaowu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Chao, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "Just endure a little longer. The discovery is imminent." Xiaowu harbored grave suspicions that Chao was exploiting the situation for his own advantage, yet lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate her claims. Chapter 89. The Creation of Soul Techniques. Fusion Techniques. Months slipped by, and less than a year remained until the elite tournament of advanced soul masters across the continent. During this period, Chao and his companions diligently honed their skills, yielding remarkable progress. Xiaowu had reached level 53, Lu Erlong attained level 82. Ning Rongrong stood at level 45, Zhu Zhuqing at level 46, and Shui Binger at level 47. According to the information from the captured space, Qianrenxue's soul power had escalated to level 73. The enhancements brought about by their advancements, combined with Chao's relentless efforts, enabled him to break through as well, now standing at level 66. Additionally, Qinli and Mai Xiang, mother and daughter, had just reached level 21, having acquired their second soul ring. Although their rings were absorbed at a higher level, they were modest in age, all being yellow rings not exceeding a millennium. Grateful for their progress, the duo complied with Chao's arrangements, especially valuing his directives, willing to undertake any tasks he assigned. Through several months of diligent practice, Qinli and Mai Xiang had mastered the fundamentals of the massage technique under Xiaowu's guidance. Furthermore, this technique had been initially organized and integrated into a cohesive method by Chao and his companions, leveraging the skills of massage, physical strength, and soul power to unleash formidable offensive capabilities. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing were also learning the massage techniques alongside them. Xiaoda and Lu Erlong merely dabbled in their studies. Given their prowess, the pursuit of the art of grappling seemed rather superfluous. They might as well explore the fusion techniques and create their own unique soul abilities. Furthermore, their robust physiques were not particularly suited for grappling techniques. So they opted not to force themselves into learning it, lest they squander their time. Brother, I have finally combined the explosive 8-section throw with the soul rings, transforming it into my own unique soul ability, which has now amplified my strength manifold. Xiaowu, as expected, skillfully wielded the grappling techniques with remarkable finesse, constantly experimenting and merging them with the soul rings to forge her own original soul ability, the explosive 8-section throw soul skill. The essence of a soul skill lies in its dependence on the soul rings, which bestow greater power, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of the soul skill. A soul master's soul power is partially contained within their own being and partially resides within the soul rings. The older the soul ring, the more soul power it harbors, resulting in a more potent soul skill. Xiaowu's grappling technique draws upon the soul power within the non-soul rings and her physical strength. Thus it does not qualify as a soul skill. It is only through the amalgamation of soul rings and grappling techniques that new soul skills can be conceived. Presently, Xiaowu's explosive 8-section throw soul skill is infused with the energy of her 5th soul ring, an ancient soul ring, thus augmenting her strength several times over. Naturally, the creation of unique soul skills can also involve the integration of different soul rings, leading to varied consumption and effects, allowing for a more versatile application of one's original soul skills. In contrast, the soul skills inherent to soul rings are fixed, lacking the diversity of self-created soul skills. Xiaowu, you are truly exceptional, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, embracing her. Congratulations! Ning Rongrong had also experimented with fusion techniques in the creation of soul skills, but to no avail, which compelled her to concentrate more on mastering grappling techniques. Lu Erlong remarked, it seems Xiaowu and Zhu Shuqing both possess a natural talent for creating unique soul skills. They should continue to hone their skills in this area. Zhu Shuqing had also developed her own soul skill. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she had transformed an existing soul skill into a new one, the Nether Slash. This soul skill, which Zhu Shuqing possessed in the original storyline, has now been innovated into her own creation, building upon the foundation of the Nether 100 Claws. She has crafted the Nether Slash. Currently, the Nether Slash is executed in conjunction with her 4th soul ring, which is also an ancient soul ring, delivering formidable attack power infused with dark energy. Upon striking a target, it inflicts not only physical damage but also affects the target's psyche with the accompanying dark power, rendering it significantly more potent than the Nether Slash from the original narrative. My Xiang admired, you are also impressive. Xiaoda gazed at the mother-daughter duo, Chenli and my Xiang, and remarked, you both possess considerable potential. The prospect of a successful spirit fusion is within reach. With continued effort, you should be able to achieve it. The two of them had been attempting to fuse their spirits, and signs of compatibility were already emerging, indicating a strong likelihood of success. Chun-Li responded earnestly, we will strive diligently and ensure that you are not disappointed. Both shared the same ordinary rabbit spirit. It remained uncertain what the outcome of their fusion would be, but it was likely to manifest as yet another form of rabbit. During this period, Xiaoda has been experimenting with various approaches, attempting to merge his martial souls with others, albeit without any success thus far. He also endeavored to develop his own unique soul skills, yet these efforts did not bear fruit. However, he achieved success with the technique of ring fusion. This technique involves the amalgamation of 2 or more soul rings, resulting in a significant enhancement of the effects of an existing soul skill. Xiaoda is currently capable of merging the 2nd and 3rd soul rings, both of which are crimson-hued 100,000-year soul rings. Each soul ring possesses 2 soul skills, amounting to a total of 4 skills: void restraint, spatial confinement, spatial leap, and spatial compression. Upon the fusion of these 200,000-year soul rings, the skill of spatial leap is significantly enhanced. The maximum distance achievable through this merged skill has doubled, extending from 1 mile to 2, which equates to 1 kilometer. Additionally, the ability to transport the volume and weight of targets has also been augmented, allowing Xiaoda to accommodate twice as many individuals during a spatial leap, increasing the previous limit from 10 to 20. This merging skill of spatial leap endows Xiaoda with a heightened capacity for survival, making it increasingly arduous to thwart his spatial leaps. Even the martial soul fusion technique of both the Juggernaut and the Ghost Douluo, known as the dual polar stasis domain, may prove insufficient to impede Xiaoda's spatial leap skill. Xiaoda possesses a considerable number of soul techniques, each exhibiting remarkable effectiveness. Consequently, rather than focusing on developing his own soul techniques, he prefers to acquire fusion skills to enhance the potency of his existing abilities. Thus, Xiaoda intends to concentrate on creating an increasing array of fusion techniques in the future. Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, Chunli, and my Xiang have all reaped their rewards. Ning Rongrong has devoted herself to mastering the art of massage techniques. Only Lu Erlong has yet to achieve tangible results. During this period, she has predominantly dedicated her time to supporting Xiaoda and his companions, assisting in the search for relevant materials and necessary resources, and aiding them in their endeavors. Her unwavering commitment to nurturing Xiaoda, rather than hastily seeking her own advancement, reflects her heartfelt dedication. After months of relentless effort, it is indeed time for her to indulge in a well-deserved respite. Xiaoda remarked, "Let us prepare a grand feast tonight and indulge in a delightful shopping spree tomorrow." Enjoying a few days of merriment, Xiaowu responded with joy, "Brother, hurrah! Tomorrow we shall shop together." Ning Rongrong added, "It is indeed time to venture outside. We have been cooped up in the academy for several months." Lu Erlong stated, "Tomorrow coincides with a grand auction. Let us partake in the festivities." Chunli inquired, "What dishes shall we prepare? My daughter and I can lend a helping hand." Xiaoda glanced at the sky, which was quickly darkening. "Let us all gather together. Tonight, let us indulge in some fine drinks and unwind." Within the confines of the captured space, there were some ready-made ingredients and fruits. A trip to the Academy's cafeteria would suffice to procure additional items for a sumptuous dinner. Cheers! The atmosphere was jubilant, and they drank quite a bit. Chunli exercised restraint, reminding herself not to get intoxicated, as she needed to look after everyone. Ultimately, she remained sober. However, the dilemma arose with only one bedroom available at Lu Erlong's place. Fortunately, the room was spacious, and the bed was ample. Chunli, being considerate, arranged for Xiaoda, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong to share the bed. She allowed her daughter to sleep in the living room while she kept watch. Xiaoda's dream of sharing a blissful slumber has finally come true. Alas, he was intoxicated and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 90. The dream realized, yet inebriated and accomplished nothing. As dawn breaks, sunlight pours into the room. Within the bedroom, Xiaoda, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong lie in a peaceful slumber, still unaware. Xiaowu clings to Xiaoda, one leg draped over him, her half-body resting upon him. To their left lies Ning Rongrong, while Zhu Zhuqing occupies the right side. Xiaoda's eyes fluttered open, roused from slumber. His gaze first fell upon the slumbering Xiaowu nestled in his embrace, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. As he shifted his hands, he felt the softness of something delicate beneath his fingers, compelling him to squeeze it lightly. The sensation was delightful, inciting him to indulge in a few more playful pinches. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong on his left and Zhu Zhuqing on his right opened their eyes, both observing the mischief of his hand upon them. Upon comprehending the situation before them, the two shared a silent understanding, closing their eyes once more, choosing not to thwart Xiaoda's playful exploration, as if they had not awakened at all. Xiaoda has regained his composure and temporarily ceased his actions. He glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, noticing that they appeared to be still asleep. Consequently, his hands began to wander once more. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing silently cursed Xiaoda in their hearts, continuing to feign slumber while enduring the situation. It turned out they were merely pretending to sleep. Xiaoda noticed the situation but decided to play along, feigning slumber while his hands remained active. The room was enveloped in silence. Yet the hearts of the three individuals were far from tranquil. After a span of several minutes, Lu Erlong, who had quietly exited the room at some point, gently pushed the door open and immediately recognized the situation. He glanced at Xiaoda, shook his head, and then cleared his throat softly. Xiaoda's hand finally came to a halt, withdrawing, yet he felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing let out a collective sigh of relief. The torment had come to an end. "Stop sleeping. Rise and freshen up for breakfast," Lu Erlong announced. Ning Rongrong feigned awakening, rubbing her eyes, and then pretended to be astonished. "How did I end up here? Nothing happened, right?" She proceeded to check her attire, adjusting her slightly disheveled clothing. Zhu Zhuqing also acted as if she had just been roused. She glanced at Xiaoda, said nothing, and stood up to straighten her clothes. Unfazed, Xiaoda appeared as though nothing had transpired, and upon awakening, he called out to Xiaowu. When Xiaowu opened her eyes, she exclaimed in surprise, "Did we sleep together last night? Brother, you didn't do anything to us, did you?" Xiaoda lamented, I would indeed wish to, but I too was inebriated. How regrettable. Otherwise, something truly splendid might have transpired last night. I wonder if such an opportunity will ever arise again. Ning Rongrong glared at him, exclaiming, "This was merely an accident. There shall be no next time. Fortunately, you did not act upon it. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. As for that hand, let us consider it as though it never occurred." The taciturn Zhu Zhuqing had already tidied herself up and was ready to freshen up. Xiaowu rose only after Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu had dressed and departed. At that moment, only Lu Erlong and Xiaowu remained in the room. Lu Erlong approached and playfully pinched Xiaowu, teasing him. "You little rascal, you're not being very honest, are you?" Xiaowu displayed a look of innocence, exclaiming, "I truly did nothing last night." Though he may not have engaged in significant actions, he certainly took advantage of the situation. Lu Erlong took Xiaodu's garments and assisted him in dressing. Finally, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek, urging him to freshen up as breakfast was already prepared. They must express their gratitude to Chun-Li, for while they were inebriated, she alone tended to their needs throughout the night, vigilantly watching over them and even preparing breakfast. All without a moment's rest. Xiaodu nodded, taking note of it. Chun-Li and Mai Xiang clearly wished to align themselves with Xiaodu and become members of the Qiao family, exhibiting overt loyalty. However, Xiaodu currently found himself alone. Without a family, Xiaodu, indeed, harbored no ulterior motives toward the mother and daughter. Though he occasionally took advantage of situations, a characteristic of his nature that did not imply any genuine interest in them, he understood the sentiments of Chun-Li and Mai Xiang. However, whether to consider them part of his family would depend on the future establishment of his own household. For now, maintaining the status quo sufficed. During breakfast, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing occasionally glanced at Xiaodu's hands, recalling the deeds those hands had performed, which caused them to blush involuntarily. "Rongrong, Zhuqing, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaowu, perplexed, mistakenly assumed they were ailing. Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well after last night's revelry." Zhu Zhuqing added, "I've finished eating. I feel a bit under the weather. I'm going to take a bath." Ning Rongrong, lacking the appetite to continue, said, "Zhuqing, let us go together." They exchanged glances, and Xiaodu comprehended their intent. Once Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing entered the bedroom, he ushered them into the captivation space villa. Bathing there was more convenient and comfortable. Were it not for Chun-Li and Mai Xiang's presence, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing would have directly requested Xiaodu to assist them into the captivation space from the living room. Lu Erlong observed that Chun-Li appeared fatigued and said, "Chun-Li, you haven't rested well since last night. You should return and take a break." Chun-Li nodded. "All right," then cautioned her daughter, Mai Xiang, "Don't cause any trouble for everyone." Mai Xiang obediently responded, "Mom, I understand." At 13 or 14 years old, Mai Xiang was of similar age to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu, thanks to the prolonged enhancement of ingredients and fruits in the captivation space. Mai Xiang had matured into a young lady. Although she may not have stood out among her peers, she was considered a beauty outside, with many boys at Lanba Academy vying for her attention. Presently, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Mai Xiang constituted the 5 goddesses of Lanba Academy. Among them, students perceived Mai Xiang as the most approachable, while Xiaowu and the others remained distant deities, admired from afar. Once Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing emerged, they, along with Lu Erlong, proceeded to the captivation space villa to freshen up. Mai Xiang had already awakened that morning and washed up in the house where they resided. Xiaodu was responsible for tidying up the dishes before returning to the captured villa to take a bath. "Let us proceed to the auction house," he suggested. Once everything was in order, the 6 of them set out together. "I used my soul technique to hasten our journey." Xiaodu employed the technique of spatial jumping, leading the 5 of them away. After several consecutive leaps, they arrived at a mansion situated on the central street of Tiando City. The property had been purchased by Ning Rongrong, who generously provided the funds. Exiting the mansion, they made their way directly to the auction house. They had previously visited this venue and possessed exclusive VIP cards for entry. For the affluent Ning Rongrong, money was merely a trivial matter. The auction hall was bustling with a multitude of attendees. It was Mai Xiang's first time at the auction house, and she noticed that most of the guests were wearing masks, which struck her as rather peculiar. Lu Erlong remarked, "Today's auction is somewhat extraordinary. It appears there are valuable items on offer, hence the greater turnout than usual." Xiaodu and his 5 companions did not don masks, unafraid of revealing their appearances or attracting attention. While there are some individuals like them, the majority opted for masks. The auction house suggested that patrons wear masks, though it was not mandatory. Amidst the throng, the masked Tang Sen spotted the object of his long-held affection, Xiaowu. It is that rascal Chowda. Douluo stood beside Tang San, both concealed behind masks. Chapter 91. So many familiar faces. Including my father-in-law, Yu Luomian. Xiaowu. I will surely win you. Upon seeing Xiaowu again, Tang San could hardly contain his excitement. From the moment they first met 7 years ago, he had resolved that Xiaowu was the one he wished to possess and protect. Regardless of Xiaowu's relationship with Chowda, Tang San was determined to claim her. Driven by an intense inner desire, he awaited the day he would grow powerful enough to defeat Chowda and take Xiaowu for himself. Moreover, Tang San believed that Chowda was utterly unworthy of Xiaowu, deeming him frivolous and promiscuous, surrounded by numerous women, and even considering him inferior to Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. How could such a scoundrel possibly deserve someone like Xiaowu? Tang San yearned to surpass Chowda swiftly, to rescue Xiaowu from her plight. For he alone could bestow her with happiness and joy. Douluo noticed Tang San's fixation on Xiaowu, who was intimately entwined with Chowda's arm. He surmised the animosity between Tang San and Chowda and jested. Ah, so that scoundrel Chowda has stolen the girl you fancy? Alas, youth is a blessing, allowing one to vie for affection. Tang San ignored Douluo. The latter could not fathom Xiaowu's significance to him, rendering any explanation futile. Douluo chuckled and shifted the subject. Do those fellows not resemble individuals who have consumed celestial herbs? He harbored lingering concerns regarding the celestial herbs. It has been quite some time. How can one discern? Tang San replied irritably. Unless you are privy to their current soul power levels. If they had indeed consumed celestial herbs, they would likely have reached the spirit ancestor level by now, and Chowda may have even attained the spirit emperor rank. Spirit emperor. Douluo gazed at Chowda. Indeed, he is quite a prodigy. About your age, yet already a spirit emperor. Remarkable. It seems my celestial herbs are forever lost to me. Tang San laughed. Provokingly, you are genuinely afraid of him. Humph. Douluo retorted, displeased. What do you understand? I am merely being cautious. Rarely does a monster like Chowda emerge in a millennium or 10,000 years. He is certainly not to be trifled with. I am not foolish enough to undertake uncertain ventures. Let us proceed. The auction is about to commence. I wonder if the so-called treasures are indeed of merit. They had come to the auction house out of curiosity regarding the rumored exceptional items, with Douluo forcibly bringing Tang San along. Tang San's detoxification process was still ongoing and required additional time. Not only Tang San and Douluo noticed Chowda and his group, but even the Ju Douluo from the spirit hall observed them. Masked, Ju Douluo scrutinized Chowda from a distance, pondering the audacity of attending the auction unmasked. That arrogant lad will inevitably stumble. The saint has held him in high regard, even going so far as to form a brotherhood with him. Could it be that Chowda is now affiliated with the spirit hall? Would the saintess truly have developed feelings for this young man? Chowda, that rascal, is surrounded by numerous beauties and even dares to tease His Holiness the Pope. What a lecher! With the exquisite beauty of the saintess, it is quite possible that she could indeed captivate this fellow, ultimately leaving him bowing at her feet. How amusing! Ju Douluo is already envisioning the spectacle of Chowda being utterly enchanted by Qian Renshua, anticipating the opportunity to mock him thoroughly. In Ju Douluo's view, should Qian Renshua genuinely take an interest in Chowda, employing her charm might easily ensnare this libertine, and soon enough, Chowda could become affiliated with the spirit hall. This prospect excites him. Today, many distinguished guests have arrived. Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo are also present, both adorned with masks. Fingji, Rongrong, and Chowda are here together. Jian Douluo is the first to notice. Ning Fingji glances over and sees his daughter laughing and chatting with Chowda, remarking with a smile. Rongrong seems to be enjoying herself. Jian Douluo chuckles in reply. If Rongrong were not happy, I would skin Chowda alive. Having not seen her for several months, Jian Douluo notes that Rongrong appears to have matured further. A young lady cannot be kept forever. She may soon forget us and fail to return to the sect. Ning Fingji understands that Jian Douluo is genuinely pleased to see Ning Rongrong, and his words are not merely bluster. They are quite bold to attend the auction without masks. Whether in terms of wealth or beauty, they risk attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Jian Douluo states solemnly, I will not allow anyone to harm Rongrong. He has taken it upon himself to ensure the safety of Rongrong and Chowda. In another part of the auction hall, someone is observing Lu Erlong. This individual, also masked, is a man in his 60s from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, none other than Lu Erlong's father, Yu Luomian. Lu Erlong, a legitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, bears her mother's surname. Yu Luomin acknowledges this daughter and has included Lu Erlong in the family genealogy, naming her Yu Erlong. However, she continues to use the name Lu Erlong. After the incident involving Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong insisted on being with Yu Xiaojiang, which led to a strained relationship with her father, resulting in her rarely returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect over the past 2 decades. Nevertheless, her ties to the sect remain unbroken. The Blue Tyrant Academy's standing in the city of Tiando is bolstered by the influence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Today, Yu Luomian perceives that Lu Erlong has become even more youthful and beautiful. Having not seen his daughter for a long time, he is struck by her transformation. Could it be that she has moved on and found a new partner? As a father, Yu Luomian cannot permit his daughter to be with her cousin. He hopes Lu Erlong has forgotten Yu Xiaojiang and is beginning anew. Observing his daughter radiant and increasingly beautiful, he speculates that she might have found a new companion. This is indeed a positive development. Could it be that man? Through careful observation, Yu Luomian notices Lu Erlong glancing at Xiaoda with unusual interest. He feels that Xiaoda seems familiar, but he cannot quite place him. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has also taken note of Xiaoda's revelation of his spirit rings in Soto City, but the information is scant, and they dismiss the notion that anyone could possess such spirit rings as mere rumor. Yu Luomian has inadvertently seen a portrait of Xiaoda, yet it left no lasting impression on him. Unable to recall where he has seen Xiaoda, this does not hinder Yu Luomian's conjecture. The more he observes, the more he suspects an extraordinary connection between Lu Erlong and Xiaoda, especially when he witnesses Xiaoda surreptitiously touching Lu Erlong, who blushes yet does not reprimand him. This indicates something significant. Yu Luomian believes that Xiaoda is indeed his daughter's newfound companion, though he harbors an unfavorable impression of him, particularly due to Xiaowu's close affection towards Xiaoda. In this world, polygamy is commonplace. However, Yu Luomian desires his son-in-law to be devoted solely to his daughter, treating her with utmost care. He contemplates visiting the Blue Tyrant Academy to investigate Xiaoda's background to ascertain whether he is deserving of his daughter. Naturally, as long as Xiaoda is not utterly reprehensible, Yu Luomian will not obstruct their union, for Lu Erlong is no longer young. And if she does not find a partner soon, she risks becoming an old maid. As guests continue to arrive, the auction is about to commence. Chapter 92. This world is darker than imagined. Please be quiet.